On the eve of the great war between gods and mortals, the Azure Dragon Child, who had guarded the mortal world for 70 years, found himself besieged by the gods and was forced to unleash the legendary 7-star divine annihilation. Lightning split the night sky, tearing through the darkness. From distant Azure Dragon Mountain came a despairing scream, followed by an eerie, mocking laughter echoing through the clouds. A mournful sigh pierced the gloom as the Azure Dragon Child cried out, his voice carrying deeper sorrow than the coldest wind. For over 70 years, I have protected the mortal realm. Now, this old tree is withered, unable to withstand your insatiable greed for the treasures of the human world. Even if I am reduced to ashes, I will use every last ounce of strength for one final stand. Purple energy surged from his body, spreading across the sky under the flashes of lightning. Rays of dazzling light shot from the old man's side, sending out a powerful force that swept in all directions. The divine nun's eyes widened in terror as she cried out, the 7-star divine annihilation. He's unleashed the ultimate power to shatter illusions and annihilate gods. Sensing the imminent threat, Demi roared, urging the gods to retreat into the protective barrier of the Starguard armor. The divine nun, the withered Buddha, blue lion, and the southern martial god all hurried into the half-foot-thick energy shield. But just as Demi stepped inside, the first wave of energy swept him away like a fallen leaf. As he was flung back, he shouted, protect the Starguard armor at all costs. It's our only weapon to subdue the mortal world. The second wave exploded with a deafening roar, causing the armor to tremble violently, straining to hold together. By the third wave, the gods realized death was upon them. The fourth wave struck even harder, swallowing Blue Lion into oblivion. Seizing the moment, the divine nun grabbed the southern martial god's arm. Mistaking her intentions for affection, he opened his arms in delight, only for the divine nun to suddenly push him out of the shield. The fifth wave immediately consumed him. Now, only the divine nun and the withered Buddha remained within the barrier. Terror and dread gripped her, while the withered Buddha sat unmoved, detached from the chaos. As the sixth wave crashed down, the divine nun threw herself into his arms in panic. After what felt like an eternity, she realized the withered Buddha was, in fact, a strikingly handsome young man. Lost in fascination, the divine nun was taken by surprise as the withered Buddha suddenly shielded her, his body absorbing the full force of the sixth wave. Blood splattered, and as she clung to him, she called his true name in her heart, Yifeng. The cataclysmic battle between gods and mortals finally came to an end. The Azure Dragon Child perished from the backlash of his power, and Demi and the other gods fell in battle. The divine nun, along with the gravely wounded withered Buddha Yifeng, retreated to the southern lake palace, where she recovered the 7-star divine annihilation. 1,000 years of peace followed, until their child, Xian Gongzi, driven by ambition, once again ignited conflict, ultimately leading to a permanent peace treaty with the mortal world. On the great river, a lone boat drifted through raging waves, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. The boatman leapt ashore with unmatched grace, landing before a crowd of astonished onlookers, and simply declared, if the gods no longer favor me, then I am no god. If I am no god, the gods are nothing to me. After squeezing through the crowd, they finally made it out and into an inn. They ordered a few pots of wine and a plate of beef, then dug in heartily. Have you heard? Someone at the table behind them whispered nervously, his voice tense. Word is, Xian Gongzi from the divine realm is about to declare war on us again. Peace in the mortal world won't last much longer. The burly man beside him set down his cup, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke in a trembling voice. Really? Who told you that? Didn't the gods and mortals sign a peace treaty? You don't know? The first man leaned in closer, lowering his voice even further as he glanced around to make sure no one was listening. Xian Gongzi's always been ambitious, has been eyeing the mortal world for ages. The peace treaty is just a smokescreen. He's been biding his time, building his strength. Once the moment's right, he'll come down on us with everything he's got. He paused, then added, but we're not just going to roll over. I hear tomorrow's sword trial tournament is meant to choose a powerful and respected leader to unite us against the threat. Oh, a glint sparked in the burly man's eyes, and he slapped the table with renewed confidence. If elder hero Xiao Guiying joins us tomorrow, the mortal world will be saved. Absolutely, the other man said, his eyes shining with admiration. Elder Xiao has spent his life on the battlefield, defending our borders and earning the respect of countless heroes. If he leads us, Xian Gongzi won't stand a chance. He'll be running for his life again. With that, the two burst into hearty laughter, clinking their cups together as if they could already see Xian Gongzi defeated and fleeing. Neither of them noticed, however, that not far away, someone gave a faint snort and curled his lips in disdain as they spoke of Xiao Guiying, whether exaggerating or not. On Mount Songlong, preparations for the sword trial tournament were complete. Banners fluttered in the wind, and a charged energy filled the air. Na Long, the chief protector of Mount Songlong and host of the tournament, stood on the high platform in formal attire. His expression solemn. He bowed deeply to the peak of the mountain before turning to face the crowd below. This mountain, he announced in a deep voice, is called Songlong. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd as people exchanged looks. Someone called out impatiently, "Obviously, we know this is Mount Kanglong. It's the site of the tournament. Why else would we come all this way?" Another chimed in, "Is Protector Nalong so nervous he's lost his train of thought?" A burst of raucous laughter followed, echoing through the valley. "What's so funny?" Someone else in the crowd called out sternly, his voice booming over the noise. "Protector Nalong must have his reasons. How about you wait until he's finished before passing judgment?" A few in the crowd quieted down, but others kept up their heckling and laughter, the noise rising and falling. Nalong, hearing the crowd's mockery, felt veins throb on his forehead, but could only force a bitter smile and gesture for silence before continuing. "What I mean is, this very mountain is where, 1,000 years ago, our ancestor Gongzi dealt a heavy blow to the divine realm. We should all show our respect. Gongzi was a sage who brought blessings to humankind. How can you call him our ancestor?" Someone interrupted sharply from the crowd, his voice grating. "That's right. He should be called the Holy Ancestor." Dozens of voices immediately agreed, their shouts growing louder and louder. Suddenly, someone in the crowd yelled, "Elder Hero Xiao is here. Why are you still hogging the stage?" The crowd erupted in laughter, the sound shaking the mountains. Others shouted eagerly, "So Elder Xiao has arrived? Wonderful, let's invite him up to the stage. Elder Xiao, Elder Xiao, Elder Xiao." The crowd broke out into thunderous cheers, the chant rising and falling as everyone called for Xiao Guing, their enthusiasm burning bright. Nalong stood on the platform, watching as Xiao Guing became the center of everyone's hopes. His face flushed and paled by turns, and he thought to himself, "There's no point in staying up here and making a fool of myself any longer." He cleared his throat and announced, "All right then, let's invite our human hero Elder Xiao Guing to come up and speak." A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. Just then, a loud voice called out from the audience, "Nalong Protector, that's the first sensible thing you've said all day." The crowd burst into laughter. Nalong, clearly embarrassed by the teasing, quickly ducked into the depths of the crowd to hide. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice rang out from the stage. "All right, that's enough joking around. Let's get to the main point." The audience fell instantly silent, all eyes turning to the weathered face on stage. It was the man everyone had been waiting for, Xiao Guing. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair and a military uniform embroidered with twin dragons soaring across his chest. The edges of his boots were decorated with patterns, each bearing the image of a fierce tiger leaping over the Zhanjiang River. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, exuding an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Once he was sure the audience had quieted down, Xiao Guing cleared his throat and said, "I've asked you all here today because there's an important matter we need to discuss." "An important matter?" The same voice called out from the crowd again. "More important than dealing with the divine demons?" "Indeed, it is about how to deal with the divine demons," Xiao Guing replied in a grave tone. "As we all know, ever since Yuan Yingzi was defeated by me 10 years ago, he's held a grudge and has been seeking revenge ever since." "What nonsense is that?" The voice interrupted loudly. "After all that talk, you still haven't gotten to the point. The truth is, Yuan Yingzi is planning to attack soon, and we need to choose a leader to unite against him. That's all." Unfazed, Xiao Guing smiled and looked toward the young man in the crowd dressed in plain black clothes. "Well, it seems you're quite impatient, aren't you, young man?" Everyone turned to look at the youth, thinking he was in trouble now. The air was thick with tension, but the boy in black seemed completely unfazed. He simply looked around in confusion and said, "What are you all staring at? Did I say anything wrong? Isn't this sword trial gathering meant to pick a leader?" "You're absolutely right," Xiao Guing replied with a smile. "Since you seem to know so much, why don't you tell us how we should go about choosing our leader today?" Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but worry, calling himself lousy in front of Elder Xiao. This kid must have a death wish. But the young man replied without hesitation, "If you ask me, choosing a leader at this sword trial gathering is no different from picking the best horse in a stable, whether it's a champion or a nag. You'll know once you put it to the test." "And according to your expert opinion," Xiao Guing continued to smile, "what do you suggest we do?" The young man seemed pleased with himself and replied seriously, "Well, in my expert opinion." Suddenly, as if he couldn't stand Xiao Guing's teasing smile any longer, he cut himself off mid-sentence and tried to slip back into the crowd. Xiao Guing's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and her movements were so swift and unpredictable that no one could follow them. The black-clad youth didn't even have a chance to struggle. She had him in her grasp in the blink of an eye, returning to the main stage so quickly that even the wind seemed unable to keep up. The crowd below erupted into enthusiastic applause, but soon let out a collective sigh. This boy clearly didn't know his own limits. His reckless words had earned him a harsh lesson. Yet, the youth on stage showed no sign of regret. He continued to struggle fiercely in Xiao Guing's grip, cursing loudly, "Let go of me, you old fool. How dare you bully a young man?" Aren't you ashamed of yourself? A cold smile flickered across Xiao Guing's face, her eyes chilling as she arched an eyebrow and asked in a low voice, "Has your father even told me how the sword trial's leader is to be chosen? You're in such a hurry to leave, don't you think that's irresponsible?" The black-clad youth shot back furiously, "My father is your ancestor." As soon as the words left his mouth, he struggled even harder, crying out, "Let go. You're hurting me." Annoyance flashed in Xiao Guiying's eyes. She tightened her grip, her fingers digging into his arm until the boy's teeth ground audibly in pain. She sneered, "Is that so? Today, they'll show you who your real ancestor is." With a vicious squeeze, she nearly made him collapse. "Do you know who your ancestor is now, boy?" The youth gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage, but he forced himself to endure the pain and spat out, "My ancestor is a monkey. Why don't you take this monkey ancestor with you? Maybe you'll manage to get a meal out of it." Before he could finish, Xiao Guiying's grip tightened again. With a sharp crack, his right arm dropped limply, as if it had snapped. Despite the cold sweat beading on his forehead, the youth refused to utter a single cry. He simply glared at Xiao Guiying, eyes filled with hatred, as if he wanted to tear her apart. For a moment, Xiao Guiying was taken aback by his defiance. Instead of fear, he displayed a stubborn resilience that left her momentarily speechless. She stared at him in silence for a long while. After a while, Xiao Guiying finally spoke, her voice low. "You're not from around here, are you? Tell me your name." The boy's face was twisted with anger. He tried to lift his broken arm, but failed each time. Bowing his head, he said in a defeated tone, "I lost fair and square. What else is there to say? Since you've already ruined one of my arms, why not finish the job? Maybe then everyone will be satisfied." Xiao Guiying looked at him in surprise, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She couldn't tell whether his toughness came from a hardened nature or from a reckless disregard for his own life. As she stood lost in thought, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from below the stage. "It's been 10 years, Xiao the old monster, and you're still as ruthless as ever. If you let someone like this lead humanity against Yuan Yingzi, wouldn't that disgrace the legacy of Master Xian Gongzi?" Everyone turned, wondering who dared speak so boldly. Another troublemaker, they thought. Xiao Guiying chuckled and replied, "So it's brother Xian Gongzi from the summit of Kunlun. What's the matter? Kunlun too dull for you? Decided to stir up some excitement in the Central Plains?" Before she finished speaking, the crowd burst into shock. Xian Gongzi? The Xian Gongzi of Kunlun's summit? The one who fought alongside old hero Xiao to defeat Yuan Yingzi 10 years ago? It's really him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cried out, "That's the strange old man who crossed the Xinjiang River 1,000 miles yesterday." The exclamation instantly stirred up a commotion among the people. "Hey, that's not fair." The black-clad teenager on the stage suddenly shouted, "I crossed the Xinjiang from 1,000 miles away too. Why does he get all the attention?" Everyone turned in surprise, their gazes landing on this brash young man. Xiao Guiying narrowed her eyes at him and said coldly, "Brother Xian made the journey alone in a small boat. How exactly did you make it across?" "I swam for 10 days straight to get here," the boy replied, standing tall and answering with a serious face. His words sparked a mix of reactions from the crowd. Some burst out laughing, some stared in shock, a few shot him strange looks, and others just shook their heads and sighed helplessly. Not wanting to waste any more time on the wild young man, Xiao Guiying turned to Xian Gongzi below the stage and said, "Brother Xian, you must be exhausted from your journey. Why not join me on stage for a conversation?" "I'm not here for sightseeing." Xian Gongzi shook his head. "I came to challenge you for the position of leader." "Well, what a coincidence," the black-clad boy interjected with a strange tone. "I'm here for the same reason. But since I arrived before you, I should get to challenge old Xiao first, and then you can have your turn." His arrogant remark drew a burst of laughter and angry shouts. "Who do you think you are? Get off the stage." Xiao Guiying stared at the boy in disbelief. "Did you just say you want to challenge me for the leadership?" "That's right." The boy nodded confidently, deliberately lifting his seemingly injured right arm, and saying harshly, "I wasn't planning on it at first," but he glanced at his arm. "Since you made the first move, I have no choice but to fight back." At that moment, a clear and anxious woman's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Qin Feng. Qin Feng, where are you?" The black-clad boy started at the sound. He saw a woman in white pushing her way to the front of the crowd. "Oh no, she's still following me," he yelped. In a flash, he spun around, shook his arms, and darted off in the opposite direction like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. The whole scene left everyone dumbfounded. His right arm was perfectly fine, and his skills were astonishing. "Who is he?" Xiao Guiying's aged voice broke the silence. Before anyone could respond, the woman in white called out again, her voice trembling with tears, "Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Has anyone seen my Qin Feng? Qin Feng." So that was his name. But who was Qin Feng? The question lingered in everyone's mind, but no one had an answer. With a crisp, swift sound, someone from the crowd soared onto the stage like a great rock spreading its wings. Sunlight poured over his face, casting his elegant, aloof figure and proud demeanor into sharp relief. Everyone instantly recognized him, Xian Gongzi, famed for his unmatched arrogance and solitary nature. Meanwhile, the woman on stage anxiously searched for something, circling the platform several times. She called out repeatedly, but no one responded. With a weary sigh, her gaze fell on a large deerskin chair in the center of the stage. Without much thought, she walked over and sat down. No sooner had she settled than she felt countless curious gazes fixed upon her. Looking up, she saw a mix of expressions among the audience. Some glared angrily, others looked stunned, and a few watched with either burning interest or playful amusement. Just as confusion took hold, a kindly voice spoke beside her. "Are you here to compete for the position of alliance leader, miss?" She turned to see an elderly man with a gentle smile looking at her. In that moment, she could no longer hold back her sorrow. The months spent searching for her beloved in vain. The pain of unrequited love, all of it welled up as tears slipped down her cheeks. "Uncle," she choked out, "I only came to look for my brother Qian Feng, but he keeps avoiding me. I'm so tired right now. May I rest here for a while?" "I see," the old man replied kindly. "Brother Na Long, why not bring another soft deerskin chair for this young lady? It's rare to see such a devoted and beautiful girl endure so much. Even an old man like me can't help but feel for her." "Hero Xiao, your compassion for the young is a blessing to us all," came a strange voice from afar. An aloof elder called out, "But you're mistaken about the chair. It's not a deerskin chair, it's made of roe deer hide." Xiao Guiying shot him a cold glance. "You should know there's only one chair like this in the world. It's a symbol of supreme authority. Today, Brother Na Long has placed it here to show everyone. Only the worthy may claim this seat." "Is that so?" Xian Gongzi sneered. "And how do you know this young lady isn't worthy?" Before he could finish, the woman interjected, "Please, uncles, don't argue. I'm fine with just this chair. There's no need to trouble yourselves." She stood up and, with one hand, lifted the roe deer hide chair. With innocent candor, she said, "I just think this chair is really comfortable. I'd like to take it back for Qian Feng to enjoy. What do you think, uncles?" Xiao Guiying was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile. "I'm afraid that won't do, young lady. You can take any other chair here, but not this one." "Why not?" she asked, tilting her head curiously. "Isn't this chair meant for people to sit on?" Xiao Guiying couldn't help but laugh and cry at her question, unsure if she was truly clueless or just pretending. He hesitated, unable to answer. At that moment, Xian Gongzi let out a sly chuckle from afar. "Why not? Let the young lady take it to her Qian Feng. Frankly, I don't see anyone here worthy of sitting in that chair." Xiao Guiying's gaze was sharp as a blade as she swept her eyes coldly over Xian Gongzi. "Don't push your luck. This deerskin armchair is a symbol of the alliance leader's authority. How could it be given away so casually? Humph. Are you harboring resentment over your own defeat, and now deliberately making trouble for me?" Xian Gongzi threw his head back and let out a harsh, manic laugh. "Defeated? That's laughable." His eyes were as piercing as a hawk's, fixed intently on Xiao Guiying. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you hadn't betrayed me at the critical moment during our battle with Yuanyingzi ambushing me and knocking me from Qingtian Cliff, what right would you have to sit in that seat today?" "Nonsense." Xiao Guiying snapped. "You failed to withstand Yuanyingzi's spell yourself and fell from the cliff. Now you want to twist the truth and blame me?" Xian Gongzi sneered. "That spell was meant for both of us. I could have dodged it easily, but at the last moment, you pushed me into its path. Not only did I take the full force of the attack and fall into the abyss, but I was also cursed for 10 years. Only a few days ago did I finally break free and return. After a decade fighting that curse, I am a changed man in body and spirit." He stared at Xiao Guiying, his gaze burning. "When I heard there would be a sword contest today, I guessed that you never one to back down would show up to restore your reputation. If you truly had what it takes to lead the human world to glory, I'd let the past go. But seeing your disgraceful behavior today, I had no choice but to step forward." Xiao Guiying listened with a faint, mocking smile, then replied leisurely, "You spin quite a tale, almost convincing enough to fool even me. Don't you all agree?" A voice called out from the crowd. "That's right. Elder Xiao has always been honorable, head never do such a thing. This old man is just making up excuses for his own failure." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Xian Gongzi, unfazed, stared straight at Xiao Guiying. "If you think I'm just putting on a show, why not face me in a fair fight and send me off the stage properly?" "Humph," Xiao Guiying replied coolly. "If not for our old alliance, do you think I'd let you prattle on here?" But inwardly, he was wary. This man looks full of vigor. Could he really have gained new power at the bottom of Qingtian Cliff? If so, perhaps I should strike first. As Xiao Guiying weighed his options, Xian Gongzi let out another cold laugh. "I'm here today to challenge you for the alliance leader's seat. Treat me as you did Yuanyingzi of it, you're all." "Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way," Xiao Guiying said, narrowing his eyes, his tone laced with menace. Thoughts raced through his mind, but he forced a faint smile and said quietly, "After all we've been through together, fighting side by side as allies, how could we just turn on each other so easily?" He paused, sweeping his gaze around the room before continuing. "Look, everyone who's come to this sword trial today is a renowned figure. Any one of you could stand alone as a hero. Tell me, Who here hasn't dreamed of becoming the leader? The crowd fell silent, clearly unsure what he was getting at. Suddenly, Xiao Guiying let out a soft laugh, breaking the tension. Why so reserved, everyone? We're all men of honor here. If you have something to say, just say it. Each of us is a dragon among men, who would willingly stoop to being a worm. He paused briefly, his voice growing firmer. The old hero is right, we're all dragons, so why should we settle for anything less? The crowd erupted in a chorus of voices. Xiao Guiying raised his hand, quickly silencing the commotion. Let me ask you this, who among you doesn't long to compete for the title of leader? As soon as he finished, the room went quiet again, the air thick with tension. After a moment, someone muttered, even if we wanted to, how would we ever get the chance? Another chimed in, that's right, Elder Xiao, everyone expects you to lead. How could we even dare to dream of it? A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Guiying's eyes as he raised his voice. No, each of you has a chance if you have the heart for it. Today is your opportunity. He suddenly turned and glanced sideways at Xian Gongzi. As long as you can defeat Xian Gongzi. You? Xian Gongzi glared at him, his expression dark. How despicable, you're practically sending me to my death. Pitting everyone against me. Only you could come up with that. Aren't you here for the leader's seat as well? Why don't you challenge me first? But Xiao Guiying had already regained his usual easy smile, answering without a care, from this day forward, I'm retiring from the martial world. I won't involve myself in these rivalries anymore, nor in matters of gods or mortals. He smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his tone. The crowd gasped in shock, and Xian Gongzi was left speechless, staring in disbelief. Suddenly, Xiao Guiying shouted, well, what are you waiting for? The leader's seat goes to the strongest, go and fight for it. Before his words had even faded, the crowd surged forward like wild beasts, weapons clashing and fists flying as chaos erupted on stage. The noise was deafening, as if a storm had swept through the hall. Xiao Guiying had already vanished, and Ruer, startled, dropped her chair and disappeared into the crowd as well. Xian Gongzi, however, wasn't so lucky. The stage was in complete turmoil, and nearly everyone wanted to challenge him. Surrounded on all sides by 100 eager opponents, escape was impossible. At that very moment, on a distant mountaintop, stood a young man and woman. The man looked to be about 20, dressed in worn black clothes. His face was stern, but his eyes held a trace of confusion as he gazed down at the chaos below. He seemed to mutter to himself, what's become of this world? Even with danger all around, people still turn on each other. If demons or gods were to attack, I doubt we'd stand a chance. Before he could finish, the woman beside him cut in coldly, demons and gods? Humph, don't forget I am a goddess. How dare you speak that way in front of me? The woman clenched her fists so tightly her whole body trembled for a while. Then, all at once, she released her grip and glared fiercely at the man in front of her. The man, his strange eyes slanting toward her, suddenly curled his lips into a smirk. Well, I never thought you'd look so charming when you're angry, he teased, his tone unmistakably playful. You. The woman was so infuriated by his flippant words that her voice shook with anger. Don't push your luck. Don't forget, right now you're my prisoner. If the goddess king hadn't ordered me to bring you back alive, do you really think you'd still be? She abruptly stopped, realizing the man's gaze was boldly roaming over her face. Her heart raced. How can he look at me like that? No wonder the goddess king says there's no good man in the mortal world. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. The man noticed the rosy glow on her cheeks, and her delicate beauty sent a jolt through him. She's even more stunning than my own Ruer, he thought. But as her words sank in, he remembered his precarious situation and forced a wry smile. You still haven't told me why your goddess king wants to see me. I'm just an ordinary man, nothing special. Humph. Seeing that the unsettling fire in his eyes had faded, the woman dared to look back at him, though she remained wary. If the goddess king wants to find you, she has her reasons. Just come with me, no more questions. The man let out a strange laugh. Is that so? But as I recall, there's some bad blood between me and your divine realm. Why should I just follow you without a fuss? What do you want then? The woman snapped impatiently, frowning. I've already let you wait here for half an hour. What are you still stalling for? The man's attitude shifted slightly as he replied with a smile. Nothing at all. Fine, let's just wait here. I won't trouble you anymore. Old man? The woman's brow furrowed in annoyance. From now on, don't refer to yourself like that in front of me. Well, the man scratched his head. I don't think that's really up to you, is it? You're not my wife, after all. And even if you were, there's nothing wrong with me calling myself that in front of my own wife, is there? You. The woman bit down hard in frustration, glaring at him, ready to retort. But just then, a deafening roar erupted in the distance, as if countless ancient beasts were stampeding toward them. Her delicate brows knitted together, and she cried out, oh no, they're here. We have to go now, or it'll be too late. With that, she moved to drag him away. Wait, the man suddenly shouted, his playful expression vanishing. What did you say? Who's coming? Are they the divine beasts? No, I can't leave. I can't just stand by and watch my people get slaughtered by them. You? The woman shot him a scornful look. With your mediocre skills, who do you think you can save? Others may not have noticed, but I saw everything. Back on that stage, you tried to fool those ignorant humans with a fake arm, but it didn't escape my eyes. And that so-called leap of yours? You used a nearly invisible strand of silk on my right. The man stared at her, shocked. You saw all that? How is that possible? Those moves were supposed to be undetectable. How could you see through them? Humph. The woman let out a cold laugh, a hint of contempt flickering in her eyes. Humans are so ignorant, unwilling to admit even the simplest truths. The gods cultivate both body and soul in ways your mortal world could never hope to match. Take my divine insight eyes. For example, they perceive every subtle change in the world, able to sense even the slightest movement. Even if you trained for 100 years, you'd never reach such a level. At that moment, the heavy sound of explosions grew louder, gradually reaching their ears. The man snorted and looked away, his face betraying no emotion. Instead, he straightened his robe and strode purposefully toward the distant battle platform. What are you doing? The woman exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise and caution. Do you have any idea who followed the nascent soul lord here today? Millennia-old armored warriors, ancient beasts, legendary weapons, and countless minor deities. Any one of them could easily end your life. The man listened, then gave her a calm, fearless smile. Thank you for the warning, but I want to abandon my people. With that, he didn't hesitate for a moment and walked straight toward the battle platform. You're just going to your death. The woman suddenly blocked his path, grabbing his arm. You haven't even begun to cultivate. How could you possibly save anyone? He didn't stop. With a sudden burst of strength, he broke free from her grasp and shot toward the platform like an arrow released from its string. Yet, through her all-seeing eyes, his movements seemed as slow as a crawling snail, no threat at all. With the slightest shift, she appeared behind him, casting a spell that bound him in place. Just then, a force like a rampaging beast tore through the air, roaring with wild winds. The ground shook, dust and sand swirled, rocks shattered and flew in all directions. Birds and beasts scattered in terror. Plants were snapped and flattened by the storm. It was as if disaster itself had descended. Clouds churned overhead, blotting out the rising sun, and the whole world seemed to tremble in anticipation of the coming catastrophe. For a moment, time stood still. The air grew thick with a sense of impending doom, as if signaling that an unavoidable conflict was about to erupt. A violent gale swept through, drawing the first wave of frenzied beasts. A line of massive creatures with tiger heads and lion tails charged out ahead of the rest. Towering above a man's shoulder, their razor-sharp claws tore into the ground as they let out ear-piercing roars. These tiger-lion beasts crashed through the last barrier of forest at the edge of the platform like a surging tide, heading straight for the crowd. The people on the platform heard a thunderous rumble in the distance, as loud as dry thunder cracking the sky. They looked around in confusion, only to see a horde of giant beasts rushing toward them. Panic erupted, with terrified screams echoing as everyone scrambled to flee. People pushed and shoved to get off the platform, desperate to escape before the beasts reached them. But how could human legs possibly outrun the 4 powerful limbs of a giant beast? Although most managed to get off the platform before the monsters arrived, the open ground below offered little cover. The weaker among them barely made it a few steps before being caught. One beast snatched up a person and bit off half their head in a single gulp, swallowing them whole in moments, leaving not even a bone behind. Those who remained trapped on the platform faced an even more gruesome fate. Like live bait in a cage, they were devoured whole, skin and bones, as the beasts fought over them. Some were torn apart before they even died, their agonized screams piercing the sky, a sound that would haunt the survivors' dreams for many nights to come. The massacre lasted nearly half an hour. Only when the beasts had gorged themselves were they called back by their handlers. What remained on and around the platform were winding rivers of blood, shredded clothing, and piles of corpses stacked like small hills. Only about 100 quick-thinking individuals managed to escape to the mountain where the man and woman in black stood. Gasping for breath, they stopped halfway up the slope, staring in terror at the divine army slowly advancing below. Witnessing the slaughter of his people, the man in black trembled with rage, fury burning through him like wildfire. He shouted at the woman, "Let me go. I'll kill Xian Gongzi," but before he could finish, his throat tightened and he couldn't utter another word. The woman grabbed him and quickly led him past the mountain peak, hiding behind a massive boulder. "They'll let you speak again as long as you stop yelling," she said. But the man only glared at her with eyes full of hatred, as if he could pierce her with his gaze. The woman sighed. "Forget it. It's better if you stay silent for now. If Yuan Shangzhu notices us again, we'll be in trouble." It turned out that although the man's earlier shouting hadn't been particularly loud, it had already caught the attention of Xian Gongzi, whose cultivation was profound. The woman noticed Xian Gongzi glance in their direction, her heart sinking. With her understanding of his abilities, she knew that if he wasn't pursuing them now, it was only because he was preoccupied elsewhere. She knew that once things were settled over there, their enemies would surely turn their attention here, and when that happened, this young man would have little chance of survival. Without wasting a moment, she quickly pressed a pressure point on the man in black, silencing him, and dragged him to a hidden spot behind the mountain. With the rocky slopes blocking their view, it was impossible to see the battlefield ahead, but angry shouts rang out clearly. You attack without warning, slaughtering thousands of innocent people in the mortal world. You're more vicious than a beast. So this is what the so-called gods and demons are, creatures with no humanity at all. There are no true gods who walk the righteous path. The young man in black immediately recognized the voice. It was Xian Gongzi, the lone hero from the summit of Kunlun. He had heard this chivalrous and aloof swordsman speak before, but to hear such fury in his words now, he must have been pushed to his limits. Well said. The young man cheered silently, feeling his blood boil. These so-called gods and demons behave worse than animals, yet they dare claim such titles. They're nothing but beasts in disguise. As indignation surged within him, the woman's voice sounded by his ear, tinged with meaning. You must agree with what he said, don't you? Though the man was immobilized and silenced by the pressure point, and couldn't see the woman's face, he could sense how grim her expression must be. After a moment, she spoke again, her tone cool. Don't think all beings from the divine realm are so heartless. The young man snorted dismissively through his nose, clearly unconvinced. Just then, a wild, thunderous laugh erupted, shaking the rocks around them and nearly splitting his eardrums. As the art of war says, planning comes first, attacking comes third. My surprise attack and my beast army's vanguard tactics, though they meet with the approval of Xian Gongzi, the great master? Huh. Such arrogant words made the young man in black seethe with rage. Sure enough, Xian Gongzi roared back, shameless scoundrel. You think I'll let you run wild? Life and death are small matters, humiliation is not. I will not allow you to disgrace my people. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Draw your swords, face the enemy, and avenge our fallen. Instantly, a thunderous battle cry erupted from the other side of the mountain. The young man's blood surged with excitement, his whole body trembling, but he was helpless to move because of the pressure point. Seeing his state, the woman spoke quietly. If you promise not to shout, I'll release your voice. He grunted in agreement. As soon as she released the pressure point, he blurted out anxiously, quick, release the rest of my restraints. I can't stand it, I have to join the fight. No, absolutely not. The woman's expression was grave. That nascent soul master's powers are far beyond yours. If you go out there without any cultivation, you'll only be throwing your life away. The man in black glared angrily at the woman, then suddenly turned his head and roared toward the other side of the mountain. You whining brat. Your father is here, why don't you kneel and beg? Before he could finish, the woman swiftly struck his throat, silencing him. She tucked him under her arm and vanished into the sky in an instant. Seeing this, the others immediately dove down, but the targets had already disappeared, leaving them to flail about like headless flies. Yuan Yingzi's followers fought desperately to block the attackers, but in the blink of an eye, more than half were killed or wounded. When Yuan Yingzi heard the insults coming from beyond the mountain, he flew into a rage. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he shot straight into the clouds, racing toward the source of the voice. The tide of battle shifted abruptly. With Yuan Yingzi gone, the leaderless army of the divine realm quickly fell into disarray. Xian Gongzi and his men seized the opportunity, breaking through several lines of defense. Though the cost was high, they cut a bloody path forward. Xian Gongzi slew countless enemy commanders and finally reached the outer defenses. But when he turned to look back, he froze in shock off the hundreds of brothers who had charged alongside him. Only a handful remained, still fighting desperately. He watched helplessly as the last few were run through by enemy blades, and his heart twisted with pain. I've fought in the divine realm since I was 20, on more than 100 battlefields. Even when I was betrayed by Xiao Guiying 10 years ago and plunged into the abyss, I never gave up. But in all these battles, I've never witnessed such total annihilation, Xian Gongzi thought bitterly, gazing up at the drifting clouds. Is heaven mocking me, refusing to let me die with honor? A surge of tragic resolve welled up in his chest, blood pounding. He looked at Yuan Yingzi, who was swooping down from the sky, and spoke with a sense of despair. I've spent my life on the battlefield and never suffered such a defeat. I can't face my people anymore. We are both commanders. I refuse to die by another's hand. So for this final battle. Yuan Yingzi hovered above, his gaze cold as he swept his eyes over Xian Gongzi. Suddenly, he shouted to the assembled gods, "Where is Xian?" A pale-faced, strangely dressed middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, his expression blank. Xian is here. What are your orders, holy master? Good, Yuan Yingzi replied, studying him closely. He sighed softly. I've trained you all for 100 years cultivating your nature, refining your bodies. Your training has paid off. Today, I order you to bring me the head of that traitor. Remember, there is no army without cunning, no cunning without deception, no deception without trickery, and no trickery without poison. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. Most importantly, do not fail me. Xian cupped his hands in salute. Holy master, I can never repay your century of guidance. Today, I will capture and kill the traitor for you, even if it costs me my life. Go, Xian Gongzi said, giving him a last, lingering look. With a slight nod, Wana Xieshan accepted the order. Like an arrow, he shot toward Xian Gongzi, whose face was filled with sorrow. Xian Gongzi overheard that his opponent had only sent a minor lackey to deal with him. Seeing the scornful look on the man's face, anger surged within him. He was about to shout in fury when, all of a sudden, a dazzling, sinister light shot toward him. Xian Gongzi thought to himself, forget it. A defeated general isn't worth boasting about. Taking a deep breath, he leapt into the air, tilting his long sword at an angle. Sword light danced around him as he moved gracefully to confront his opponent. The energy between the two clashed instantly, whipping the air into a frenzy. Their robes fluttered and hair flew wildly, creating a storm that briefly dazzled the onlookers. Just as their paths were about to cross, the evil god gave a cold shout, go. Before the words had even faded, a ball of energy, larger than a fist, shot towards Xian Gongzi's forehead with a piercing shriek. The energy orb crackled as it tore through the air, closing in on Xian Gongzi's sword aura in an instant. Sensing the heavy pressure, Xian Gongzi noticed the attack lacked true force, clearly a trick. He adjusted his sword calmly, flicking his wrist so the blade traced a subtle arc. The tip of his sword tapped the energy orb, diverting it away. Though that energy orb was powerful enough to cause grave injury upon impact, if struck hidden, it would explode into thousands of fine energy threads, piercing flesh and reaching the heart. Yet Xian Gongzi's sword aura had deftly redirected it, leaving no chance for a reaction. The evil god paused in surprise, a strange smile forming on his lips as he fixed Xian Gongzi with a cold, sinister gaze. Impressive, he sneered, eyes flashing with malice. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he shouted, rise. With that, his entire body shot upward, soaring into the air. His form twisted and gathered, taking on the shape of a spectral dragon as his flamboyant robes fluttered in the wind. Xian Gongzi swung his sword sharply, sending a fierce gust of sword energy hurtling toward the swirling dragon figure. The evil god smiled faintly and whispered, illusion. Instantly, the spectral dragon veered aside, easily dodging the sword energy. Unexpectedly, the attack curved midair after reaching its peak, homing in on the target. The evil god was stunned. The sword energy seemed to move with a will of its own, impossible to predict. As it was about to strike him, he roared, phantasm. The spectral dragon exploded into countless dazzling lights, scattering in all directions. The sword energy collided with the lights and vanished without a trace. The crowd erupted in cheers. Bravo. Well done. Xian Gongzi was taken aback for a moment. Then his gaze hardened. He stared up at the evil god, who still hovered in the air, and said in a low voice, you got away this time. But you'd better watch yourself for what comes next. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, go. Countless blades of sword light flashed into existence, transforming into a storm of blades that shot toward the dragon in the sky with thunderous force, surging relentlessly at the evil god. The demonic god's eyes flashed with an eerie light, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As the sword aura closed in, he suddenly reached out into the void with both hands. In an instant, a dazzling silver light appeared in his grasp, its brilliance outshining the golden sun above. Before anyone could see what he held, the object spun rapidly, transforming into a dense, impenetrable silver-white web that surged to meet the forceful sword wind. With a thunderous shout of Xian, a phantom dragon materialized beneath his feet, carrying him straight into the raging currents stirred by the sword energy. The silver-white web collided with the turbulent air, unleashing a series of muffled, sizzling sounds. Blinding flashes of white light streaked across the sky, leaving those on the ground reeling and dazed. The phantom dragon twisted and soared in the void, its movements too swift to follow. With a deafening crash, a burst of white radiance exploded in the sky, spreading outward like a tidal wave. It pierced through the clouds and vanished at the horizon, dispersing much of the sword wind that had filled the air. While the crowd was still in shock, Xian Gongzi barked coldly. Impressive, you've already mastered the art of shaping energy. In that case, I won't be holding back any longer. As he spoke, he flicked his long sword, sending a gust of wind billowing through his black robe, making his tall figure appear even more imposing. The demonic god swept away several more blasts of sword wind with his strange silver blade, then sneered. If you're truly so skilled, why not prove it with your sword instead of empty boasts? Xian Gongzi's eyes narrowed, a strange glint flashing within them. He replied with a cold smile. Ignorant brat, you don't even realize you're just a pawn. Very well, after 10 years of cultivation, I'll test my sword on you today. With a sudden tremor, his sword shot forward, its blade extending in a flash of light as it stabbed straight at the demonic god suspended in midair. The unexpected move left everyone below stunned. For a moment, the demonic god froze, realizing only then how unpredictable his opponent's attacks were. With no way to dodge, he stopped spinning his strange blade and struck upward to meet the sword's gleam. A sharp metallic clang rang out, sending tremors through both fighters. Only then did the crowd catch a clear glimpse of the demonic god's weaponized halberd head with an inward curving blade, its handle flaring outward like a saber, polished to a blinding shine. Seeing his strike fail, Xian Gongzi instantly changed tactics, his sword darting from the opposite direction. The demonic god fixed his gaze on the slanting sword light, then suddenly let out a fierce shout, hurling his halberd directly at the sword's vulnerable point. But Xian Gongzi was not so easily provoked. As the strange weapon hurtled toward him, a sly smile appeared on his lips. He abruptly withdrew his power, shortening the sword's aura by several feet and deftly dodging the full-force attack. Before his opponent could react, he twisted his wrist, and the sword's light surged forth again, slashing back at the demonic god from a sharp angle. The two fighters wielded weapons of starkly different lengths, one short and unpredictable, the other long and fiercely aggressive. As they clashed, the evil god moved through the air like a phantom, darting effortlessly in and out of reach. Meanwhile, Xian Gongzi's sword light swept across the battlefield like a wild beast, but the sheer size of his weapon made it unwieldy, and its excessive sharpness actually hindered his agility. This gave the evil god the confidence to risk a direct confrontation, never expecting that Xian Gongzi could retract his sword energy at will. At the very instant their weapons brushed past each other, the evil god felt a jolt of alarm. Something was terribly wrong. Before he could react, a powerful gust surged up behind him, leaving him no time to dodge. Just as he braced himself for pain, a thunderous crash exploded behind his head. Years of battlefield experience kicked in, and he instinctively dropped straight down, plummeting towards the ground like a falling star. Suddenly, a ripple spread through the air, and a flash of light streaked across the sky, racing toward the evil god as he fell. It wrapped around him, bundling him up like a rice dumpling, and pulled him back into the air. Only then did everyone see what it was, a flying cloth sack that had snared the evil god, slowly drawing him upwards as if guided by an unseen hand. At some point, flakes as light as goose feathers began to drift down from the sky, yet the air remained stifling, without a trace of cold. As the flakes fell lower, people realized they were not snow, but tiny scraps of velvet cloth. At that moment, Xian Gongzi let out a cold laugh that cut through the air like a blade, drawing the attention of gods and demons alike. His robes billowed, hair whipping in the wind, long sword held horizontally with its tip pointed skyward. His other hand was splayed open, as if grasping some invisible force. With a disdainful glance, he sneered, "I knew you wouldn't fight fair, but I didn't expect you to betray your word so quickly. Fine, since I'm already facing you all alone, I have nothing to fear from your ambushes. Come, gods and demons, let's have a real battle." With a sudden movement, he launched himself forward, sword energy surging outward in waves. The force sent gods and demons scattering, cries of pain ringing out as a shockwave blasted a gaping hole in their ranks. Like a wild beast, Xian Gongzi charged ahead, closing in on Yuan Yingzi's chariot. Yuan Yingzi watched Xian Gongzi draw closer, his eyes cold but his heart racing with excitement. His hands trembled, blood boiling with anticipation. He thought, "Humph, I've been itching for this fight. Since Xian Gongzi is throwing his life away, he'll gladly oblige." Xian Gongzi was nearly upon him, with only a handful of minor soldiers in the way. Yuan Yingzi's joy grew as the distance closed. "Just a bit closer, just a bit more, and he'll have your life." He watched as Xian Gongzi knocked aside another soldier and stepped forward, his heart pounding so hard he could almost hear his enemy's screams already. But just then, Xian Gongzi suddenly struck a divine soldier aside, and, like a runaway horse, veered sharply to one side. Yuan Yingzi's heart sank, and he shouted, "Xingzhenren, didn't you want to fight to the death with me? Why give up so easily?" Xian Gongzi didn't spare him a glance. His figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the ranks of soldiers. Wherever his sword flashed, he carved out a path of carnage, leaving a swath of empty ground behind him. Yuan Yingzi, seeing his prey slipping away, was furious. He swept his cold gaze over the soldiers blocking his pursuit and bellowed, "Everyone, stand down. Disobey, and you'll be executed." The celestial soldiers, well trained as they were, immediately halted their actions at the command, even though moments before they'd been struggling to fend off Xian Gongzi's unpredictable attacks. Yuan Yingzi quickly spotted Xian Gongzi's position and sneered, "Xingzhenren, do you really think you can escape this time?" Xian Gongzi glanced around, then suddenly lunged with his sword at three enemy commanders to his right, his voice icy. "Those who disobey are executed after the battle, but those who obey will lose their heads right now." As he spoke, three heads flew into the air, blood spraying everywhere. Yuan Yingzi roared, launching himself at Xian Gongzi like a hunting hawk. Without even turning, Xian Gongzi swept his sword at several soldiers nearby. "Are you really so eager to die by my sword?" Another head fell to the ground. The surrounding celestial soldiers' eyes flashed with bloodlust, and someone shouted, "Brothers, Are we just going to stand here and let him cut us down one by one? Kill him. The soldiers' rage boiled over, and chaos erupted once more. By the time Yuan Yingzi reached the scene, the crowd was already in turmoil, and Xian Gongzi had vanished. Yuan Yingzi shouted again, "Stand down. Are you all defying orders? Do you know what happens to those who disobey?" His words rang out like thunder, shocking the soldiers into stillness. Images of their comrades suffering in the hells of the celestial realm, burned by fire, frozen by ice, tortured beyond endurance, flashed through their minds. Dreading such a fate, the soldiers stopped resisting. Xian Gongzi seized the opportunity to behead several more enemy commanders, then let out a long, piercing cry. "I have spent my life on the battlefield, cutting down thousands of enemy generals, but never have I killed soldiers who put up so little resistance. Today, these deaths are an offering to all my fallen brethren." Finally, he turned to the advancing Yuan Yingzi and said coldly, "10 years ago, though I was driven off a cliff by you, I still brought about your crushing defeat. Today, let's finish what we started back then." His words echoed through the mountains. "Let's finish what we started. Finish what we started. What we started." The sound lingered, reverberating for a long time. A wisp of lingering clouds spread across the sky, veiling the bright sun that seemed eager to witness the mysteries of the mortal world. It was as if the heavens wished to leave this moment to the gods and mortals below, unwilling to let anything else intrude. A gentle mountain breeze stirred, unsettling the hearts of the gods and generals standing in silence. Yuan Yingzi's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the longbow on his back let out a low, resonant hum. His gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixed on the silver-haired elder standing opposite him, Xian Gongzi. The old man's expression was solitary and desolate, yet he carried an air of aloof dignity that commanded respect. Yuan Yingzi couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration. But that respect was fleeting. Yuan Yingzi quickly composed himself, reached back, and drew his gilded eagle bow in one swift motion. Raising an eyebrow with pride, he declared, "This bow is called Arrow Slave. I'm sure you witnessed its power 10 years ago. Today, I will shoot only 3 arrows. Whether you survive or not depends on your own fate." Xian Gongzi's brows furrowed in anger as he drew his long sword, slashing it through the air to create a flurry of sword flowers. His voice boomed, shaking the air. "The living are fish, the dead, bear's paw. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. To abandon the fish and seize the bear's paw, that is true heroism. I am ready for battle. Come at me with all you have. If you're so determined to die, then I shall grant your wish." Yuan Yingzi replied with a cold laugh. He gripped the end of his bow with one hand and reached for the bowstring with the other, as if readying an invisible arrow. Strangely, there was no arrow on the bow. This unusual act should have drawn suspicion, yet Xian Gongzi stood as if facing a mortal threat, every nerve taut, eyes fixed on the empty space where an arrow should be. Sweat began to bead on his back. The sun finally broke through the clouds, illuminating the cold, disdainful smile on Yuan Yingzi's face. In that split second, his fingers made a barely perceptible movement on the bow. The motion was so quick and subtle that it escaped the notice of the onlooking gods and generals, but not Xian Gongzi, whose hawk-like eyes caught every detail. The moment Yuan Yingzi's fingers released the bowstring, Xian Gongzi's sword lashed out without hesitation, slashing at the empty air before him. Before the sword had traveled half a foot, a deafening explosion erupted like thunder. A dazzling flash exploded in front of Xian Gongzi, as if ignited by gunpowder. "Phantom arrow. That's the phantom arrow." The gods and generals erupted in wild cheers, as if witnessing the return of an ancient hero. "That's right. This is the legendary weapon of our greatest god, Yuan Yingzi, Eagle Bow, Arrow Slave. Powered by extraordinary inner energy, it fires invisible arrows, the bane of cultivators across the 5 realms," explained a man and woman who had appeared behind Yuan Yingzi. Both wore flamboyant robes, marking them as elite cultivators of the divine realm. The man, known as the evil god, wore his usual wicked grin. The woman's face was icy, her gaze full of contempt as she looked at Xian Gongzi, who was now like a trapped beast. She seemed to believe that she alone reigned supreme in all the heavens. It was she who had spoken those flattering, yet distant words. "That old man may have dodged the Lord's first arrow by luck, but he won't escape the second," she said coldly. She wasn't exaggerating. The eagle bow, arrow slave, and the phantom arrow were legendary throughout the 5 realms tens of thousands of years ago, a symbol of destiny and power. The tale spoke of a godly hero, Yuan Yingzi, who wielded the eagle bow and arrow slave, unleashing arrows that none could withstand. His reputation dominated the realms for millennia, unmatched by any opponent. 1,000 years later, a sinister and ruthless demon god suddenly appeared in the divine realm, leaving a trail of evil deeds in his wake. He personally led the gods' armies to hunt down this fiend, and the two clashed in a fierce battle at the treacherous cliffs of Mythology, the most perilous place under the heavens. Their fight lasted for days. In the end, both of them fell from the cliffs and were never seen again. After Yuan Yixi's fall, his eagle bow vanished, and the legendary art of the Arrow King was lost forever. Yet today, the Holy Lord unexpectedly revealed that very bow, long thought lost to time, and with it displayed the might of the Arrow King. This act was a clear declaration to the world. A new, peerless hero had risen in the divine realm. Xian Gongzi could feel the overwhelming power of his opponent. He was stunned that Yuan Yingzi's cultivation had increased tenfold in just 10 years. He had once thought Yuan Yingzi an ordinary mortal, but now he had become the most formidable enemy the divine realm had ever faced. Peace among the human world, the spirits, the ghostly domains, and the Buddhist realm would no longer be possible. The divine realm's ambition to conquer the four realms had long been apparent, and now panic threatened to return the world to the chaos of a millennium ago. Suddenly, a blazing arrow pierced Xian Gongzi's heart. He hadn't sensed any danger at all. Eyes wide in shock, he stared at Yuan Yingzi, struggling to hold on to his last shred of clarity. Through his fading vision, he saw Yuan Yingzi putting away the eagle bow and turning away. A cold, sinister smile etched onto his face, a sight Xian Gongzi would never forget. As he fell, he realized that the final blow had been a brazen ambush. Though the bow was visible, the arrow had struck from the shadows. Yuan Yingzi swept a cold gaze over the battlefield, littered with divine soldiers and mortal heroes alike. Then he looked up at the drifting clouds and murmured, he was right. Death itself isn't frightening. What's truly terrifying is not knowing how you died. Before his words had fully faded, his eyes, sharp as blades, swept over the assembled warriors. For the sake of our people, there may be more deaths ahead, but every one of them will be for the glory of the gods. They die honorably, for the great cause of our kind. Their deaths are glorious. Suddenly, the demon god raised his halberd high and shouted passionately, for the glory of the gods, we die with honor. The soldiers were instantly roused, raising their weapons and shouting in unison, for the glory of the gods, we die with honor. Their voices echoed through the mountains, shaking the very sky. Yuan Yingzi raised his hand abruptly, cutting off their fervent cries. His voice was cold as he said, if we destroy Xian Gongzi today, it's as if we've severed one of old Xiao's arms. The mortals may be many, but they're nothing more than arrogant commoners. They're no match for our divine army. He gave a cold snort. Sui Luoying, you two come forward. A pair of strikingly dressed men and women stepped forward, bowing with anticipation, awaiting the Holy Lord's command. Yuan Yingzi lifted his hand slightly. You two are to track old Xiao's movements. Remember, I want a full report on the enemy's troops, equipment, and supplies. Leave nothing out. The pair accepted their orders and withdrew. Only then did Yuan Yingzi straighten his robe and continue. Tonight we'll likely see a fierce battle. Rest and prepare for now. Once they return with the enemy's information, they'll give further orders. He paused, then suddenly turned to a mysterious figure beside him, a god shrouded in black robes and veiled in black gauze, with only a pair of piercing, eagle-like eyes exposed. In a cold voice, he asked, that boy lacks confidence. He's just an ordinary mortal. Do you think you can capture him? The mysterious god replied in a deep voice, your command is my duty, Holy Lord. I will give it my all. Yuan Yingzi was secretly cursing the old man's slyness when he heard him only say, I'll do my best without giving a clear promise. Still, he couldn't help but respect the man's skill at summoning spirit beasts. Fine, have the spirit beast master send out the swiftest beast to track him down, Yuan Yingzi said reluctantly, his tone suddenly turning cold. I want him alive. The mysterious spirit beast master gave a slight nod, then let out a sharp whistle that pierced the air. A white light flashed beneath his feet, and he vanished instantly. Yuan Yingzi stared in the direction the master had disappeared, a cold, sinister smile creeping onto his lips. No one dares disrespect me. Anyone who tries will know what it means to be condemned to a lifetime in the abyss. Meanwhile, in the forest, a woman was flying at high speed, carrying a man dressed in black. As soon as the man's mute acupoint was released, he started shouting, if you don't stop, I'm going to start cursing. The woman ignored him, focused on getting them away as quickly as possible. Sure enough, the man immediately began to rant. You crazy girl, always doing whatever you want. You wild brat. You're just a cold-blooded puppet, no thoughts, no feelings, no heartbeat, no breath. You're the one with no heart. The woman finally snapped back. Well, so you're not deaf after all. You have ears, just no brains, the man mocked. You're the one who's brainless, she shot back, annoyed. TSK, for a little thief, you're pretty clever, the man said, rolling his eyes. Still, you're not quite as sharp as a man, though I guess that's already impressive for you. What do you mean by that? She demanded. He gave her a once-over, grinning slyly. It's just something about this isn't right, no matter how you look at it. What are you talking about? Haven't you heard of the saying that men and women should keep their distance? Her cheeks flushed as she realized how inappropriate it was to be holding a man like this. But she quickly regained her composure. That's a Confucian rule for humans. If we were in the divine realm. Oh, so in the divine realm, this kind of craziness is normal? He interrupted. Ridiculous. I'm saving your life, and instead of being grateful, you just keep insulting me, she huffed, rolling her eyes. So tell me, how exactly am I inferior to you? You really want to know? He replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Of course, I may not have trained as long as you, but am still much stronger than someone as weak as you. Sigh, I'm afraid if I say it, you'll get angry and throw me out of the sky. Don't worry, I promise I won't get mad. Really? A gentleman keeps his word. Well then the man's eyes gleamed with mischief. Haven't you noticed that your chest is? Before he could finish, the woman tossed him out of the sky without hesitation. I said a gentleman, but am not one. You bastard, her furious voice echoed above as the man plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Pengtai felt as if head slammed into something impossibly hard. The force of the sudden stop after his rapid plummet sent a jolt of pain through his legs, as if he'd been struck by lightning. The agony was so intense that his legs instantly went numb, and he tumbled sideways, crashing to the ground in a humiliating sprawl. In a flash, he rolled onto his back, cursing inwardly at how wretched this fall was, far the most embarrassing of his life. But before he could finish the thought, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his hips, so excruciating that he couldn't focus on anything else. Damn it, what the hell did I hit to end up like this? The man in black fumed through clenched teeth. If I could move right now, I'd make whoever's responsible pay for this. And just what would you do to me, you little bastard? Came a harsh, rasping voice from the distance, so strange and grating it sent chills down his spine. Who's there? Though the man in black couldn't move, his tone remained fierce. Show yourself if you've got the guts. They'll show you what real power looks like. Before he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly loomed over him, blocking out the slanting rays of the setting sun. The man in black looked up and gasped in shock. Your head. That's all thanks to you. Don't you realize it? The figure was standing right in front of him, yet the voice seemed to echo from several yards away. Even stranger, the man in black couldn't tell exactly where on the figure the voice was coming from. When he didn't reply, the figure continued. So your silence means you admit it? That remark completely infuriated the man in black, who was used to getting his way. Nonsense. I'm in agony because of you. And you've got the nerve to come looking for trouble? If you've got any guts, lift this spell and fight me on your own. So, you've been restrained by one of those little brats from the divine realm. Fine. I'll let go of the grudge about you smashing my head into my stomach for now. Let me show you what I'm really capable of. With that, the figure extended a withered, claw-like hand and, with a flick, lifted the man in black off the ground. Even while immobilized, the man in black refused to back down. Huh. So I'm the one who drove your head into your belly? No wonder your voice sounds so bizarre. You're courting death. The figure roared, grabbing him by the collar and hurling him aside. The man in black arced through the air, suddenly feeling himself pass through a layer of loose sand before plunging into a pitch-black, bottomless hole. At the last moment, he managed to grab a dangling vine, narrowly avoiding being dashed to pieces. Pathetic. You think you can finish me off with a trick like that? You're nowhere near strong enough. He shouted defiantly into the darkness. Following the vine, he slowly descended to the bottom of the cave. Suddenly, his feet touched ice-cold water that reached up to his knees. The chill quickly spread through his body, making him shudder uncontrollably. Darkness enveloped him on all sides, as if he had been swallowed by thick ink. His heart tightened with unease, and he didn't dare linger. He immediately started wading forward, feeling his way ahead. He hadn't gone more than a few yards when he suddenly heard a faint sound beneath his feet, the clear noise of water breaking. He froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile and muttered, in a deep, hidden cave like this, could come to keep me company. Must just be an echo. But after only a few more steps, that strange sound in the water came again, clearer this time, cutting through the silence without warning. He stopped abruptly, fully alert, and shouted, "Who's there? Stop playing tricks and show yourself." The cave instantly fell into a deadly silence, broken only by the echo of his own voice, repeating his words over and over. The man in black let out a cold laugh, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He crouched down, plunging both hands into the water, ready to strike the surface as soon as he heard the sound again. Inwardly, he thought, if you want to play hide and seek with me, he'll play along until the end. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt something wet and slippery brush past his leg, gliding by in an instant. What was that? His heart tightened as he quickly tried to pull away, only to realize that something seemed to be wrapping around his feet. The sensation was slick and damp, a thick snake's body. A jolt of alarm shot through him, but he quickly gave a grim laugh. Just a snake? You think you can take me down? He bent quickly, grabbing the snake coiled around his legs with both hands, intending to tear it off. But at that moment, a sudden gust of wind whipped toward his head, so fast he couldn't react. With a loud crash, his head spun from the impact, and he nearly lost his balance. By feel, he could tell that this snake was as thick as his thigh, but the one head just grabbed was only as thick as his arm. Was there a giant snake hidden here too? A sinking feeling settled in his chest as he realized the danger he was in. Clearly, Someone knew there were venomous snakes lurking here and had deliberately led him into this trap, hoping he'd meet his end. Bastard, am not so easy to kill, he thought angrily. He quickly drew a hooked blade from his waist and swung it toward the edge of the wall where the vine hung. A flash of satisfaction crossed his mind, this time in being smart. I bet I've hooked onto a sturdy vine. But to his dismay, the blade caught a vine that kept slipping downward, making his movements more frantic as he tightened the rope and tried to climb. But why did it feel like he wasn't moving at all? Something's wrong, he realized, stopping abruptly. At that moment, the vine suddenly pulled with force, yanking him heavily toward the bottom of the cave. Unable to resist, he was dragged down along with it. What on earth is going on today? Panic rose in his chest as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. Not only had that crazy girl thrown him down from the sky, but now this headless creature had flung him straight into a bottomless, pitch-black pit. To make things worse, had just managed to hook a long vine clinging to the cliff's edge, only for it to suddenly give way and drop him agonized if the damn thing had a grudge against him. When the man in black finally hit the ground again, Head learned his lesson. This time, he made sure to land feet first, instead of falling backward or face first like before. He already knew there was a foot-deep pool of icy water at the bottom, so this way, he wouldn't break his legs from the impact or end up as embarrassed as last time. Suddenly, his feet landed on something soft and as thick as an ankle. Whatever it was couldn't withstand his falling momentum. It snapped under his toes and, in that instant, shot forward several feet, knocking the man off balance just as he was getting steady. With a loud thud, he landed hard on his left side. The sound wasn't the splash of water, definitely not. As soon as his head hit the ground and he opened his mouth to shout, something jammed itself inside. A rush of bitter liquid, along with something the size of a goose egg, flooded his mouth, forcing its way down his throat. It lodged there too late to spit it out. He struggled desperately, but fortunately, though it tasted awful, it was slippery enough to swallow after a few tries. Only then did the man in black have a moment to complain. Damn it, I swear I'll never eat another bird's egg in my life. A sharp crack echoed from above as rocks scraped together. Suddenly, a beam of bright sunlight shot straight down, illuminating everything around him. Only then did he realize his mouth was clamped around a gaping wound on the body of a thick snake so wide it was almost bigger than his own foot. It dawned on him. This must have been the soft thing had stepped on and broken just now. But then, what had he just swallowed? Panicking, he turned away and tried desperately to vomit up whatever was in his stomach, but after a long struggle, he couldn't even spit out a drop of saliva. Boy, you're still alive? Good. I knew those bugs and beasts couldn't finish you off. A voice called loudly from the hole above. What are you doing down there? Stop wasting time, get my treasure off your stupid hook. They'll pull you up and take you as my apprentice. Only then did the man in black notice what was hanging from his hook, and he couldn't help but laugh wryly. He hadn't hooked a vine at all, but a bizarre two-bodied snake. One side was as thick as a human leg, the very part had broken with his foot. The other side was only as thick as an arm, pinned motionless by his hook at the 7-inch spot. Its diamond-shaped head glared at him with huge, fierce eyes. Can things really be this coincidental? The man muttered, staring in disbelief at the strange two-bodied snake. Clicking his tongue, he said, maybe my luck isn't always so bad after all. Sometimes, just maybe. He suddenly looked up at the man in the opening above and shouted, Hey, I don't think we've met before. Your precious creature's been hurt because of me. Aren't you going to hold it against me? Of course, I would normally hold you responsible. However, the man high above curled his lips into a chilling smile. If you're willing to become my disciple, then even if my disciple harms my favorite, I won't blame you. A glint flashed in the eyes of the man in black, and he sneered inwardly. So, he wants to take me as his apprentice. Humph, luck really is on my side lately. Not only does the goddess queen of the divine realm want to see me, even this bizarre old man is trying to take me under his wing. Huh. I don't know what you're all really after, but I'm sure none of you are sincere. That much is clear to me. His mind racing, the man in black looked up, pretending to be helpless. But we've never even met before. I don't know what you're capable of. If I blindly accept you as my master and end up learning nothing, then? You really don't know who I am? The strange old man above suddenly shouted. His body swelled to several times its size, but his huge head began to shrink bizarrely into his stomach, as if some invisible force was swallowing it whole. Watching the old man's head disappear halfway, his eyes nearly sinking into his body, the man in black feigned sudden realization and cried out in shock. Ah, so it's you. Why didn't you say so earlier? I recognize you now, I really do. In truth, he had already recognized the old man's voice. It was the same one who had smashed his head into his belly and then thrown him into this cursed pit. But his resentment for the old man's hypocrisy made him wait until the head was halfway gone before pretending to figure it out. The old man knew full well this was a ploy, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger. He snorted inwardly. If it weren't for that unawakened aura on you, would I bother? Humph, he'll just have to put up with you for a while longer. He forced a look of delight and said, So, you're willing to call me your master now? Well, the man in black struggled to his feet, his tone dripping with mockery. I don't recall ever agreeing to that. I only said I recognized you and know your skills are powerful, but I never said I'd become your disciple. Humph. The old man finally lost his patience, rage flaring in his eyes. Whether you agree or not, you have no choice. He'll just leave you locked in this dark pit for days without food and see if you change your mind. With that, he made as if to seal the entrance. You can lock me up for a month and I still won't agree, the man in black shot back, completely unyielding. He'll just drink your precious snake's blood to quench my thirst and eat its flesh to keep from starving. Honestly, that blood earlier was delicious, and now I'm starving. Bastard. You little brat, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, a woman's anxious, urgent voice echoed from outside the cave, her worry and desperation evident in every word. Damn, what's that crazy girl doing here? The man in black's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of panic crossing his face too subtle to escape the old man's sharp, hawk-like gaze from high above. Sensing an opportunity, the old man abruptly changed his approach, raising his voice and adding a note of sorrow. Ah, you reckless boy. How could you be so careless and fall down there? How could you possibly survive? He made sure the woman outside would hear every word, his aged voice tinged with a sadness so real that anyone listening would feel a genuine pang of grief. What the hell do you want? The man in black curled up at the bottom of the deep pit, his heart tightening at the sound of a familiar voice from above. He looked up and shouted angrily, "Crazy girl, you threw me down from dozens of meters up, nearly killed me. Get lost. I don't want to see you. So you really are down there." The girl's clear voice echoed from the crack overhead, unable to hide her excitement. She turned to the strange old man beside her and said, "Sir, he's my friend. Could you help pull him up? The farther you go, the better. I don't have a pig-headed friend like you." The man in black fumed, but inside he was worried. This foolish girl, can't she see that old man is up to no good? Yet she still trusts him? The old man smiled kindly and asked with a hint of mischief, "I wouldn't have guessed you care about him this much. Could it be he's someone special to you?" The girl's cheeks flushed bright red as she stammered, "What are you talking about? We just met today. We're just ordinary friends." "Oh, I see," the old man said with mock understanding. "Well, if you're just friends, I'm afraid I can't help." The girl looked at him in confusion. "Why not?" The old man simply shook his head and smiled, refusing to answer. What nonsense is that old man spouting? The man in black muttered from below, unable to contain himself. Why would I ever fall for a girl who's both stupid and vicious? With that, he started to undo his belt. "If you don't leave, I'll just relieve myself right here." The girl, both embarrassed and angry, quickly turned away. "I chased after you because I was worried you'd get hurt. Not only are you ungrateful, but you insult me like this. If I accepted your kindness, I'd be nothing but a pile of broken bones right now." The man in black replied coldly. The girl's heart sank. She bit her lip, trying to compose herself. "Fine, I'll go then. Take care of yourself." With that, she turned and left without looking back. After making sure she was gone, the man in black sneered up at the old man. "So, you were hoping to use her to threaten me? Looks like your plan fell through." "Oh, you saw through my intentions?" the old man asked in surprise. "Your tricks are nothing," the man in black said smugly. "I was called a prodigy as a child. Your little schemes don't fool me. I can tell what someone's thinking just by the way they blink. If you purse your lips, I know exactly what you're about to say." The old man was about to lash out in anger, but at the last moment, he forced himself to hold back. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and asked in a deliberately steady voice, "Do you remember the very first thing I said to you when we met? What's that supposed to mean? Trying to act like we're old friends now?" The man in black thought to himself, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Outwardly, though, he put on an arrogant, unruly front and smirked. "I can barely remember my own words of wisdom, let alone bother with the ramblings of a senile old man. You're far too cocky." The old man's eyes glinted coldly, his fingers trembling slightly. "Good thing the seal on you hasn't been broken yet, or else." He suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping over the man in black. "If it weren't for that innate aura of yours, do you really think I'd still be standing here, putting up with your nonsense?" The thought flashed through the old man's mind, but he kept a calm exterior and continued. "Have you forgotten? Right after you fell off me so clumsily, you had a fleeting thought about dealing with Mo, but I saw right through it." The man in black frowned, his expression finally shifting. "What are you getting at, old man? You're not about to tell me you've mastered some mind-reading technique, are you?" There was a barely noticeable tension in his voice. The old man nodded slowly, a hint of pride in his expression. "That's right. I'm known as the ghostly calculator, the celestial fox Taoist. Mind reading is just one of the many arts in my repertoire." "Oh, really?" The man in black suddenly gave a strange smile, a glint of challenge in his eyes. "Then why don't you use your so-called skill to guess what I'm thinking right now?" Immediately, he began cursing the old man's ancestors up and down in his mind. Not satisfied, he glanced sideways at the old man's odd figure, thinking, "Unbelievable, this guy doesn't look human at all. His head's as big as a millstone, his waist as thick as a barrel, legs as chunky as beams, and his feet are flat and tiny like peas. This time, the old man really was left speechless. He realized, despite all his calculations, he hadn't accounted for the man being such a rogue. With a wry smile, he said, "I know you're not exactly fond of me." He paused, then suddenly fixed the man in black with a sharp gaze and said firmly, "But even so, you do believe now that I can read minds, don't you?" "You're pretty full of yourself, old man," the man in black sneered. "Sure, I'll admit that what I just thought about you wasn't very flattering. But even if you can see through my thoughts, so what?" He stubbornly continued, "I have no interest in prying into other people's secrets, and am certainly not going to become your disciple." Huh. It's rare to hear a word of self-reflection from you. The old man stroked his long beard, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. "But for the record, I never intended to take you as a student. You got that part wrong." A sly look passed through his eyes. "Still, think about it. If you could sense an enemy's intentions the moment they arose, and prepare in advance, especially if you had some secret techniques up your sleeve, well, you wouldn't just be a master of the martial world. You might even conquer it all. So that's what this is, but you're still trying to make me your apprentice." The man in black interrupted impatiently, his brow furrowed. "I don't care about being some martial arts master, and am not interested in ruling the world. I just want to know when you plan on letting me out of here." "Don't worry." The old man suddenly gave a mysterious smile, a strange gleam in his eyes. "Just wait a little longer. Once that girl returns and you two are reunited, they'll let you both out of this cave." "What?" The man in black burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the cave. "Wait for her to come back. Are you out of your mind, old man? That crazy girl is probably thousands of miles away by now. She's not coming back. You're completely muddled, absolutely senile," scoffed the man in black, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Fine, if you want to wait, then wait. Meanwhile, I'm starving over here." He grinned slyly as his stomach rumbled. With that, he angled himself toward the strange twin-bodied serpent. The creature stared at him with wide eyes but didn't dare move, as if held in place by some invisible force. "Don't move, you brat," the old man barked, his brows tightly knit. "You're the one who's totally clueless. Don't tell me you haven't noticed how deeply she cares for you?" The old man eyed him in surprise, wondering if the young man was just pretending to be oblivious. At these words, the man in black's expression changed abruptly. "Don't try to scare me. I admit I may have wronged your precious one, but it was never intentional. And you have no right to use that crazy girl to threaten me." The old man's gaze hardened. "I clearly sensed how hurt she was when you turned her down. Humph. That girl is a rare beauty, even among the gods, and yet you always wanting more." He was cut off by a chilling voice from outside the cave. "Tianhu, it's been a while. How did you end up arguing with such a scoundrel?" The old man's face changed instantly. In a flash, he sped out of the cave like lightning. Seeing the last glimpse of him about to vanish, the man in black shouted, "Hey, old man, let me out. Don't go, come back." But the old man was already gone, leaving the man in black shouting in vain. After a while, when everything fell quiet, he cursed under his breath, then turned his wicked gaze to the strange twin-bodied snake. "Snake, oh snake," he sneered. "Your master wanted to take advantage and ended up inviting disaster instead. Now, I'm starving. What should I do with you? Steam you, or boil you?" He rubbed his chin, then suddenly slapped his forehead. "Damn, I forgot to bring any seasoning, and who knows where your crazy masters dumped the water here." He sighed. "Looks like he'll just have to skin you and roast you over a fire." He dug out a fist-sized flint from his clothes, turning it over in his hands with satisfaction. "At least I remembered to bring this." But he still kept a tight grip on the hooked blade binding the snake, wary of letting up for even a second. The snake continued to stare at him, unmoving, which began to irritate the man in black. "What are you looking at? I'm about to eat you." "Humph." A cold snort came from above. "Who's there?" The man looked up angrily, meeting the cold, dazzling face of a woman floating in midair. "You?" The sight of her made him want to kick something. But since she was floating and his only flying tool was still hooked to the snake, all he could do was sneer. "Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to get lost and stay away?" It was the woman had chased off earlier. Seeing his icy expression, her heart trembled, but she forced herself to sound calm. "You certainly have some unusual tricks for dealing with these beasts. But wouldn't it be a shame to roast such a lovely snake? I don't care how cute it is. All I care about is whether it's edible." He was about to continue when a clear, melodious flute began to echo through the cave. Even though it came from far away and was muffled by stone, the music grew sharper and clearer, as if it were right beside them. "Cover your ears now," the woman shouted. "That's the call of a beast. Tamarit can control the minds of any weak spirit." But it was too late. The man in black suddenly felt a wave of heat surge through his veins, as if his blood were about to boil and burst from his body. He could no longer control himself. With a roar, he shot into the air like an arrow. The woman lunged to grab him, but the moment she touched his skin, a powerful heat jolted up her arm. Startled, she let go, watching helplessly as he hurtled past her, through the cave opening, and vanished into the distance. Shocked, she thought, even if his mind was controlled, his reaction shouldn't have been so extreme. But there was no time to dwell on. Itch immediately darted after him. Just then, a fierce blast of wind tore through the air behind her. She twisted her body at the last instant, spinning in the air as the force swept past, and then disappeared. In that brief moment, she glimpsed the Sour Saya strange, twin-bodied serpent, obviously no longer in control of its own movements. As the sun dipped low in the west, the sky was painted with vivid afterglow, casting the banyan grove in a dazzling brilliance rarely seen during the day. At the very tops of two towering banyan trees stood two mysterious figures clad in black. The one on the left was shrouded in a purple aura, exuding an imposing presence with a stern, commanding gaze. Though his brow was tightly furrowed, he remained silent. On the right, the elder's entire head and face were tightly wrapped in an inky black cloth, revealing only a pair of chilling eyes. His pupils, dark as black beans, gleamed with a fierce, ruthless light. At this moment, the two locked eyes, as if drawn together by a magnetic force. Neither moved, each staring intently at the other, while an invisible pressure surged and twisted between them, sending their robes billowing wildly in the turbulent air. Nearby, a woman watched the confrontation. Seeing that neither man paid her any mind, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief and was about to slip away when the sinister figure, wrapped in black, spoke coldly. Is Fairy Ting planning to rescue that crude mortal once again? Startled, the woman stopped in her tracks and shot a glance at the strange, ominous man. With a dismissive snort, she replied, by order of the goddess queen herself, I am to bring this guest from the mortal realm back unharmed. As the Beastmaster, you do well to show some respect when you speak. Oh, is that so? The dignified elder said with a strange laugh. That boy is now my prized disciple. Without my permission, he won't be going anywhere with you to meet your so-called goddess demon. Disciple? Fairy Ting exclaimed in disbelief. He has already acknowledged you as his master? The sinister man sneered. If he's your disciple, then why did he lash out so angrily at you the moment he and your heavenly fox Taoist friend brushed past each other, as if disgusted by your very presence? The elder, known as the heavenly fox immortal, gave a cold snort and chuckled. My disciple and I are of one mind. He knows how I despise you so-called divine spirits. Before he left, he entrusted me with his share of scornful words for you, rest assured. I'm more than happy to pass them along. Nonsense. The Beastmaster shot him a contemptuous look, then suddenly smiled slyly. If your precious disciple is so loyal, why is it that I've just roused his fighting spirit, and now he's run off Waknoshire? As a renowned master admired by both mortals and spirits, what do you plan to do about it? A sudden gust of wind swept through, darkening the sky as clouds blotted out the setting sun, making the branches tremble and leaves rustle. The heavenly fox immortal's gaze sharpened, a murderous aura rising on his face. With a sinister grin, he said, let me guess what you're thinking right now. First, aren't you quite displeased with this lovely Fairy Ting? The Beastmaster merely snorted, refusing to dignify the question with a response. Fairy Ting frowned and said, Beastmaster, instead of assisting the Yuanying Saint Lord, you find time to come here and fight for amusement. I doubt the goddess queen would approve. The Beastmaster cast her a cold, defiant glance and laughed. I act according to my own desires. My willingness to aid the Saint Lord in conquering the world has nothing to do with fear of the goddess queen's reputation. Now, I have no intention of serving under that foolish child any longer, and if I wish to seek out the heavenly fox Taoist for a duel, that's no business of the goddess queen. Before Fairy Ting could reply, the heavenly fox Taoist let out a strange laugh. So, old man, you're not one to be bound by convention either. Good, good. 10 years ago, our contest ended without a clear victor. On such a fine evening as this, why not take the chance to truly enjoy ourselves? As he spoke, he curled a finger on each hand, gathering his energy inward. In an instant, he flicked his fingers, sending a surge of invisible force shooting out. At the same time, he laughed and said, a cold wind is rising, let me send you a bit of warmth to keep you cozy. Heh! The beast tamer hadn't expected him to attack so suddenly. Seeing the invisible force darting toward him like an arrow, he twisted aside with lightning speed, shouting angrily, despicable. At the same time, his hand darted into his robes and drew out a silver-white jade flute, over a foot long. With his other hand, his fingertips danced rapidly over the 5-tone holes, and in an instant, a sharp, piercing melody erupted. The chaotic notes sliced through the forest, sending birds scattering in terror and stirring hidden insects and beasts into restless agitation. The moment the flute's sound rose, Fairy Ting was struck by a wave of intense dizziness, as if thousands of silver needles were stabbing into her mind all at once. Realizing something was wrong with the melody, she hastily pressed her hands over her ears and silently channeled her inner spiritual power, trying to form an invisible barrier to block the flute's attack. Yet the demonic sound surged over her in relentless waves, each stronger than the last, crashing endlessly against her consciousness. Even with centuries of cultivation, Fairy Ting could feel her strength draining rapidly under the sustained assault of the flute. Her spiritual core was weakening, its power nearly exhausted. Just then, a strange rustling noise came from beneath her feet, as if something was writhing underground. Startled, she looked down and cried out in horror. Several bizarre creatures, resembling giant earthworms but much larger than normal, were emerging from the soil. Some had already wriggled up onto her shoes, leaving behind trails of sticky, white, foul-smelling slime. The sight and stench of these grotesque worms made her stomach churn violently. She kicked her legs hard, finally shaking off the ones trying to burrow into her trousers. Seeing more and more of the creatures breaking through the earth, she dared not linger any longer. Despite her dizziness, she forced herself to leap up and landed in the branches of the nearest banyan tree. By now, the piercing flute music was starting to fade, its tone softening slightly, and Fairy Zhuoding was finally able to open her eyes. Looking down, she saw the writhing worms below, tangling and squirming over one another. The entire forest floor was slick with the white, oily fluid they secreted, a nauseating sight. Unable to suppress her queasiness any longer, she doubled over and vomited. At that moment, a brilliant streak of white light shot down from the sky, crashing into the mass of worms like a falling star. Alarmed, Fairy Zhuoding looked up and saw a spirit beast on the ground, as large as a full-grown tiger and utterly bizarre in appearance. Its entire body gleamed silver white, with huge fan-shaped ears and a coat of sleek, perfectly groomed fur. Only its tail was long, bare, and muscular, with a few silver bristles at the tip, sharp as steel needles. The beast was bent over, devouring the writhing worms with relish, its face hidden from view. Zhuan Spirit Beast, an ancient mythical creature, king of all beasts. The Taoist fox sage shouted from nearby, his voice trembling with disbelief. Hearing the cry, the spirit beast seemed to understand. It slowly raised its head and glanced at the startled old man, then lowered its head again to continue its feast. In that brief moment, Fairy Zhuoding finally saw its face and froze in shock. It was a human face. It was unmistakably the face of a person. Resentment. The beast tamer, having ceased his flute playing at some point, suddenly let out a wild, guttural shout. With a sudden flash of white light, Zhuoding felt her vision blur. When she hurriedly turned her head, she realized that the spirit beast had somehow ended up in the spirit beast master's hands. The creature, its tongue still glistening from licking up worms on the ground, affectionately licked its master's arm. The oily, shimmering white fluid on the ground made Zhuoding's stomach churn. She bent over and vomited violently, retching until nothing but sour bile came up. The spirit beast master shot her a look of contempt before locking his gaze on the wary celestial fox Taoist across from him. Brother Tianhu, I see your reputation is well deserved. You recognized my ancient spirit beast at a glance. But with all your profound skills, can you guess my next move? The celestial fox Taoist knew all too well the danger they faced. This ancient spirit beast was not only intelligent and swift, but also possessed terrifying strength far more troublesome than even immortals who had cultivated for centuries. Against humans, he could use mind tricks, but such techniques were useless on beasts. He fixed his eyes on the spirit beast, remaining silent. The spirit beast master stroked the creature's back with one hand and suddenly pointed to the sky with the other. See those clouds? Your beloved disciple is trapped there by my grudge. If you have the ability, come and save her. A surge of inner power roared through the celestial fox Taoist's veins, his blood burning as purple energy shrouded his eyes. He replied coldly, this is no longer about saving my disciple. It's about proving which of us is the true immortal. Very well. The spirit beast master let out a strange laugh. Then, all-knowing master, why don't you try to guess what my spirit beast is thinking? The celestial fox Taoist pretended to calculate. It's confused. It doesn't truly want to hurt anyone, but it can't resist your tempting treats. Wrong. Completely wrong. The spirit beast master cut him off sharply. You'll never understand the pact between me and my grudge, just as you'll never know how your own defeat will come. Go let him pay for his mistake. In a blink, the spirit beast turned into a streak of white light. The celestial fox Taoist saw only a fleeting flash, then everything fell silent. The battle ended as abruptly as it had begun. The spirit beast master calmly stroked the returning beast, his eyes cold as he stared at the motionless celestial fox Taoist. He knew the man's heart was now the beast's meal, just like all the others who had fallen to his grudge. A breeze swept by, and the celestial fox Taoist's body collapsed to the ground. Just as the spirit beast master was inwardly celebrating his victory over a rival from a decade ago, he noticed Zhuoding quietly edging away. Where do you think you're going? He barked. Zhuoding trembled but forced herself to stay calm. The goddess king ordered me to bring him back to the palace. I must fulfill my duty. Humph. Go report back to the palace. Leave him to me. No. Zhuoding suddenly turned, her gaze resolute. I won't return until I have completed the goddess king's command. Oh, the spirit beast master sneered. You think you can take him from me? Even if I know him outmatched, I must try for the sake of my mission. The spirit beast master laughed coldly. Overestimating yourself. Very well, If you can withstand 3 of my attacks, I'll let you take him with you. Really? Zuiding's heart leapt. She thought that even though their strength was worlds apart, she should be able to last 3 moves. Humph. I always keep my word. With a sharp whistle, the spirit beast master sent the beast spirit beast away and glared at her. Show me your best, let's see what you've learned in 100 years. Fairy Zuiding's eyes widened in anger. With a cold snort, she said icily, then I won't be holding back. Before her words had even faded, she flicked her right hand, sending out a shimmering strand of silvery energy from her fingertips. It drifted out as lightly as silkworm thread, coalescing into the shape of a kuanpung with wings spread wide, gliding slowly toward the beast master. The beast master let out a thunderous roar. His eyes flashed with a strange light, and then, suddenly delighted, he exclaimed, so you've already mastered the illusory movement technique. Excellent, excellent. A broad smile broke across his face, his tone tinged with excitement. But in the next instant, he sneered, his voice full of provocation. I wasn't satisfied with that last fight, and now, facing a novice like you who's just stepped into the mystical realm? Huh. There's no way he'll let you off so easily. A sharp glint shot from his eyes as he stepped forward, his hands reaching for the trembling kunpan-shaped energy. Zuiding felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself, you may look so powerful and unstoppable, but if you come at me like this, let's see how you handle the consequences. In a flash, she gathered force at her left fingertips and gave the kuanping illusion a sharp flick. The illusion soared upward, slipping from the beast master's grasp and rising more than a foot into the air with a gentle leap. The beast master was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as he let out a low growl. Suddenly, his arms stretched out, growing to an unnatural length, and he struck fiercely at the illusion. Zuiding's face remained icy cold as she shouted, go. In that instant, the kuanping illusion seemed to gain a life of its own. It split apart at the legs, then along the back, and finally the head split down the center like a blade slicing through. The beast master, having poured most of his strength into grabbing the illusion, was caught off guard as it split in two, leaving his hands grasping nothing but air. Well done. The beast master's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. So you've been hiding your true strength. Your cultivation runs deep. You've already reached the pinnacle of the illusory form technique. Huh. It's been ages since I've met a worthy opponent. Now that I've found a true master of the mystical realm, how could I not unleash my full power? Zuiding quickly formed another surge of energy, the outline of a new illusion taking shape and pressing forward. Seeing this, the beast master threw back his head and let out a wild howl that shook the heavens, making the clouds tremble. As the echo faded, he charged at Zuiding's illusion like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. With a crisp, ringing sound, the beast master crashed into the strange energy, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The illusion, sustained by Zuiding's limited strength, couldn't withstand the force. Even as the sound still echoed, the illusion shattered and was swept away by the wind. But the beast master's attack didn't stop there. He surged through the dissipating energy, his momentum undiminished, lunging straight at Zuiding. The gale from his attack stung her delicate face, almost painful to the touch. Seeing him about to strike, her expression tensed with anxiety. But in that critical moment, a sudden whirlwind swept in, carrying a black robe that shot forward in a bizarre, almost supernatural manner. The black robe whipped violently in the wind, twisting and writhing as if animated by some unknown force, its movements inhuman and uncanny. When the beast master saw the flapping black robe, his entire body froze. His face twisted with terror, a fear deeper than any had shown facing a monstrous foe. Zuiding instantly felt the beast master's oppressive pressure ease. Sensing her chance, she quickly turned aside, slipping free of his fierce assault. So, the celestial fox Dao intervenes. Do you really think you can toy with me like this? The beast master growled, his voice low and shaken, clearly rattled by this unexpected turn. Suddenly, the spirit beast master across from her let out a roar and, as if possessed, lunged wildly at the strange cloud hanging overhead. Fairy Zuiding frowned, both surprised and bewildered. As she stood there in confusion, something suddenly struck from behind. Alarmed, she spun around and grabbed it itonly to find she was holding a long, black robe. She let out a soft, involuntary laugh, her taut nerves relaxing just a little. The sun had set, and the evening glow was fading. Looking down at the black robe in her hands, Zuiding replayed the beast master's odd behavior in her mind. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The fabric was familiar. This was clearly the robe of the heavenly fox Taoist. Could it be he had already fled, leaving only his robe behind to tangle with the spirit beast master? This is bad. Zuiding's expression changed at once. If the heavenly fox Taoist has already escaped, then the boy trapped in the clouds by the beast master could be in grave danger. Without another thought, she tossed the black robe aside and shot skyward like an arrow, slicing through the air. Night had fallen, and a new moon was slowly rising. Suddenly, a strange light flashed across the distant sky. Moments later, shouts and the clash of battle erupted. shattering the previous calm and declaring to the world. From this moment on, peace would no longer reign in the human realm. Yuan Yingzi's cold gaze sparked with electricity, a twisted smile curling at his lips. He looked contemptuously at Xiao Guiying, who sat atop a tall horse nearby, and spoke in an icy tone. Xian Gongzi is already dead. Old hero Xiao, why do you persist in this futile struggle? Humph. Xiao Guiying refused to back down, his voice equally cold. Countless men like Brother Xian and myself have given their lives bravely to defend humanity. Even if I fall today, there will be thousands more leaders to rise and resist you gods and demons. You will never truly conquer the human race. Oh really? Yuan Yingzi sneered. What fine heroes you humans are. To keep your comrades from stealing your glory, you'd even betray your own, stabbing them in the back and sending your brothers to their doom. Only human heroes could do something so ruthless. Xiao Guiying straightened in his saddle, his voice booming. It's true that humans are fiercely competitive. You sometimes fight among ourselves for the title of hero. But when faced with an invasion by outsiders like you, we unite in outrage and resistance. That's something you emotionless gods and demons could never understand. His words echoed throughout the land, stirring the hearts of every human present. United, they shouted in unison, we stand together. Drive out the gods and demons. Drive them from the human world. The cheers rolled across the battlefield, and Yuan Yingzi's body trembled involuntarily. He hadn't expected the human will to resist to be so strong. Watching the crowd's fervor, a rare surge of fear and uncertainty swept through him. Doubt, much like had felt a decade before, crept into his mind about this invasion he had once been so confident in. But the war had already begun, and there was no turning back. War drums thundered from both sides as the armies surged forward. Soldiers and celestial generals clashed at the front lines, the sounds of battle swelling like a tidal wave. The two forces quickly swept past each other's ranks, and the fight erupted in full. This was a true, all-out war between mortals and gods. The human world had mustered an army of 100,000 to face the 50,000-strong host of the heavens. With twice as many troops as their opponents, the mortals finally gained a slight advantage in the war, severely wounding an enemy general and killing over 10,000 foes. This was the greatest victory ever recorded in the history of battles between humans and gods. Yet, when the casualties were counted after the battle, more than 20,000 mortals had also fallen, leaving them unable to launch another large-scale counterattack against the enemy. On the battlefield, Xiao Guiying stood among her soldiers, her face marked by the ravages of war, but her gaze unwavering. Though her voice was weary, it carried an unshakable strength. Despite our heavy losses, as long as we can break the enemy's arrogance, even if we can't drive them out entirely, we've restored the honor of heroes like Xian Gongzi and all those who gave their lives to defend us. She paused, raising her eyes to the weary yet resolute faces of the warriors preparing for battle. Stirred by their determination, Xiao Guiying cried out, so we will never become prisoners of the gods and demons. For the safety of our families back home, and for the sake of our people, let's drive the iron in our hands into the bodies of our enemies. Men, we are the iron-blooded warriors of the mortal world, the descendants of heroes. Iron-blooded warriors, descendants of heroes. The soldiers' cheers surged like a tide, drowning out their fear of death. Half a mile away, in the divine camp, Sui Luoying looked at the cheering mortal army with disdain and sneered. What are they shouting for? Iron-blooded warriors, descendants of heroes? When they see our blades, won't they just tremble, close their eyes, and die like the rest? Yuan Yingzi, however, watched the mortal army with a grave expression. You don't understand. That's called morale. That's the spirit our soldiers have never been able to match. Morale? Sui Luoying frowned in confusion. What's that supposed to be? Wen Xieshan smirked and chimed in. Don't you get it? It's just an invisible killing force, isn't it? Still, it could never stand against the true power of our illusory realm cultivation. Of course, Sui Luoying replied confidently, straightening his back. The illusory realm energy we cultivate is the most profound force in the universe. How could mere mortals ever hope to stand against us? Yuan Yingzi looked at his two lieutenants and shook his head in exasperation. You too, he sighed. Do you know what I mean by human morale? It's the power of unity, the unwavering determination to fight on the battlefield regardless of life or death, and the willingness to charge forward for something they hold dear, even when the odds are against them. Sui Luoying stared at Yuan Yingzi, baffled. Doesn't that just make them fools? Fools. Yuan Yingzi sighed deeply, his gaze drifting over the battlefield, as if recalling the countless wars of history. Perhaps, to you, this kind of fearless desperation seems foolish. But you don't realize that, throughout history, whenever an army with such morale had to be defeated, the price was always steep. Wen Xieshan and Sui Luoying truly did not understand, looking at their wise leader in bewilderment. It was at that moment that cries and the clash of weapons suddenly erupted outside the tent, shaking the heavens. The mortal army had launched a counterattack, and the battle began anew. At this moment, Xiao Guiying gripped his long sword with one hand, pointing ahead with the other as he charged forward on horseback. Spurring his horse to full speed, he shouted, "Our enemies are just ahead. Raise your weapons. Lift your swords, let's fight, without mercy." The human soldiers surged forward like enraged beasts, paying no heed to the hail of arrows raining down from the enemy ranks. Their anger and grief had transformed into raw power, surging through their weary bodies as they roared and crashed into the panicked divine soldiers ahead. Yuan Yingzi watched coldly as Xiao Guiying led the charge, a cruel, twisted smile curling at his lips. In a chilling voice, he said, "You shun the path to heaven, yet insist on barging into hell." With that, he slipped the golden eagle longbow from his back, drew the bowstring taut, knocked an invisible arrow, and loosed it in a flash. Suddenly, the air grew stifling and oppressive, thick with a suffocating pressure. Xiao Guiying immediately sensed the danger years of battlefield experience had honed his instincts to a razor's edge. Sensing something was amiss, he flipped backwards, leaping from his horse just in time. A harsh tearing sound split the air. The horse's back was suddenly flayed open, a strip of hide, nearly a foot wide and half a man's length, peeling away and falling like a blanket. The steed let out a heart-wrenching scream and bolted wildly into the distance, its agonized cries echoing far away. This old horse had accompanied Xiao Guiying through countless battles. Their bond ran deep. Seeing his loyal companion so grievously wounded, Xiao Guiying was overcome with grief and rage. He swept his gaze around and spotted Yuan Yingzi not far away, still holding his bow with a venomous smile lingering on his lips. "It was you." Xiao Guiying forced down his sorrow and stared icily at Yuan Yingzi. "I should have known it could only be you. Among your kind, who else could unleash such invisible, undetectable illusions?" All around them, the sounds of battle raged on. Yet beneath the pale, waning moon, these two solitary figures, one proud and aloof, the other seasoned and steadfast, seemed to draw all the world's light to themselves, as if the entire battlefield had faded away and only the two of them remained beneath the endless sky. A few sharp bursts of energy crackled in the air as invisible forces collided and intertwined, weaving a dense field that sealed the two of them off from the world. The moonlight took on an eerie, unnatural hue, and Yuan Yingzi's cold eyes glimmered even more darkly in its glow. He held his longbow, no arrow knocked, his right hand lightly touching the bow's edge, his left hand poised, as if drawing an imaginary string. He stared at Xiao Guiying, who stood resolute in the wind, and said in a flat voice, "This bow is called Arrow Slave. Its arrows are not mere illusions, they are the mark of a king." "Arrow Slave, the king of arrows?" "Yuan Yizhi," Xiao Guiying exclaimed in shock. "The legendary divine bow of ancient times, the invisible king of arrows who once ruled the 5 realms, the lord of the divine realm. Yuan Yizhi?" "That's right." Yuan Yingzi let out a wild, piercing cry, releasing the bowstring with a sudden snap as he leapt into the air. In a blur, he switched hands, left gripping the bow, right drawing the string, and, in an instant, loosed another invisible arrow. That suffocating pressure crashed down again. Xiao Guiying hadn't expected that in just 10 years, this once slightly superior adversary would become so powerful. But the swelling cries of battle behind him reignited his nearly fading fighting spirit. "I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. If they lost, everyone would be doomed, and the mortal world would once again be plunged into panic and turmoil, as if water and fire were raging everywhere." This thought flashed through Xiao Guiying's mind like lightning. At this critical moment between life and death, a fierce surge of killing intent raced through his meridians, and his survival instinct pushed every nerve to the limit. Suddenly, Xiao Guiying swung his long sword, and in an instant, his aura shifted dramatically. His face was shrouded in a stern radiance, and his entire presence exuded a commanding power, like a war god who could vanquish any spirit or demon in his path. Standing tall beneath the sky, he swept his sword through the air, tracing a graceful, elliptical arc. The sword emitted a wild, violent energy that, under the dim moonlight, became a blinding flash. With a thunderous boom, his killing aura collided with the illusory force of the arrow, unleashing a mushroom-shaped burst of light that exploded in all directions. Amid a series of sharp cracks and agonized cries, the brilliant light swept over a few divine soldiers' heads before vanishing into the thick mist on the horizon. Both gods and human warriors, locked in fierce battle, paused in shock, their eyes following the fading glow, momentarily forgetting all enmity. "Well done," Yuan Yingzi exclaimed with excitement. "To meet a human cultivator of your caliber again is truly a rare fortune in my life. So, in these 10 years, your skills have reached yet another level. Excellent, very impressive. Now, take another shot from me." Before his words had even faded, Yuan Yingzi readied his bow in one fluid, seamless movement. On the battlefield, beneath the pale moon and howling wind, the thick fog swirled, and killing intent filled the air. Xiao Guiying had never experienced such an exhilarating fight. With a cold lift of his brow, he called out, "After decades of battle, I count myself lucky to face a divine cultivator like you, whose true essence has reached perfection. With the moon high and the wind clear, what are we waiting for? He lunged forward with his sword, and with a crisp metallic ring, the tip struck something solid. As Xiao Guiying hesitated in surprise, a bone-chilling wind rushed at him. In a split-second reaction, he tried to defend, but he knew it was too late. At that critical instant, there was another sharp, ringing sound. His sword snapped 7 inches from the tip. Eyes wide, Xiao Guiying saw a bronze spear as thick as an arm stretched before him, its surface gleaming menacingly in the moonlight, the spearhead shining with a jade-like brilliance. Could it be the remnant jade flying spear? Long Xiang from the western regions, is it really him? Following the line of the bronze spear, Xiao Guiying saw its wielder, a man of about 30, with refined features and a spirited bearing. Every movement radiated effortless charm, the very image of a dream suitor from a young woman's fantasies. The man wore a deep purple robe lined with sable, tailored perfectly to his form. His hair was swept up in a side knot, pinned with a striking white tiger jade hairpin. 2 perfectly round gold hoops dangled from his earlobes, glinting with a cold, sharp light. Most eye-catching of all were the 2 jade fragments, each the size of a fist, set into the fur at his shoulders, their polished surfaces gleaming with a mysterious, deep luster. Around his slender, pale neck was a broad silver collar, adorned with intricate engravings and multiple pendants. One of theme, a dark, oddly shaped stone hung heavily, its strange form drawing the eye. His gaze was aloof and cold. He glanced dismissively at Xiao Guiying, who stared up at him in shock from beneath his spear, then let out a faint, mocking smile. Xiao, the legendary hero, has slain countless foes. Seems you've finally gotten some payback, haven't you? Why not leave this place to the younger generation? A wave of bitterness washed over Xiao Guiying. She sighed, am old, truly old. If you hadn't held back, her smile was wry and quiet. Since the esteemed Lord Long has come as a guest, how could I refuse? With that, she laughed coldly, but her laughter was hollow and piercing, chilling the very air. Moonlight spilled in through the window, deepening the lonely atmosphere. Long Xiang turned, his eyes icy as they swept over Yuan Yingzi. His voice, cold as a blade, sliced through the night. Yuan Yingzi, you think so highly of yourself, though you dare to spar with me? His gaze grew sharper, as if he could see through everyone's thoughts. Before Yuan Yingzi could reply, Wu Na Xieshan frowned and muttered, the jade-splitting spear, Long Xiang of the western regions, could this really be him? Long Xiang, Sui Luoying said in surprise. Hasn't he always stayed out of mortal squabbles between gods and men? Why is he suddenly interested enough to step in himself? Yuan Yingzi gave a slight smile, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He glanced indifferently at the 2, then fixed his gaze on Long Xiang. Lord Long, it's been a while. You've come all this way to meddle in our affairs. Don't you think you're overstepping? His tone dripped with contempt. Long Xiang raised a hand, cutting him off, his voice frosty, but even. I'm not here to meddle, I'm here for a duel. A duel? Wu Na Xieshan burst out laughing. If that's the case, why not let me go first? You? Long Xiang sneered, flicking his fingers dismissively. You're not worthy. What did you say? Sui Luoying's eyes flashed with anger. Who do you think you are, to challenge our lord? Her fury flared. She was on par with Wu Na Xieshan in skill, and such contempt was not only an insult to him, but to herself as well. Yuan Yingzi snorted and motioned for his 2 followers to step back. Stand aside. Let me see what this so-called king of the western regions is truly capable of. He smiled coolly at Long Xiang. As you command, Lord, the 2 attendants replied, though clearly reluctant, and stepped back. Once again, the 2 sides squared off, the tension tightening. Long Xiang spun his spear, the weapon moving so quickly it formed a circle of whistling wind around him. He let out a cold laugh. What? Didn't you hear me? Let's begin. So, you're going to defend? Do you know what I'm best at? Yuan Yingzi shouted, his hands moving rapidly. Strange energies filled the air. Careful, Lord Long, watch for my arrows. Long Xiang's expression was scornful as his spear spun even faster. Suddenly, he lunged forward, clearly on the attack. At that instant, a series of sharp whistling sounds cut through the air. Suddenly, Long Xiang felt his spear shorten in his grasp, its movements no longer smooth. He looked down in shock. His spearhead had been sliced clean off. What? Yuan Yingzi smirked. Lost your spearhead. Long, are you still planning to use that to kill me? That's impossible. Long Xiang stared in disbelief at his broken weapon, muttering. This can't be. This spear has defeated countless masters in the western region. Show could it be? He trailed off, unable to accept what had just happened. You didn't even have a bow. Yuan Yingzi chuckled. That's right. My arrows don't need a physical form. What you can't see are phantom arrows. No way, Long Xiang muttered, still in shock. When you released them, I didn't sense a thing. How could that be? Meanwhile, Xiao Guiying looked on in utter disbelief. She couldn't fathom how this commanding, richly dressed man so much stronger than herself could be defeated in an instant by Yuan Yingzi. As she stared, a cold, sinister voice suddenly rang out from above. Sky Fox Hermit, put the person down. There's no escape for you. Everyone looked up in astonishment, only to see 2 figures in the sky, one fleeing, the other in hot pursuit, both moving with uncanny speed and agility. The one in front was darting away with a gust of wind, clutching a man dressed in black under his arm. The black-clad man's head hung limply, his face blurred and unrecognizable. Behind them, the pursuer thrust both arms backward, stirring up powerful gusts to propel himself forward. His entire body trembled with rage as he chased relentlessly, shouting and cursing at the top of his lungs. Just as the two were about to pass overhead, Yuan Yingzi suddenly called out, drawing his longbow and taking aim at the strange old man carrying the one in black. He shouted sternly, "Put that man down, and I won't make things difficult for you." The old man let out a strange, angry cry. "Despicable demon." He spat, not daring to slow for even a moment. In a sudden twist, he darted diagonally over everyone's heads, trying to flee as swiftly as lightning. Yuan Yingzi was not about to let him escape. A cold smile flickered at the corner of his lips as he spoke in a chilling tone. "It seems if I don't show my true power today, you ignorant mortals will really underestimate me." As he spoke, his body gave a sudden shudder. A haze of green energy rose from the back of his head, and both hands seemed to ignite, sending out several strange streams of fire. His left hand, wreathed in flames, rested lightly on the carved bow, which depicted a golden eagle about to take flight. With his right hand, he drew the string back, his fore and middle fingers gripping the supple bowstring. In a flash, he released the shot. A heavy, oppressive force settled over everyone, making it hard to breathe. Long Xiang finally understood how powerful the opponent truly was, and the full meaning of those earlier words sank in. Indeed, Yuan Yingzi didn't need a physical or ordinary arrow could unleash such overwhelming force. Only an arrow of pure energy could press down on the very air itself, leaving everyone feeling suffocated. Xiao Zhengming also felt the immense power of that invisible arrow. He sighed bitterly to himself, "It's over. The mortal world may truly be finished." For Yuan Yingzi had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, and it seemed there was no one left among mortals capable of opposing him. Suddenly, the old man several yards ahead let out a shrill, bizarre howl. "This is outrageous," he shouted. "The demons are ganging up to bully a defenseless old man. What are you waiting for, comrades? Let's take them down together." Ah! With a sickening thud, the old man felt a sharp pain as something pierced his back. Hot blood welled up uncontrollably and gushed from his mouth. The vital energy flowing through his body was abruptly cut off, and he lost all control over himself, plummeting from the sky like a bird with broken wings. "Ah!" he cried out, and in midair, he suddenly flung the black-clad man from under his arm behind him. Instantly, his body felt much lighter, and his fall slowed just a bit. The mist grew thicker, the moon fainter. With a thump and a startled cry, two muffled sounds rang out from the ground. Everyone turned in surprise toward the source of the noise, and a collective smile broke out. It turned out that the black-clad man, flung aside by the old man, had crashed right into Long Xiang, the opulently dressed king of the western regions. Long Xiang, still dazed and disbelieving after his recent defeat, was completely unaware as the black-clad man barreled into him, knocking him off balance and sending him stumbling backward to the ground. The man in black crashed heavily to the ground, cursing as if waking from a dream. "Damn it! What just hit me and ruined my good dream?" He had no idea how close he'd just come to death, having fallen from several miles up in the sky. Instead, he glared furiously at the person who had broken his fall. His whole body ached, and stars danced before his eyes, but he didn't realize that this collision had actually saved his life. Looking up, he saw Long Xiang trembling as he struggled to his feet. The man in black shot him a strange look and sneered. "So it was you who ruined my dream. I was just about to kiss a beautiful woman, and you had to mess it all up. Tell me, are you going to find a pretty girl to make it up to me, or?" His eyes slid up and down Long Xiang with a lewd grin. "You'd look quite fetching if you dressed up a bit. Too bad you have such a feminine face and insist on wearing women's clothes. What, do you actually like women's things too? Heh, ever tried sitting through confinement after childbirth?" At that moment, the eccentric old man also landed from the sky. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Well said, my clever disciple. Who knows, maybe this boy really is a freak who can give birth to monsters." Long Xiang could not stand such humiliation. With a furious roar, he lunged at the old man like a caged tiger unleashed. The old man, gravely injured, was barely able to slow his fall with the last of his energy, had no strength left to defend himself. As Long Xiang's fierce attack swept toward him, the old man closed his eyes with a bitter smile, thinking, "This is the end for me." But the expected pain never came. Instead, he heard the clash of powerful forces. Startled, he opened his eyes to see the mysterious beast master, wrapped head to toe in a black scarf, standing before him. Long Xiang, dressed in flamboyant clothes, stood to the right, his eyes burning with hatred. "Why did you save me?" the old man asked the enigmatic beastmaster, his face drawn. "Because I don't want you to die by someone else's hand," the beastmaster replied coolly. "In this world, only your divination can counter my beast-controlling arts. If you die, Who will I have to play against? The old man sighed helplessly. So you're just selfish. You'll only let me live to amuse you, but won't let me die at his hands. Humph, the Beastmaster snorted. They say heroes admire each other. We may not be heroes, but we're both outcasts in this world. How could we die so easily? Nearby, Xian Gongzi, hearing the Beastmaster's words, spoke up unhappily. You've spent so much time just to capture an ordinary mortal with no power. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? An explanation? The Beastmaster gave a cold laugh. Even your mother would show me some respect and not question my actions. And you? Humph. Xian Gongzi was shaking with rage, his eyes blazing as he glared at the person in front of him. It took a long moment before he managed to suppress his fury and replied in a calm voice. Fine, you can join the team. The Beastmaster suddenly turned his gaze to Long Xiang, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Well, what's this young man still doing here? Are you thinking of taking my friend's life? Long Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. His full-force strike at the mysterious old man had been effortlessly neutralized by this enigmatic figure. As someone who had made a name for himself in the western regions, he immediately realized this was a cultivator of unfathomable power. Swallowing his pride, Long Xiang quickly adopted a respectful tone. Senior, your skills are truly admirable. Since this gentleman is your friend, I could only ever look up to him, never dare to cause harm. Smart boy, quick on the uptake. The Beastmaster chuckled. Since you've admitted your mistake, I won't hold your earlier actions against you. You may leave. Long Xiang sighed softly and was just about to turn away when the mysterious man barked. What was that sigh for? Are you dissatisfied with me? Startled by the man's keen hearing, Long Xiang quickly pointed at the black-clad youth still rubbing his back. I was just thinking if I could take that boy with me, I'd be truly grateful. Dream on, the old man snapped, furious. Don't even think about it. I've spent decades searching for a disciple with such outstanding potential. A single hair on his head is worth more than your life. Get lost, you old fox. The black-clad youth suddenly stood up, grinned at Long Xiang, and said, Hey, Sonny, you want to take me with you? Sure. I don't even know this old Mani, only recognize you. My good son. Come on, let's go. With that, he grabbed Long Xiang's hand and made to leave. Long Xiang was secretly delighted. Let him have his fun for now. Once I get him away from these lunatics, he'll be the one crying for help. Just as he was about to make a run for it, the old man shouted, Stop. Let him go and get lost. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Long Xiang turned and met the old man's flaming gaze. He was terrified, let out a shriek, and bolted, disappearing in an instant. The black-clad youth watched Long Xiang flee, then burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. When he finally caught his breath, he managed to say between chuckles, Good son. Huh. I called him my good son, and he actually believed it. He has no idea you'd never let me go. Ha ha. So, you knew this all along, you little rascal. The old man's face turned ashen with anger, his eyes wide, and his beard trembling. He gritted his teeth and growled. If I'd known this would happen, I would have just let him take you away and see how you'd fare under his torment. Oh, the young man in black feigned surprise, raising his eyebrows while a smug grin tugged at his lips. Aren't you the one who claims to know what everyone in the world is thinking? How did you let my little trick slip by? Huh. He burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the valley. Humph. The old man snorted coldly, a flash of irritation in his eyes. If I hadn't been so focused on figuring out that androgynous weirdo's thoughts, you never would have gotten away with it. Is that so? The youth's eyes darted mischievously, and he jokingly suggested, half serious, All right, old man, if you can guess my name right now, it'll really become your apprentice. Are you serious? A gleam of excitement flickered in the old man's eyes, and his voice trembled with anticipation. You said it yourself. Don't forget, you're a man. If you go back on your word, you'll end up like Long Xiang, that gender-confused freak. The young man's heart skipped a beat. Damn, can he really read my mind? I was just thinking of wriggling out of this with a loophole, and he saw right through me. Despite his shock, he kept up his bravado and laughed out loud. Fine, I'll take your bet, but I'm not going to say a word or even think about it. There's no way you'll ever guess. Just then, a plaintive voice called out from afar, Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Lu Qin Feng, you scoundrel. So this is where you've been hiding. You made Ruer's search so hard for you. Xiao Guiying's heart leapt as she heard the voice. Why does that sound so familiar? It's her, it must be her. The man in black looked as if had been struck by lightning. His face went deathly pale, and he cried out in terror. Oh no, I'm doomed. He whipped out a hooked blade, ready to make his escape, but before he could move, he felt his arms seized in a vice-like grip. The old man in black had captured him. The old man cackled gleefully. Well, so your name is Lu Qin Feng. You lost. Now you're my apprentice, and you're not going anywhere. The man in black spun around abruptly and grabbed the old man's sleeve. There was a flash of urgency in his eyes as he practically gritted his teeth and said, Fine, old man, I'll be your apprentice. But you have to take me away from here right now as far as possible. The old man looked at him in surprise, then glanced at the white-robed woman hurrying toward them. Why are you in such a rush? Besides, that woman. No, we leave now, immediately. The man in black glanced nervously at the approaching figure, his voice tinged with impatience. That stubborn girl never lets me out of her sight. Do you want to take on an unseen-a-lifetime disciple with extraordinary talent or not? Give me an answer. If not, he'll just go with them. All right. Before the old man finished speaking, he grabbed the man's arm. Suddenly, a pouch about a foot long appeared on his back, unfolding beneath his robe. The old man summoned his energy, channeled it into his legs, and launched himself into the air. As they soared upward, the old man shot a grin at the spirit beastmaster. I'm off to train an exceptional successor. If you ever want to flex your muscles again, come find me in the undying forest of Beast Mountain. The wind whipped at the pouch on his back as the two of them drifted away like a passing cloud. Yuan Yingzi was about to give chase when the spirit beastmaster cleared his throat. Is the holy master really going to turn me down over this? Yuan Yingzi stopped in his tracks and said coldly, he can leave, but Lu Qinfeng must stay. I chased Lu Qinfeng for miles and still couldn't catch him. That old fox won't let go. The spirit beastmaster said playfully, why not just let go of what he said earlier? With your leadership and magnanimity, should this really matter? Yuan Yingzi snorted and fell silent. By now, the woman in white had finally arrived, only to find the place deserted. Lu Qinfeng was nowhere to be seen. Her heart ached. He still doesn't want to see me. What did I do wrong? At that moment, a gentle voice sounded beside her. Little girl, did that troublemaker bully you? Ruer turned and saw a beautiful, enchanting woman looking at her with a kind, loving gaze so different from her usual cold demeanor. Ruer couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into the woman's arms and sobbed. Brother Qinfeng doesn't want me anymore. He thinks I'm troublesome, meddlesome, and clueless. The woman hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. Don't worry, Ruer. If that brat doesn't want such a lovely girl, then I do. Someone as pure and naturally beautiful as you, if he lets you go, it's his loss. Why don't you stay with me? I promise you'll be even happier than you ever were with him. But somehow, that last sentence just didn't sound quite right. Ruer shifted her head slightly in the other person's embrace, suddenly sensing something was off. The feeling against her chest was nothing like a woman's. She jerked away in shock, staring at the other person. Sister, you're not a woman? Whoever said I was? The middle-aged woman burst out laughing, a sinister note in his voice. I never told you I was a woman. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Ruer's arms, grinning wickedly as he pulled her close. Sweet sister, that boy ran off the moment he heard your voice. Only I am truly devoted to you. Impudent demon Suoluoying, let her go. Xiao Guiying shouted angrily, her sword trembling in her hands. Rage made her whole body shake as she prepared to charge forward. The woman was none other than Suoluoying. He ignored Xiao Guiying's outburst and instead smiled smugly. This girl has already agreed to come with me, old man. Don't waste your efforts. Let me go? I never agreed to anything. Ruer struggled with all her strength, but she couldn't break free from Suoluoying's grip. In the end, she could only threaten furiously. If you don't let go, he'll call for help. Call for help. Suoluoying sneered. Everyone here is a hero from the divine realm. Those few mortals will be dealt with soon enough. Who do you think will save you? I'd like to see how you plan to deal with me. Xiao Guiying could hold back no longer. She spun her sword in a dazzling arc, sending a gust of wind that sliced through and cut off Suoluoying's hair. Consumed by fury, she charged at Suoluoying like a madwoman. Suoluoying glanced at her sideways, his eyes showing not only the usual contempt and disdain, but also a strange new emotion. Yet Xiao Guiying would never understand what that look meant. Halfway through her charge, a sudden, sharp pain shot through her chest. She looked down to see a hole the size of a finger piercing straight through her body. Before the blood could even flow, she collapsed heavily to the ground. Hero Xiao? The others cried out in grief and anger. He killed Hero Xiao. Brothers, let's fight them to the end. The crowd surged toward the divine warriors in fury. The battle ended at dawn. Completely unprepared, the mortals stood no chance against the cultivators from the divine realm. Under Yuan Yingzi and his followers' ruthless slaughter, not a single mortal survived. The ground was littered with corpses. Ruer fixed Yuan Yingzi with a furious glare. He pretended not to understand. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't even touched a hair on your head. You killed him, Ruer said through gritted teeth. Who? Yuan Yingzi feigned ignorance. You killed Uncle Xiao. I saw you put down your bow right after the shot. There was a flash of determination in Ruer's eyes, so resolute it would make any enemy tremble. If you hadn't killed him, none of these people would have died. You are the true enemy of the mortal realm. Fortunately, she was not a master of mystical arts. Otherwise, she might have been forced by Yuan Yingzi to unleash her full strength and fight back desperately. There was a flicker of unease in Yuan Yingzi's dark eyes, but his innate arrogance quickly swallowed it whole. His heart surged with emotion, as if he could hear the voice of destiny echoing, I am the true deity of this world, the one sent by the heavens to judge mortals. Who dares to take my place? He strode toward Ruer, who was dressed in white, a sly and dangerous smile playing on his lips. Ruer trembled, instinctively wanting to retreat, but he kept closing in, his presence so overwhelming that she could barely breathe. Her voice quivered as she asked, what do you want? Sui Luoying's iron grip held her tightly, trying to pull her into his world. Ruer struggled several times, but she couldn't break free from his powerful hold. Suddenly, his low, mocking voice sounded in her ear. Your whole life, you'll never escape my grasp. Yuan Ingzi stood before Ruer, his gaze coldly sweeping over her frail figure. Watching her tense and restless, he couldn't help but be shaken. This woman's delicate beauty nearly rivaled that of his own enchanting sister. Had heard tales of places blessed with beauty and talent, and now, he was witnessing it for himself. Yet, Ruer's heart had long belonged to that scoundrel, Lu Qinfeng. Rage surged up inside him like a wild beast. Earlier, Yuan Ingzi had been forced to hold back because of the elder status of the Beastmaster, and he couldn't pursue Lu Qinfeng. Now, that pent-up frustration broke free like a dam, stabbing at him with sharp, uncontrollable pain. He couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly grabbed Ruer's collar, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. You love Lu Qinfeng, don't you? Ruer's heart pounded wildly. Faced with his fierce gaze, she couldn't stop trembling. But Lu Qinfeng was her true love. Even though everything around her had changed, she answered with unwavering determination, yes, I love him. I'll love him for all eternity, in every lifetime. Yuan Ingzi sneered, his eyes growing even colder, his voice low and sinister. Even if there were someone else more handsome, more talented, more powerful than him, you'd never love anyone else, would you? Without hesitation, Ruer replied with conviction, even if he's mischievous and unruly, even if he's unconventional, he's the best man I've ever known. Her words struck Yuan Ingzi like a blow to the heart. Jealousy surged within him, as fierce as a stormy sea. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he suddenly tore open Ruer's collar. As the fabric ripped, he said hoarsely, his face clouded with anger, she's just a woman, but to him a real man. With those words, his actions grew rougher, tearing her clothes apart and yanking at them forcefully. Ruer was already exhausted, physically and emotionally. She could barely struggle anymore, her voice trembling as she pleaded, do you know who I am? Yuan Ingzi paused for a moment, then suddenly grabbed her white outer garment and ripped it open like a wild beast. Before Ruer could react, he pulled at her undergarments as well, laughing darkly under his breath. Oh, then tell me, who could possibly stop me? Despair filled Ruer's heart. After struggling for so long, she was completely drained, as if all her strength had been taken from her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried, Longbow, Lompa, am being humiliated like this, please save me. Yuan Ingzi paused, then burst out with a cruel laugh. Even if your father himself showed up, he couldn't stop me from having you. As he spoke, he tore open her dress in 2 places, revealing the undergarments beneath. The pure and beautiful young girl was about to be exposed in front of everyone, when suddenly a thunderous shout echoed from the distant sky. The voice, loud and angry like rolling thunder, cursed, you bunch of beasts. So many demons bullying a little girl, me wife. Why aren't you going to save my granddaughter? The crowd, who had been leering and waiting for their leader to strip the girl completely, were all stunned by the sudden outburst. They looked up in shock toward the east, but aside from the pale dawn and a faint red glow, there was nothing to be seen. As everyone wondered what was happening, another aged female voice rang out, harsh and loud. She's your granddaughter, not mine, I'm not saving her. When Yuan Ingzi heard that booming shout, he immediately froze, knowing that anyone with such a powerful voice must have unfathomable skill. It seemed there truly were hidden masters in the world. Then, hearing the woman's voice, which was just as strong, he finally tossed Ruer back to Sui Luoying, straightened his clothes, drew a deep breath, and called out, I don't know which esteemed masters you are, would you care to show yourselves? His voice pierced the clouds, echoing high into the sky. The old man's voice responded with a laugh, what a bold kid, asking who I am. Huh? The old woman snapped, oh please. He's asking both of us, not just you. Are you saying I'm not included? The old man retorted, of course he's asking me. You, the old woman said, annoyed. You're always twisting words. All these years, can't you just have a proper debate with me for once? How am I not proper? The old man argued. I've been telling you seriously that we should take Qin Feng as a disciple, but you insisted on refusing. Now Luke's run off, and that silly girl chased after him, and she almost got herself into trouble. I just thought, since that silly girl is your granddaughter, and that brat has a thing for her, if he became your disciple, wouldn't that mess up the family hierarchy? The old woman finally relented, her tone softening. Mess up the hierarchy? You foolish woman. Granddaughter and disciple are 2 different things. How would that mess anything up? The old man huffed. Anyway, I don't care. If you don't save my precious granddaughter today, you'll have to turn yourself into a brat for me, he shouted, suddenly sounding petulant. Yuan Ingzi gripped his bow with a reverse hold, his golden hair flicking sharply back. His eyes flashed with a piercing light, fixed on the brightening eastern sky like a hawk. A strange smile curled at his lips as he gathered his voice deep in his core and projected it far toward that unknown land. There are 5 realms in the heavens, human, divine, Buddha, netherworld, and spirit, and the world is divided into 5 domains: Kanglan, Dianxi, Yuming, Naya, and the wild forest. On Mount Naya lives the master of spirits, known as the feathered spirit. He paused for a moment. People think feathered spirit is just a simple title, but in truth, it refers to a pair, one man and one woman, one feather and one spirit. Well, this kid knows a lot about us. An elderly man's voice suddenly called out from the east, tinged with surprise. Since that's the case, why don't you guess, am I the feather or the spirit? Yuan Ingzi's brow furrowed slightly, a contemptuous smile playing at his lips as he replied with feigned indifference. The feather soars, proud and free. The spirit ponders, wise and learned. But someone as old, foolish, and dull as you, I suspect you are neither feather nor spirit. What did you say? The old man roared in sudden anger. Who are you calling foolish? And before he could finish, an elderly woman's voice cut in anxiously. Calm down. He's trying to provoke us, don't let him get to you so easily. You may be able to stay calm, but I can't, the old man shouted furiously. If he's got the nerve to insult me like this, I'll take him on right now. Fine, if you want to fight, go ahead, the woman replied coldly. Let this foolish old man show me how he plans to take him on. Humph. You know full well that if I leave you, I can't, the old man's voice suddenly grew muffled. MMPH, why are you covering my mouth? Take your filthy hand away, you old hag. The people on the ground couldn't help but laugh. No one could tell if this old man was truly muddled or just putting on a show, but he had just exposed his own weakness right in front of the enemy. Grandpa, Grandma, stop arguing. Ruer called out in exasperation. Hurry up and deal with this guy, then take me to see Brother Chinfeng. Good, Ruer, the old man said mysteriously. It sounds better if you call us Long Bo and Long Pa. Given the situation, it's best not to reveal our real identities. That's right, the old woman agreed. Especially in front of these ruthless gods and demons. Everyone was left completely bewildered. Even Yuan Ingzi looked confused. The old couple had practically given themselves away, yet insisted on keeping it a secret. What exactly were they up to? Oh really? Yuan Ingzi sneered. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but when I return, I'll make sure everyone in the divine realm hears about this. If anyone doesn't know, that'll be my failure. Haha, he fell for it, the old man suddenly shouted, as excited as a child. Wife, Ruer, he fell for it. What should we do now? He's an idiot. Ruer and the unseen old woman shouted and laughed together from below. Haha. The old man's laughter was so hearty he could barely catch his breath. So, even the Lord of the Divine Realm can be such a fool. Didn't he realize we've already made our relationship public? The three of them burst into laughter, their voices echoing through the air. Their expressions suggested they had expected Yuan Ingzi to fall into their trap, and their glances carried a knowing, conspiratorial look, as if they'd played tricks like this on countless others before. That wasn't funny at all. Yuan Ingzi suddenly cut in coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. In fact, it doesn't even qualify as a joke. You'd be better off using your bones than your brain, so why don't you stop patting yourselves on the back and show me your so-called divine skills? What do you mean? Ruer, standing beside Yuan Ingzi, flushed with indignation when he dismissed their carefully laid trap. She pouted and protested. You clearly didn't understand what my grandfather meant. Why are you acting so dismissive? Yuan Ingzi just glanced at her, a faintly mocking smile curling at his lips. He turned away, swung his ornate bow through the air, its body flashing with dazzling light, then looked up and shouted. Yuan Ingzi, Lord of the Divine Realm, challenges the Lord of the Elves. Surely you're not going to back down. From the east, hidden deep within the swirling clouds, the old man's voice let out a strange chuckle. Back down. Huh. I've only ever made others retreat, I've never taken a step back myself. However, his words trailed off abruptly. But if you, a junior, openly challenge 2 elders like us, people might say we're bullying the younger generation. The old woman quickly interjected, speaking so fast she barely paused for breath. Is that so? Yuan Yingzi's smile turned sly. His fingers twisted, flipping the longbow over. The bow's edge pointed east, left hand gripping it, right hand drawing the string released. A sharp sound sliced through the air, as if warning the 2 elders above. Even though it was just a phantom arrow, it whistled as it flew. Ah! The old man let out a shrill cry. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst through the clouds and shot to the right, accompanied by a string of strange yelps. On the ground, the Divine Realm soldiers could clearly see the true form of the shadow darting through the sky, a giant rock, its wings spread wide. Even from below, they could tell its wingspan was several meters across, though it was too distant to make out its features. What really drew their attention, though, was the figure clad in black atop the rock's back, who seemed almost otherworldly. Damn you, Yuan Ingzi. You sneak-attacking bastard. The voice bellowed not from the person riding the rock, but from the rock itself. All the soldiers were stunned not by the words, but by the fact that the voice came from the giant bird. Yuan Ingzi alone showed no surprise. He watched the soaring rock calmly, expressionless and unflinching. The rock finally dipped lower, allowing everyone to see its face clearly. It had a human head, with white hair tied up in a knot, and the weathered features of a very old man. Standing high above was the elderly woman who always argued with him, yet fought alongside him with perfect coordination in battle. Grandpa, Grandma. As soon as Ruer saw the elderly couple appear, it was as if she had glimpsed her saviors. She struggled desperately to break free and run to them, but Sui Luoying's grip was too strong. All she could do was cry out at the top of her lungs, "Quick! Defeat this monster and save me." Sui Luoying clamped down on Ruer's shoulders, her lips almost brushing Ruer's ear as she whispered in a sickly sweet tone that sent chills down her spine, "Stop struggling, little darling. You can't escape. Why not start thinking about how you're going to serve me for the rest of your life? HM?" The coy, cloying voice made Ruer's skin crawl. Feeling Sui Luoying's hot breath drawing ever closer, a cold shiver shot down her back. She could take it no longer, gathering all her strength. She suddenly twisted sideways and broke free from Sui Luoying's grasp, hurling herself straight toward Yuan Yingzi. At that moment, Yuan Yingzi was locked in a standoff with the two spirits in the air, his entire body crackling with explosive energy. Ruer collided with this force and was instantly flung away like a kite with a broken string. Ruer. Kuanping let out a heart-wrenching scream and, ignoring Yuan Yingzi's attacks, rushed toward her. But the sudden movement left him exposed. Yuan Yingzi's energy struck him, shattering his protective aura and making him spit out a mouthful of blood. The elderly woman hurriedly bent down, her voice urgent. "You old fool, are you all right? Take your medicine." She pulled out a porcelain bottle, poured out several pills, and pressed them to his lips. Flapping his wings with difficulty, Kuanping forced a smile. "It's nothing. This little injury is nothing to me. One heart-guarding pill will do." "No, you have to take them all." The elderly woman wouldn't take no for an answer. While he was still talking, she shoved all the pills into his mouth. The old man wanted to spit them out, but it was too late. He could only glare fiercely at the somewhat presentable old woman and curse. "You fool. Wasting all these life-saving pills. What? Do you think you're running an apothecary at home? You." Before he could finish, a sinister laugh rang out ahead. "I knew waiting here would pay off. I may not have caught that wretched boy, but heaven has delivered me a peerless beauty. That more than makes up for the humiliation your family gave me, Long Xiang." "Huh." A sharp scream from Ruer followed. Recognizing his granddaughter's voice, Kuanping forgot his pain and shot forward like an arrow. When he arrived, he saw only a purple shadow speeding away. Ruer was gone. The old man was filled with regret. If he hadn't stopped to argue with the foolish old woman, he could have reached Ruer before she was taken. "Damn it!" he roared, then chased after her like a madman. The sun rose slowly, a cool breeze drifting through the air. Yuan Yingzi's eyes were sharp as torches, coldly watching the retreating figures of the human-faced Kuanping and the aged, otherworldly woman. A cruel smile played at his lips as his hands switched positions, his left hand gripping the bowstring steadily, while his right gently brushed the edge of the bow. He slowly raised his longbow, aiming at the distant Kuanping, silently reciting a funeral chant in his heart. "Life and death are two worlds. Existence but a fleeting dream," he whispered to himself. "Consider this your release." Just as his left hand was about to let go of the string, a familiar voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Yinger, Yinger." The voice was filled with urgency and panic, as if the caller was in grave danger. "Mother." Yuan Yingzi felt a sharp pain in his heart and abruptly pulled his arm back. Raising his right hand high, he shouted without looking back, "All troops, hear my command." Immediately, the gods on the ground withdrew their gazes from the distant horizon, gripping their weapons in unison and answering with a thunderous shout, "The army awaits your orders." Only then did Yuan Yingzi turn around, his commanding gaze sweeping over the assembled generals. For once, his expression was unusually grave. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "When the army is weak, the generals falter. When the army is strong, the generals are fierce. For 1,000 days we've prepared for this one moment. Brothers, our main hall is in danger. What should we do?" The generals were momentarily stunned, unsure of their commander's intentions. Suddenly, the evil god shouted, "Defend our home and country, fight to the death." The other soldiers instantly understood, raising their voices together in a battle cry that echoed through the mountains, startling the flocks of birds in the distant peaks. Yuan Yingzi's eyes shone with determination. The morale he had learned from the human armies was now showing its true power. But he quickly raised a hand to silence the troops, his voice low and steady. "I've just received word that several old stubborn gods in the Shinsong Hall are plotting rebellion." "Rebellion?" The Beastmaster interrupted in astonishment. "The Shinsong Hall is filled with deities who have cultivated for millennia and are loyal to the goddess king. How could such news be true?" "Humph." Yuan Yingzi's expression was icy. "Shinsong Hall is your inner circle, so of course you defend them." The Beastmaster stepped forward, meeting Yuan Yingzi's gaze. "For thousands of years, my brothers and I have guarded the sacred lake hall with unwavering loyalty. Our devotion is clear for all to see. Even the goddess king herself." "Enough." Yuan Yingzi cut him off, turning back to the assembled generals. The safety of the hall rests on all of you. Let's raise our halberds and swords, and drive the traitors from the sacred realm. Amid the thunderous cheers of the generals, each summoned their own spirit beast mounts. Side by side, they set out on their journey home. Yet the beastmaster remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly ahead, motionless for a long while. Only when the noise in the sky faded and the morning light grew brighter did he seem to wake from a dream. Staring at the rising sun, he muttered to himself, "The divine treasure hall is completely deserted. Did they really make their move? No, I cannot allow the divine realm to suffer another civil war like the one 1,000 years ago." With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight in an instant. The sacred hall of South Lake stood imposingly at the bottom of the South Lake's holy pool. This grand structure, painstakingly built by the ancient Yuan Lord Xingwu True God and his wife Lan Yuezi, spanned 100 miles. Within its grounds were gardens, artificial hills, pavilions, and terraces, with various birds and beasts dwelling among the ornate towers and painted beams. Outside the hall, an almost invisible barrier of genuine energy kept the water at bay. It not only absorbed the lake's essence, but also expelled waste from within, making it far more practical than any physical material. Radiating out from the holy pool at South Lake, the divine realm stretched for thousands of miles, divided into 4 regions: Eastern Prefecture, Southern Ridge, Northern Wilderness, and Western Desert. The Eastern Prefecture, led by the Divine Treasure Hall, was home to hundreds of palaces. At the border between East and West stood the solitary Longevity Hall. To the west lay endless yellow sands, where fierce winds howled and sand whipped through the air. Northwestward was the frigid and desolate frozen ancient wilds, rumored to be filled with rare plants and ancient beasts, but so harsh that few living beings ever set foot there. The southern ridge was dense with forests and prowled by fierce beasts. After the war between gods and humans a decade ago, both sides established a shimmering boundary within the ridge, agreeing never to cross it. Yet this time, Yuan Yingzi led his followers across the line, slaughtering over 1,000 humans and shattering the hard-won peace. As the gods crossed the watershed, the Beastmaster caught up to them with his exceptional beast-taming skills. "Lord," he called out loudly, "we're already at war with the humans. We cannot afford internal strife now, or all will be lost." "Is that so?" Yuan Yingzi replied coldly without looking back, his dragon head mount striding forward. "A handful of rebellious old fools are nothing to me. Once I deal with them, wiping out the human world will be no trouble at all." "What an arrogant boy," the Beastmaster sneered inwardly. "Just because he's lucky enough to possess Yuan Yi's carved bow and arrow servant, he thinks he can take on the great gods of the Divine Treasure Hall? Utter fantasy." With that, he gave a cold smile and said nothing more. Yuan Yingzi's keen senses immediately detected the mockery and disdain hidden in the spirit beast envoy's cold laugh. Fury surged in his chest as he sneered. "What's this? Do you doubt my abilities?" The spirit beast envoy let out a long sigh, his face clouded with worry. "It's not that I lack faith in you, but rather that I'm deeply disappointed. I feel an inexplicable sense of dread and unease for the future of the divine realm." Suppressing his anger, Yuan Yingzi curled his lips into a cold smile. "Is that so? Whether the divine realm faces a bright future or a dark ending, we'll see for ourselves once we return to the sanctuary." The spirit beast envoy hurried to catch up, his tone tinged with reluctant compromise. "You seem confident, but the ancient gods who have cultivated in the divine treasury for 1,000 years are all formidable cultivators. If they rebel, not even the goddess king and your father combined may be able to handle it." Yuan Yingzi turned in surprise, just about to thank this black-robed elder who had always looked down on him. But then he caught a flash of cold light in the man's eyes. "No," he cried inwardly, but it was already too late. As he tried to dodge, a searing pain tore through his chest, as if a blade had pierced straight through him. The spirit beast envoy's voice sounded bleak. "I had hoped to prevent civil war in the divine realm, but with someone as arrogant as you, crippling you is a mercy. Otherwise, you'll bring about your own demise sooner or later. You've crippled the Lord." The evil god's veins bulged with rage. "How dare you lay a hand on him?" But faced with the spirit beast envoy's sinister gaze, he swallowed the rest of his words. The spirit beast envoy swept his cold gaze over the generals. "Well, do any of you have objections?" Having seen their lord defeated, none dared to defy him. They all bowed in submission. Meanwhile, in the sacred palace's divine cultivation hall, the goddess king was beset by 4 or 5 elderly cultivators. She shouted in anger, "I have treated you well, why betray me?" In a flash of violet light, Zuiyan let out a twisted laugh. "Don't play dumb. Ever since you and Kumu returned, you've been hiding in the caves, cultivating your inner core. Do you think we don't know the truth?" The goddess king's gaze was sharp as lightning. "We've lived for 1,000 years without cultivation. Wouldn't we have withered away by now? You claim to be clever, Zuiyan, but all you do is talk nonsense." "Oh," Zuiyan continued, "cultivation is necessary, but you two aren't relying on true core transformation. You're using something else." What are you implying? The goddess king's expression changed, realizing things had taken a dire turn. Zuyin laughed maniacally. Why pretend you don't know? 1,000 years ago, during the Great War, Xian Gongzi unleashed the seven-star annihilator and perished. The gods fell, and only you and Kumu survived. Rumor has it the seven-star annihilator disappeared. It's obvious you took it. That artifact can destroy worlds, and after being sealed in the ice vault, it can also heal and enhance power. Hearing the goddess king's implied admission that she possessed the seven-star annihilator, Zuyin was elated. Huh. After being suppressed by you for 1,000 years, now your husband's old wounds have flared up. Your beloved son is off in the mortal realm. This is our chance. Brothers, let's seize the ancient artifact. Before he finished speaking, a streak of violet energy shot out like a needle. The other elders struck at the same time, streams of true energy surging mercilessly toward the seemingly frail goddess king. The goddess, Wangshan, swept her cold gaze over the assembled cultivators. Her slender fingers slowly unfurled, wisps of pale light swirling around her fingertips. A faint, disdainful smile tugged at her lips as she spoke, her tone laced with contempt. I once felt a sense of camaraderie with you all, but since you've chosen to forsake your own kind, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Before her words had faded, she suddenly flung her hands outward. Several sharp beams of light shot through the air, impossibly swift and deadly. Though they looked delicate, the arrows of light carried immense power, piercing straight through the gods' protective barrier and hurtling toward their bodies. Get out of the way, Zuyin shouted, spinning out of danger like a top. When he glanced back at his allies, he saw that, while they'd managed to dodge in time, they were all left in a disheveled state, clearly shaken by the sudden attack. Zuyin shot a sidelong glance at the goddess, his mind racing. 1,000 years ago, she had been their equal in strength. Now, with a single move, she had thrown them all into chaos. Over the centuries, he and his companions had supported each other, poring over ancient cultivation texts from the divine realm. While they might not have reached perfection, they had certainly mastered the teachings. Yet her progress had far surpassed theirs, proof of the extraordinary power of the seven-star annihilation. This realization only intensified Zuyin's desire for the artifact. A feverish greed blazed within him, impossible to suppress. Suddenly, he roared, "Comrades, 1,000 years of cultivation now is the time to show what we can do." Blazing flame. As his shout echoed, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, slashing down like a sword. What a well-trained beast, the goddess sneered, her voice icy. But I have no interest in playing your games. With a mocking laugh, she spun around and slipped through the open doors of the great hall. Trying to escape? Zuyin bellowed as he charged inside, only to stop short in surprise. The room was small and empty, with no sign of anyone inside. His instincts told him there must be a hidden mechanism or passage here. The other elders hurried in after him, about to ask what had happened, but fell silent at the sight. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed excitedly, "There must be a secret chamber. She's hiding in some hidden lair, and that withered monk husband of hers is probably there too." He analyzed confidently. "Look, there's nothing in this room. The walls are smooth, the ceiling untouched, not a single flaw anywhere. That just proves she triggered some mechanism and slipped away. And today is the day her decrepit husband's old injury flares up, once every 50 years. We've searched the entire hall and found nothing. He must be holed up somewhere. He doesn't want to be seen." The couple had always been deeply connected and shared a strong bond, so it was clear that whatever the nun had hidden inside this mechanism chamber must be something of great importance to her. "Enough," Zuyin snapped, his voice sharp and edged with irritation. He was already frustrated at having lost track of his quarry in the blink of an eye, and this smug speculation only fueled his annoyance. Unable to hold back any longer, he said, "There's no need for you to show off these obvious deductions in front of everyone. What matters now is figuring out how to find the mechanism and how to get our hands on the seven-star demon slayer." The man's face stiffened at these words, clearly displeased by Zuyin's lack of respect. He shot a sidelong glance at the others, noting their thoughtful expressions, but reason ultimately prevailed. He told himself, "You're the leader, so I'll let it go for now." With that, he lowered his head in reluctant silence. "These walls are smooth all over. There's no sign of any indentations or clues. I doubt we'll be able to find the mechanism easily," an elderly man with a pale, clean face murmured, running his fingers lightly over the cold stone. "That's true," Zuyin replied, steadying himself. Suddenly, a sly smile curled at his lips. "That's why I've come up with a simple, efficient solution." Heh. With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit, glancing back with a wicked grin. "Let's just wait for them to show themselves." "What?" The pale-faced old man looked bewildered. "You really think they'll just come out and surrender?" Zuyin stopped, turned to look at him, and flashed a mysterious smile. "Don't worry. My method is guaranteed to flush them out in a panic. Just you wait." As he finished speaking, Zuyin suddenly sprang into the air, shooting like an arrow straight toward the waterproof barrier suspended above the water. "What is he doing?" the pale-faced old man cried out. eyes wide as he watched Xian rapidly close the distance to the barrier. Who knows? Scoffed the other old man, the one who loved to show off his wit. His tone was tinged with bitterness. Maybe he's just venting his anger on the barrier because the nun got away. With a thunderous bang from above, as if a sheet of paper had been violently torn, a deafening sound echoed through the chamber, making everyone's ears ring. My God, the boastful old man gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be that fate is really on my side? I called it's really taking out his anger on the waterproof layer. His smugness quickly turned to panic. Oh no, the barrier's broken. Run. The flood is coming. With a shriek, he bolted like a startled rabbit. With a sound like a crashing thunderclap, the waterproof barrier gave way under the pressure from above, collapsing inward. Water thundered down like the sky itself was falling, surging and unstoppable. None of the gods dared linger. Panic-stricken, they each called for their spirit beasts and mounts, breaking through the water's surface in a desperate escape, the roaring flood hot on their heels. The sun blazed overhead, a few wisps of cloud drifting lazily across the blue sky. 5 deities stood atop a towering rock spire, dozens of feet above the ground, their eyes fixed intently on the water below. Every muscle was tense, like leopards poised to strike, ready to pounce at the slightest disturbance on the surface. Time slipped by, the river flowing ceaselessly. Before they knew it, the sun was high and it was noon. The gods had kept their vigil for hours. Aside from the initial collapse that sent the water plunging down, the surface had been perfectly calm, smooth as a mirror, without the faintest ripple. Could they all have drowned? The boastful old man muttered, a note of glee in his voice. When someone thinks they've found a safe hiding spot, and then a flood comes crashing in, their face must look worse than death itself. And when they realize the exit is blocked too, I bet they'd rather just drown. He chuckled darkly. Xian glanced sideways at him, his gaze unwavering. They're definitely still alive, he said firmly. Before his words had even faded, a sharp cry rang out behind them. Divine Priestess, your precious son is in our hands. If you want him back, you'd better show yourself. Beastmaster. The gods gasped, spinning around. A strange figure, completely shrouded in black, stood there. At his feet lay a handsome young man with golden hair, eyes closed, chest rising and falling gently. No one could tell if he was unconscious or merely asleep. Xian gave the Beastmaster a cool, indifferent glance, nodded slightly, then turned his attention back to the still surface of the pool. The Beastmaster stared at the water like a hawk, then suddenly drew a deep breath and shouted, Xian Gongzi is here. Goddess King, show yourself at once. A mournful voice echoed from above. I've always treated you with respect, Beastmaster. Why have you betrayed me too? The gods looked up to see a magnificent golden phoenix suspended in midair, with the goddess king seated regally on its back. When did you get out of the water? That's impossible. Xian cried out, his voice trembling. The goddess king smiled mysteriously. If you watch someone pass right by you and then ask when they left, do you really expect them to answer? Xian snorted coldly, reaching into the air with both hands. Suddenly, a gleaming blade appeared in his grip, its edge flashing in the sunlight. No matter how fast you are, your son is in my hands. Do you still dare to act so recklessly? What's this? When words fail, you turn to violence. The divine priestess sneered. It seems your skills have dulled over the past 1,000 years. Now, you're not much faster than a crawling snail. Her words seemed to ignite Xian's fury. His brow shot up, and with a sharp slash of his blade, a shower of brilliant light burst forth like a meteor shower. His blood surged, his inner energy blazing, and in the divine priestess' strange, mocking eyes, he seemed to see countless faces ridiculing his lack of power. With a furious roar, he shot toward the divine priestess in midair like an arrow released from a bow. Xian, it's a mind illusion spell. She's trying to provoke you don't go. The Beastmaster called, but his warning came too late. The gods watched as the divine priestess slowly raised her right hand. Her long whip coiled into a deadly knot, silver rings dangling from it, their barbed edges glittering coldly as she struck straight toward the unguarded Xian's throat. At that critical moment, a sharp rush of wind sounded from behind. The Beastmaster's figure vanished in a blur. A metallic clang exploded in the air. The god saw a flash of white entwined with a shadow crossing paths with the whip's barb. The sky flickered from dark to light, and when they looked again, both the shadow and the whip had vanished. Wait, where's Xian Gongzi? Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. A gentle breeze played with fine strands of hair, and the sun shone down with a soft, golden warmth. The surface of the pond sparkled under the dazzling light, countless tiny ripples rising and falling, reflecting the sunlight in a way that made the gods squint in discomfort. The sky was a pure, flawless blue, a sight that brought comfort to the heart. Occasionally, a white cloud would streak across the heavens, leaving a trail of brilliant light that lingered even after it faded, sparking endless imagination. Jagged peaks pierced the clouds, and the breeze carried a hint of chill. Lush, emerald mist wound around the mountains, like a cynical young man determined to hide himself from all the world's Gillespie they admiring, disdainful, praising, dismissive, fond, or hateful, never allowing anyone to glimpse even a trace of his unique presence. Now, the spirit beast master had vanished without a trace. The divine nun and the golden phoenix were nowhere to be seen, and Xian Gongzi had mysteriously disappeared as well. The assembled immortals and cultivators could only stand in place, sighing helplessly. Some tilted their heads to the sky, searching for any sign of change in the empty expanse above. Others stared fixedly at the spot where Xian Gongzi had just lain, hoping for a miracle, that perhaps he would suddenly reappear in the blink of an eye, or that the spirit beast master's shadowy form might return out of nowhere, or perhaps, suddenly, darkness flickered before their eyes, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. She radiated confidence, her hair dancing in the wind, her robes flowing elegantly, every movement exuding an effortless poise and otherworldly grace. But as the gods caught sight of her face, their expressions shifted instantly to shock and disbelief. The old man, who was always fond of showing off, leapt to his feet and cried out, "What? How can it be you? Where's the spirit beast master?" The woman glanced at him sideways, then burst into a melodic laugh. "Why wouldn't it be me? Who else did you expect? The spirit beast master and your so-called leader have probably both met the king of the nether realm by now, don't you think?" The king of the nether realm was known as the Lord of Darkness. Legend had it that when a god's spirit returned to dust after 10,000 years, their soul would fall under his control, and he would guide them to a new life, much like the stories of the Yama Palace in the mortal world, with the king of the nether realm as its ruler. The woman was, of course, the divine nun. She had already put away the golden phoenix, standing tall and imposing, her presence commanding respect. The wind felt even colder than before. Suddenly, the pale-faced old cultivator stepped forward, letting out a couple of cold laughs. He fixed her with a sidelong glare and asked in a chilling tone, "Is that so? Are you sure the spirit beast master has truly perished, his soul scattered, and his spirit gone? Are you absolutely certain?" A jolt of alarm passed through the divine nun's heart. Did he notice something amiss? She wondered. But with that old fox guarding the cave exit, this was my only way out. The thought flashed through her mind, but her face showed nothing but supreme confidence. She sneered. "They say when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The saying holds true. Now that the spirit beast master and Zuyin are gone, all you have left is that spineless, pale-faced old man to back you up." "What did you say? Who are you calling a spineless, pale-faced old man?" The old cultivator was furious, looking as if he might attack if she uttered another word of disrespect. The divine nun only laughed coldly. "There are plenty of spineless, pale-faced old men in this world. Even among us in the divine realm, they're not uncommon. But don't flatter yourself, I wasn't talking only about you." "Why you?" This pale-faced old man, who usually prided himself on his wisdom and composure, could no longer endure the other's words that, though not physically wounding, cut deeper than any injury. With a furious roar, he lunged forward like a mad dog. The priestess let a sly, twisted smile curl at her lips, thinking to herself, "So, Yin may be brilliant, but his mind is all too easily ensnared." As the two figures were about to clash, the priestess suddenly shouted, her right hand snapping back. In a flash, her whip twisted like a venomous serpent, striking toward Fu Yin with lightning speed. Among the watching gods, one particularly showy deity immediately began to comment, "Look at that. Beautiful move." He turned to his companion with a smug grin. "Our brother Fu Yin is a top cultivator, but if his wife pulls off this monkey grabs the moon move, he might just slip up." Huh. The others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An elderly god with a long white beard shook his head, putting on an air of scholarly authority. No, that's not right. This move is called playing the lute in reverse, not monkey grabs the moon." "Huh." The showy god was taken aback, then quickly retorted, "No way. I'm sure it's." Before he could finish, Fu Yin was struck by the whip. Unable to withstand the force of several layers of spiritual energy packed into the blow, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The spectators collectively gasped, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The showy god was left speechless, his earlier arrogance replaced by awkward embarrassment. The priestess let out a cold laugh, her expression softening only slightly as she spoke with the arrogance of a victor. "I know that, deep down, you are still loyal to the temple. You were only misled by the beast envoy and Zuyin, those two old schemers. Now that I've dealt with the true culprits, they'll spare your lives for the sake of our old ties, provided you swear never to betray me again. Is that true?" The gods exchanged glances, hope and doubt flickering in their eyes. The priestess nodded firmly. "But you must swear a solemn oath." Say she paused, her voice dropping low and cold, emphasizing each word. "For the rest of this life and the next, we will never betray the temple. If we do, we shall enter the abyss of annihilation." The abyss of annihilation? The gods shuddered as she uttered the name, each syllable conjuring images of countless emaciated, battered, and tormented souls, former gods reduced to nothing but wailing shadows. Fear washed over them, leaving terror etched on every face. Agonizing screams tore through the air, piercing straight into his nerves. The sound was so sharp and unforgettable that it felt as if those horrifying echoes would haunt him for countless dark nights to come, endlessly replaying in his mind so much, so that fear pressed down on him the moment he opened his eyes, and when he closed them, the dread only tightened its grip, making escape impossible. Could they agree to this? If they refused, they would meet the same brutal end as Fuyin and Zuiyin. But could they really say yes? If they accepted, they would have to swear a blood oath and become nothing more than puppets, forced to obey her every command. At that moment, their inner conflict was like a venomous snake burrowing under their skin, threatening to strike straight at their hearts. They had to choose: cut open their own chests to remove the snake and risk immediate death, or let it sink deeper, clinging to a bit more life, however painful. A heavy silence fell as the cultivators from the divine realm struggled inwardly, wrestling with a decision that would bring them just as much pain either way. Until, somehow, at some point, the surrounding cultivators realized someone new stood among them. It was none other than the mysterious figure in a pitch-black robe, the Beastmaster. There was no mistaking him. His eyes were cold and devoid of emotion as he locked gazes with the divine nun, who stared back just as impassively. The two faced each other in a silent standoff, as if time itself had frozen around them. Suddenly, one of the cultivators beside him whispered, "No, that's impossible. They've both reached the transformation stage, one cunning, the other ruthless, formidable foes indeed. If we get caught between them, we'll only become a liability to the Beastmaster. We should fall back for now and wait for a better chance to act." The others agreed, preparing to retreat. But just then, the divine nun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A flicker of delight flashed in Changqing's eyes as he murmured, "She's badly wounded. Let's attack together." Those who had been ready to withdraw immediately changed direction and charged at the divine nun. Seeing this, fury flashed in the nun's eyes as she cursed, "Despicable, shameless." But with the situation leaving her no room to hesitate, she spun around and dove, falling like a meteor into a deep pool dozens of feet below. With a loud splash, she vanished beneath the surface. At the bottom of the pool, the divine nun felt her way along the current, searching for a familiar mechanism. Her hand brushed lightly against it, and with a click, a hidden door slid open. She darted inside, swift as a leopard. "Who's there?" A low voice barked from within the cave. The divine nun smiled calmly and replied, "You're awake." Inside, the chamber was brightly lit, untouched by the water outside. The walls were built from gold and jade, and on each side were 4 or 5 transparent, round alcoves about 5 feet off the ground. Each alcove was flanked by a thick, glowing jade stone, casting a rainbow of colors that shimmered across the cave and filled it with shifting halos of light. The brilliant light of the multicolored jade glimmered, reflecting the gentle features of the divine nun in that moment. Though her robe was already creased with age, she still carried a graceful charm, her delicate beauty undiminished. Her gaze was filled with tenderness, waves of affection rippling quietly within her as she looked at the elderly man lying before her. He was wrapped in a pale yellow kasaya, his body thin as a reed. Despite the signs of age on his handsome, short-haired face, traces of his youthful elegance could still be seen. In a soft voice, the divine nun asked, "How are you feeling? Any better?" At that moment, the old man's arm hung limply at his side, while the other was suspended by a slender, soft cord attached high on the bell tower. The other end of the cord threaded through a small hole at the top of the tower, disappearing inside. A thick, swirling mist slowly rose from the gap, spreading through the air and filling the space with a sense of tension. Suddenly, the ancient bell vibrated, emitting a deep, muffled sound. At the same time, the old man's body jerked violently, veins bulging as his head twisted painfully. His once limp arm began to convulse uncontrollably, as if he were enduring an agony beyond words. Alarmed, the divine nun rushed to his side, supporting him with one arm while pressing the other hand to his back. She gently channeled her cultivated energy into his body. Her spiritual energy circulated through him several times, when suddenly, a surge of powerful internal force burst out from within, surging toward her like a raging beast. "This is bad." Her heart sank. She knew this was a sign of an imminent breakdown. Gathering all her strength, she focused her energy into her fingertips and pressed firmly into 3 key points on the old man's back. Forcing herself to the limit, she managed to drive the wild energy back. At last, the chaotic force within him was subdued. She let out a sigh of relief, but felt her own reserves nearly depleted, her limbs weak and her body utterly exhausted. Yet her worry did not completely fade. Even though she had managed to avert his crisis, an emptiness and helplessness lingered within her. In that moment, her gaze was tender and deep as she watched his peaceful, sleeping face. For a few fleeting seconds, she found herself entranced by the handsome features he still possessed, unable to look away. After a while, feeling gradually returning to her hands and feet, she carefully lifted him and gently held him in her arms. Only in front of this man, who made her lose herself, did she reveal the softest side of a wife. resting her forehead lightly on his shoulder. Her long hair brushed against his skin as she whispered, Yifeng, what if we could live our whole lives together without a care in the world? No matter who rules the divine realm, no matter about the seven stars' destruction, no matter what others think of us, we could just stay by each other's side, never parting, forever and always. Lost in her beautiful vision of the future, she was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, as if something had pierced her flesh. Looking down, she saw blood pouring from her stomach. She stared in disbelief at the man she had loved all her life, only to meet his cold, ruthless, and strangely satisfied gaze. Why? Why was this happening? Even now, she seemed unable to grasp what had occurred. Her hands refused to let him go, and she could only look at him with a heartbroken, desperate expression. A flash of icy light passed through the old man's eyes. Without mercy, he tightened his grip and struck her with a heavy blow. The sound echoed as she was thrown several yards away, her frail body no match for his strength. The crack of breaking bones in the air told him he had shattered several of her ribs. Humph. The old man straightened, his voice harsh and full of resentment. I was living a peaceful life in the Buddhist temple until you dragged me to this miserable prison and kept me locked up for 1,000 years. Tell me, he sneered, his eyes full of venom. How could I not hate you? Leaning against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of her lips, the goddess asked in a faint, bewildered voice, so you never liked living here? But I always saw you laughing and joking, never a hint of sadness. He scoffed twice, then let out a twisted smile. Really? I must be a master at hiding my true feelings good enough to fool even you, the all-powerful goddess. Every bit of happiness you saw was just an act. The truth is, I've had enough of this hellish existence. During the day, I pretended to be content, but every night, I racked my brain trying to think of a way to escape. A mist of tears filled her eyes. Her voice was filled with sorrow. So you've been lying to me all along. I've done so much for you, even risked my life to heal your old wounds. Are you really so heartless that you felt nothing at all? Touched? Huh. He spat the word, his face twisted with anger. You expect me to be grateful for a few crumbs of kindness after you locked me up in this cage? What do you take me for, some plaything for your amusement? Her gaze dimmed, and she whispered, You've changed. You're nothing like the person I once knew. You never spoke so harshly before, never had such a violent temper, never were so calculating. That's all you're doing. He suddenly shouted, his voice ringing out in the empty space. If you hadn't dragged me here, if you didn't keep pressing yourself so close, would I have become like this? Her voice was barely audible, so it was all just my wishful thinking. I thought you felt the same. I believed we truly loved each other, that we supported each other through everything. Ridiculous. He roared, cutting her off again. I spent centuries cultivating in Buddhism, with deep roots and strong faith. Though you think I fall in love so easily? But you tempted me again and again until I couldn't focus on my practice. My spiritual path was ruined, and worse, I was left with an illness from saving you. Now, every 50 years, the pain and itching nearly drive me mad. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She struggled to sit up, her voice weak but steady. If you never loved me, then why did you shield me with your own body when the sixth wave of the seven-star demon destroyer struck? If you never loved me, then why, that night? Her hand gently touched her abdomen. That's why I carry your child. I blocked the energy wave for you out of alliance, the old man said, his voice rough. So many of our allies died that day. I couldn't bear to see anyone else get hurt. As for that promise I made you that night, it was just a stopgap. I would have sold my soul if that's what it took to make it to today. Do you really hate me that much? The divine nun's voice trembled. If you just wanted to get some air, why didn't you tell me? I would have let you go. Get some air? Yifeng let out a cold laugh. That's not what I want. I want to be free of you, to return to my sect's sacred land. Would you really have let me do that? A flash of pain crossed the divine nun's eyes. Yifeng, do you truly despise me that much? Are you really going to leave me and the child behind? After all these centuries, did you never love me? Love? Yifeng's face twisted into a sneer. What a joke. Disciples of the Buddha are above love and hate, above joy and sorrow. You're badly injured, you won't recover for at least a year or two. For the sake of what we once were, I won't make things harder for you. Just go. Suddenly, the divine nun threw her head back and laughed, her voice echoing through the dark cave. When she finally stopped, she said bitterly, for the sake of what we once were. So you remember we were married? I thought all you cared about was the seven-star demon slayer. What do you mean? Yifeng's brow furrowed. The divine nun's tone turned icy. Would Zuyin and the others have dared betray me without help from inside? And that beast master appeared out of nowhere after the divine realm was wounded 1,000 years ago, training our army, rebuilding our halls. I thought he was some reclusive sage from the divine realm, but I see now I was wrong. When we fought today, his strength was far beyond what I imagined, and his techniques were identical to yours. You think him the beast master? Yifeng laughed. Is that what you really believe? You're not, the divine nun said firmly. You've always been by my side. You couldn't possibly have done all that at the same time. Before she finished speaking, the cave entrance suddenly darkened. The divine nun turned to see the beast master blocking the way with his followers. His gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice icy. You were right, an ordinary person couldn't be in two places at once. But the words now came from Yifeng, perfectly matching the Beastmaster's tone. I am no ordinary person. The divine nun stared in shock at the two identical voices, frozen in disbelief. The nun stared at Yifeng as if she had just seen a monster, her eyes wide with terror. Her gaze flickered anxiously to the spirit Beastmaster, who stood cloaked entirely in black. Instinctively, she edged to her left until her back pressed against the cold stone wall. Her hands gripped the ledge behind her in a desperate attempt to steady herself, while her pupils dilated in fear. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two figures, panic etched across her face. The distance between Yifeng and the spirit beast master steadily closed until they stood almost nose to nose. An eerie light flickered in both of their eyes as they glanced at the trembling nun. At the same moment, unsettling smiles crept across their lips. What did you see? The spirit beast master asked suddenly, his tone tinged with mockery. You. The nun shook her head frantically, her voice trembling with terror. Impossible, this can't be happening. It must be an illusion. No, it's not an illusion, Yifeng replied, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. Everything you see is real. This is the true power of the seven-star Godslayer's most powerful artifact in the universe. And there's something else you could never imagine. My brain is split into two completely separate halves. As he spoke, Yifeng cast a meaningful look at the spirit beast master, who immediately nodded in understanding. What happened next left every deity present in utter shock. The two figures drew even closer from a foot apart, to just an inch, until they finally pressed together. With the sound of fabric tearing, their skin began to merge in a bizarre fashion, like two lumps of soft clay gradually blending into one. First their torsos fused, then their arms, followed by their heads and legs. Even their shadows under the emerald light melded into a single shape. The nun let out a piercing scream and instinctively pressed herself harder against the smooth cliff face. With a muffled thud, her body suddenly sank straight into the solid stone. At the same moment, the half-hang-tall bell tower vanished into the ground like a bolt of lightning. Everything fell silent. The cave wall remained as smooth as a mirror, as if sliced clean by a blade, showing no trace of indentation. The floor was as level as ever, with not a mark to show where anything had disappeared. It was as if the nun and the mysterious bell had never existed at all, they were simply gone without a trace. The monstrous fusion of the spirit beast master and Yifeng slowly straightened its body, radiating a strange bronze glow all over. Its eyes flashed with a chilling light, casting countless piercing glares. Bare-chested, its skin appeared an eerie, pure white under the reflection of a jade-green sheen. Silver hair streamed wildly behind it, as if each strand was a tongue of burning silver fire drawn taut by an invisible force. Its icy gaze fixed on the assembled gods, so cold and intense that everyone felt as if sharp needles were pricking their skin, sending electric jolts of pain that were nearly unbearable. Zuiyin and the others trembled inwardly, paralyzed with fear, not daring even to let their bodies shake. What is it that you see? The creature asked, its expression blank, voice hollow and desolate. From its eyes, the gods caught a peculiar emotion like the sorrow and defiance of a lonely creature, dying on a distant glacial island, abandoned and unacknowledged at the end of its days. It was a sorrow for a life ending with no one to care, and regret at never witnessing the vast lands of the Eastern realm. They exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak first. The air was thick with a stifling silence, broken only by the sound of their own rapid heartbeats. I am neither a demon nor a monster. The creature spoke again, its tone low and ethereal. I am a Buddha, and I am a god. The gods were thrown into confusion by this declaration. How could one be both Buddha and god? Zuiyin was stunned. How could a being possess both identities at once unless? No, I am not a half-blood, nor am I a spy. The creature interrupted, as if reading Zuiyin's thoughts before he could finish. I was not born with the blood of both gods and Buddhas, nor was I sent by either side to infiltrate the other and earn dual identities. Then, if I may ask, to which domain of the endless universe do you belong? Song Lai couldn't suppress his sarcasm, slipping into the flowery language of scholars. There are 5 realms: gods, humans, Buddhas, spirits, and ghosts. Gods are devoted to cultivation and nourishing their essence. The human world is a tapestry of countless lives and colors. Buddhas focus on meditation, and though they are a branch of humanity, their vast scriptures and numerous practitioners have set them apart as a force of their own, the spirit's gracefula. Before he could finish, a powerful gust of wind swept through. Caught off guard, Song Lai was lifted like a fallen leaf and blown out of the cave. As his body crossed the threshold, the creature let out a muffled grunt. You talk too much. It's irritating. Song Lai was flung into a deep pool and instantly lost consciousness. Did you kill him? Zuiyin, who had been steadying Song Lai, nearly lost his balance as his companion was swept away. He clung to the cliff wall to keep from falling, wanting to shout in anger, but his voice came out as barely more than a faint buzz. The creature suddenly twisted its neck from side to side, the bones cracking dully. Then, with a calm gaze, it looked at the ancient gods and asked once more, "What did you just see?" Zuiyin noticed that the man didn't spare him a single glance, only glaring at him in silence. Jing immediately sensed that the situation was dire, and his face fell with worry. He sighed helplessly and said, "My answer is undoubtedly the best I can give at this moment. Unless, Brother Zuiyin, you can come up with something better?" The creature responded in a desolate tone. "Ah, yes, your answer is indeed excellent, but not perfect. For all your cleverness, you failed to notice my current appearance." "My appearance?" Jing almost laughed. If he hadn't just witnessed the being merged with both the Beastmaster and the remains of Yifeng, the comment would have seemed absurd after all. The creature was nearly naked save for a pair of pants. But Jing knew better than to speak rashly now. He forced a smile and replied, "You're right. Now that you've shed your heavy cloak, your outfit is certainly much lighter." The creature suddenly let out a sigh. "You keep making mistakes. It's hard for me to find a reason to spare you." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, and brilliant white light began to swirl between his fingers, shining even brighter than emerald. Jing had seen this being sent Song Lai flying with a single blow just moments ago. Terrified, he dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Wait, please, don't if I die like this, you'll never find peace." "Is that so?" The creature replied with another sigh. "I've warned you several times, but you stubbornly cling to your own ideas. You can't blame me for not giving you a chance. But, well, what can I say? Compassion is a virtue of Buddha. As it said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Today, sparing your life should be worth at least 4 pagodas." "You'd really spare me?" Relief flickered through Jing's heart. Since the creature invoked Buddhist mercy, there was no need to answer any more questions. The creature fixed him with a cold stare. "I once thought you were the cleverest among the gods here, but now," he paused, "you're actually quite foolish, always trying to play tricks." Jing looked up in shock, bewildered by these words. He saw the creature curl his lips in a mocking smile and say, word by word, "Your time is running out." "Who am I? You?" Jing cursed inwardly. Damn it, doesn't he know who he is? Why ask a stranger like me? Has he lost his mind or his memory? But he dared not show any disrespect and replied politely, "Well, you." Suddenly, a thought struck him. If this being truly was the Beastmaster who had lived among them for 1,000 years, why would he keep asking about his identity? But if he was Yifeng, the ancient Buddha imprisoned by the goddess for centuries, what was the meaning behind these questions? The real issue was, did he want to be called Beastmaster or Yifeng? So, is he a spirit Beastmaster or a remnant of the ancient style? The clever and cunning Jing found himself more confused than ever. At that moment, the monster suddenly sighed again and said, "Your time is up. There's no need for you to answer me anymore." As it spoke, its raised right hand slowly struck downward, and a blinding white light gathered at its fingertips, aiming straight at Jing and ready to be unleashed. Boom. In that instant, a deafening explosion erupted from beneath the ground. With a thunderous crash, a figure burst through the earth like a sword drawn from its sheath. A cold wind swept through as he emerged, golden hair blazing like fire, an overwhelming presence that made it hard to breathe. The gods' robes fluttered, their hair whipped by the force. Brilliant beams of color followed, bathing his handsome face in jade-like radiance. His piercing, icy gaze swept over the crowd like a blade, leaving the gods stung and breathless. It was him, Yuaningzi. Zuyin's expression grew bewildered as well. He was about to ask the monster for answers when he noticed the creature trembling violently, its own gaze fixed blankly on the golden-haired youth, gathering spiritual energy in midair, mumbling something under its breath. What was it thinking? Why did its expression change so drastically upon seeing Yuaningzi? Was it really the one who once crippled Yuaningzi? Had it once been a member of the ancient order? Was there a trace of fatherly affection in its eyes? But if so, why was its body convulsing so violently? Zuiyin couldn't make sense of it at all. He could only stare blankly at the two of them. The air grew unbearably heavy, pressing down on everyone until it felt like a 1,000-pound weight on their chests. Yuaningzi finally stopped absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. His eyes flashed with a bone-chilling coldness as he locked onto the monster, a cold smile playing on his lips. "You never expected this, did you? The 7-star god-slaying technique takes 1,000 years of cultivation to master, letting you transform outside spiritual energy into your own. It's impossible. 1,000 years ago, you'd only just been born. How could you have trained for 1,000 years?" The monster shook its head suddenly and sighed. "I thought your first question would be about your mother. You have truly disappointed me." Yuaningzi shuddered and shook his head. "Father and son, so it comes to this. Honestly, the moment I crippled you, I decided to sever all ties for good." His voice was cold, laced with deep-seated hatred. The monster snarled, "If it weren't for that wretched nun's seduction, you would never have existed. You were never meant to be born into this world." At those words, Yuan Yingzi's veins bulged in fury, his anger threatening to overwhelm him. He roared, "So it was you. Even as my mother lay dying, she was still calling your name. You beast, he cut himself off abruptly, as the truth of their relationship flashed through his mind. Suddenly understanding, he fell silent. The monster's expression shifted, a barely perceptible sadness flickering across its face. It muttered, how could she have died so soon? That's impossible, my 2 strikes weren't meant to be fatal. Yuan Yingzi let out a cold laugh. Don't pretend to be pitiful. Don't think for a second we'll fall for that act. In his heart, he knew the monster's words didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was this. His mother's death had forever severed any feelings he had for the man who called himself his father. The monster let out a series of wild laughs, the sound echoing in the air and sending chills down everyone's spine. No, child, you're mistaken. The monster grinned, baring his menacing teeth. When I heard news of your mother's death, I felt nothing but joy. There was no sadness at all. It's just that I regret never finding another worthy opponent like her in my cultivation journey. That's the only thing that pains me. Yuan Yingzi clenched his fists so tightly that the veins bulged, his rage barely contained. He jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the monster as he shouted, you old bastard. Even now, you only think of yourself? Fine, you're afraid you won't find a match? Well, here I am. If you've got the guts, come and fight me. A mocking smile appeared on the monster's bronze face as he slowly shook his head. You? I may not know how you managed to reach such a high level from the 7-star annihilation technique, but right now, you're still far from being my equal. Is that so? Yuan Yingzi's lips curled into a sly smile. You won't know unless you try. Words mean nothing. The monster laughed, his voice grating like metal scraping together. Am your father, could you really bring yourself to fight me? As you said, Yuan Yingzi's voice turned icy cold. The moment you crippled my powers, our relationship ended. Good boy, you do take after me. The monster roared with laughter, suddenly raising his hands as dark light glimmered at his fingertips. Countless waves of energy rippled outwards, surging toward Yuan Yingzi high above. Yuan Yingzi's golden hair billowed in the swirling wind, his red eyes flashing coldly. In a split second, his right hand reached behind him for his golden eagle longbow. Drawing the string with his left, he formed a perfect arc, gathering immense energy, ready to strike at any moment. Sigh. The eagle bow, arrow slave, illusionary arrow, flashy tricks with no real substance, and yet you show them off? The monster shook his head dismissively. Let me teach you some real skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's body suddenly crouched low, darting left then right at blinding speed. Miraculously, to the gods watching like Xian, countless shirtless monsters appeared, some spiraling left, others spiraling right, so many that they dazzled the eye. A wave of dizziness swept over everyone present. Xian and the others could no longer tell which monster was moving left or right, let alone Yuan Yingzi, who was in the thick of the fight. But when they looked at Yuan Yingzi, he stood serenely with his eyes closed, as if calmly meditating. Xian thought to himself. Why didn't I think of that? If your eyes can't distinguish the real body, it's better to close them and focus, relying on your senses instead. At that moment, Yuan Yingzi's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharp light, and he shouted, soul-splitting technique. Before the words faded, his left hand released a blinding white arrow that tore through the emerald light, aimed directly at one of the monsters in the center left. Well done. The targeted monster let out a strange cry, twisting away just in time to narrowly dodge the fierce illusionary arrow. He could feel the arrow's energy graze his skin, leaving a burning pain, but his inner energy remained unblocked. He breathed a sigh of relief, shooting a sidelong glance at Yuan Yingzi. I've honed this technique for 1,000 years. How could a mere boy like you see through it? The moment the monster twisted his body, all the illusions vanished, leaving only his bronze-skinned true form. Yuan Yingzi's gaze locked onto him like a hawk, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Because I've mastered everything you learned from the 7-star annihilation technique. What did you say? The monster burst out laughing as if had heard the funniest joke. You learned everything I know in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Come on, your old man has never been one for exaggeration. Someone must have taught you that nonsense. No, I'm not boasting, Yuan Yingzi replied, his eyes steady and unwavering, silencing the monster's laughter. Not only did I learn everything you did, but I've also mastered things you haven't even touched with the 7-star annihilation. What? Why do you say that? For the first time, the monster sensed the iron resolve in Yuan Yingzi's voice and asked in confusion. Because you only used the 7-star annihilation to aid your cultivation, Yuan Yingzi replied calmly. But I swallowed it whole. How is that possible? The disbelief was written all over the monster's face, his tone brimming with suspicion. The searing flames released by the surface of the 7-star annihilation device are enough to burn your mouth and throat to ashes. Suddenly, his voice hardened as he stared directly at Yuan Yingzi. There's no way you could have swallowed it. Yuan Yingzi's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with heroic sorrow. His voice carried a deep sense of desolation. You're right. Back then, as a cripple, I could never have done it. But if there were a master of arcane arts, someone who had cultivated for over 1,000 years, and used their powerful protective essence to shield the 7-star annihilation device for the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, then it would be possible. His gaze suddenly turned bloodshot as he fixed his eyes on the monster. And she used the last of her protective essence to shield the device's flames. Did she really care nothing for her own life? A flicker of shock crossed the monster's eyes. My mother risked everything to help me. She gave her life, and only when I had finally swallowed the artifact did she collapse and die from exhaustion. Xian Gongzi paused, his gaze growing even redder. But even as she was dying, the last thing she called out was your name, you, the cold-hearted betrayer. He let out a cold laugh, then quickly swung his arms in wide, sweeping arcs. Suddenly, a force erupted with enough power to tear the sky and earth apart, sending out streaks of rainbow-colored flames like exploding auroras in every direction. The air shuddered, followed by several piercing screams, sharp as wolves' howls, shattering the forest's silence. Birds scattered in a frenzy, beasts stampeded, and chaos swept through the woods. Lu Qinfeng shuddered violently and quickly dodged aside. Several bizarre creatures, their bodies covered in hedgehog-like spines, lunged at him. They were even bigger than half-grown wild dogs, looking more like pigs. Seeing these monsters charging straight at him, he cursed under his breath. What the hell are these things? Before he could finish, a heavy thumping sounded overhead. Instinctively, Lu Qinfeng reached out to grab, feeling something soft and smooth. He yanked hard, and a shrill cry followed. Only then, in pain, did he realize he'd grabbed his own hair, while whatever had landed on him had already darted away. Furious, Lu Qinfeng glared upward. Just half a yard above him, he saw several strange birds perched on a thick branch. They were about the size of crows, but their feathers were pure white. They bobbed their heads and flicked their tails at him, as if mocking and taunting him. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lu Qinfeng rolled his eyes and shot them a venomous glare, his anger flaring. Just as he was about to lose his temper, roll up his sleeves, and climb the tree, a deep voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Don't move." A chill swept over him from behind. Lu Qinfeng froze, then spun around to see the familiar figure of the celestial fox, Immortal Dao. He forced a grin and patted the old man on the shoulder, chuckling. "Hey old man, where have you been? The beasts and birds here are ferocious. I was scared out of my wits." He deliberately tried to sound lighthearted, as if making fun of his own nerves. The celestial fox Immortal Dao was clearly used to Lu Qinfeng's banter and snorted coldly. "I just want to scout around and spotted traces of the rainbow wolves. Those things are vicious and love to eat human flesh. You'd better watch yourself." Rainbow wolves. Lu Qinfeng's eyes widened. Then he scoffed. "Seriously? You promised to take me as your disciple. But if you can't even keep me safe, you might as well change your name from Celestial Fox Immortal Dao to just an earthly fox." That day, Tianhu Xiandao let out a cold snort and ignored him, striding forward without another glance. As he passed a patch where several strange birds perched, he suddenly raised his right hand. Several streaks of white light shot out from his fingertips, followed by a series of muffled thuds and harsh screeches. The birds plummeted like meteors, struggling only briefly before falling still. Tianhu Xiandao's actions, beyond his cold efficiency in dispatching his enemies, seemed to say that mercy towards one's foes is cruelty to oneself. Lu Qinfeng stared at the lifeless birds on the ground, stunned. He looked up at Tianhu Xiandao's retreating figure, a chill running through him. "Thank goodness I'm not your enemy, otherwise," he dared not finish the thought. The roars of strange beasts around them grew louder, making the threat of danger feel ever-present. Lu Qinfeng scanned his surroundings nervously, fear creeping over him. He didn't dare linger, quickly picking up his pace to catch up with Tianhu Xiandao. The two made their way through dense woods until they finally reached the foot of a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds. The summit was lush and shrouded in mist, the peaks rising majestically. Tall chaohuai trees stood straight as spears, their umbrella-shaped canopies forming a thick cover that even the bright sunlight struggled to penetrate. The grassy ground was dotted with vibrant cistanche, a sea of green. A crystal-clear stream wound its way down the mountainside, the gentle clinking of spirit stones in the water blending with the soft currents. The water was so clear that every pebble and blade of aquatic grass was visible, the scene both delicate and full of life, enchanting to behold. The mountain's rocky slopes were steep and solid, but not slippery, making the climb challenging but manageable. At the mountainside, green trees stretched across the landscape. When the wind picked up, they swayed and rustled, carrying a hint of restlessness in the air. "Sigh. I'm exhausted," Lu Qinfeng finally said, having followed in silence for some time. He sat down on a flat stone halfway up the mountain, panting heavily. Tianhu Xiandao had no choice but to stop as well. Though a trace of impatience flickered in his eyes, he simply said, "If you're tired, then rest." With that, he found a spot against a stone wall and sat down, looking perfectly at ease. A thought struck Lu Qinfeng. They were close to Tianhu Xiandao's lair now, and the immortal didn't seem particularly hostile anymore. This could be his best chance to escape. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze pinning him in place. Tianhu Xiandao was watching him intently, as if he could read his mind. Heh, you figured it out? Lu Qinfeng forced a laugh, feigning innocence as he smiled at Tianhu Xiandao. Humph. Tianhu Xiandao sneered, his tone as cold as ever. Did you really think your little schemes could fool me? My mind is clear no matter what you're plotting. I can see right through you. Lu Qinfeng secretly chuckled, but couldn't help thinking mischievously. If you're so good at eating filth and drinking foul water, maybe I should toss you into a cesspit while you sleep and see how you like it. The thought made him want to laugh, but he kept it to himself. You brat. Your mind is full of wicked thoughts. Tianhu Xiandao suddenly shouted, a flash of anger in his eyes as he lunged at Lu Qinfeng with the fury of a wild beast. Lu Qinfeng hadn't expected the old man to turn on him so suddenly. The man's face twisted into a snarl as he lunged forward, sending Lu Qinfeng reeling backward in fright. He let out a sharp scream as he toppled straight off the edge of the mountain. As he plummeted, he felt himself falling faster and faster, terror flooding every part of him. He squeezed his eyes shut, silently crying out, I'm done for. I'm really going to die this time. That old man's not getting what he wants after all. Suddenly, his fall was broken by something soft, as if head landed in a pile of cotton. Instinctively, he flailed about, grabbing for anything he could reach, and his hands stumbled onto two unexpectedly soft, rounded shapes. Just as he started to squeeze, his wrists were caught in a firm grip by a pair of slender hands. A familiar voice whispered by his ear, don't move. A faint scent of sandalwood drifted into his nose, leaving him momentarily dazed. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Lu Qinfeng's eyes snapped open, and he realized he was lying in the arms of a stunningly beautiful woman, the very same Xianzi Pianxian who had tried to take him to meet the goddess king earlier. At that moment, his hands were awkwardly pressed against her chest. He yelped, scrambling to get free. But suspended in midair as they were, his efforts only pressed them closer together. Don't move, she ordered, her voice tinged with both embarrassment and urgency. Lu Qinfeng glanced down at the dizzying drop below and decided to stay still. We already traveled hundreds of miles through the air and walked dozens more on foot. How did you catch up to me? He asked, clearly astonished. She gave a small, mysterious smile. Why don't you take a guess? You've got to be kidding, Lu Qinfeng groaned. I'm not like that old fox, Tianhu, with his mind-reading tricks. There's no way I could guess what you're thinking. Before he could finish, a somber sigh echoed from above. Zhuoding Xianzi, you're certainly quick on your feet, but your experience in the martial world is sorely lacking. I sensed someone tailing us the whole way. See, all it took was a little test to expose you. Your name is Zhuoding Xianzi? Lu Qinfeng stared in surprise at the woman holding him. That's right, she replied with a radiant smile. But you still haven't told me your name. And, she frowned slightly. You're actually a kind person at heart, so why keep acting like a rascal? Could you stop calling yourself lousy? I don't like it when you do that. Is that so? Lu Qinfeng suddenly broke free from her grasp, his gaze turning cold as he spoke each word deliberately. This is who I am, and am not changing for anyone. Remember, I am who I am. As he spoke, he suddenly leaned backward and plummeted down like a falling meteor. Yet even as he fell, his voice rose from below, echoing up. Anyone who tries to change the way I speak or act well, I won't give them the satisfaction. Zhuo Tingxianzi stood frozen, watching helplessly as Lu Qinfeng's figure shrank into the distance. With a sigh, she finally made up her mind. With a sweep of her jade sleeve, she shot downwards, her silhouette streaking through the sky like a meteor. In that split second, a shadow flashed past her so fast it was almost impossible to believe, moving dozens of times quicker than she could. The figure caught Lu Qinfeng just as he was about to hit the ground. Although she only saw his back, Zhuo Tingxianzi instantly recognized Tianhu Xiandao. She dove after them, her voice edged with anxiety as she called out. You promised to take him as your disciple, don't you dare hurt him again. Oh, did I? Tianhu Xiandao whipped around, a strange smile curling on his lips. Poor girl, you've poured your heart out for him, but he doesn't appreciate you at all. With that, he turned his gaze to Lu Qinfeng, who he still held in his grasp. Isn't that right, my dear disciple? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhuo Tingxianzi's voice trembled with a mix of shame and anger, her cheeks flushed red, but it did nothing to slow her pursuit. Instead of fleeing, Tianhu Xiandao stopped and looked at Zhuo Tingxianzi as she drew near, a sly smile on his face. My dear disciple, can't you see? She's chasing after you with everything she's got, all for your sake. Lu Qinfeng cursed under his breath, spitting out. Say whatever filth you want, I don't care for your mind games. Tianhu Xiandao just smiled mysteriously. Is that so? Are you sure that's what you really think? Are you telling me that faced with such a stunning beauty, you don't feel anything at all? By then, Zhuo Tingxianzi had caught up to them, her breath coming quickly, eyes full of worry. Lu Qinfeng glanced at her coolly, then suddenly burst out laughing. A stunning beauty? Please. I just find this silly girl incredibly annoying. His words cut straight to Zhuo Tingxianzi's heart like a blade. Her face went pale, and a flash of pain flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, Tianhu Xiandao, as if trying to smooth things over, chuckled at Zhuo Tingxian's sorrowful expression. This boy is just afraid he'll hurt you, so he's saying these cruel things to drive you away. Don't go against his wishes, all right? I can see right through his little act. Is that true? Is that really what he thinks? Zhuo Tingxian's voice trembled. She knew this strange old man was a master at reading hearts, but the boy's thoughts changed so quickly it left her uncertain. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Lu Qinfeng suddenly replied, a smug smile spreading across his face. After all, if I didn't think that way, how could I outsmart such a cunning old fox? You? Zhuo Tingxian's voice was tinged with sorrow. Do you really? Let's go. Lu Qinfeng grabbed Tianhu Xiando's sleeve, his tone resolute. I don't want to hear another word from this woman. Take me away, far away. You really are heartless, Tianhu Xiandao chuckled, hoisting Lu Qinfeng up. But that's the mark of someone destined for greatness, free from the shackles of romance. With that, he took off, streaking toward the towering peaks ahead. On one side, the mountains were lush and green. On the other, they dropped away into a bottomless abyss. At this moment, the two of them stood at the very edge of the abyss, gazing down from the highest point. Below them, thick mist swirled like a vast white ocean, making it impossible to see the bottom. Just 10 feet below was the entrance to a spirit cave, the place where they would pursue their cultivation. Tianhu Xiandao stood at the cliff's edge, his eyes unusually vacant as if lost in deep thought, his face calm and unreadable. No. A cold female voice suddenly broke the silence from behind them. At some point, Zhuoting Xinzi had appeared, her expression emotionless as she spoke. He belongs to our goddess king. You cannot keep him here for your cultivation. A sharp, icy glint flashed in Tianhu Xiando's eyes as he slowly turned, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. Is that so? Does your goddess king want him back to marry her daughter, or to adopt him as kin? A faint smirk played at his lips, his tone mocking. If I recall correctly, isn't the famed princess everyone in the divine realm talks about actually you? You're Shin Ziyun's adopted daughter, aren't you? That's right. I am the goddess king's adopted daughter, Zhuoting Xinzi replied, her face still cold, her voice flat and unruffled. But what does that have to do with taking him back? Oh, it matters. It matters a great deal. Tianhu Xiando's smile turned sly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. If you're her adopted daughter, then the reason she wants to take this young man back is to marry you to him. She wishes to form an alliance with the human world. So what? Zhuoting Xinzi thought to herself. If that were true, she would be more than happy, but she was worried about his feelings. She stole a quick glance at Lu Qinfeng, only to find his face utterly expressionless, as unreadable as a statue, giving nothing away. In the blink of an eye, Tianhu Xiandao suddenly shoved Lu Qinfeng toward the abyss. What are you doing? Zhuoting Xinzi reacted instantly, her figure flashing as she gathered her energy. A fierce surge of power shot toward Tianhu Xiandao like a sword. Although Tianhu Xiandao was well advanced in years, he still had a childlike fondness for mischief, especially at others' expense. To lure out whoever was following them, he had pretended to push Lu Qinfeng off the cliff. Even if Zhuoting Xinzi hadn't appeared, he was confident he could catch Lu Qinfeng before any harm came to him. When he pushed Lu Qinfeng, he had actually kept a portion of his power tethered to the young man. However, he hadn't expected Zhuoting Xian's attack to be so powerful, forcing him to use both hands to defend himself and letting Lu Qinfeng fall into the abyss. Zhuoting Xinzi was shocked by the force of her own strike. Height was at least 3 times stronger than her usual attacks. Frantically, she searched for Lu Qinfeng but couldn't see him anywhere. Her heart tightened with worry. Without a second thought, she leapt into the abyss after him. The mist was so dense it felt tangible, and she couldn't see anything beyond an arm's length. She wanted to call out for Lu Qinfeng but realized she didn't even know his name, which filled her with frustration. Just as she was brooding over this, a sudden, piercing wolf howl echoed from below, followed by the chaotic sounds of beasts on the move, drawing closer and closer. This is bad, she thought, her face paling. There must be a pack of beasts down there. That stubborn boy could be in real danger. Thick fog hung heavy in the air, and a chilling wind howled through the night. The piercing cries of wolves shattered the silence, each one making Zhuo Tingxian's heart pound wildly. She bit her lower lip, hands trembling with nerves, as she cautiously felt her way forward through the mist. Are you all right? Are you hurt? She called out softly for Lu Qinfeng, her eyes scanning the few meters around her, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. But only the whistling wind and the relentless howls of wolves answered her. All around was swirling fog and the slick, muddy ground beneath her feet. The wolves were getting closer. Their heavy breathing and excited growls now that they had caught the scent of prey were impossible to ignore. This is bad, she thought anxiously. She had to find that troublesome boy before the wolves did. The fog ahead grew even thicker, laced with a sharp, poisonous odor. Even with her spirit eye, she couldn't see through this impenetrable wall of mist. She slowed her pace, feeling carefully along the ground, desperate to find the boy she had only met a day ago, but who now haunted her every thought. Suddenly, a low, guttural sound pierced the fog ahead. Xianzi looked up and saw two piercing red lights cut through the mist, staring straight at her. What was that? She froze, staring at the twin, fist-sized points of crimson light. In the next instant, the red lights shot toward her face like arrows. With a startled cry, she instinctively flicked her fingers, sending two dazzling beams of white light to intercept them. There was a sharp, sizzling sound as the energies clashed, and the red lights flickered and vanished. A wolf's anguished howl echoed through the fog, followed by the heavy thud of something hitting the ground, and a shadowy figure staggered away into the mist. Suddenly, the sound of many pounding paws erupted around her. Countless pairs of crimson wolf eyes glinted in the fog as the pack tightened its circle, drawing closer with each step. The red lights grew more menacing. Channeling her inner energy to her fingertips, Xianzi felt a surge of grief and anger. Her attack had drawn the entire pack, and by now, Lu Qinfeng was probably the thought was too much to bear. She unleashed her energy in a furious burst, sending it hurtling toward the approaching red lights. With several heavy thuds and more anguished howls, the red lights were snuffed out, swallowed by the dense, swirling fog. Suddenly, a heartrending howl echoed from several miles away. In the next instant, countless streaks of red light surged forward like a well-trained army, weaving a deadly net through the mist. Each flickering crimson beam locked mercilessly onto Fairy Zhuting, sending uncontrollable shivers down her spine. She quickly gathered her core energy in both hands and unleashed a barrage of attacks at the oncoming red lights. Yet, to her shock, these wolf beasts displayed an uncanny intelligence, dodging her strikes with agility. Only a few slower ones suffered serious injuries. In the blink of an eye, the wolves tightened their encirclement to within 30 feet, and Zhuting found herself growing more panicked. Dozens of energy blasts shot from her hands, but only managed to strike a few pairs of glowing red eyes. Worse yet, she could feel her core energy rapidly depleting. Sensing their prey's growing weakness, the wolves bared their fangs and let out excited, low growls, their paws pawing at the ground in restless anticipation. As a cultivator with a century of training, Zhuting instantly realized this was her best chance to break free. Without hesitation, she pushed off the soft mud with all her strength, aiming to leap into the air. But the moment her feet left the ground, she realized her mistake. The soggy earth offered no support for her jump. She barely managed to rise a few feet before her body began to fall, her core completely drained, unable to give her any further lift. As she hovered just above the ground, she shut her eyes in pain and thought, "Farewell, you brat. I hope you're safe, wherever you are." Suddenly, her feet landed on something both soft and firm. Heart leaping with hope, she used it as a springboard and vaulted upward. At that moment, a piercing wolf's howl rang out from below. Glancing down, she saw a wolf beast with a dazzling coat furiously rubbing its nose with its front paws, letting out pained whimpers. "Sorry, poor wolf, I didn't mean to step on your nose," Zhuting called out sincerely as she soared through the air. "But thanks to your nose breaking my fall, I escaped becoming your dinner." Little did she know, the unlucky wolf had been waiting with jaws wide open to snatch up this treat falling from the sky, only for Zhuting to land squarely on its upturned nose, leaving it writhing in agony. At this moment, all other thoughts vanished from Zhuting's mind. Her entire focus was locked on the desperate struggle for survival unfolding before her. As she soared to the highest point, several meters above the ground, she glanced down. Below her, countless pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed from the dense wolf pack. During her descent, she calculated each move with precision, landing squarely on the foreheads of the wolves, using them as springboards to leap forward. This perilous escape had her darting and weaving above the wolves' heads, each step propelling her closer to the edge of the encirclement. In the short span of half a cup of tea, she had already broken through to the outermost ring. Dozens of wolves she had stepped on howled in fury, shoving aside their companions in a frenzied pursuit. Their chaos disrupted the pack's formation, giving her an even better chance to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuting summoned the last remnants of strength from her core and landed hard on the head of a gaunt old wolf at the perimeter. The rebound was even stronger than before, hurling her several meters farther. Just as relief was about to wash over her, a mournful wolf's howl echoed from miles away, its sharp, piercing sound instantly rousing the entire pack. The wolves howled as one and charged after her with renewed madness. Hearing the uproar, Zhuting glanced back and was so startled by the terrifying sight that she almost plummeted from the air. She flailed her arms, desperately trying to push herself forward, but her body was drained of all strength. At that critical moment, a fierce gust of wind surged from below, and several colorful wolves leapt up, snapping at her feet. With a cry, she lost her balance and tumbled toward the ground. As she was about to fall into the wolves' midst, the threat of death sparked a final surge of power from within. Her core released a burst of energy, just enough for her to twist midair and land several meters away. But immediately, a massive wolf lunged at her, its jaws wide, and aimed at her throat. In that split second, she suddenly felt her body lighten. Someone had yanked her underground, narrowly saving her from the deadly attack. In the darkness below, a strong hand clamped tightly around her waist. She was about to struggle when a cold voice warned, "Don't move. If you move again, it'll throw you right back up there." The familiar voice brought tears streaming down Zhuting's face. She threw herself into his arms, her weak fists pounding against his chest. "You jerk, you fool. Why did you wait until now to show up? Why didn't you answer me when I called for you? You were here all along. So why did you make me think something terrible had happened to you? I was so scared. I almost wanted to give up on everything." I sobbed, unable to hold back any longer. She broke down and wept bitterly. This person was, of course, Lu Qinfeng. After being pushed into the abyss by the celestial fox Taoist that day, he was initially terrified, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I'm finished this time." That wretched Taoist just sent his most talented disciple, a martial arts prodigy with exceptional potential, straight to hell with his own hands. Even if the fall from this cliff dozens of meters high doesn't kill me, we'll probably end up crippled. All my dreams of becoming a great cultivator ended before they even began. How hateful, how tragic, how pitiful. With a muffled thud, Lu Qinfeng suddenly felt his whole body crash onto what felt like a wide bed covered with quilts. Despite the apparent softness of his landing, the speed of his fall left him in excruciating pain, especially around his lower back. He couldn't help but squeeze his eyes shut, tears welling up despite himself. "You've really embarrassed yourself this time," he muttered, quickly covering his face with both hands, consoling himself that at least no one could see him now. Just as he was immersed in his self-pity, he suddenly heard a chilling wolf howl not far away, along with the dull, intermittent thud of hooves striking the ground. Not good, he thought. Years of living beyond the frontier had honed his instincts, and all these signs were warnings there was a pack of beasts closing in. Thinking quickly, Lu Qinfeng glanced around, only to find himself surrounded by dense fog and choking miasma, with nowhere suitable to hide. Hearing the beasts drawing ever closer, he dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his back, he forced himself to his feet and staggered off in a random direction, desperate to escape. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath his feet, and he tumbled into a hidden pit. Though it wasn't deep, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he couldn't summon the strength to climb out. Lying on the damp earth, his whole body relaxed, and before long he drifted into sleep. In his dreams, Lu Qinfeng found himself in a sea of flowers, with a graceful woman dancing in the distance. She had her back to him, her face hidden, but her slender waist and hair flowing softly in the breeze left no doubt that she was stunningly beautiful. Just then, the woman turned her head and smiled at him. Startled, Lu Qinfeng realized she was none other than Ruer, whom he hadn't seen in months. He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them hard, but when he looked again, the figure before him had transformed into the enigmatic and unpredictable fairy Zhuting. Unable to bear it any longer, he leapt up, desperate to escape. But just then, he heard Fairy Zhuting's sorrowful voice behind him. "Do I really repulse you so much that you won't even look at me?" Her voice was so mournful it tugged at his heart. Lu Qinfeng hesitated, his back still to her, and said, "You're actually very beautiful. It's not that I dislike you, it's just..." He struggled to find the right words, but suddenly there was a sharp scream behind him. He spun around in alarm only to find that Fairy Zhuting had vanished without a trace. In a state of shock and panic, Lu Qinfeng wanted to cry out, but found his lips sealed as if glued shut no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't open his mouth. He tried to run, desperate to find her, but his legs felt heavy as lead, numb and powerless, unable to move an inch. At that moment, terror clawed at his stubborn heart like a demon, stripping away his defenses, while regret tore through his resolve like a wild beast. Just as he was about to break down, he jolted awake, realizing with a start that it had all been a dream. However, before his pounding heart could settle, a familiar scream pierced the air, nearly stopping it altogether. The urgent, clear cry came from Abovite was the voice of Zhutingxian, just as in his dream. Could the nightmare have been real? Was she truly in danger? Alarmed, Lu Qinfeng sprang to his feet, braced his elbows on the edge of the hidden cave, and pulled himself up to peer outside, scanning the surroundings. What he saw made him gasp in disbelief. Countless beams of glaring red light crisscrossed the darkness, illuminating a pack of towering, savage wolves. They bared their fangs and snarled, encircling a woman in flowing white robes, ethereal as a fairy. Thick mist swirled around her, obscuring her face, but in the crimson glow reflected in the wolf's eyes, he could make out her slender, graceful figure. There was no doubt she was a woman. As he watched her teeter on the edge of the wolf's circle, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a shame for such a beauty to fall prey to these beasts. Just then, to his astonishment, the woman suddenly plummeted, her body veering sharply heading straight toward him. There was no time to react. He ducked his head, and she crashed down just a few feet behind him, brushing painfully against his scalp as she fell. Annoyed, he looked up, ready to curse, when he saw two streaks of blood-red lightning flash like arrows toward the dazed woman. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her, yanking her into the cave and away from the snapping jaws of the wolves. As he pulled her into the darkness, he finally realized he had saved Zhuo Tingxian herself. What surprised him even more was that the icy, aloof fairy from his dream now clung to him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Her sobs took him completely off guard, and the emotion in her voice left him speechless. Meanwhile, several wolves still prowled outside the cave, their blood-red eyes glinting with menace, fixated on the two inside. Zhuo Tingxian's delicate fists pounded softly against Lu Qinfeng's chest, leaving him frozen and unsure what to do. It was a long moment before she finally calmed down, still gripping his back tightly. As her face slipped away from his embrace, she looked up at him with a playful glint in her voice. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you admitting you were wrong? Really? Lu Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the ancients said women and children are the hardest to handle. With just a few words, she left his head spinning and his heart in turmoil. Her mood, too, seemed to change as quickly as the weather. At this moment, he felt as if his head was about to burst, and for once, he couldn't come up with a single excuse. He gave a dry cough and said, "Say whatever you want. We're trapped here anyway, with no hope of escape. If it makes you feel better to win an argument, go ahead." Humph. That's just another way of refusing to admit your mistake, Zhuo Tingxian pouted, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Deep down, you know you were wrong. But you just can't bring yourself to say it, can you? Lu Qinfeng couldn't be bothered to argue with her any longer. He grabbed her by the arms and pushed her aside. Can't you see all those eyes watching us from above? If you keep acting like this, aren't you worried about what people will say? Zhuo Tingxian suddenly burst out laughing. I thought you were just a harmless scoundrel, but it turns out you have a sense of humor, too. They're just wild beasts. What do they know about human emotions? It's not like they're going to gossip about us. Is that so? Lu Qinfeng lowered his voice mysteriously. Look at the way they're staring at you, hungry, excited, almost predatory. Can you guess what's going through their minds? What are they thinking? She asked, drawn in by his odd line of reasoning. They're wondering why this beautiful girl only has eyes for a man who doesn't care about her at all, while she ignores the ones who truly admire her. What are you trying to say? Zhuo Tingxian's voice grew sharper, sensing a hidden meaning in his words. What do you think? Lu Qinfeng sneered. Are you really that clueless? Or are you just pretending? You. Zhuo Tingxian glared at him, furious. I know you don't care about me, so why should I stay here any longer? Take care of yourself. With that, she spun around and headed straight for the cave entrance. Lu Qinfeng hadn't expected her to be so headstrong. He quickly reached out to stop her, forcing a smile. Don't go. I was only joking. Even a fool could tell he wasn't being sincere. Zhuo Tingxian shook off his hand and shouted, Move aside. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst from within her, and she shot out of the cave like an arrow, plunging straight into the pack of wolves. Lu Qinfeng could only give a bitter laugh before climbing up to the cave entrance. He saw Zhuo Tingxian locked in fierce combat with the wolves. At first, her attacks were sharp and powerful, her energy making the wolves howl in pain. But soon, her strength began to fade, and her strikes barely fazed them. Watching her struggle, Lu Qinfeng sighed, then stepped into the pack without hesitation. Several wolves turned to glare at him, growling threateningly. He knew he was no match for them, so he crouched cautiously, prepared for the worst. To his surprise, the wolves, though baring their teeth, didn't dare approach him. Stay back. They'll tear you apart. Zhuo Tingxian, even while fighting, kept her eyes on Lu Qinfeng. In that moment of distraction, several wolves lunged and sank their teeth into her. Lu Qinfeng's heart leapt into his throat. He roared and charged into the fray. Strangely, the wolves scattered from him as if he were some kind of plague. He reached Zhuo Tingxian in time to stop the wolves from mauling her further, but the pain was too much. She fainted in his arms. Lu Qinfeng rushed to her side, catching her just as she collapsed. Though he held her soft body in his arms, Lu Qinfeng's heart remained as pure as a tranquil autumn lay utterly free of distracting thoughts. He gently pressed Zhuo Ting's philtrum, watching as she slowly regained consciousness. A hint of bitterness flickered across his face. Why do you insist on doing this to yourself? Zhuo Ting opened her eyes. Bathed in the eerie red glow from the surrounding wolves, the first thing she saw was the black-clad youth she both loved and resented. Remembering his harsh words from before, shame and anger surged within her. She struggled to break free from his embrace, but the movement pulled at her wounds, sending a wave of pain through her body and causing her to tremble, her brows knitting in agony. Didn't you say you didn't care about me? Why bother pretending now? Let me go let the wolves finish me off. Lu Qinfeng's hands tightened on her shoulders, his gaze cold. Have you lost your mind? We're still surrounded by wolves. His icy tone cut through her like a knife. For the past century in the sanctuary, everyone had treated her with the utmost respect. Even the goddess queen had never spoken a harsh word to her. Yet now, not only had this young man rejected her, he had scolded her so bluntly. The sting of resentment and disappointment threatened to swallow her whole. She struggled violently, and the pain from her wolf bites became unbearable. A cry of agony escaped her lips. What? Do your wounds need tending? Lu Qinfeng's voice remained frosty, each word stabbing at her heart. She let out a bitter laugh. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I won't trouble you again because soon, you want. Before she could finish, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Only then did panic flicker in Lu Qinfeng's eyes. He suddenly realized the body in his arms was growing colder by the second. Her breathing, as he checked, was growing faint. How could someone who had just struggled so fiercely suddenly become so weak? He shook her shoulders anxiously. Hey, don't do this to me. It's just a few wolf bites, you'll be fine. A chill wind swept by, making him shiver and snapping his mind into clarity. By the wolf's red eyes, he examined her wounds more closely. The blackened edges looked disturbingly unnatural. A dreadful thought struck him. Could the wolf's fangs be poisoned? Had she already been fatally poisoned? In fact, his guess was correct. The wolf's fang was indeed laced with deadly poison. Not only did Zhuoting, the fairy, suffer from the rapid spread of the toxin into her organs due to her convulsions after being poisoned, but the restorative power hidden in her inner core had also been depleted. Her frail body was left completely defenseless against the onslaught of the poison. It quickly paralyzed her meridians, and she finally slipped into unconsciousness. Lu Qinfeng knew nothing of these details. All he saw was Zhuoting's breathing growing weaker, her body turning cold, and he thought she was beyond saving. A surge of rage, fiercer than anything had ever felt, suddenly erupted in his chest. He spun around, his eyes instantly bloodshot, glaring at the surrounding wolves. He didn't understand why he felt so furious, but his entire body felt as if his blood was boiling. Unable to contain himself, he charged straight into the heart of the wolf pack. Kill. That was the only thought left in his mind. Avenge her. His hands lashed out wildly, driven by this single purpose. Destroy them all. Suddenly, a power as devastating as the end of days erupted from his arms, slashing at the countless enemies before him. Each strike pierced through a vicious wolf's belly. The hands that were usually too weak to even harm a chicken now tore open the chests and bellies of hundreds of wolf beasts. He was like a mad demon, consumed by a single desire, to slaughter every last one of these hateful creatures. His arms, faintly glowing with a greenish aura, whipped up a massive tidal wave, sweeping dozens of terrified, howling wolves into the air before hurling them aside. The terrified wolves, like leaves in an autumn wind, were sent flying several miles away. With a series of deafening crashes, the wolves hit the ground, their agonized wails echoing as they met a painful end. The remaining wolves had already been wary of him, but now, seeing his sudden display of terrifying strength, none dared to stay another moment. In a panic, they scattered and fled, afraid that if they hesitated even for a second, they'd be torn to pieces. As the most cunning of beasts, the wolves disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the mangled bodies of their fallen companions and a thick, swirling mist that enveloped the stunned, black-clad young man. What's happening to me? Lu Qinfeng lifted his hands and saw they were covered in blood and wounds, injuries on his own skin, but the blood was clearly not his. Have I gone mad? He wondered in shock. Otherwise, how could I have so many wounds on my hands? How else could I be covered in so much blood that isn't mine? A tingling numbness shot through his arms, making him deeply uncomfortable, and a wave of exhaustion swept over his upper body. He had no memory of what had just happened, only a vague recollection of wanting to avenge Zhuoting. Avenge her? Right, damn, I almost forgot. I don't even know how Zhuoting is doing now. In a panic, he crouched down. The thick fog and miasma made it impossible to see anything more than half a foot in front of him, so he reached out and began to slowly feel around on the ground, hoping to find Zhuoting's body. What's this? Suddenly, his hand slipped into a small, fist-sized hole in the ground. The hole felt as if it was made of soft, springy earth, almost like flesh. As he reached in further, he felt something slick and cold slide past his fingertips. A snake. His first thought was that he must have stumbled into a nest of snakes. But bold as he was, how could he be afraid of a mere snake? Had been taught since birth that to catch a snake, you had to grab it by the neck. Though his skills were modest, he prided himself on his ability to handle snakes and pests. Without a second's hesitation, he struck out, aiming straight for what he believed was the snake's weak spot. Sure enough, he caught it in one swift motion, gripping the snake's body tightly between his fingers. Its skin was slick and wet, but there was no way it could break free from Lu Qinfeng's iron grip. With the snake subdued, the rest was simple. Twist it hard to make it dizzy, then fling it skyward, letting it spin through the air in a dazzling arc of final, memorable dance before it met its end. Satisfied with his plan, Lu Qinfeng tightened his hold and gave a sharp tug. Suddenly, a bone-chilling howl erupted right in front of him. Something leapt up and sank its teeth into his throat. Even Lu Qinfeng, who feared nothing, could never have imagined being attacked by such a strange beast. But the creature's fangs only grazed his skin. With a quick struggle, Lu Qinfeng broke free, and the beast collapsed to the ground. Still shaken, he took a deep breath and realized that in his panic, the snake had slipped from his grasp. But he had no time to worry about that now. He leaned closer, determined to see what had nearly scared him to death. As his face almost touched the creature, he finally got a good look and was shocked to find a gaping, fist-sized hole in the beast's chest, from which a thick, arm-sized intestine trailed out several feet. Good grief, it was a wolf, its belly torn open, its guts spilling out. What had he done to deserve being terrified by such a grisly creature? Furious at the realization that it was just a disemboweled old wolf, he cursed out loud. But poor, ignorant Lu Confronting, did he really not realize that it was his own punch that had torn open the wolf's chest? Did he not see that the snake he had grabbed was actually the wolf's intestine? And that it was his attempt to pull out the intestine, mistaking it for a venomous snake, that triggered the wolf's dying attack? Alas, poor wolf. Even in your final, desperate struggle, you were tormented to death by this scoundrel, and now, as your last breath fades, you have to listen to his shameless complaints. In a final burst of anger, Lu Qinfeng kicked the still warm corpse of the wolf as hard as he could. It was then that he noticed the woman in white lying behind the wolf princess, Zhuoting of the immortal realm. He rushed over and helped her up, only to see several deep, black wounds on her body. Clearly, she had been poisoned. Suddenly, he remembered that the wolf had bitten his throat as well. The poison must have already spread through his veins. Was he about to die too? No, something was off. Though he felt weak and numb, he showed none of the symptoms of poisoning. His head hovered just above Zhuoting's face, and he saw that her lips had turned an ominous shade of black. The poison was already spreading across her face, creeping toward her brain. If it reached her brain, not even the gods could save her. But Lu Qinfeng knew nothing of medicine. He could only stare helplessly at her face as the dark aura deepened. Was she dead? Had she really died? Lu Qinfeng's heart cried out in anguish. If only he had agreed to help her. If only he hadn't let the shadows of his past cloud his judgment. If only. Just then, a drop of his own blood fell from his wounded neck onto Zhuoting's face. To his astonishment, the bluish tinge on her skin seemed to lighten ever so slightly. Another drop landed on her lips, and, miraculously, the dark color began to fade. Lu Qinfeng was utterly astonished. All his life, he had never known that his blood possessed such a miraculous ability to neutralize poison. Secretly delighted, he thought to himself, from now on, he'll never have to fear things like duanchang grass, crane's crown red, ego poison, zhen wine, arsenic, the instant kill poison, monk's hood, or love flower. These 8 rare and deadly poisons were ones had often heard the old folks talk about when he was young, and now their names flashed vividly through his mind. He couldn't help but marvel. So I'm not completely clueless about medicine after all. Old Scorpio, you really misjudged me. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of homesickness suddenly washed over him. He hadn't seen those long-bearded elders had respected in his childhood, or the friends had played with, for many years now. What had become of his hometown? How were they all doing? Ever since that year, he suddenly realized it really had been a long time since he'd been home. Just as this longing for home tugged at his heart, the fairy Zhuoting, lying in his arms, stirred ever so slightly. That subtle movement struck Lu Qinfeng's heart like a bolt of lightning. She wasn't dead. Dead people don't move. Overjoyed, he hugged her tightly against his chest, but his elation was instantly doused by the coldness of her body. Why wasn't she waking up? Had the poison already clouded her mind? What should he do? A thought flashed through his mind. Since his blood could neutralize poison, what if he gave her some of his blood to drink that purged the toxins from her body? At that moment, he noticed that the slight improvement in Zhuoting's complexion after absorbing his blood had faded. Now, a dense bluish pallor once again covered her delicate face. Though he knew little about the symptoms of poisoning, seeing that blue tinge spreading across her cheeks, Lu Qinfeng instantly realized she was in grave danger. Without thinking, he quickly bit his right middle finger and moved to press his bleeding fingertip to Zhuoting's lips. Don't move. A fierce shout from behind startled him so much that his hand trembled, smearing blood across her cheek instead of her lips, staining her soft skin bright red. Lu Qinfeng turned in shock and saw, illuminated by flickering firelight, an imposing old man standing against the wind. The elder's right hand was raised, holding a wooden torch that cut through the heavy mist and poisonous fog, casting his impressive bearing and cold, proud gaze clearly before Lu Qinfeng. For some reason, the moment he saw this eccentric old man who had once tried to take him as a disciple, Lu Qinfeng felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. He was about to greet him with his usual cheeky grin when, to his horror, the old man suddenly shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for him. Before Lu Qinfeng could even gasp, the old man had seized his right hand, which was still pressed against Zhuoting's cheek. The old man's angry voice rang in his ear. Take your filthy hand away. Do you want to kill her? Caught off guard, Lu Qinfeng suddenly found himself dragged several feet backward by the old heavenly fox, his body firmly gripped. The surprise forced him to let go of Zhuoting, who tumbled straight toward the ground. Heavenly fox, what are you doing? Lu Qinfeng shouted in anger, seeing the woman about to hit the ground while he was still pinned. At the critical moment, the old immortal made a gentle pulling motion with his left hand, and Zhuoting's fall slowed abruptly. She came to a halt in midair, then landed upright and steady. Lu Qinfeng recognized this trick, the art of pulling objects through the void, which he had already witnessed the first time he met the old man. Relieved, he muttered, "Old man, I knew you wouldn't just watch her die." With another wave of his left hand, the heavenly fox sent Zhuoting drifting lightly back toward Lu Qinfeng, scolding with a laugh. "You brat, always so glib. Move that right hand of yours, it's covered in chicken blood. Hold her with your left." Lu Qinfeng understood that the wise old man must have his reasons, so he obediently wrapped Zhuoting securely with his left arm, keeping his right hand far away. Still, he couldn't resist retorting, "Fine, I'll listen to you this time, you old fossil." "Enough with your smart mouth," the heavenly fox said, his expression suddenly serious. "Do you realize you almost killed her just now? What are you talking about?" Lu Qinfeng protested, though he already sensed something was wrong. "My blood has detoxifying properties. Giving it to her should cure the wolf venom, not kill her. Who are you trying to scare?" The old man caught the deliberate way Lu Qinfeng emphasized the word old, but he was used to it by now. With a half smile, he replied, "Really? Why don't you try it then? Let's see what happens if you let blood containing my treasured snake's blood and gall enter her body. Will it cure her, or poison her even faster?" "What? You mean?" Lu Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he understood why he had only recently discovered his blood's detoxifying effect. It was because swallowing that slippery, egg-sized object had altered his blood. "That's right," the old man said gravely. "My precious snake is called Xian. Its fangs and skin aren't poisonous, but its blood and gall are extremely toxic. I don't know how you survive, but your blood is now 100 times more poisonous than the deadliest toxins. If you inject it into her, it won't cure her, it'll kill her." "Is that true?" Lu Qinfeng was horrified. No wonder those wolf beasts had kept their distance earlier. Could they have sensed the deadly poison in his blood? Lu Qinfeng lowered his head to look at Fairy Zhuoting in his arms. Her face was stained with blood dripping from his own fingers, but her lips, once dark and lifeless, had regained their color, and the pallor of her cheeks was slowly turning rosy. "Who are you trying to fool?" he said with a triumphant grin. "If my blood were really that poisonous, why would she be recovering so quickly?" The celestial fox immortal slowly shook his head, his brows furrowed. "You ignorant boy, haven't you ever heard the saying, fight poison with poison? Ancient texts tell of the gu duo shi, the horn of the snake, which is extremely poisonous yet can be used to cure other poisons. That's the principle behind fighting poison with poison." "Fight poison with poison?" Lu Qinfeng's eyes lit up. "So by feeding her my blood, I'm just using poison to cure poison. Why did you try to stop me, old man?" He made to press his bleeding finger to Fairy Zhuoting's lips again. "Is that so?" The celestial fox immortal's voice suddenly turned cold. "The principle holds, but what if your poison is even deadlier than the one she's suffering from? Wouldn't that just make things worse? Instead of tormenting her with two poisons, it might be kinder to let fate take its course now. Right, why didn't I think of that?" Lu Qinfeng cursed himself for his stupidity and quickly pulled his hand back, shooting a sidelong glance at the celestial fox immortal. "So do you have a way to fix this? Finally, you're asking for my help." The celestial fox immortal gave a mysterious smile. "Yes, I can adjust the toxicity of your blood so it will perfectly counteract the wolf poison in her body." "Then what are we waiting for?" Lu Qinfeng jumped to his feet, excitement in his voice. "Hurry up, she's running out of time." But the celestial fox immortal merely stroked his beard, casting Lu Qinfeng a meaningful look and remaining silent. Lu Qinfeng couldn't help but curse inwardly, certain the old man had some hidden agenda. He began to wonder, become his disciple? Had already agreed to that. Serve him for life? That was part of being a disciple anyway. So what else did he want? Just as Lu Qinfeng was anxiously sizing himself up, even worrying that the celestial fox immortal might covet his only decent black robe, the old man suddenly scolded, "You fool. Do you think I'd take advantage of you at a time like this? Besides, that rag you're wearing isn't worth a thing. Relax as long as you study hard from now on. I ask for nothing else." "Are you really that generous?" Lu Qinfeng still sounded skeptical, wondering if the old man truly meant to teach him genuine cultivation techniques. "All right, enough. Stop overthinking it. Let's begin before it's too late. She won't last much longer." The celestial fox immortal cut off his thoughts with a dry cough and a sense of urgency. A fierce wind whipped through their hair as sunlight spilled down, and a gentle mist rose slowly from the base of the cliff, swirling and coiling like drifting clouds dissolving into the air. In the distance, blue mountains appeared and vanished beneath the drifting clouds, which floated aimlessly out of the valleys. Nearby, birds in the lush green forest seemed to have grown weary of flight, sensing it was time to return to their nests. At the very edge of the cliff, 3 people sat cross-legged. In the center was an elderly man, dignified and imposing, his robes fluttering in the wind. Though his face was marked by age, it still radiated a certain vigor. A dazzling purple aura surrounded him, mysterious as mist and exuding an indescribable authority. He gripped a long iron staff in both hands, one end pressed against the right wrist of a young man dressed in black, the other lightly touching the lips of a woman in white. Under the sunlight, the staff's metal surface glinted with a fierce red, as if reflecting the rising mist that curled around it. That ethereal haze spread through the air, carrying a chilling cold that made one shiver despite the warmth of the sun. Sunlight poured over the young man in black, highlighting his striking features. His eyes were tightly shut, and pain twisted the corners of his eyes, his body trembling as if he could barely bear it. Yet he clenched his jaw, swallowing any sound of distress. In stark contrast, the woman in white appeared serene, her face calm and her eyes gentle, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. As the thick mist gradually faded, a rare look of comfort would cross her face, as if she felt a deep peace and satisfaction from within. Under the bright sun, color slowly returned to her pale cheeks, and her lips took on a fresh, rosy hue, so vivid it was hard to look away. The only thing breaking the spell of this scene was the elderly man himself, whose imposing figure blocked the view. If not for him, the young man in black might have been completely lost in the beauty before him. The three sat together, soaking in the sunlight until the sun began to set, and the sky filled with the warm glow of dusk. A sudden gust of wind swept by, and the young man in black, numb from sitting so long, began to tremble. Just then, the old man barked, "Don't move." His voice thundered in the air, eyes still shut as if he could see straight through everything. This is the critical moment. Even if someone was about to cut your throat, you must endure. The young man seethed with anger, cursing inwardly, "Damn you. If you weren't healing Xian, I'd have made sure you were long dead and buried." He gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over. But just then, a painful groan escaped the woman behind him. Instantly realizing he had fallen into the old man's trap, he panicked and hurriedly sat back down, regrets surging through him. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, "Old man, don't use this girl to threaten me. Push me too far, and I might do anything." Behind him, the old man suddenly gave a mysterious smile and said in a low voice, "I doubt you have the guts." His voice was deep and laced with amusement. "Heh, don't think I can't guess what's going on in that dirty little mind of yours, just because you're keeping quiet. I bet you've already started to develop feelings for that young girl from the divine realm, haven't you?" The black-clad youth let out a cold snort, thinking to himself, "Say whatever you want. I'm tired of listening to you anyway." He forced down the turmoil in his heart, trying to keep his tone natural. "You're talking nonsense." The old man added, "You might not realize it yourself, but deep down, you're haunted by a painful memory. I can't say exactly what it is, but I'm certain it's a scar left by heartbreak." The youth's body trembled, every hair standing on end, but he managed to fight the urge to look back, clenching his jaw tightly. To hide his unease, he forced a laugh, his tone still cold. "You're making things up. Someone as charming, talented, and dashing as me, how could I possibly be hurt by love?" Even as he spoke, he couldn't help but hear the bitterness in his own words. "There's no need for me to spell it out, is there?" The old man sighed, a trace of sympathy in his eyes. "So you were abandoned by a woman who wasn't worth your love. That's no reason to give up on yourself, or to shut yourself off from everyone else." The youth suddenly roared, "Enough?" He spun around almost reflexively, glaring at the old man. But just then, he heard the white-robed girl behind him let out another agonized moan, a cry so pained it sounded as if she were being torn apart. He hurriedly turned back and carefully sat down cross-legged, doing his best not to disturb the injured girl. His expression changed, but his voice remained icy. "If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, then stop guessing about my past. Don't think you can just spout nonsense because you know a few tricks. I can't stand self-important fortune-tellers like you, always pretending to know what's in other people's hearts. Even if you could, in the end, you're nothing special." The old man snorted. "So, you're saying you don't want to learn from me?" The youth seemed unfazed by the provocation, his voice full of disdain. "You said it yourself. Since you're not willing to teach me, I won't beg. Once you've cured Miss Zhuoting's poison, just send us down the mountain. That way, I won't have to bother you anymore." The old man suddenly laughed. "Heh, not a bad idea. I told you, you're a smart one. There's wisdom in your words. If you don't want to be my student, I won't force you. Like they say, there's no point forcing something that's not meant to be. So, I'll let you go down the mountain." The youth could hardly believe his ears. She nearly jumped up with excitement, but then remembered Zhuoting was still suffering behind him. Forcing himself to stay calm, he turned to the old man, his eyes full of hope. "Do you mean it? You'll really let me leave? You won't bother me again?" When the old man nodded firmly, the young man in black immediately beamed with joy, his heart leaping with excitement. He thought to himself, could it be that this old man has finally come to his senses? Maybe he's realized I'm too restless to stay in one place and learn from him, so he's decided to let me go out of the kindness of his heart. But just as he was celebrating, the old man interrupted his thoughts with a single word, "However." "What?" The young man quickly turned around, his gaze fixed on the old man with a hint of threat in his voice. "You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? You know, your reputation as a master of the Heavenly Fox sect is well known in both the martial world and the Five Realms. If you break your promise now, I'm afraid your name will suffer." The old man met his gaze with those strange eyes of his, and for a moment, his expression showed a rare trace of weariness. When did I ever say I was going back on my word? He replied after a pause, his voice low. Have you ever spent 10 years alone on the frozen plains? The young man shook his head, puzzled. I've never even left the northern frontiers until now, so of course I haven't. But what does that have to do with what I asked you? The old man seemed not to hear the question and continued. 10 years, 10 whole years. I survived alone in that desolate, uninhabited wasteland. Even when the sun was blazing during the day, the melting glaciers absorbed all the warmth, making it even colder. If you stuck out even half a finger, it would freeze instantly. During the day, I could only curl up in a makeshift ice cave just big enough to squeeze into. At night, the temperature would rise a bit, but I only had about half an hour to move around and search for food or water. Miss that window, and you wouldn't have another chance. Nonsense. The young man finally couldn't hold back. I've heard of the frozen wastelands, but it's not nearly as cold as you make it sound. I've heard people live there, fishing and weaving, men farming and women spinning. If it was as harsh as you say, they would have starved long ago. The old man's face darkened, barely suppressing his anger. The frozen wastelands are split into countless small glaciers. I was talking about the Chihuang Plain in the central region. Which place are you talking about? Chihuang. The young man paused, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, I almost forgot. Yes, I meant Chihuang. As the old man channeled his energy to balance the young man's blood, he asked in surprise. There are two places called Chihuang in the frozen wastelands, though they're written differently. One means coming late, leaving late, with blazing torchlight hats the coldest part in the central region. The other means flowers and grass by the pond, yellow earth barely covered, and it's near the eastern snow mountains, where the sun is bright and fish are plentiful, so people can live there. Were you talking about the latter? The young man gave an awkward smile and said, so there are actually two places called Chihuang? Haha, I really didn't know that. Maybe the place I heard about isn't even in the same world as where you live. Looks like you'll need to do some real investigating in the future. The old man was briefly taken aback, apparently surprised by the boy's sudden interest. A thoughtful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's this? Why the sudden change of heart? Haven't you always been the type to avoid hardship? The boy cleared his throat and grinned. Well, to be honest, it's because you saved Fairy Zuiding's life and were generous enough to let me go. I can't help but feel grateful. Now that her troubles are over, it's time for me to leave. But I can't just accept your kindness without repaying you. So I've decided to help fulfill your unfulfilled wish. Oh, so you know why I came to Chihuang? The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he replied coldly. The boy answered without hesitation. Isn't it to find that legendary ancient spirit beast? I've heard stories about Chihuang's spirit beast ever since I was a kid. The old man responded with a flat "oh," not showing much surprise. Then, a sly smile appeared on his face. But perhaps after you leave this mountain, you won't be grateful at all. You might even wish I were dead. A flicker of confusion crossed the boy's eyes, but he remained steadfast and replied calmly. No, never. No matter what happens, I would never forget a kindness. If someone gives me a drop of water, I'll repay them with a spring. Is that so? The old man suddenly gave a strange smile. Are you sure? No regrets? The boy wondered what the old man was really up to, but figured that as long as he was allowed to leave the mountain, whatever happened later was a problem for another day. So he nodded firmly. Don't worry. As long as you let me go, I'll always be grateful and never hold a grudge. The old man sighed. Ah, boy, ignorance is bliss. Sometimes cleverness only leads to trouble. Then he changed the subject. Very well. The poison in her body is almost healed now. She doesn't need your blood anymore. You can go. With that, he withdrew the staff connecting their bodies, his face expressionless. The boy was overjoyed. He immediately stood up, cupped his fists, and said excitedly, Senior, you're truly generous and extraordinary. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to go. But just as he took his first step, something occurred to him. He turned back and asked, by the way, Senior, Fairy Zuiding shouldn't she be coming with me? Before he could finish, he froze. Fairy Zuiding, who had been standing nearby, and the strange old man known as the Heavenly Fox Immortal were both gone. The area around him was empty except for the sound of the wind and his own confusion. He stared blankly at the emptiness, a chill of fear sweeping through him. Suddenly, an ancient, eerie voice echoed up from the depths of the cliff. From now on, shall stay by my side. After decades of loneliness, I've finally found this beautiful young lady to keep me company for the rest of my days. I'll never have to endure the cold solitude of my cave again. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed through the gorge, strange and bone-chilling. He actually set me up, and I just walked right into his trap without a second thought. The young man clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto a rough, jagged boulder at the edge of the cliff. As his skin tore open, blood streamed down through his fingers, leaving scattered crimson stains on the rock. I always prided myself on being clever and resourceful, but I still ended up falling for the schemes of that so-called benevolent hypocrite. If he had been overpowered through martial skill, the blow to his pride might not have been so devastating. But now, he felt utterly drained, an overwhelming emptiness sweeping through him like never before. In pain, The young man stretched out his arms, tilting his head back to stare at the sky, his eyes unfocused as he gazed at a drifting patch of cloud. He thought helplessly, they say the clouds are in the sky, but where is the sky, really? Why does it seem to me that those wisps of cloud aren't just aimless, but more like white funeral ribbons fluttering in the wind, lifeless, thoughtless, stripped of any meaning? What's on your mind, young man? Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice sounded behind him. Startled, the young man turned around and saw an old man standing there, his face weathered but still strikingly handsome. The old man was wrapped in a voluminous robe, his hair tied up high, a silver ring around his neck. His attire was peculiar, neither monk nor layman. He looked at the young man with a gentle smile, his expression kind. After the emotional turmoil had just experienced, the young man felt his guard drop at the sight of this oddly dressed but seemingly benevolent elder. Maybe not wanting to seem rude, he managed a bitter smile and sighed, saying, "Forgive me for my mood, sir. I was tricked, and because of it, a friend of mine was deceived and taken away. I've been so frustrated that nothing seems right to me anymore." Perhaps because the old man looked like a monk, the young man assumed he must be compassionate, so he spoke more humbly than usual. "Oh." The strangely dressed old man looked genuinely concerned. "Who did this to you? Perhaps I can help you out of your troubles." The young man's heart leapt. He thought to himself, the Buddhist realm has always kept to itself, never interfering with the other four realms. For tens of thousands of years, they focused solely on meditation and enlightenment. Looking at the sharp glint in this old man's eyes, could he be a high monk from the Buddhist realm? The Buddhist realm lies in the far east of the vast universe, home to those who dedicate themselves to meditation and martial cultivation, unconcerned with worldly affairs or appearances. No wonder this old monk dressed so oddly. Feeling reassured, the young man dropped his guard completely and told the old man everything that had happened to him over the past 2 days, leaving nothing out. When he heard that the young man had swallowed the red serpent's venomous gallbladder and survived, the old man was amazed. He stepped forward, pressed 2 fingers to the young man's wrist, and closed his eyes to examine him. After a moment, his eyes flew open in excitement. He looked at the young man, his voice trembling. "You're the wandering star of the universe? You're the wandering star of the universe? Incredible. No wonder, no wonder. Wandering star of the universe? What's that?" The young man stared at him, completely puzzled. The old man didn't answer right away. He was so moved that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. His fingers gripped the boy's wrist tightly, trembling just enough to make the boy's joints snap with crisp, clear sounds, as if each one echoed some mysterious rhythm. The old man muttered under his breath, as if speaking to himself. So the legend is true that meteor shower 20 years ago was truly the reincarnation of Xian Gongzi. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, his gaze piercing as he stared at the boy and asked in a deep voice, "Are you 20 years old this year?" The boy didn't quite understand the old man's intent, but he nodded and replied, "I turned 20 this year." "Sir, how did you know?" The old man didn't answer. Instead, he pressed on, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Feeling the intensity of the old man's gaze, as if he was being scrutinized to his core, the boy tensed up. But out of respect for this powerful figure, he answered honestly, "My name is Lu Qinfeng. Maybe I'm not well known now, but I promise, in 10 years, everyone will know the name Lu Qinfeng. Ever since I can remember, I've lived on the southwestern frontier, where Yashan borders the spirit realm. Maybe that's where I truly come from." When the old man heard the names the frontier and Yashan, his brows furrowed deeply. He murmured, "No, you shouldn't be from the frontier." Before he finished speaking, his hand shot out and grabbed both of the boy's wrists, his thumb and forefinger pressing hard on his pulse, as if searching for some hidden answer. After a moment, he looked up, his eyes cold and sharp. "You're lying." Lu Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't understand why the old man's expression had suddenly become so severe. Still, out of reverence for the Buddhist realm, he forced down his panic and gave a bitter smile. "Sir, you're a revered monk. Why would you suspect me of lying? I've told you the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask dozens of my childhood friends to confirm it." He paused, pain flickering in his eyes, and continued, "It's just that I grew up without parents, so I can't have them." At that, his eyes reddened, but he held back his tears and went on, "All those years, I could only rely on myself." Seeing this, the old man's expression finally softened, and a gentle look returned to his face. "I see. It seems you truly don't know where you're really from." A sharp ache pierced Lu Qinfeng's heart as painful memories surged up bitter cold winds, countless bruises, the sting of insults and beatings. He remembered dozens of delinquent boys surrounding him when he was only 5, spitting at him and cursing, "Little bastard, no home, no parents. Go ahead and cry. Cry. If you stop crying, we'll let you go back then." Had long since forgotten what pain felt like. His body was covered in bruises, but his face remained cold and expressionless, until another group of children showed up and scared the bullies away. The pain that flickered in his eyes made the old man stop pressing further. He sighed softly and said gently, "Let the pain of the past be carried away by the wind. We have to live in the present and pave the way for the future, don't you think?" Lu Qinfeng nodded slightly and said quietly, "You're right, sir. I shouldn't dwell on those painful memories. I should cherish the present and look forward to the future. Right now, my friend has been taken by the celestial fox Taoist to a cold cave suspended more than 10 yards beneath this cliff. I know my skills are shallow, and I'm not capable of rescuing her myself, so I must ask for your help, senior." Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and looked at him in surprise. "Lousy?" Lu Qinfeng scratched his head awkwardly, an embarrassed smile appearing on his face. "That's just a bad habit of mine. I've been holding it in this whole time while talking to you, but I couldn't help it, and slipped up." "I see." The confusion faded from the old man's face, replaced by a faint, understanding smile. Everyone has their own quirks. Some enjoy discussing philosophy, some play music and compose poetry, some drink by moonlight, some cherish deep conversations, some seek out adventure, and some love to speak in riddles or have their own peculiar ways of expression like you. I can understand that. His tone shifted, his expression growing serious. "Very well. There's no time to waste when it comes to saving a life. Wait here for a moment, I'll go rescue your friend." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure plunged straight down the cliff, swift as a diving hawk. The wait felt endless. Lu Qinfeng paced along the edge of the cliff, his gaze constantly searching the abyss below. The sun set, dusk deepened, and stars began to dip the sky. At last, he could no longer remain still. What's happening down there? Can that eminent monk really save Fairy Zhuoting from the celestial fox Taoist? And how is Zhuoting herself right now? A flurry of anxious questions swirled in his mind. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him, making him shiver. "What's wrong with me?" he wondered. "This isn't like me at all. Why am I so paralyzed? I want to know if she's safe. I want to rescue her. So why can't I act? Have I really become a coward? No." He clenched his fists, his mind in turmoil. "Even if I truly don't care for her, how can I leave her alone in such danger? My skills may be mediocre, but I'm still a man, aren't I?" With that resolve, Lu Qinfeng quickly drew the hooked blade he kept in his coat. By starlight, he drove one end deep into the trunk of an old locust tree, making sure it held firm. Gripping the silk rope tightly, he took a deep breath and slowly lowered himself down the cliff. He descended about 10 yards before realizing the cliff face was as smooth as if it had been sliced clean, with no sign of any hidden cave or opening. A wave of confusion swept over him, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "If I just stay here searching this tiny patch of cliff, I'll never find that hidden cave. What should I do? What now?" To make matters worse, a thick fog had crept in, clouding his vision until everything around him was a formless blur. It felt as though he were lost in a vast, muddy sea, surrounded by nothing but chaos. Lu Qinfeng knew cursing his fate wouldn't help. Instead, he gripped the silk rope with one hand and began feeling along the cliff face with the other, hoping to stumble upon the entrance. But the cliff was far too broad for him to cover with one hand. Time slipped by, and his palm grew raw and sore from the rough stone. All he felt was the cold, smooth surface, no cracks, no hollows, no sign of a cave. "Damn it, why did I hate martial arts so much before?" he muttered through clenched teeth. "If I had real skills, if I could scale walls or leap like the masters, if I could move freely along the cliff face, if only." A determined light flashed in his eyes. "That wretched celestial fox. If I manage to save Zhuoting this time, I swear I'll devote myself to learning martial arts from Long Bo and Long Pa, no matter how hard it is." Lu Qinfeng was so frustrated and regretful over his complete lack of martial arts skills that he wished he could just die. At that very moment, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out from the top of the cliff above him. Before he could react, the silk thread in his hand abruptly went slack, and he plunged straight down toward the base of the cliff like a falling meteor. Even though he knew the ground below was soft and wouldn't take his life, the thought of failing to save Fairy Zhuoting still made him cry out in frustration. Before his voice even faded, two voices echoed from the top of the cliff. One was an old, raspy shout. "Kid, so it was you on the end of that rope." I thought. Then an anxious female voice called out, "Lu Qinfeng, are you all right? Hold on, we're coming down to get you." But Lu Qinfeng had no time to reply. As he fell several more yards, instinct took over, and he desperately flailed at the air. He knew the cliff face was sheer as a blade, with no ledges or vines to grab, but his hands unexpectedly caught hold of two solid objects that felt as strong and sharp as eagle talons. Without thinking, he twisted his wrists and gripped them tightly, using all his strength to pull himself upward. Before he could catch his breath, those strange objects suddenly jerked forward, yanking his body along with them. Just as he was about to shout, something dry and shriveled, like a withered hand, clamped over his mouth, stifling any sound. Lu Qinfeng tried to struggle, but the force dragging him was terrifyingly strong, hauling him forward against his will. Realizing resistance was useless, he calmed himself and focused on his surroundings. It was pitch black all around, and all he could hear was the sound of his body scraping against the rock wall. He guessed he must be inside a narrow passageway running through the cliff. As they moved deeper, The slope grew steeper, and the faint sound of dripping water began to echo around him. The further they went, the louder the water became, and the ground beneath him grew damp, as if they were nearing the earth's depths. Suddenly, his right foot slipped into a shallow channel that reached up to his knees. Before he could pull back, those two strange objects yanked him off his feet and dragged him through the water. The sudden pull threw Lu Qianfeng off balance, and he crashed into the water with a splash. After swallowing several mouthfuls of foul liquid, he was finally hauled onto dry ground. Spitting out filthy water in a rage, he cursed loudly. Who the hell is messing with me like this? Are you trying to kill me with these tricks? May your ancestors for 18 generations turn into living corpses. Suddenly, a bizarre noise echoed from ahead, neither beast nor human. Still being dragged along the ground, Lu Qianfeng raised his head and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you? Some kind of primitive ghost howling in the dark?" As soon as he spoke, another harsh, guttural cry rang out. Before he could curse again, those two strange objects gave a violent swing, flinging him forward like a spring-loaded trap. He crashed through a flimsy barrier and tumbled directly into a brightly lit hall. After enduring endless darkness, Lu Qianfeng was suddenly struck by a blinding light that stabbed painfully into his eyes, making it almost impossible to keep them open. The scene before him was as sharp and merciless as a blade, slicing deeply into his vision. Was it just his imagination, or did he really hear something? He thought he caught the faint sound of a sigh, heavy with oppression, drifting from the distant depths of hell. The voice was low and somber, as if it had crossed thousands of miles of mountains and clouds, gradually reaching his ears and softly saying, "You have come." His heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He had never experienced such profound terror before. It felt as if his entire body had been cast into a bottomless abyss, leaving him unable to breathe. Forcing his eyes to adjust to the brightness, the harsh light gradually became less intense, and he was finally able to open his eyes, if only just barely. Glancing around, Lu Qianfeng realized that the strange force that had dragged him here had completely vanished without a trace. He found himself standing in an ancient hall, surrounded by stone walls. Several yards ahead, there was a narrow stone door, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. The door was tightly closed, and utter darkness loomed behind it, as though something was blocking the light. Despite the hall being brilliantly illuminated, almost as bright as day, the darkness beyond that door remained unbroken. The walls were smooth, though worn rough in places by the passage of time. Up close, he could see generations of algae clinging to the stone. Embedded within the walls were dozens of glowing pearls, each the size of a goose egg, radiating dazzling light. Even with the thick rock blocking much of the light, the pearls shone with undiminished brilliance, their glow spilling through the stone and illuminating the hall with a glassy clarity. Lowering his gaze, Lu Qianfeng noticed faint dividing lines on the floor, their color blending almost perfectly with the earth. Most people would have missed them, but his keen instincts caught the subtle boundaries at once. Although he had no intention of investigating these lines right now, he could sense that the way the ground was divided was no accident. Just as he was studying his surroundings, the sigh from behind the stone door echoed again. This time, it was no longer distant or vague, but clear and resonant in his ears. The voice was low and hoarse, carrying an indescribable sense of pressure, as if reminding him, "You have come. The door isn't locked. Why haven't you entered?" His heart pounded faster. His eyes grew cold, and an involuntary smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. In a low voice, he replied, "Is that so? The door may not be locked, but it seems the host isn't exactly eager to welcome their guest." He took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze once more on the silent stone door. Even though curiosity was surging within him, he held back, resisting the urge to act rashly. He knew that behind this silence, even greater dangers might be lurking, and it was worth considering his next move carefully. "You dragged me here from the distant human world without even asking for my consent, forcing me to be a guest in this hellish place. Huh, that's hardly what I'd call hospitality. The pastries here are soft, the milk is rich, and the fruit is crisp and juicy. If you step inside, they'll treat you to all these delicacies that count as hospitality?" Even that so-called hellish sigh carries a hint of mockery. Suddenly, Lu Qianfeng pointed at a few barely visible lines on the ground and sneered, "And what's this? Can you guarantee there aren't any hidden traps here?" Before he could finish speaking, a harsh, raspy laugh echoed through the air. "So you noticed already. Impressive, truly impressive. Xingyu Wanderer, you really are extraordinary." Xingyu Wanderer? Lu Qianfeng was puzzled. This was the third time today someone had called him that. But what did this name really mean, and how was it connected to him? As he pondered, that ghostly sighing voice returned. "If you're too afraid to come over, I won't force you." Lu Qianfeng's expression darkened instantly. What he hated most was having someone say, to his face, "If you're afraid." Deep down, he was stubborn to the core. Even if he wasn't sure he could do something, he would always try. Even without confidence, he would grit his teeth and face the challenge he'd in. Hearing that cold voice, Lu Qinfeng didn't hesitate. He lifted his left foot, stepping toward the patch of earth marked by the faint muddy line. Are you sure that's solid ground? Suddenly, the ghostly sigh sharpened into a roar, carrying a subtle but unmistakable threat. Lu Qinfeng froze, his left foot just inches from the ground, his soul almost touching the patch of earth. Now, he didn't dare make another reckless move. The voice let out another strange laugh. Why stop now? That patch is solid ground, after all. A storm of emotions churned inside Lu Qinfeng. The conflict felt like a heavy stone thrown into his uneasy heart, sending out waves he couldn't control. He wavered between two choices: step down or hold back. In that moment, his thoughts tangled into an impossible knot, threatening to swallow his resolve. Was this guy trying to confuse him, or was it a genuine warning? Pitiful, really, the ghostly sigh sounded, tinged with disdain. So even the great Xingyu wanderer is just like the rest, faced with such a minor obstacle, and you don't even dare take a step? A cold gleam flashed in Lu Qinfeng's eyes. He never tolerated being looked down on. That mocking taunt was like a spark to dry tinder, igniting a blaze of anger inside him. The moment someone tried to provoke him, he would lose all restraint and act on impulse, unable to hold himself back. Impulsiveness can be dangerous, so even though Lu Qinfeng didn't understand what the Star Wanderer had to do with him, he still stepped forward in anger after hearing the other's mocking words. Without hesitation, he strode ahead, his steps unbroken as he headed straight for the first mound of earth. The mound stood upright and heavy, looking strange and imposing. Without the slightest pause, he stepped onto it, pressing it down with a dull thud. He didn't stop there. His feet kept moving toward the next mound. Each step was a silent challenge, as if even the air was frozen by his resolve. His pace was quick and decisive. By the time he reached the third mound, his anger hadn't faded. The ground beneath him grew softer and more slippery, but his eyes were filled only with determination, as if everything was just a battle between himself and his inner rage. The entire process was swift and resolute. There was no hesitation in his stride. He moved through the muddy ground like a gust of wind. There was no time to dwell on details. His mood was swept along by the momentum of his steps, growing even faster as he went. At last, he came to a halt before a door that remained stubbornly shut, the silence inside almost suffocating. The room was dim, with no lights at all. The air was thick with the musty scent of lime, and strong fluorescent light from the hall behind him barely illuminated what lay ahead. The scene before him was nothing like what had imagined. There were no cakes, milk, or fruit, nor any resting chair or eccentric old man. Instead, there was only a narrow altar, on which sat a skull, eerily human and exuding an aura of cold indifference. What caught his attention even more were the three enormous stone chests in the corner, each taller than a person's shoulders and at least 2 feet wide. Their lids were rough and heavy, some already pushed open, gaping like the mouths of giant toads waiting to be fed. The air was thick with the pungent smell of limia scent that struck Lu Qinfeng as oddly familiar and even, in some inexplicable way, comforting. Unable to resist, he stepped closer to the chests. When his fingers touched one, he was shocked to find it filled with strange objects covered in lime, flat, elongated, and slick to the touch, shaped uncannily like human ears. He picked one up for a closer look. It was slender, curved like a crescent moon, one side arching inward, the other limp and drooping. In that instant, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. These were human ears. He immediately dropped it, his body moving almost involuntarily toward the next chest. Opening it, he found it packed with stick-like objects of varying lengths, all thin and coated in lime, their features obscured. But Lu Qinfeng was almost certain these were human fingers. By now, he had a terrible suspicion. He turned and walked toward the third chest, dreading what even more terrifying contents might be inside. Lu Qinfeng's anger surged like a tide, and everything before him was a far cry from what he had imagined this house to be. Cakes, milk, and fruit? They were nothing but disguises for human remains. Clenching his teeth, he was filled with a deep loathing for this horrifying scene. Needing to confirm his suspicion, he hesitated no longer and turned his determined gaze to the final chest. The stone box was identical to the other two, except for a layer of glass as thin as a cicada's wing embedded on its upper surface. Through this transparent layer, Lu Qinfeng could clearly see a mass of thick, white liquid sealed inside. The color puzzled him. If it were truly human blood, it should have been crimson or deep purple. Could it really be just ordinary milk? As he pondered this, a sound like a ghostly sigh echoed from the altar. There are soft pastries, sweet milk, and crisp, juicy fruit. Why hasn't our guest tried any yet? Lu Qinfeng spun around. Aside from the bizarrely shaped skull on the altar, there was nothing else. Just as he was about to look away, a subtle movement made his skin crawl. The skull actually twisted its half-inch-long neck bone. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. This time, he clearly saw the skull's head slowly turning from side to side, almost like a living person. What was even more chilling was that, as he instinctively tried to step back, the skull's jaw opened and closed, producing that familiar, eerie voice. Are you afraid of me? Do I really look so frightening? Why step away before you've tasted the milk and the food? Milk and food? The words sent a chill down Lu Qinfeng's spine, making his hair stand on end. He thought to himself, if I eat and drink what you offer, are you trying to turn me into a skeleton ghost too? Outwardly, though, he tried to keep things vague and replied, well, actually, I'm a vegetarian. I only eat simple, plain food and drink clear tea or water, so. He hinted that the pastries made of ears, fruits shaped like fingers, and the milk-like substance in the box were all too rich for his taste. The skull let out a clicking sound, half laugh, half sigh. That can't be. The pastries, milk, and fruit in these stone boxes are actually the most common, light foods we have here. It paused, then added shyly, as for anything richer, we rarely serve those to guests. We usually keep them for ourselves. Richer? What do you mean by that? Lu Qinfeng asked in surprise. The skull let out a long, mournful sigh. Rich foods are hard to come by. Why do humans have 2 ears, 10 fingers, half a head of brains, but only 1 heart? Lu Qinfeng met the skull's burning gaze in its empty sockets and explained. Do you even need a reason? 2 ears are for hearing all the sounds in the world. 10 fingers are for grasping everything in nature. As for the brain, it's for thinking thoughts that no other creature can. But as for only 1 heart, well, if people had more than 1 heart, they'd have too many schemes, and the world wouldn't be able to contain them. If they had no heart at all, there'd be no scheming, but they'd gradually be weeded out by society. So, over time, every person has ended up with just 1 heart. Perhaps you're right, the skull said, its jaw creaking open as it let out a sigh heavy with age. Maybe it's all just too profound for a creature like me, who spent eternity lurking underground, to understand. All I know is, if you refuse my food and my milk, you're disrespecting me. And if you disrespect me, don't blame me for what happens next. If I get rough, you won't be leaving here alive. And if you end up dead, well, you'll have fresh meat, cakes, milk, and fruit for my table. Lu Qinfeng's brow furrowed suddenly, his gaze settling on the stone chest that supposedly held the milk. He bent closer, studying the white, viscous liquid sealed behind a transparent, glass-like layer. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. Isn't this supposed to be milk? Of course, the finest milk, the skull replied, clicking its bony jaws together in satisfaction. 1 sip and you'll be hooked, I promise. Lu Qinfeng jerked his head up, his expression turning grim as he stared straight at the skull, his words slow and deliberate. I'm asking you, is this human brain matter? You're too clever. The skull cackled, its fleshless mouth suddenly gaping wide. In an instant, a shriveled, tube-like intestine shot from its jaws, piercing the transparent barrier like an arrow and plunging deep into the white liquid. Within moments, the once shriveled tube swelled, thickening to the width of a finger as it filled with fluid. Lu Qinfeng couldn't help but look inside the stone chest, watching as the tube burrowed through the glass-like seal and into the viscous liquid at the bottom. The liquid's surface, once pressed against the glass, now visibly dropped several inches. A moment later, the skull atop the altar gave a faint click and finally stopped feeding, withdrawing its intestine-like straw. A perfect, finger-sized hole was left in the glass, and through it, Lu Qinfeng could see the white liquid still writhing and shifting inside. The thought that this substance was actually human brain matter sent nausea churning through his gut. Thankfully, he hadn't eaten in some time, otherwise, he might have thrown up on the spot. Well, want to try some milk yourself? It's delicious and sweet, the skull said, twisting its head and swinging the dripping tube toward Lu Qinfeng in an inviting gesture. Go on, have a taste. Human brain is incredibly nourishing. I've survived on it all these years. Do you know how old I am? 543 years. Surprised you, didn't I? As the tube, still oozing with thick fluid, came dangerously close to his face, Lu Qinfeng ducked away just in time, clenching his right fist and swinging it hard at the glassy barrier. No thanks. I think I'd enjoy it more if I could dunk my whole head in. Let me just smash this open first. Before he finished speaking, his fist crashed down on the glass-like material. But instead of shattering, the seemingly fragile surface proved as tough as stone. Not only did he fail to break it, but his knuckles were scraped raw, and pain shot through his wrist. Fortunately, he hadn't put all his strength into the blow held back, sensing something was off, and managed to avoid breaking any bones. A strange, rattling laugh echoed from the skeleton, as if it had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Its hollow eye socket stared straight at Lu Qinfeng, and its voice was dry and grating. Kid, don't try to act tough if you don't have the skills. This piece of rock essence is the king of stones. There are only 2 left underground, and it's not something just anyone can destroy. The skeleton pointed at the transparent object. Only then did Lu Qinfeng notice that, despite its smooth appearance, the surface was actually uneven, covered with countless tiny bumps, like a face riddled with warts. The difference was, while touching a human face full of bumps would only make someone's skin crawl, this thing could actually cause harm. No wonder my hand got scraped, Lu Qinfeng thought, leaning in for a closer look. Sure enough, the object's surface was dotted with sesame-sized bumps. He shot the skeleton a surprised glance and demanded, I only hit it with a light punch and my hand got scraped. Then how come you? Ah. The skeleton cut him off with a sigh that sounded like it came from the depths of the underworld. I thought you'd ask me where the other piece of rock essence is. Before the words had fully faded, the thin intestine hanging from the skeleton's mouth suddenly whipped upward. With a loud bang, the impact shook the cramped space. Lu Qinfeng looked up in shock. That seemingly soft intestine had struck the rock above, blasting loose several fist-sized chunks that crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Qinfeng instinctively tightened his sleeves. In all his life, he had never seen something so thin and flexible possess such power. Hearing the skeleton's sigh, he realized his earlier question had been rather naive, as if he had never seen the world at all. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Fine, then let me ask you, where's the other piece of rock essence? The skeleton sighed again. Honestly, you shouldn't even be asking me anymore. Anyone with a bit of sense would know I'm never going to answer you. You're just too slow. You're too slow. The words hit Lu Qinfeng's mind like a bolt from the blue, sending shockwaves through him. Had always prided himself on his intelligence, and now a brainless, fleshless, mindless skeleton was calling him slow. Lu Qinfeng let out a furious roar, his brows shooting up in anger as a flush spread across his face. Eyes blazing, he glared at the skull and growled through clenched teeth. Who are you calling slow? I dare you to say that again. The skeleton rattled out another strange laugh, its voice cold and piercing. Deep down, you know you're not as clever as you think. I'm just saying what you already feel. Why hide behind your anger? Damn you. Lu Qinfeng finally snapped, erupting in a shout as he hurled himself at the altar like an arrow shot from a bow. He was finally angry, finally throwing caution to the wind, finally showing the boldness he once had. The skeleton cheered silently to itself. Master, I have finally fulfilled your last wish. Lu Qinfeng nearly crashed into the altar. At the last possible moment, he threw out both arms and grabbed the edge, steadying himself. He looked up at the figure on the platform, a sly, mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You really think I'm that stupid? That I'd lose my mind just because you provoked me? Heh, I was just messing with you, you foolish skeleton. The skeleton let out a few laughs, the sound as crisp as silver bells. Its hollow eye socket stared straight at Lu Qinfeng. Oh, so you're not just foolish, but also easily provoked. I really didn't see that coming. But since you're willing to admit it to my face, that at least proves you're honest. Screw you. Lu Qinfeng's face darkened as he snapped back. You really don't get what I'm saying, do you? I was being sarcastic, not admitting anything. The skeleton's jawbone quivered slightly, as if it was thinking. Oh, so you were asking me? Does that mean you don't even know if you're foolish or stupid? Well, let me tell you how I see you. You're foolish otherwise. You wouldn't have believed me when I said there was a trap hidden under the floor, ready to swallow you whole. And you're stupid, too, otherwise. You wouldn't have tried to smash open that rock, just because I invited you to, even after you realized it was filled with human brains. Don't tell me you actually enjoy eating your own kind. Lu Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Don't bother trying to rile me up. I'm not that easy to fool. Besides, to me, you're nothing but a mindless, fleshless skeleton. I don't even care what you think. With that, he spun around, pretending to head for the door. Wait, don't go. The skeleton saw him move, and a flicker of panic flashed in its empty sockets. It called out anxiously. I have something to say to you. In truth, Lu Qinfeng had no intention of leaving. He was deeply curious about this talking, thinking skeleton. But he couldn't stand its constant mocking, and he suspected it had a reason for luring him in here. By pretending to leave, he hoped to test its true intentions and maybe even shake its confidence. Hearing the skeleton's urgent plea, he stopped but didn't turn around, his voice icy. Do we even have anything left to say to each other? What was that? The skeleton feigned confusion. I can't hear you. Could you turn around and look at me? You wish, Lu Qinfeng thought, cursing to himself. Do you really think you look like some beautiful maiden worth a second glance? You're ugly enough as it ice another look, and I might just throw up on the spot. He kept his back to the skeleton, glancing at it out of the corner of his eye, and replied indifferently. I'm scared to look at you, honestly. You're just too terrifying. One more glance, and I'll probably have nightmares. The skeleton laughed again, the sound ringing out. So the famous wandering star is afraid of something after all? Seems my appearance is even scarier than I thought. Fine, if you turn around, I'll do my best to smile. Smile? Expressions. Lu Qinfeng arched an eyebrow in surprise. Seriously? A fleshless skeleton with expressions. Lu Qinfeng struggled to keep from bursting into laughter, forcing a cold expression as he said, Forget it. Don't bother putting on an act in front of me. I admit defeat, okay? With that, he turned to face the skull directly. The skull let out a sharp crack, its jaw clacking open and shut with a harsh noise. You've always been straightforward, Xingyu Wanderer. I knew that even centuries ago. Cut the nonsense. Lu Qinfeng interrupted impatiently. What's so important? The skull let out a strange laugh. Is this about saving that girl you care about? How do you know about that? Lu Qinfeng's eyes widened in shock. I not only know who she is, I also know where she is right now. the skull replied with a wicked grin. Then where is she? Lu Qinfeng pressed anxiously. Should I tell you who she is first? The skull chuckled again. Stop wasting my time. Lu Qinfeng glared. Say what you want or don't me, time is limited. You've got half a cup of tea's time, or I'm leaving. That fast. The skull clicked. What I have to say could take 3 days, and still not be finished. Enough. Lu Qinfeng shouted. This is the first time in my life I've ever compromised with anyone, and you don't even count as a person. Out with it. Though the skull's appearance would terrify most, today it faced someone who feared neither heaven nor earth. Reluctantly, it said, first, your Zhuoting immortal should already be on her way back to the sanctuary. And second, what? Lu Qinfeng cut in. What nonsense is this? How could she leave me behind and go back alone? You can't even lie properly. What's your relationship with her? Why would she risk herself to save you? The skull suddenly retorted. She's been genuine with you. How have you treated her in return? Who are you? Lu Qinfeng's expression darkened. How do you know all this? How many secrets are you hiding? I know everything about you and only you, the skull sighed. As for who I am, you'll find out soon enough. What do you mean? Lu Qinfeng probed. Could it be you know the truth about my past? I told you. I know everything about you, the skull repeated. A surge of excitement welled up in Lu Qinfeng's heart. The mystery of his origins had haunted him for years, shaping his rough character and roguish ways. If it weren't for the fact that he knew nothing about his own origins and had become the butt of everyone's jokes, how could Lu Qinfeng have grown so cynical, so angry, and so rebellious? Even now, he could clearly recall the faces of those who mocked him. Their vicious, thuggish sneers were like scars that would never fade, etched deep into his memory. So, without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, Who are my parents? You'll find out sooner or later, the skeleton replied, its voice low and full of sighs. That again? Lu Qinfeng snapped, shaking his head. He lowered his stance, turned sideways, and strode toward the open stone door with a confident, almost defiant air. Wait. The skeleton's voice suddenly rose, urgent and pleading. The reason I won't tell you is because if you knew, the consequences would be dire. Seeing that Lu Qinfeng ignored him and was already stepping through the door, the skeleton called out again, more desperate than before. You promised me half a cup of tea's time. You can't go back on your word. That sentence stopped Lu Qinfeng in his tracks, as if it had anchored him in place. What else do you have to say? He asked coldly, still refusing to look back. The skeleton seemed to understand Lu Qinfeng's temper well and sighed softly. I know you're eager to find Fairy Zhuoting and get to the bottom of everything. But with your current abilities, you might not even catch a glimpse of her and you're more likely to be devoured by wild beasts. It paused, its tone suddenly turning serious. But if you do exactly as I say, I promise you, before you know it, Fairy Zhuoting will appear before you, alive and well. You're going to teach me? Lu Qinfeng frowned slightly, his curiosity piqued. Even though he instinctively wanted to protest, I don't care about seeing Fairy Zhuoting. He couldn't help but ask, what do I have to do? The skeleton didn't answer right away. Instead, it spoke with solemnity. Remember this incantation. The day rootless, stemless, leafless, and without blossom. All things are born of it. All things are completed by it. This is called the Tao. Lu Qinfeng silently recited the phrase, but couldn't grasp its deeper meaning. He glanced sideways at the skeleton and saw only stark white bones, its skull devoid of any expression. Tentatively, he asked, This phrase is so profound, but I have no idea how to interpret it. Try repeating it 3 times, out loud if you can, the skeleton replied, its voice tinged with anticipation. Without suspecting anything, Lu Qinfeng cleared his throat and recited, The Tao has no root or stem, no leaves or blossoms. All things are born from it. All things are completed by it. And so it is called the Tao. Yes, just like that, the skeleton said excitedly. Do you feel anything unusual? Lu Qinfeng shook his head. At that moment, however, a faint buzzing sound exploded in the depths of his mind, as if something invisible was trying to break free from his consciousness, surfacing and struggling to take form. What is this? He shook his head hard, desperately trying to suppress the strange sensation with his willpower. Only when his mind gradually calmed did he let out a long breath and open his eyes again, staring sharply at the skeleton. Did you sense something trying to break out from deep within your mind? The skeleton asked calmly. Lu Qinfeng looked surprised at first, but then thought to himself, since it asked me to repeat that bizarre phrase 3 times, it must know something unusual would happen. But what exactly is it playing at? The skeleton seemed to sense his suspicion and let out a rattling laugh. That's right. If you felt nothing after reciting the phrase, it would mean you're no different from the ghosts and monsters here. Anyone with a mind will ponder the meaning after reading it, and deep thought always brings a sense of strangeness. So that's it. Lu Qinfeng felt relieved and grew curious. Are you saying that if I repeat this phrase 3 times, I'll understand its meaning? Exactly. You're finally getting smarter, the skeleton cackled. As you recited the Taoist verse, I used a spiritual incantation to help you break through your mental limits. Normally, even if you repeated it 100 times, you wouldn't grasp its depth. But now, 3 times is enough. Is that really true? Lu Qinfeng's heart stirred. He recalled the strange sensation in his mind. Could it really be the result of the skeleton's incantation? Why not try reciting it a second time? The skeleton urged, anticipation clear in its voice. Lu Qinfeng glanced at the expressionless skull once more and thought, fine, let's see what happens. Straightening his back, he recited loudly, the Tao has no leaves or blossoms, no root or stem. All things are born from it. All things are completed by it, and so it is called the Tao. Good. Now the third time, the skeleton said, barely able to hide its excitement. Lu Qinfeng took a deep breath and continued, the Tao has no root or stem, no leaves or blossoms. All things are born from it. All things are completed by it, and so it is called the Tao. The skeleton let out another eerie laugh. So what do you feel now? Lu Qinfeng could sense something taking shape in his mind, though it was still blurry and indistinct. He shook his head, trying to dispel the image, but the sensation only grew clearer. After a long moment, the thing in his mind finally took form, a terrifying skull, identical in every detail to the grotesque skeleton before him. A sudden image of a skull flashed through Lu Qinfeng's mind. Ordinarily, this shouldn't have shocked him after all. A skull is a skull, and there's little to distinguish one from another. But what truly terrified him was the question. Why had such a horrifying presence appeared in his consciousness at all? It was as if the skull sensed his fear, letting out a sinister laugh. You can feel me now, can't you? Are you scared? Are you wondering if it'll haunt you forever, never leaving your side? With each peal of its laughter, the skull's image became sharper and more vivid in Lu Qinfeng's mind. He shook his head violently, trying to banish the skull that was growing ever clearer in the depths of his awareness. Clinging to his last shred of sanity, he stared at the apparition and forced himself to speak calmly. Your so-called spiritual incantation wasn't meant to help me understand the Taoist scriptures. It was meant to control my mind, wasn't it? The skull's voice oozed with satisfaction. Should I call you clever or foolish? Right now, you seem wise, but you were foolish enough to do exactly as I instructed. As it spoke, the skull's image swelled, growing rapidly from the size of a fist to something as large as a dustpan, and it kept expanding. Seizing the last trace of clarity he had, Lu Qinfeng asked, how did you do it? Even if I die, I won't let myself be a victim without answers. Do you even know what scripture I made you recite? The skull grinned wickedly. When Lu Qinfeng shook his head, it continued, it was a passage from the Gongzi, inner training. The key lies in the last line. Essence is the refinement of qi. Only when the path of qi is unified can true cultivation be achieved. Cultivating the Tao is all about nurturing qi. Only those who unite with the path of qi can truly succeed. The lines I had you recite hold meaning, but they lack vitality. While you were chanting, I used my incantation to implant the true essence of the final line into your mind. That's how I can control your thoughts as easily as manipulating a puppet. Lu Qinfeng could feel the skull's presence gradually overwhelming his consciousness, the terror more intense than anything he had ever experienced. He knew he was about to become a puppet for this ghastly entity, could already sense it preparing to take over his every action. The fear of losing himself entirely sent his heart racing and made his whole body tremble. Just kill me, he said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with anguish. Otherwise, when they come for you, you'll regret it. At his threat, the skull merely let out a faint, weary sigh. Ah! The skeleton let out a sigh, its voice tinged with a hint of pity. Everyone on the verge of becoming a puppet says things like that. They all believe that death is a greater release than losing their minds. But dear Xingyu Wanderer, how could you fall for such a foolish idea? It gestured toward the scattered human ears, fingers, and brains around them and continued. Do you see these? They were all left behind voluntarily. Much like your current predicament, they couldn't bear the agony of becoming mindless puppets, so they traded parts of their own bodies for what they thought was freedom. The skeleton's tone suddenly turned mocking. I actually thought you starfaring rogues would be wiser than them, that you'd willingly accept becoming my captive. Then we could go find your Zhuoding fairy right away, and you two could spend a wonderful night together. Even if your mind is no longer your own, your body certainly still is. You might not feel pleasure, but at least you'd get to enjoy the company of a beautiful woman in your bed. The mention of Zhuoding fairy made Lu Qinfeng's heart clench. He roared inwardly. If it's my body holding her, but this monster's mind inside, I'd rather be dead. Why are you silent? The skeleton cackled. Have you agreed at last? Don't worry, once I take control of your body, I'll take even better care of it than you ever did. At that moment, Lu Qinfeng felt the skeleton's consciousness completely overwhelm his mind, leaving him no room to think. Even more terrifying, the thin intestine that had been curled in the skeleton's mouth suddenly stretched out, probing and beginning to invade his nerves, creeping downward. Clenching his fists, Lu Qinfeng desperately tried to contract every nerve in his body to resist the invasion. But the skeleton's lascivious voice kept echoing in his ears. Aren't you curious what it feels like to embrace the lovely Zhuoding fairy? Imagine kissing every inch of her, how intoxicating that would be. I've never experienced anything like that in my entire existence. Thanks to you, I finally have the chance. Stop resisting, you can't stop me. With a sharp crack, Lu Qinfeng felt the intestine pierce through his meridians. The thought of his body, with a mind not his own, defiling Zhuiding fairy filled him with uncontrollable rage. Suddenly, an immense force exploded from his left elbow, and his entire arm swelled thick as a barrel. The pain was so intense he could barely stand it, and a scream escaped his lips. In that instant, the force surged up his neck like a flood, crashing into his brain and slamming into the skeleton. With a piercing shriek, the skeleton in his mind shattered, and the one on the altar broke apart as well. Lu Qinfeng felt as if his brain had swollen to many times its size, filled only with formless energy that kept expanding, hissing in his head. In despair, he thought, is this the sign that my mind is about to be taken over? What he didn't realize was that the skeleton had already been utterly destroyed and would never control him again. He had no idea how much time had passed before he finally regained consciousness. But waking up came at a terrible price. His head throbbed with an unbearable pressure, as if it were swelling and contracting at once, his scalp feeling on the verge of tearing apart. The pain was like thousands of silver needles stabbing into his skull all at once. Clenching his teeth, Lu Qinfeng gripped his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white, pounding the stone wall behind him again and again. Blood soon seeped from the back of his hands, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to strike with relentless force. For the length of a burning incense stick, he didn't know how many times his fist slammed into the rock, leaving countless dents in what had been a smooth surface. Fragments of stone rained down, dust and debris settling on his hair and clothes like snow, piling up more than an inch thick. The broken rocks on the ground built up layer by layer, almost burying his lower body. His hands were a bloody mess, the blood seeping into the cracks of the stone and drying there, leaving dark red stains on the wall. It was as if even the heavens couldn't bear to watch his self-destruction. At last, the tearing pain in his head began to fade, and the crushing pressure in his mind eased. Though his hands still ached sharply, this pain was nothing compared to what he had just endured. When he finally managed to stand, his attention was caught by a strange figure outside the stone door, a bamboo pole, wrapped in a cloak made of rat pelts, no thicker than a child's arm, but half a head taller than he was. Because he had been lying behind 3 stone chests, his view had been blocked, and he had no idea when this thing had appeared. His body still trembled from the pain in his hands. Are you afraid of me? Why are you shaking so much? The bamboo pole suddenly spoke, its voice bleak and weary, uncannily similar to the voice of the skeleton had heard before. The pole was tightly wrapped in its ratskin cloak, hiding whatever lay beneath. Thinking of that skeleton, Lu Qinfeng realized that all his suffering had been its doing. He turned, furious, wanting to curse it, but saw only a few shards of skull scattered across the altar, the long, thin intestine nowhere to be found. The bone ghost has been destroyed by you. It will never harm anyone again. The bamboo pole seemed to see through its ratskin covering, speaking directly to what Lu Qinfeng was thinking. Hearing the name Bone Ghost, he couldn't help but find it fitting. That thing looked like a skeleton, but its actions were even more devilish. Just recalling the image of the ever-expanding skull in his mind made his heart race uncontrollably, and he forced himself to push the thought away, afraid that terrifying vision would return. Could it be that the legendary, solitary traveler of the stars, the hero whose spirit once soared across the heavens, has come back to life as a mute? The bamboo pole let out a long, resigned sigh, its tone full of helplessness. Maybe the heavens thought giving you too much would only invite envy, so they decided to seal your voice and turn you into a mute. That way, people around you could accept you more easily. Damn it, you're the mute. Lu Qinfeng seethed with anger, itching to curse out loud. No matter how hard he tried opening his mouth, grinding his teeth, curling his tongue, or puffing up his cheeks, his lips moved, but not a single word came out. His mind was crystal clear, had already rehearsed his retort again and again, just waiting for his voice to burst out and strike back, leaving the other person fuming. But it was as if his throat was blocked, and all those harsh words swirling in his head couldn't make it past this barrier. It felt like some invisible force had completely locked away his voice. He clenched his jaw and took a deep breath, desperate to unleash all his pent-up curses like a geyser. Yet, when he forced his throat to work, all that came out was a string of muffled grunts, barely even human speech. What are you trying to say? Don't worry, I can read sign language, the tall, thin man sneered, his eyes filled with a cold sort of sympathy. Do you really think I'm mute? Lu Qinfeng's anger flared. He jerked his hand and strode away, brushing past the man without looking back. Don't go. Suddenly, the man reached out and grabbed him. Ah! Lu Qinfeng was startled, almost crying out, but he stopped dead in his tracks. The man's touch was nothing like a normal hand. It was cold and bony, like the claw of a corpse, strangely flexible, able to bend and grip his sleeve tightly. If he could have made a sound, Lu Qinfeng might have screamed. Because right then, a small, triangular-headed flying squirrel poked its head out from between the man's skeletal fingers. Even more terrifying, the squirrel was holding a massive triangular-headed snake in its mouth, the snake's head larger than its whole body. The serpent's jaws were wide open, its tongue flicking in and out like it would swallow everything in its path. Though Lu Qinfeng had been through plenty and never feared any sort of monster, the sight of this tiny squirrel about to devour something so much bigger than itself sent a chill down his spine. He forced himself to stop trembling, fixing his gaze on the squirrel's oddly delicate ears, which unsettled him for reasons he couldn't explain. He nodded slightly, then lowered his eyes to the man's bizarre skeletal hand. The man seemed to sense the change in him and suddenly grinned, his voice laced with excitement and impatience. "You're not afraid of me? You're really not afraid. So there are still people in this world who aren't afraid of me." Though half the man's face was gone, replaced by exposed bone, and the remaining flesh looked half-eaten, Lu Qinfeng wasn't particularly frightened. Had seen plenty of terrifying faces before. No matter how grotesque this one was, he only frowned, unfazed. At this moment, Lu Qinfeng had truly become mute. He nodded slightly at Zhugan, his eyes welling up with tears despite himself. "Are you crying for me? Are these tears because you've finally found a kindred spirit?" Zhugan reached out with his other hand, nearly overcome with emotion, and gripped Lu Qinfeng's arm tightly. When Lu Qinfeng's face twisted in pain, Zhugan realized his own loss of control and quickly let go, flashing an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, did I hurt you? I got carried away too excited, I guess. My actions got a bit out of hand. But you understand, don't you? You know how hard it is for someone like me to find a true friend." Lu Qinfeng could only smile wryly to himself. He knew that his own silent suffering seemed trivial compared to Zhugan's overwhelming emotion. Indeed, for someone who had lived a life of loneliness because of his frightening appearance, the pain of never finding a soulmate was far worse than losing the ability to speak. Seeing Zhugan lose control like a child, Lu Qinfeng felt his resentment fade away, replaced by a sense of comfort. He let Zhugan laugh and cry as he pleased, allowing his emotions to run free. It took quite a while for Zhugan to calm down. Suddenly, he let out a sharp whistle into his sleeve, and a flying squirrel darted out, nimbly landing on Lu Qinfeng's right arm. Zhugan grinned like a child. "Heh, when it's calm it's as gentle as a tame elephant, but when it goes wild, it's a beast. Go ahead, try petting it, it's got the smoothest fur." Lu Qinfeng looked at the squirrel, its sly little eyes darting around, making it look especially cute. Intrigued, he reached out and gently stroked its back. Sure enough, the fur was silky and soft, like satin. Zhugan puffed up with pride. "Heh, want to know why it's called Xixiang?" Curiosity flashed in Lu Qinfeng's eyes, and he nodded right away. Headlong wondered why such a tiny flying squirrel was named after an elephant. Unable to speak, he could only wait for Zhugan's answer. Zhugan smiled mysteriously. "It's actually simple, just look at its ears, and you'll see why. They look just like an elephant's." There was a playful tone in his voice, as if he was eager to see Lu Qinfeng's reaction. Lu Qinfeng leaned in for a closer look and saw that, sure enough, the squirrel's ears were shaped like little fans, fanned out just like an elephant's. As he was pondering this, a low, rumbling growl suddenly echoed not far from their feet, making the very air tremble. The squirrel jumped in fright, darting back into Zhugan's sleeve. Zhugan's expression turned serious in an instant. He stood straight, quickly drawing a slender, purple snake from behind his back. The snake's body glowed faintly with a purple light, its long, thin form radiating an intense sense of danger. Zhugan looked grimly at Lu Qinfeng. "You'd better leave this cave for now. If a fight breaks out, you might get hurt." Lu Qinfeng was no expert in ancient texts or geography, but after years wandering among the peaks of Mount Ya, had seen his share of unusual snakes and insects. The moment he recognized the purple snake, he understood. This was the soul-stealing snake had once seen in a branch of Mount Yan, extremely dangerous species that everyone in the region avoided at all costs. Bang! A violent tremor shook the ground beneath him. Before Lu Qinfeng could react, his body lurched, throwing him off balance toward the bamboo pole and straight at the terrifying soul-stealing snake. His heart clenched and he nearly forgot to breathe. The snake's venom was deadly. If its fangs so much as grazed his head, he would be dead in an instant. He vividly remembered seeing a calf bitten by the same kind of snake when he was a child that had died before it could even let out a cry. That memory had left a deep scar on his mind. Now, frozen in shock, he completely forgot to dodge, heading straight for those lethal fangs. The man known as Bamboo Pole was focused entirely on the approaching enemy. Suddenly seeing Lu Qinfeng stumbling toward him, he froze in surprise. By the time he snapped back to his senses and tried to help, it was too late. Lu Qinfeng's head had already brushed against the soul-stealing snake's fangs. "Young man," Bamboo Pole cried out, catching Lu Qinfeng just as he was about to collapse, his eyes full of panic. He saw blood seeping from a wound on the top of Lu Qinfeng's head. It was clear that the venomous fangs had broken the skin. His heart tightened as he shouted anxiously, "You can't die. You are the only one who's ever looked at me without fear. You can't go now." His voice trembled with fear. Quickly, he pulled a brocade box from his chest, opened it, and poured all the medicine inside onto Lu Qinfeng's wound. As soon as the powder touched the cut, It sizzled sharply, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Lu Qinfeng felt as if his head were being scorched by fire. The pain surged over him in waves, and unable to bear it, he shuddered violently and passed out. Young man, please, you have to be okay. Bamboo pole shook his unconscious body, voice hoarse and eyes brimming with tears. The thin snake he had been gripping tightly had already been tossed aside the moment he caught Lu Qinfeng. If he had looked back, he would have seen that the once lively soul-stealing snake now lay stiff and motionless, not even twitching. Suddenly, a powerful shock from below sent Bamboo pole shooting 4 or 5 feet into the air. He knew the enemy was near. Not daring to let his guard down, he glanced once more at the unconscious youth and sighed. Hold on, young man. They'll deal with that villain and come back to cure you. He scanned the area, looking for somewhere safe to place Lu Qinfeng, but there was nothing around, just loose rocks that could give way at any moment. As he hesitated, the wet ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. He lost his balance and nearly fell as the earth sank beneath him. In a split second, he pushed off with his toes and sprang into a nearby stone doorway. Inside, he found himself facing a towering altar, beside which stood 3 massive, sturdy stone chests. How could I have forgotten about these? He thought with relief. In a flash, he rushed to the nearest chest, grabbed its edge, and, with a twist of his wrist, toppled it over. With a faint clatter as its contents spilled out, the chest quickly grew lighter. When the noise finally stopped, the chest seemed to have lost all its weight. Bamboo pole let out a breath, righted the chest with swift, practiced movements, and set it upright again. At that moment, a low, guttural roar rang out from outside the stone door, echoing through the empty space. A deep, muffled roar seemed to vibrate through Zhugan's eardrums, striking straight at his heart and spreading through his entire body. Without a second thought, he quickly stuffed Lu Qinfeng into the empty chest and swept his wide sleeve over the lid to conceal it. Scattered across the ground were white sticks of various sizes, eerily similar to human fingers, but he had no time to examine them closely. Twisting his body, he darted out the door like a whirlwind. Outside, he was confronted by a towering structure that had somehow appeared without his notice. Its spire pressed against the rocky ceiling above. 2 enormous, grotesque lanterns, each larger than a human head, hung from the top, while the tower's bulk plunged deep into the earth. All around lay broken walls and scattered rubble. Luminous stones that once gleamed from the cliffside were now exposed, some even half buried beneath debris, leaving only a few faint glimmers in the gloom. Suddenly, the 2 lanterns atop the tower swung around in an uncanny motion, fixing their gaze on the approaching Zhugan. They unleashed a thunderous, guttural roar. Zhugan stopped about 15 meters from the tower, drawing from his back a soul-stealing snake, its scales shimmering with a violet sheen. His 5 bare, bony fingers gripped the snake tightly at its vital spot as he brandished it toward the tower, as if in provocation. The tower responded with another deep bellow. In a flash, a monstrous claw as thick as an elephant's trunk swept out from behind. Zhugan let out a wild cry, spinning away just in time to evade the strike. The claw smashed into the rock wall behind him with a deafening crash, sending shards of stone flying. A twisted smile appeared on the half-ruined, bloodied side of Zhugan's face. Suddenly, he whipped the soul-stealing snake through the air. It sliced forward in a streak of purple light, reflecting the faint glow of the rocks as it shot straight at the 2 lanterns. The tower erupted in fury, its spire ramming into the ceiling. One claw lunged for the snake, while the other blocked Zhugan's escape route. But instead of panicking, Zhugan grinned. So you're smarter than you look, he taunted, actively tossing the snake toward the monstrous claw. The tower let out a deafening howl, its entire form stretching to reveal countless scales as large as palm fans. Its body sank slightly, fully exposing the spire. What a magnificent earth demon dragon. Haven't seen you in years, and your head's grown a whole size bigger, Zhugan sneered. Suddenly, he yanked the soul-stealing snake back, dropped low, and darted beneath the other claw, lunging straight for the base of the tower, aiming to drive the venomous snake between its scales. Zhutan never expected that his enemy was merely toying with him. All of a sudden, he felt a surge of overwhelming pressure. Consumed by rage, he let out a furious roar. In the next instant, the 2 monstrous claws behind him swept forward like a storm, slashing violently at Zhugan's back. Zhugan was completely caught off guard by the speed of the demon dragon's reaction. The moment he touched the creature's hard scales, he sensed 2 gusts of wind, brimming with merciless force, hurtling toward him from behind, threatening to tear him apart. With no way to dodge or escape, Zhugan suddenly had a flash of inspiration at this critical moment. He recalled the demon dragon's obsession with living prey. Without hesitation, he flung the venomous snake he was about to slip into the scales high into the air. Sure enough, the 2 powerful forces behind him vanished as they followed the flying snake. Zhugan quickly turned his head, just in time to see the monstrous claws, trunk-like in size, twisting upward in pursuit of the snake. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly pulled another soul-stealing snake just as large as the previous ones from his back and shoved it into a gap between the demon dragon's scales. With a furious, agonized roar, the demon dragon's massive body convulsed violently, bursting from the ground like a beast unleashed. Its monstrous claws thrashed wildly, desperately trying to latch onto the writhing snakes on its body. The dragon's enormous head slammed into the stone ceiling above, its eyes burning with rage as it glared fiercely at Zhu Gan, who had quickly retreated to a safe distance. A strange hissing sound filled the air. Zhu Gan watched in amazement as the dragon's scales along its waist and belly began to ripple and lift, as if something was writhing inside its body. The demon dragon let out another scream of agony, its entire form shuddering violently. Then, like a raging storm, it charged straight toward Zhu Gan in a frenzied assault. What is the essence of life? Who can answer that for me? Sometimes, when I ponder deeply, I feel that life exists because this world is made up of countless elements, each waiting for us to forge, master, and choose from. Across the vast realms, I alone reign supreme. Those who follow me thrive. Those who oppose me perish. This was the unspoken standard set by ancient sages long ago, waiting for us to fulfill and complete. In the blink of an eye, the demon dragon suddenly accelerated. The bamboo pole monster let out a piercing shriek, its single eye firing a searing beam of flame, a cold smile tugging at its lips. Its tongue flicked out, and it slowly squeezed out a chilling threat through clenched teeth. If the heavens won't take you, I will. Shards of stone scattered in all directions, but they still couldn't withstand the raging fire exploding from half of Bamboo Pole's eye. The howling wind was almost completely suppressed by the fierce gusts generated above Bamboo Pole's head. At that moment, Bamboo Pole's demeanor changed dramatically. The former sly, sinister air vanished. Tilting his slender neck slightly, he drew both claws into his sleeves, his long sleeves fluttering like feathers and his hair streaming behind him. From behind, he might have even looked somewhat heroic and imposing. Unfortunately, at this moment, Bamboo Pole was not facing an appreciative audience, but a ruthless beast. The monster was unmoved by his presence. Instead, it burned with fury, determined to utterly destroy him. The demon dragon's claw was now less than 2 meters from Bamboo Pole, its hooked talons slicing through the air, reaching for his face and brushing against his protective energy shield. Bamboo Pole sneered, his body suddenly twisting aside like a slippery eel, quickly retreating more than a meter. The demon dragon roared, flames shooting from its massive eyes as its jaws gaped wide, and both claws lunged for Bamboo Pole again. Now, the demon dragon's body was like a moving tower, its scales gleaming brilliantly, its claws agile as an ape scaling a mountain and swift as a hawk diving for prey. Movement so fast, it was almost impossible to follow. Bamboo Pole retreated to the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, the monster's claw lunged at him again. Even as Bamboo Pole tried to maintain his bold and confident demeanor, there was no hiding his alarm in the face of the demon dragon's ferocious assault. His expression darkened, and he reacted without hesitation. As the claw was about to strike his face, he quickly twisted aside, darting through the stone gate just in time to avoid a fatal blow. Illuminated by the pearl outside the stone gate, Bamboo Pole stared in shock at the chaotic scene around him, completely unprepared for what he saw. The ground was covered with thick, white, sticky sludge, resembling the paste pressed from soybeans in a stone mill, dense, but unmoving, dark, and writhing like insects. The sight was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Bamboo Pole, though experienced with all manner of strange things, was still momentarily stunned by the sight. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly turned and rushed toward the stone chest where Lu Qinfeng was being kept. The stone box's lid remained tightly shut, the seam aligning perfectly with the spot 3 inches below the rim, just as it had been before the Bamboo Pole was removed. This confirmed that the black-clad youth, the reincarnation of Xingyu the Wanderer, was still trapped inside. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Zhu Gan's mind. He swiftly drew 2 razor-sharp claws from his wide sleeves. Lifting the stone box carefully, he felt its considerable weight, further assuring him that the boy was indeed still inside. At that moment, the entire stone chamber began to shake violently. Massive chunks of rock crashed down from above, smashing into the floor and leaving deep, jagged cracks. Zhu Gan instantly realized that the ferocious earth demon dragon was about to break through. There was no time to hesitate. Zhu Gan gripped the box tightly with his right claw, while his left claw darted down and in one swift motion, hoisted the box securely onto his right shoulder. In that split second, his left claw shot backward, then forward, and suddenly a long, snake-shaped staff appeared in his grasp. The staff gleamed with a greenish hue, looking as fresh as newly cut bamboo. Its head was cleverly curved into an shape, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. With his right claw pressing down on the stone box and his left hand raising the snake staff, Zhu Gan tapped the box on his shoulder while chanting an incantation. Let the great become small, the small become divided. The great return to the small the small become great with ease. Begone. As soon as the words were spoken, a strange transformation occurred. The stone box on his shoulder shrank to a fraction of its size, while the serpent's head on the staff swelled to dozens of times its original size, swallowing the tiny box whole. The illusion lasted only a moment. The staff quickly returned to normal, and the stone box vanished as if it had never existed. With a thunderous crash, the stone door shattered under a savage blow, and a beast's hoof, thick as a man's waist, burst into the chamber. Zhugan's lips curled into a sly smile. He pressed the serpent's head of the staff to his lips, kissed it lightly, and muttered, "Dragon staff. Whether I can capture this fierce dragon today depends entirely on you." Before he finished speaking, he spun the snake's staff and stabbed it forcefully into the ground like a harpoon. Infused with his powerful true energy, the staff sank almost entirely into the earth, leaving only a short length above the surface. Pleased with himself, Zhugan gripped the staff with his left claw and began to perform a mysterious technique, first twisting it half a turn clockwise, then suddenly reversing to counterclockwise, and repeating this back and forth dozens of times. The staff soon began spinning rapidly on its own, as if powered by hidden machinery. In just moments, a deep hole, as wide as a child's arm, was drilled into the ground. As the staff's rotation slowed, Zhugan pressed down sharply with his left claw. With a muffled hiss, the staff plunged deep underground. Zhugan's form flickered, and he followed it down into the tunnel. The narrow passage seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly accommodating his frame and allowing him to move swiftly and smoothly. His descent was far quicker than any movement he could manage above ground. After traversing the long underground tunnel, Zhugan finally reached the legendary Black Sea beneath the earth. Ancient tales claimed that this planet was once nothing but endless ocean, with no land in sight, only water, and the ceaseless dance of sun, moon, and stars. No one knew when it began, but eventually sheets of ice formed on the surface. Over countless ages, these ice floes tangled and fused, eventually solidifying into hard rock. Eons later, these rocks reassembled into massive plates, which finally joined together to form the continent as it exists today. The glaciers that once fused sedimentary fossils into land masses had fulfilled their purpose. The ice fields that did not become entangled and linger into the present have turned into today's frozen, ancient wilderness. The places that never saw the birth of ice sheets remain vast expanses of water, but they are no longer called oceans. They now go by the name Kanglan. The planet's structure was layered like geological strata. Kanglan encircled the ice enveloped the continents, and even deeper below the ice and land, it was still the domain of Kanglana, mysterious region known as the Sea of Darkness. At this moment, Zhugan stood at the very bottom layer, right above the pitch-black Sea of Darkness. No one but himself knew why he had descended from the higher ground into this abyss. No one but himself knew why he pressed his only remaining ear-like organ on the side of his face against the rocky ceiling above. No one but himself knew the reason behind the strange, fleeting smile that curled at his lips, and no one but himself knew why he suddenly drove the cane in his claw into the rock to his right. Suddenly, an intensely bizarre scene unfolded. The moment Zhugan thrust the bamboo cane in his left claw into the rock above his right side, the cane burst forth with dazzling light, erupting in a brilliant flash. As the radiance faded, the cane let out a deafening shriek and vanished into the depths of the stone with a hiss. A thunderous boom shook the rock overhead, as if some colossal beast was stomping fiercely on the earth above. At that same instant, a line of phosphorescent light flickered across Zhugan's chest, illuminating his face, revealing the cruel smile etched into his distorted features. Zhugan slowly raised the glowing object in his hand, the light now gentle enough to see clearly. It was the very same strange serpent-headed cane that had just vanished, the one capable of emitting that piercing shriek. "What a fine dragon staff, my precious! You have never let me down," Zhugan exclaimed, almost trembling with excitement as he pressed the serpent-headed cane against the twisted muscles of his face. "You're the fastest of all the divine weapons, and your attack is the strongest. If you were paired with Xingyu Langzi's innate qi, you'd be the king of all artifacts in the world." "The king of artifacts, yes. Only you deserve to stand beside me. The king of phantoms," he said, patting the snake's head with a cruel smile. "That boy is inside you now. Go on, absorb his essence." "He was so foolish, actually believed he was my confidant, genuinely thought I treated him with sincerity. Alas, someone as simple, naive, and mute as him never should have possessed such innate power. It was only a matter of time before it brought disaster upon him. He's like a toddler carrying a fortune, always attracting the wrong kind of attention. Instead of letting those despicable gods or weirdos on the surface get their hands on it, I'd rather give it to Yumi, true companion. That's how it should be. A treasured sword for a hero, a pearl for a beauty, each finding its rightful place." The snakehead staff glimmered in the dim light as Zhugan's face twisted into a terrifying grin. The grotesque smile seemed to peel away from his bones, writhing and distorted. Above him, everything was silent. Zhugan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he chuckled softly. What a treasure, what a dragon staff. Just imagine if you could absorb the demon dragon's core and the innate chi of Xian Gongzi. How powerful would you become? Don't think it's just a fantasy. That wicked dragon is wounded by your strike and is trying to escape back to the dark sea through the cave. If we wait at the exit, it won't stand a chance. Then, let's go and carve out its dragon core together. With that, Zhugan leapt forward. The dragon staff in his hand flashed as he soared into the air, racing like lightning across several miles of ocean, heading straight for the scattered lights to the east. From afar, a streak of light cut across the water like a shooting star, piercing the gloom and stabbing coldly toward the distant sky. As he sped up, Zhugan drew closer to the source of the light. It was streaming down from the tops of dozens of enormous sky holes, each more than 10 feet wide. The sky holes towered into the clouds, stretching for miles. When viewed from below, only a small patch of sky was visible at the top, like a fragment of the heavens. Zhugan glanced up, surprise flickering in his eyes, but he continued on unhurriedly toward the distant opening. His gaze swept over the unfathomably thick layers of rock above, and he muttered to himself, "Heavens, the ground here rises so high. How badly did your strike wound the demon dragon? Your attack is powerful and fast, but even so, breaking through this rock must have drained a lot of your energy. With that much spent, I doubt the wound is very deep." He smirked, a hint of disdain on his face. "But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, that cunning dragon can't escape its fate. Skinning it and taking its core is the only end waiting for it." His words, icy and sharp, faded quietly into the air. The Sea of Darkness truly lived up to its name. Its ink-black waters gently lapped in shallow waves, concealing a hidden menace beneath the surface. A few weak beams of natural light fell through openings in the sky above, but it was as if an invisible barrier blocked them, preventing even the faintest glow from penetrating half a foot into the water. Amid this lifeless black ocean stood a figure as thin as a bamboo stalk, the king of the ghostly abyss. Half of his face was stained a ghastly blood red, making him appear even more pale and terrifying. His unfathomable gaze was fixed on the opening in the sky above, waiting for the earth demon dragon to appear. His left hand was a skeletal ghost claw, poised and ready to strike with lightning speed the instant his prey showed itself. Time slipped by, minute after minute. Never before had the king of the ghostly abyss waited so long in such a shadowy, bone-chilling place. "This can't be," he muttered, reaching out with his bony claw to touch the jagged rock wall at the mouth of the cavern, stopping only when his fingertips found an uneven groove. He stretched his long neck into the opening, carefully examining the mark. It was indeed the sign he had left 10 years ago while pursuing the earth demon dragon. Back then, he had seen the dragon escape through this very tunnel into the dark sea below. At the time, he had been badly wounded by the dragon's claws, and knowing that the Sea of Darkness was the demon's domain where its power was at its peak, he had no choice but to carve a mark at the entrance and retreat to the surface in frustration. After that defeat, the king of the ghostly abyss secluded himself for 10 years to cultivate his strength. Once his power had grown, his first priority was to find the earth demon dragon and take his revenge. He knew he stood little chance of winning in the dark sea, so he devised a clever plan to lure the dragon out using its favorite delicacy, the violet soul snake. Locally known as duo han, these venomous snakes lived in the far southern Naya mountains. Their bodies shimmered with an eerie purple hue, and under strong light, they even appeared glassy and translucent. Agile and nocturnal, they were highly poisonous and extremely rare. To catch them, the king of the ghostly abyss spared no effort, even using one of the 5 legendary treasures of the underworld, the magical shoe die sash, to help him. After months of hard work, he finally gathered dozens of these soul-snatching snakes, planning to use them as bait to lure the earth demon dragon out of the Sea of Darkness. Lu Qinfeng's appearance was nothing more than an unexpected windfall for him. The Ghost King tightened his grip on the dragon's staff, a flash of greed glinting in his eyes. This dull and mute reincarnation of Xingyu the Wanderer carried within him a reservoir of unawakened innate energy and opportunity as rare as a gift from the heavens. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, an uneasy restlessness began to rise in his heart. The demon dragon should have had nowhere to escape, and by now, it ought to have fallen right into his trap. But there was still no sign of it. Had the dragon somehow uncovered his ambush? No, that was impossible. How could a mere demon dragon possess such cunning? Only humans or beings from the divine realm could wield such strategy. Cold wind howled through the opening above, its icy touch making the Ghost King involuntarily shudder. Suddenly, the dragon staff in his hand let out a piercing scream. The staff trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. "What's wrong, my treasure?" he gasped, staring in panic at the ancient artifact that had never misbehaved before, his voice thick with anxiety. The dragon staff abruptly began to spin at high speed, the friction against his skeletal claws generating intense heat. Forced to let go, He watched as the staff shot upward like a streak of lightning into the sky above, shrinking down to the size of a fingertip in the blink of an eye. My treasure! The Ghost King howled in agony, summoning every ounce of his life force in a desperate chase. No matter how fast he moved, he could only watch helplessly as the staff grew smaller and smaller, until it was nothing more than a blurry black at the size of a pupil. No, you can't leave. You can't abandon me like this. He cried out, nearly in tears. Don't you know you've become a part of me? I can't live without you. But the dragon's staff had vanished, leaving his desperate pleas unanswered. Now stranded halfway up the sky tunnel, the Ghost King could go no faster. Losing the dragon's staff was like losing half of his own soul, a thought that nearly drove him mad. The remaining half of his blood and flesh face twisted in anguish, laying bare the torment within. Just then, something suddenly plummeted from above, hurtling toward him like a meteor. Is it because you were worried I'd be lonely, so you came back to me? He muttered hopefully. At this moment, one side of the Ghost King's face suddenly broke into a radiant smile. However, because the pain and despair from earlier hadn't completely faded, his facial muscles twisted into a grotesque, horrifying grimace. The mix of forced joy and agony was so ugly, it was almost nauseating. Yet, before his smile could fully form, it froze abruptly. His eyes were locked onto an object slowly descending from the sky, and his expression shifted dramatically, becoming even more terrifying. In a low, trembling whisper, he muttered, "It's not it. It's not it after all." As the object fell lower, he was finally able to make out its shape. It wasn't the slender rod he had expected, but a large, rectangular object. As it drew closer, the Ghost King realized it was a tall, broad stone chest, almost identical to the one that had held the boy in black. There was no time to think. He lunged out with his claws and grabbed the plummeting stone chest. Spinning rapidly like a drill, he used the momentum to absorb the impact, barely managing to stabilize the chest's fall. Once he steadied himself, he examined the stone chest in his grasp and nearly cried out in shock. It was unmistakably the very chest he had personally stuffed into the mouth of the dragon, staff, the one containing the boy in black. He couldn't be wrong. Back in the stone chamber where he had stored the 3 chests, he had made a secret mark on the one containing Lu Qinfeng. Now, seeing the unique mark just 3 inches below the lid, he was certain. This is definitely the chest with the boy in black, the Ghost King thought. But it should have been inside my precious dragon's staff. How did it fall from the sky? The staff must have spat it out when it soared upward. But the chest contains the reincarnated Xingyu Wanderer, who has a powerful, sealed innate force within him. Why wouldn't the dragon staff absorb such precious energy? The chest was still heavy, so Lu Qinfeng clearly hadn't escaped. Puzzled, the Ghost King propped the chest up with his left claw, gripped the lid with his right, and yanked it open with a sharp crack. The lid snapped under his strength, revealing the contents inside. He was utterly stunned. There was no sign of Lu Qinfeng. Instead, the chest was filled with hundreds of withered, unevenly sized, pale sticks. The longest was barely 3 inches, the shortest about 2, and they all resembled dried bean pods. With trembling hands, he picked up a 3-inch-long bean pod and examined it closely, discovering a layer of whitish-gray powder coating its surface. Scraping it away with his claw, he uncovered the truth. It was a human finger, completely drained of flesh and blood. Finding human fingers inside a chest taken from the ghost skeleton's lair was not surprising, since the skeletons relished such things. What shocked him was that these fingers had been sucked dry. He had only ever heard of the skeletons eating human fingers as delicacies, never actually seen it happen. Did they only consume the flesh and blood, leaving the bones and skin untouched? No, something's very wrong, the Ghost King thought frantically, suddenly realizing the chest felt lighter than before. Could it be? Could the dragon staff have absorbed the essence from these fingers? A sudden realization struck him. The dragon staff, being the incarnation of a dragon, was most vulnerable to white ash. It must have drawn in the essence of the fingers along with the ash. There are at least dozens of pounds of this white ash coating these hundreds of fingers. If the staff absorbed all that toxic ash along with the energy, no wonder it went berserk. The Ghost King finally pieced together the connection between the chest, the fingers, and the dragon staff. But he was still completely at a loss as to why Lu Qinfeng had been replaced by a box full of human fingers. So where exactly did Lu Qinfeng go? No one knew. At that moment, the sun was rising high, a gentle breeze was blowing, and sunlight streamed over the Ghost King, illuminating the haunted, desolate look on the twisted half of his face with startling clarity. He radiated a sense of defeat and weariness that he couldn't hide. The height of his triumph. The most precious things in his life had suddenly slipped from his grasp. The stone box had been switched, and the demon dragon was nowhere to be found. It all felt like a cruel joke from fate, determined to break him completely. Nothing is more heartbreaking than losing all hope. That phrase kept echoing in his mind, as if he could already see the end of his life. Just then, the Ghost King looked up and noticed an oval-shaped, dustpan-sized dark opening less than 30 feet from the upper edge of the heavens cavern. His eyes lit up and a secret thrill ran through him. His memory truly was extraordinary. Even after more than a decade, he could remember this hidden passage perfectly. Years ago, it was from this very tunnel that the demon dragon had slipped into the vertical cavern and plunged into the dark sea below. He was certain the dragon staff had shot straight out of the cavern's mouth, and the demon dragon must have escaped through this side tunnel, had no doubt about either. Now he was torn. Should he pursue the ancient dragon staff, a treasured companion of decades, or should he sneak into the hidden tunnel and lie in wait for the demon dragon that had shamed him, hoping to seize its dragon core? While he hesitated, a deafening crash suddenly echoed from deep within the tunnel. The Ghost King didn't hesitate for an instant. In a flash, he darted inside, vanishing into the pitch-black darkness. For him, the darker the place, the safer he felt. Darkness not only shielded him from most would-be attackers, but more importantly, his greatest skill as the Ghost King was the ability to see clearly in utter darkness, tracking every movement of those around him. He reached behind him and carefully took out a half-sealed human skin mask, fitting it over his face so that the sealed side covered his skull-like features. The crash had come from deep within the tunnel, and relying on his vague memories from over a decade ago, he pressed on boldly and quickly. The tunnel seemed bottomless, cold winds swirling and icy mist striking his face. All around were frigid stone walls, stretching into the unknown. Though creatures of the netherworld dwell in darkness, they are by no means devoid of appreciation for the finer things in life. They possess their own civilization, their own politics, and their own social customs. Among these shadowy beings, there are those with a refined taste for human poetry, music, and the arts. Chief among them is Bambianlian, known as the king of the netherworld, whose passion for poetry rivals his pursuit of life itself. He is a man of rarefied taste, able to appreciate the beauty of nature with a lofty and detached spirit. As the netherworld king savored the rare peace and elegance of the moment, several strange lights suddenly flashed ahead, piercing the darkness of the cavern. Instantly, he realized that this tranquility was about to be shattered, and that the refined atmosphere would soon give way to something far less welcome. As he drew closer, he saw that a curtain hung across the passage ahead, and the mysterious lights were shining through from behind it. The glow filtered through the fabric, casting shifting shadows across the rocky walls. Narrowing his eyes, the netherworld king recalled how, a decade earlier, there had been no curtain here, and certainly no glowing object. Clearly, this was a recent development. As far as I know, aside from that Earth WYRM, no other creature has ever used this passage, he mused, a wary glint in his eye. A brute like the WYRM, all muscle and no brains, could never have hung a curtain on the stone. So who did this? Has someone else come here? And for what purpose? In a flash, the netherworld king silently moved within a few feet of the curtain. Driven by curiosity, he shot out his right claw, intending to sweep the mysterious fabric aside in one powerful motion. Confident he could lift it several feet with a single stroke, he was surprised when, despite pouring a fair amount of force into the motion, the curtain merely trembled gently and didn't even lift a corner. Could it be alive? Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed. As a well-traveled ruler of the underworld, he had seen countless oddities dragon staves with souls. Talking skull, so a living curtain was not beyond belief. Determined to get to the bottom of it, he leaned forward again, this time more cautiously. He pushed at the curtain with his claw, testing its resistance. When it didn't move much, he felt safe enough to give it a sharp upward flick. The moment a corner of the curtain lifted, darkness exploded before his eye. A jet black cloud shot out from behind the fabric, aiming straight for his heart. As the supreme ruler of the netherworld, his skills were unmatched. In an instant, he spun and vanished, evading the attack. The cloud, missing its target, howled as it shot off into the darkness behind him. A moment later, the netherworld king reappeared in his original spot, fixing the curtain with a cold, commanding gaze. His tone was low and imposing. Whoever you are, such underhanded attacks are beneath you. Would you care to show yourself? He had seen through the attack. Though the black cloud had moved fast, it hadn't escaped his notice. It was actually made up of countless fine, needle-like projectiles. Suddenly, a young man's excited voice rang out from behind the curtain. Did you hear that? He called me a master. You all heard it, called me a master. From now on, none of you can call me a shorty again. Screw you, you melonhead. A young man shouted angrily. He's calling me, not you. Didn't you notice I'm a whole head taller than you? Of course he's talking to me, the taller one. Huh. Before he could finish, a mischievous, childlike voice chimed in from the right. Hey, who gave you the right to call yourself the boss in front of me? Are you looking for a beating? The young man let out a strange cry and snapped. How many times have I told you? Stop calling me melonhead in front of others. My surname is Lee, not yours. Got it. As soon as he finished, a commotion erupted behind the curtain as the two started scuffling. Stop fighting, both of you. Suddenly, a gentle girl's voice interrupted. There are others outside. If he hears you messing around like this, he'll just laugh at us and think even less of our dragon subduing team. He might not even believe in what we're here to do. Dragon subduing team? The Ghost King outside the curtain was taken aback, curiosity piqued. What kind of dragon are you after? The girl's voice was as sweet as honey. With a playful laugh, she replied, the Earth Demon Dragon. We've had our eye on it for a long time, waiting for a chance to make our move. But unfortunately, it only comes out to sea once a year. For the past 10 years, we've spent a month here each year, just hoping to catch it. A month each year for 10 years? The Ghost King couldn't help but scoff to himself. 10 years ago, had spent a full 180 days hiding in this dark tunnel, waiting for the dragon to emerge. These people were hardly dedicated. How could they expect success with such a half-hearted effort? The Earth Demon Dragon is the sacred dragon of the Dark Sea, and it's incredibly intelligent. Without a lengthy stakeout, you'd never catch it leaving its lair, the Ghost King said with a cold laugh. That's not true, the girl replied playfully. The Earth Demon Dragon may be clever, but it's still just a beast. It's no match for humans. Its habit is to go out to sea within the same month every year. So the first year we came in January, the next year February, then March, and so on. This is the 10th year, so we're here in October. Even if it's smart, it can't dodge us forever. In another year or two, we're bound to catch it. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in the Ghost King's eyes. Even if you do run into the Earth Demon Dragon, I'm afraid you'll be its meal before you have a chance to subdue it. He let out a faint, mocking laugh. Heh, you're pretty sharp for your age, the girl replied with a mischievous tone. Don't worry, with our skills, even 2 Earth Demon Dragons wouldn't be a problem for us. The King of the Nether Realm narrowed his eyes, already seeing through their petty schemes, but he was still puzzled by the hidden mechanism behind the curtain. Earlier, when he had lifted a corner, thousands of silver needles shot out without warning, piercing through the fabric in the blink of an eye. Now, as he gazed at the curtain, a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. He dared not act rashly, and instead tried to probe them with words. This curtain is indeed cleverly rigged, an effective defense against that demonic dragon's sudden attacks. His voice was steady. But have you considered that, no matter how fast your arrows, their number is limited? That's hardly a long-term solution. If you let me, the Dragon Catcher King, join you, things would be very different. With your curtain as a solid defense and my own formidable skills, we could form a dragon hunting team that would strike fear into all the dragons under heaven. Our curtain is no impenetrable wall. Dongwa's voice came from behind the fabric, each word laced with icy wariness, making it clear he didn't trust the king of the Nether Realm. And this dragon hunting team only needs the 3 of us. We don't need any freeloaders. That's right, the 3 of us make the perfect team. We don't need anyone else getting involved. The gentle female voice chimed in, equally guarded and blunt. The king of the Nether Realm glanced back at the long road behind him and gave a helpless, bitter smile. So this is how you treat your elders? I've come all the way from the cave entrance, and it wasn't easy to finally meet fellow countrymen. Are you really going to let an old man starve right outside your door? Hee hee, a young, playful voice suddenly giggled. Weren't you boasting about being the Dragon Catcher King? If your skills are as great as you say, a little walk like this should be nothing for you, right? Sigh. The king of the Nether Realm let out a deep sigh, his shoulders drooping. It's true. I am the Dragon Catcher King, and my abilities are genuine. But age spares no one of me. Muscles have wasted away, and my body grows weaker by the day. Weariness colored his tone. I've lived over 100 years, but never have I been so exhausted after just a few miles. Am old truly, am just old. He sighed again and again, as if exhaling years of fatigue, and the 3 young people behind the curtain began to feel a pang of guilt. They realized they might have been too harsh toward this seemingly kindly old man, and a sense of remorse crept into their hearts. Even if the elderly are feeble and can no longer turn the tide, the king of the Nether Realm raised his voice, now tinged with reproach. We once made unforgettable contributions to this world. Is this how the younger generation repays those who laid the foundation before them? Humph. Using us when we're needed and casting us aside when we're not as that all we're worth? He truly was old, not human, but his admonishment sounded so natural that he didn't feel he was overstepping. Silence fell behind the curtain. The 3 inside seemed too ashamed to reply. Sensing that his psychological tactics were working, the king of the Nether Realm pressed his advantage. He cleared his throat and tightened his voice, his tone now openly reproachful. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Do you really think you've done the right thing? Or do you just not care to argue with a tired, hungry, worn-out old man like me? He deliberately made his words sound as harsh as possible, using sarcasm to unsettle the other party's conscience and hinting that it would be best if they let him in. Even if they didn't, he hoped at least they would lower their guard and disable the traps. Then maybe he could force his way inside. While he was still imagining himself breaking through and barging in triumphantly, a clear, cheerful laugh suddenly came from behind the curtain. After the laughter, a strange voice called out, "You're right, we shouldn't bully our seniors. Hey Race, why don't you head back, grab something to eat, and come back when you're full if you still want to argue? That's only fair, isn't it? Otherwise, people will say we pick on the elderly and weak." The Ghost King was almost beside himself with rage, anger surging inside. Eat and drink before you argue? How did he even come up with that? He frowned deeply. Judging by the voice, this wasn't any of the 3 young people from earlier, and the age didn't seem to match either. Then a call came from behind the curtain. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Xiaoqin. In response to the shout, three voices answered in unison. Lu, Ingzi, I've missed you all so much. Haha. The sound of heavy punches followed, and the commotion inside the curtain grew even more intense. Then a young man's angry voice rang out. You rascal, I told you stop calling yourself the boss in front of your brothers. You never listen, do you? You're asking for a beating. Another voice, feigning anger, chimed in. That's you, Donghua. I warned you about this ages ago. A scuffle broke out, with the sounds of a heated tussle filling the air. Oh boy, this is bad. Air's lost it. He's gone crazy. Lu, help your fifth brother. Someone shouted, their voice full of helplessness and panic. Hey, whose side are you on? We're practically tied in ranka. Stop hitting, stop. Fine, you can be my fifth brother if that's what you want, another person protested, a mix of urgency and reluctant humor in his voice. Suddenly, a gentle female voice joined in. Ingzi, help Brother Feng, or he'll be widowed before I know it. Oh no, 3 against 1 of me wits and skills are no match. Someone exclaimed. Time to make a strategic retreat. As soon as he finished, the sound of rushing wind came from inside, as if he really meant to escape. Don't run, fifth. Another voice shouted anxiously, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps as someone gave chase. The voices faded into the distance. Brother Feng. A soft, sweet female voice called out, her tone full of longing as she followed, the sound gradually disappearing into the wind. Brother Lu, we just met. Came a youthful voice, likely the sixth among them, his footsteps the slowest, his running clearly audible. Time passed. A gentle breeze blew, and the noise behind the curtain grew faint, eventually giving way to silence. The curtain fluttered, a corner lifting with the wind, revealing a tantalizing gap like a sliver of mist. The Ghost King stared at the narrow opening, his greed and longing growing ever stronger. If he could seize this chance to break through, he might finally glimpse the secrets within. Still, caution held him back. The danger head just faced kept him from acting rashly. He hesitated briefly, then smiled to himself. Quietly, he pressed his right claw into the ground, picked up a small stone, and flicked it forcefully at the curtain. The stone shot through the air, striking the fabric with a sharp crack. The curtain shuddered, twisted, and tore open at one corner, but it didn't fully part. No silver needle shot out. The King of Ghosts waited silently for a moment, finally confirming this fact. His gaunt body leaned forward slightly, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Could it be they've really left, even taking their hidden weapons with them? He thought, delighted. He lifted his left foot, ready to step through the curtain. But just as his thin, stick-like leg was about to touch the fabric, he suddenly froze. A chill crept up his spine. If I'm wrong, it could cost me my life. Hesitating, he began to step back. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from dozens of yards away. It was that Yu Donghua, who hated being called Shorty. The King of Ghosts' eyes brightened. If not now, then when? With a sharp cry, he spun like a wraith, slipping through the curtain in a flash. But the instant he found his footing, a deep sense of regret overwhelmed him. Right before him, a dense cloud of silver needles hovered, barely half a foot away. This deadly trap was even closer than last time, so close that he had no room to dodge. The King of Ghosts froze in place, forgetting even to tremble. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a clear shout rang out by his ear. Though the voice was familiar, he had no time to consider it. Instinctively, he followed the command. Bend your knees, lean back, drop down. The sequence of movements was perfectly timed. Needles in the front row grazed his forehead, those in the middle scraped past his collar, and the ones at the back sliced through the hem of his jacket. As he was just beginning to feel relieved at his narrow escape, a powerful force gripped his back, sealing several of his vital points. Who are you? Why did you save me? Only to restrain me? He demanded, knowing the person who had intervened must be the same one who had just shouted the warning. Come on, you already don't recognize me? We've only been apart half a day. A face with a roguish grin suddenly appeared before his eyes, mischief glinting in its gaze. It's you. The King of Ghosts' eyes widened. So it was you. Weren't you supposed to be mute? The young man before him was none other than Lu Qinfeng, who had mysteriously vanished from the stone chest. The same youth those three called Brother Lu, Brother Feng, and Little Qin. Bitterness welled up in the King of Ghosts' heart. Had always assumed Lu Qinfeng was mute and, obsessed with capturing him and the Earth Demon Dragon, had never bothered to ask about his true identity. If he had, the way the other three addressed Lu Qinfeng would have told him something. Now, the bitterness in his heart was almost overwhelming. He never could have imagined he'd be outwitted by a boy not yet 20 years old, though was nearly on the verge of collapse. The King of the Ghostly Abyss looked both frustrated and resentful. Realizing there was no hope of escape, his only wish was that his captors wouldn't reduce him to a complete fool. What? You really don't recognize me? He demanded. The playful smile faded from Lu Qinfeng's face, replaced by resignation. He sighed, furrowing his brow, and spoke with a trace of self-deprecation. Well, I suppose someone as famous as you wouldn't bother remembering a nobody like me. He shook his head slightly, clearly feeling helpless about his own fate. Still, I admit I was careless just now. I didn't mean to hurt someone as accomplished as you, who's contributed so much to the universe." As he spoke, Lu Qinfeng reached out with his right hand toward the king's back, while his left hand grabbed the man's collar, preparing to help him up from the ground. But the moment his right hand touched the king's back, Lu Qinfeng felt a sharp pain in his side, as if something had stabbed deep into his waist and abdomen. Alarmed, he reacted instantly, tensing his muscles and trying to dodge aside. At that moment, the king of the ghostly abyss threatened in a low voice, "Don't move. There's deadly poison on my fingertips. If you want to live, do exactly as I say." Lu Qinfeng's expression changed instantly. Shocked, he hadn't expected the king, even as a prisoner, to pull such a move. He himself seemed surprised to have been driven to this point. His body trembled slightly as he struggled to keep his voice low. "I already sealed your key acupoints Jiang, Tianzong, Mingmin, Shindao, Jianjing. There's no way you could have broken free. Hey, little Qin, did you get him or not?" Just then, his second brother's teasing voice rang out nearby, full of admiration for Lu Qinfeng's skills. "We all know you're full of tricks and always keep us guessing." Looking up, Lu Qinfeng saw his short, stout brother only a few yards away, clearly aware of the situation and eager to see how Lu Qinfeng would handle it. Lu Qinfeng had no choice but to turn and put on a confident front, forcing a smile. "You give me too much credit, brother. Honestly, anyone could have caught him in my place. This prey is clueless. If he had half a brain, he wouldn't have fallen for it again." He kept up the smile, but there was a hint of steel in his eyes. The king's face darkened further. The exposed half of his face turned an ugly shade of purple with rage. He had never expected this seemingly cocky young man to be so shrewd, his gaze sharp as a blade, making the king's humiliation even harder to bear. "Brother Feng, did you catch him?" A familiar, excited voice called out just then. "Great. Let us help you tie him up." That gentle, sweet voice was drawing closer. Keeping his head turned, Lu Qinfeng saw two childhood friends, a boy and a girl, one plump and the other slender. His smile froze on his handsome face as he sighed inwardly and was about to speak. But just then, the king of the nether realm beneath him whispered a chilling threat. "Don't try to be clever," the king hissed, his voice as cold as a snake's tongue. "The poison hidden under my nails can kill in an instant. You'd better behave and do as I say. First, get those two to move to your left." Lu Qinfeng glanced to his left. The stone wall there curved inward sharply, forming a deep recess. The sides of the wall flared outward by more than 2 meters, while the inner wall was deeply indented. The whole formation looked like a monstrous mouth, wide open and ready to swallow any prey that ventured too close. He immediately understood the Nether King's plan. If he lured the two into the recess, the king could simply block the exit and capture them with ease. At that moment, the king's fingertips dug deep into Lu Qinfeng's side, his poison nails separated from flesh and blood by only a thin layer of skin, ready to pierce deeper at any second. Almost instinctively, Lu Qinfeng forced a smile at the two approaching friends. "Guangzi, you really are too smart," he called, making a beckoning gesture with his left hand. "Come here, both of you. Each of you grab one of his arms from behind, then he'll tie him up from the front. That way, he won't be able to get away." The Nether King regarded Lu Qinfeng with utter contempt, inwardly scoffing at how someone so cowardly and afraid of death could possibly be the reincarnation of the legendary Xingyu Wanderer. Shaking his head in disappointment, he nonetheless felt a sense of relief. Luckily, this man was afraid for his life. If he had resisted even a little, the king's bluff might have been exposed. After all, there was no real poison under his nails. The threat was pure fabrication, but Lu Qinfeng had believed it without question. The plump boy's round, squat figure made him look endearingly friendly, while the girl, with her clear and melodious voice, seemed to outshine the very sky and earth the moment she appeared. Was it possible for anyone to possess such an innocent, flawless beauty? Could a mortal truly rival the grace of a celestial being? For a moment, the Nether King was utterly captivated, failing to notice as the girl moved closer to the recessed wall. But as a ruthless ruler of the underworld, his distraction lasted only an instant. A cruel, twisted smile flickered across his face, and he suddenly sprang from the ground, launching himself at the pair with lightning speed. Neither of them had expected the king to attack so suddenly, nor could they have anticipated his astonishing speed. They had no chance to escape. Just as the short, stocky man was about to step out from the inward curving stone wall, the graceful young girl was halfway through the opening. Both of them raised their right foot at the same time, but before they could set it down, the Ghost King seized them in one swift motion. With two hostages in hand, the Ghost King burst into triumphant laughter, then turned to cast a scornful glance at Lu Qinfeng. "Oh, come on, my dear elder," Lu Qinfeng said impatiently, spreading his hands. "I've already done everything you asked, so why are you still looking at me like a wild dog eyeing a helpless lamb? That's the one thing I can't stand." Hearing himself compared to a wild dog, the Ghost King's anger exploded. He snapped, "You really don't seem to care much about your friends' lives, do you? Who would have thought that the famous Xingyu Wanderer, reborn after centuries, would turn into such a selfish, greedy, ruthless, shameless, cowardly, and pathetic little man. Well, aren't you generous with the compliments? Lu Qinfeng grinned, dropping all pretense. Go ahead, lay it on thicker. He'll just pretend you're talking nonsense. But if you let my friends go without conditions, maybe he'll imagine those words as thunderous applause instead. A twisted smile spread across the Ghost King's face. Oh, you really want me to let them go, don't you? He said, voice cold. You know, with just a little pressure from me, your two precious friends could be gone forever. You dare threaten me? Lu Qinfeng's expression turned icy in an instant. It's not a threat, just some friendly advice, the Ghost King replied with a sinister chuckle. Look at this lovely girl, she's quite the beauty, isn't she? What if I marked her face and sent her straight to the underworld's Hall of Yama? Do you think even the spirits there would want her then? Seeing the terror on Yingzi's face, Lu Qinfeng knew that if this monster really disfigured her, she would rather die on the spot. He had no choice but to relent. What do you want from me? He'll do it. Excellent. The Ghost King's delight was obvious. Now, stretch out your left arm, relax, and keep your mind clear. Remember, the most important thing is not to focus your energy or use your strength. Lu Qinfeng sighed in resignation. Fine. I know you're after the innate chi I haven't unlocked. But what can I say? I'm just not that talented, 20 years old, and still can't access it. Since I've run into someone as famous as you, he'll just swallow my pride and let the king of the underworld have all my life's essence. With that, he extended his left arm toward the Ghost King. To the Ghost King, that strong, healthy arm looked like a rare delicacy, and he could barely keep himself from drooling. Yet even in his excitement, he remained cautious. In a flash, he struck several key points on the short man's body, pushing him deep into the stone wall, then gripped Yingzi's thin shoulder. With his other claw, he pressed down on Lu Qinfeng's left elbow, carefully probing. After confirming that Lu Qinfeng truly wasn't channeling any energy and was completely relaxed, the Ghost King let out a relieved sigh. He gathered his own energy and slowly pushed it toward the crook of Lu Qinfeng's arm, where he immediately felt a powerful surge of innate chi resisting him. So this is innate chi? He nearly jumped for joy. He had planned to use his treasured dragon staff to absorb this energy, but with the staff lost, he would have to enjoy this feast himself. Sensing the immense strength of the innate chi, he could no longer restrain himself. He activated his core, unleashed his full power, opened all his meridians, and greedily began to draw the sealed chi from Lu Qinfeng's arm. Waves of swirling energy surged like a raging tide around the outer edge of his condensed inner core. The Ghost Wraith King felt an immense, crushing pressure pressing into his abdomen, forcing his core to twist and deform, distorting his belly painfully. The intense spasms left him barely able to control his core, and he was forced to release his grip, letting the invading energy rush in. In an instant, the surging force poured into his core like a flood breaching a dam. Wave after wave of fierce energy battered his abdomen, making the core swell with unbearable pain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, had never experienced such torment from foreign energy invading his body. Fear crept into his heart. At last, he understood why the young man in black before him had survived despite wielding the mighty Jinyu force. This energy was simply too overwhelming for anyone to absorb lightly. To safely take in such a violent power, one would need to first teach the recipient a specific breathing technique, then restrain him and slowly guide the process. But that technique would have to be the one he knew best. Passing on such a skill meant taking on a disciple, which in turn meant humbling himself and asking for help. Lost in these troubled thoughts, he made a fatal mistake. Suddenly, the mountain-like force collapsed inward, crashing directly into his core. Just as it seemed the core would be torn apart, the energy abruptly shifted direction, sweeping away all the power from his core like leaves in a storm and channeling it into the other's body. The pressure vanished. The Ghost Wraith King collapsed to the ground, exhausted and limp, his limbs powerless. Looking up, he saw the young man in black flushed with color and brimming with vitality. I tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice, the Ghost Wraith King said bitterly. What truly makes me die with regret is that only hours ago, you were just a frail, powerless youth. If you didn't possess some secret absorption technique, there's no way you could have drained my core like this. I'm nothing but a lost old horse now, and all I can hope is that a rising star like you might show some mercy. I don't know anything about secret absorption techniques, Lu Qinfeng replied with a dry cough. I've never used such a skill. I'm no rising star, just a nobody. I'm afraid I can't help with whatever it is you want. Ah, so be it, the Ghost Wraith King replied, his face ashen. Victory makes a king, defeat a bandit. I, the king of the nether domain, have fallen into the hands of an unknown youth and have nothing more to say. Since you won't let me die in ignorance, I must beg you for one last favor. What is it? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Qinfeng's mind. He was guessing what outrageous demands the other party might make. If the man wanted his clothes, tried to embarrass him, forced him to change his hairstyle, swap his gear, or disguise himself, those would be unpleasant but still bearable. But to his surprise, the king of Ghost Realm made an unexpected request. I beg you, grant me the chance to end my own life. You want to kill yourself? Lu Qinfeng raised an eyebrow, silently chiding himself for having suspected the worst. The king's exposed face was pale as paper, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if he was already standing at death's door. He spoke slowly. I have lived for over 100 years and faced countless enemies. Although I never achieved any great victories, I always managed to survive and never fell into hopeless straits. But today he gave a bitter smile. Of all my calculations, I never foresaw that you would possess the immense energy of Xian Gongzi from centuries ago, so powerful that I'm completely outmatched. As they say, each new generation surpasses the last. If I am defeated by you, I can accept it as fate. You, inheriting Xian Gongzi's power, are destined for greatness. I truly admit defeat. However, his voice grew softer. As the king of the netherworld, known far and wide, I ask only for the dignity of taking my own life. Seeing how desolate he looked, Lu Qinfeng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Are you really so tired of living? Why do you want to die? I never said I was going to kill you. You don't understand. The king's voice was as faint as a dying flame. For a defeated hero, sometimes death is the only way to find peace. Lu Qinfeng cursed inwardly. What nonsense. A true warrior should rise again in adversity, not seek death like a frail woman. He snorted and said no more, striding over to the short, stout man and Ingzi, who were slumped against the wall. With a flick, he released the pressure points that had immobilized them. The short man, finally free, immediately punched Lu Qinfeng on the shoulder and scolded him with a laugh. You rascal. When did you get this good? Why didn't you save me sooner? Did you have to wait until I suffered enough just to show off? You deserve a beating. He punched him again for good measure. Lu Qinfeng dodged with a playful spin, slipping behind Ingzi and feigning exasperation. Come on, second brother, be reasonable. I only held back because Ingzi was captured. I couldn't risk hurting her. Heh. If you want to blame someone, blame Ingzi. She doesn't have any real skills, but she still tagged along with you to subdue the dragon, didn't she? Ingzi frowned when she heard this. She was about to retort, but then saw the short, stocky man give her a discreet signal. Her eyes sparkled with understanding. She immediately crouched down, squeezed out a few glistening tears, and spoke in a trembling, tearful voice. Brother Feng is bullying Ingzi. Brother Feng is being mean to me. He's such a big bully. Boo-hoo, she sobbed, scrunching up her face. I'm going to tell mother when we get back. I'm really going to tell her. Her words landed like a heavy blow right on Lu Qinfeng's head. His expression changed instantly. He crouched beside Ingzi, gripping her thin shoulders, his face full of worry as he tried to comfort her. Come on, Ingzi, it's all my fault. Everything is my fault. I promise, you can hit me or yell at me as much as you want. Just please don't tell your crazy mother I bullied you, okay? So you're calling my mother crazy? Ingzi suddenly looked up, her tear-stained face full of displeasure. Oh wait, no? Lu Qinfeng realized had slipped up and started to explain in a panic. I wasn't calling your mother crazy. I didn't mean it like that. When I say crazy woman, I'm not talking about her. No, wait, the more he tried to explain, the more tangled he got. Finally, he gave up. You know what I mean, Ingzi. Just pretend you never heard me say any of that, alright? Yingzi's mother had always been especially strict with Lu Qinfeng when he was young. The shadow of that childhood still lingered, and he reflexively called her crazy woman whenever she came up. Humph. A true man keeps his word once it's said. You can't just take it back. Yingzi's eyes sparkled mischievously and her lips curled into a sly smile, clearly pleased to have trapped Lu Qinfeng. But if you really want me to pretend I didn't hear you, well, you'll just have to stop being a real man. Shed used this trick countless times, and Lu Qinfeng still fell for it every single time. He let out a helpless sigh and straightened up, but suddenly his expression became unusually calm, almost unsettling in its seriousness. There are things in life that need to be resolved, just like the issues between me and Aunt Qin, he said, his gaze thoughtful and his voice low. I know she was strict with me because she cared, but I've always held a grudge, so this time I want to go back with you all and settle everything once and for all. That way, I won't have any regrets in the future. Brother Feng, are you alright? Ingzi was taken aback by the unfamiliar look in his eyes, sensing a hint of farewell. Her voice trembled. You're not really going to leave us, are you? Mingdang Mountain is where you grew up. It holds memories we could never put into words. Lu Qinfeng sighed inwardly, a trace of helplessness on his face. Of course I wish I could stay in Mingdang Mountain forever and live with everyone. But he quickly masked his disappointment and forced a smile. Didn't I already promise to go back with you? Let's not worry about all that depressing stuff right now. Little Qin, a real man should have ambitions beyond his hometown. I respect your decision, the short man said, his eyes misty and his voice a little hoarse. With your smarts and your knack for getting into fights, I'm not worried about you out in the world. But if you ever have the time, I hope you'll come visit us. You know, the six of us will always be brothers. Nothing can break that. Lu Qinfeng let out a sigh, then broke into a carefree smile. Why so gloomy? I'm not even gone yet, and you're all acting like you can't wait for me to leave. Huh. He glanced around. Hey, where's little six? The others turned to look. The corridor ahead twisted and turned, eerily quiet, with no sign of anyone. A guttural growl suddenly echoed from deep within the inner wall. A moment later, a shrill, piercing scream cut through the silence. It's old six. Lu Qinfeng's face changed dramatically. He let out a sharp cry, "This is bad," and instantly darted forward, ready to rush to the rescue. Wait. The Ghost King's voice rang out behind him. That's the demon dragon. I've been waiting for it to show itself, but I didn't expect it to hide deeper inside. It's wounded and frenzied, now extremely dangerous. That kid's in grave danger. You'd better take me with you. Maybe I can help. Lu Qinfeng spun around, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing through the half-mask the Ghost King wore, staring straight to the bone. After a moment of silence, he suddenly grabbed the Ghost King by the scruff of his fur coat, then sprang forward with a shout. Follow me. He shot straight towards the depths of the inner wall. A chilling wind swept through the winding tunnel, howling with a biting, hostile edge that seemed determined to drive these bold, ignorant humans away and protect the peaceful dreams of whatever creatures rested within. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the darkness. Its breath, thick and foul, tainted the air for miles, carrying a stench reminiscent of a vile beast's rotten maw. Lu Qinfeng wrinkled his brow the moment he caught the smell. Behind him, Ingzi complained, "Ugh, what is that awful stench?" The short, stout man let out a strange howl and cursed. Damn, did that dragon swallow something foul? Its breath could kill a man. Lu Qinfeng could only force a bitter smile and strode forward, speaking to the skeletal king of the netherworld in his grasp. These are my brothers. They're a rough bunch, not refined in speech like Mealways, so polite, gentle, and elegant. I hope you, as the esteemed ancestor of the ghostly realm, won't take offense. That sounded so wrong. The Ghost King snorted, thinking, if you're the picture of elegance, then I must be the most handsome man alive. He knew arguing with Lu Qinfeng was pointless, so he simply turned away, pretending not to care. Lu Qinfeng shook his head in resignation and muttered to himself, why does he act so indifferent? Have I been too humble, and now come off as arrogant instead? How ironic, humility above all has always been my motto. With a few more wry chuckles, he led the Ghost King deeper inside. Only then did the short man and Ingzi catch up, both bursting into laughter as if they'd just heard the world's funniest joke. The short man doubled over, cursing between fits of laughter. Humility above all? Give me a break. Someone tell me, just how thick is that Lu kid's skin? Ingzi giggled. You should know better than anyone, second brother. After all, you're number 2, and he's number 5. There's probably not much difference between you. What's that supposed to mean? The short man's beady eyes widened as he feigned annoyance. You little traitor, now that you've got Qinfeng, you've forgotten how well I've always looked after you. Hey, what are you talking about? Who's a traitor? Yingzi's cheeks flushed bright red, her usual quick wit suddenly replaced by nervous stammering. If that's impossible. A look of sadness flickered across her face. But then, catching the mischievous glint in his eyes, she realized he was teasing her. She snapped, you're terrible, second brother. Always making fun of me. You're the worst, I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, Ingzi darted away, disappearing deeper into the tunnel without a backward glance. Come on, Ingzi, I was only joking. Don't be mad. Let's just ignore that womanizer, okay? Slow down, Ingzi, I can't keep up. The short man hadn't expected such a strong reaction and hurried after her. Ahead, at a sharp right-angled turn, Ingzi suddenly stopped the moment her slender frame brushed against the rocky wall. Shorty hurried after them, almost unable to stop himself in time, and nearly collided with the person in front of him. Despite his short, stout build, his skills were impressive. In that critical moment, his hands moved with lightning speed, gripping the rocky wall beside him. His fingernails scraped against the stone, leaving several inches of bloody marks before he finally managed to halt his momentum. The fresh scratches stood out sharply against the pale blue rock. What's going on up ahead? He asked, eager to see as soon as he steadied himself. Before Ingzi could answer, Shorty let out a startled cry. Who did this? The Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl's Kinzi. Go check if the Dragon Pearl is still there. Ignoring the others' surprised looks, he darted past Yingzi's slender figure and shot into the corridor around the sharp corner. At the end of the bend was a massive hall, spanning several dozen feet wide. The ceiling soared high, and the columns were as thick as a man's waist, stretching up to the roof. The grand doors were embedded deep into the rock walls, both wide and tall, truly one of a kind. Hanging above the threshold was a gigantic beast, as large as a lighthouse. The beast's forehead was pointed, its round eyes glared fiercely, its wide nose flared, and its bloody jaws hung open. Its powerful arms, each over 10 feet long, now dangled lifelessly, as if all strength had left it. Its massive hooves hovered just above the ground, as though some force had pinned it to the stone wall. Lu Qinfeng stood in the corridor, staring in astonishment at the earth demon dragon, whose fate was uncertain. Lying beside him was the mysterious masked man who called himself the king of the ghost realm. Not far ahead, 2 figures sat cross-legged, shrouded in thick smoke that obscured their faces. All that could be seen was that they sat at an angle to each other, palms pressed together, with mist rising steadily from the tops of their heads. Just then, Shorty rushed in, and the situation grew even more precarious. Lu Qinfeng, unwilling to let him take such a risk, reached out like lightning, grabbing Shorty by the arm and forcefully restraining him. "What are you doing?" Shorty hadn't expected this sudden move. Caught off guard and unable to move, he began to shout indignantly. "Qinzi, we've waited 10 years for that dragon pearl. Let me go check it out." "The pearl is already gone," Lu Qinfeng said firmly. "The person sitting on the left can use the art of hiding one's breath here, no ordinary opponent. If they've taken the dragon pearl, there's nothing more we can do." "That's impossible. The dragon's belly hasn't even been cut open. The pearl must still be inside." Shorty twisted and struggled, his voice growing hoarse from shouting. "Let me go? I need to get that dragon pearl to save someone." "To save someone?" Lu Qinfeng was stunned. "Who? Who needs the dragon pearl so badly?" "It's Elder Tianxia. He was poisoned by the most venomous scorpion king of the desert. The doctors have tried everything, but they can only suppress the poison, not cure it. Elder Tianxia has always been good to us. It's painful to watch him suffer every day. We searched everywhere for a cure, but all the doctors said the same thing. In the end, we went to consult the mountain god of Wuyin Mountain. He told us that only the pearl from the most vicious dragon in the Dark Sea could completely eliminate the poison." As we arrived, Ingzi hurried over, eager to recount the hardships we had faced along the way. But before she could speak, Lu Qinfeng raised his hand, signaling her to stop, so she fell silent, somewhat frustrated. From the few words he had heard, Lu Qinfeng had already pieced together the general situation. After adjusting his robe, he slowly walked toward the two figures sitting cross-legged ahead. With each step he took, an invisible pressure weighed on him, growing heavier like a mountain pressing down, until he could barely breathe. When he was just half a step away, even that short distance felt insurmountable, and he was forced to stop. Now close enough, he could clearly see their faces. On the left was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, his hair tied in the Taoist style, but draped in a Buddhist monk's robe, the same eccentric elder they had encountered outside the cave. On the right sat a delicate-featured, youthful boy. Lu Ziho's exclamation earlier had drawn them here. As the mist above their heads gradually dissipated, Lu Qinfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, senior, for healing my companion. Without your help, I fear he might not have survived." The old man glanced at him sideways, his expression unreadable. "You're here," he said flatly, then closed his eyes again in silence. "Qinzi, there's no need to waste words with him. The missing dragon pill must be his doing. Make him hand over the dragon pill and Liuzi at once." The short man behind Lu Qinfeng, seeing him hesitate, thought he was afraid and shouted, "What's there to fear? We outnumber him. Why be scared of one old man?" Lu Qinfeng could only shake his head helplessly, offering a wry smile to the still silent elder. "My friend is impatient, but we can resolve this peacefully." "You've changed," the old man said, channeling energy into the boy's arm as he spoke. "I remember you used to be much more aggressive. Why don't you call yourself the Great One anymore?" "People change, don't they?" Lu Qinfeng replied, fixing his gaze on the elder. It was as if those shut eyes were already open, and he spoke cautiously. "Just like you, a revered monk now caught between the Buddhist and secular worlds. Aren't you seeking change as well?" The old man suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and piercing like a hawk's. After a moment, he let out a cold laugh. "To get within 10 steps of me, while I'm fully concealing my presence, requires exceptional skill at gathering energy. But you're clearly relying on someone else's power. Xian Gongzi, you're not so impressive after all." "In being as patient as I can, don't push me," Lu Qinfeng said, his expression turning cold and threatening. "Humph, am I wrong?" The old man retorted disdainfully. "The energy in your body doesn't belong to you. It must have been forced into you by some master. You can't channel or control it yourself, and you're relying entirely on some strange entity inside you." Under the elder's piercing gaze, Lu Qinfeng felt as if he had been stripped bare, unable to hide anything. "You carry a dark, violent energy within you, one that clashes with the innate force you have sealed away. Sai, don't you realize that strange entity living inside you is actually harming you?" The old man suddenly let out a heavy sigh, his gaze sweeping across Lu Qinfeng's face as if he were looking at a pitiful fool, completely unaware of being deceived. Lu Qinfeng frowned, his hot temper instantly ignited. "What nonsense are you spouting? Humph, I've already subdued it long ago. From now on, it listens to me and wouldn't dare betray me again." His voice trembled slightly with anger. "It? Who is it?" A hint of wariness flashed in the old man's eyes. "Subdued by you? Obeying your orders? Impossible, absolutely impossible." He shook his head, his tone resolute. "A boy like you, born with such rare innate energy, is someone others would strive to control, who would willingly become your servant." Distrust was written all over the old man's face. Lu Qinfeng snorted, his chest puffing out slightly. "Humph, the true form of that ghostly skeleton was shattered by me. Only its soul remains, lodged in my mind. Subduing it was easy." He paused, his tone softening a little. But at the time, seeing its desperate pleas and remembering its help, I spared its life. I can guarantee it won't dare make trouble again. Confidence flashed in Lu Qinfeng's eyes. Besides, it can boost my speed in an instant, multiplying my agility several times over. It's definitely a remarkable and intelligent entity. Suddenly, the old man's expression turned to one of sheer terror. No, you must destroy it with your mind right now, or the consequences will be disastrous. His voice was urgent and shrill. What are you doing? Lu Qinfeng looked baffled, his brows knitted tight. Even if we're master and servant, by now we're more like partners. How could I harm it? The old man ignored him completely. In a flash, he leapt forward and grabbed both of Lu Qinfeng's arms. Without warning, he forcefully sent a surge of his own vital energy into Lu Qinfeng's body. Lu Qinfeng was caught off guard by the old man's astonishing speed. His arms suddenly gripped tightly. Immediately, he felt an unfamiliar surge of energy rushing in from his arms, and instinctively activated the sealed force in his left arm's Chai's acupoint to resist with all his might. The two streams of energy clashed violently at his elbow, swelling it to the size of a barrel and sending waves of excruciating pain through him. As if 1,000 needles were piercing him at once, so intense it made him want to die. Damn you, Kumo. I've never wronged you, why are you doing this to me? Suddenly, a familiar, bone-chilling rasp echoed deep in his mind. Though agony racked his elbow, Lu Qinfeng's mind remained unusually clear. He immediately sent a comforting thought to the skull spirit. Don't be afraid, little skeleton. Even if I die, I won't let him harm you in the slightest. In his panic, he forgot that the skull spirit didn't have a single hair to be harmed. Well, I was waiting to draw more energy from you and get stronger before turning the tables on you, you foolish boy. The skeleton's voice turned cold and arrogant. But since we've been discovered, there's no point hiding anymore. I might as well show my true face. Suddenly, the skeletal figure in his mind swelled in size this time. It didn't give Lu Qinfeng the slightest chance to react. It filled his entire consciousness, swelling until his brain felt as if it would burst from suffocation, and he blacked out on the spot. The cold wind, sharp as a blade, shattered the cave's darkness and pierced through its desperate longing for isolation, forcing open the tiny gate that connected it to the world. Time, swift as an arrow, shot through the boundaries of life and death, threading together fleeting moments of human existence with a sense of bewildering detachment. Qinfeng Gij. Qinfeng Gij. A familiar voice echoed persistently in his ears. Lu Qinfeng jolted awake. The voice was unmistakable. It was Ruer. He hadn't seen her in over a month, and beneath his worry for this stubborn, determined young woman, there was also a tinge of guilt. The thought of her wandering alone, enduring hardship and braving the elements just to search for him, sent a sharp pain through his heart. He quickly turned, desperate to catch a glimpse of her face. But the sight before him filled him with dread. Ruer's face was streaked with blood, her eyes tightly shut, lips moving soundlessly, her whole expression twisted in unspeakable agony. Lu Qinfeng tried to rush forward and hold her, but his arms felt drained of strength. He wanted to run to her, but his legs refused to move, and he stumbled helplessly to the ground. All he could do was watch in despair as Ruer endured inhuman suffering, his own heart racked with pain. Qinfeng Gij, you can't give up. You have to avenge me. These were her final words. Before she finished, her sorrowful figure faded slowly into the swirling mist. Ruer, don't go. Lu Qinfeng woke with a start, realizing it had all been a nightmare. His back was drenched in cold sweat. What's wrong? Bad dream? The girl you care about is leaving you? A teasing voice suddenly spoke from beside him. Lu Qinfeng turned and saw an eccentric old man, his hair styled like a Taoist, dressed in clothes resembling a Buddhist monk. The old man sat cross-legged, his withered fingers pressed to Lu Qinfeng's Bai point, sending a gentle, steady stream of energy into him. Only then did Lu Qinfeng recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. The intense pain in his head was gone, replaced by an unusual clarity. Though he was usually carefree, crude in speech, and unpredictable in temperament, he was also someone who remembered kindness. Did you save me, senior? He asked respectfully. Hey, don't thank me just yet. I only stepped in because I couldn't stand that skeleton ghost's ways. I didn't come here just to rescue you, the old man replied calmly. The oddly dressed old man was just about to express his gratitude when Lu Qinfeng smiled and raised his hand to stop him. With a broad-minded nature, he simply chuckled and said, Senior, you are truly generous. Such great kindness needs no thanks. I will always remember it. However, he hesitated for a moment, then asked, where did you send that ghostly skeleton? I can no longer sense its presence. The old man withdrew his hand from Lu Qinfeng's head and leisurely stroked his beard. A mysterious smile played on his lips as he replied, you needn't worry about it turning on you anymore. I have used 1,000 years' worth of energy to permanently seal its soul in the deepest corner of your mind. From now on, it can only exist as a phantom form, appearing only when you call for it. It has become a spirit bonded to you, unable to defy your will. Really? Lu Qinfeng's voice trembled with excitement. It's truly become a phantom spirit? That's amazing. Everyone knows that ancient spirit beasts are powerful, but few realize that when they reach the phantom realm, they become truly unrivaled, coming and going like the wind, leaving no trace. But his expression shifted. Didn't this cost you a great deal of your own energy, senior? The old man smiled faintly and walked toward the demon dragon, which was still suspended in the air, its fate uncertain. Without turning around, he said, I have always despised those who scheme in the shadows. Today's punishment for the ghost skeleton is also a warning to others with ill intentions. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at the king of the underworld, who was lying behind Lu Qinfeng, draped in a cloak of rat fur. Lu Qinfeng shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that the world was full of extraordinary people and that it was hard for an ordinary person like him to truly understand them. He turned and walked toward Dwarfy and Ingzi, who were watching him with concern. Just then, the unconscious Xiao Yozi was lying in Dwarfy's arms. Don't you want to see how this dragon was pinned here? Don't you want to take its dragon pearl to save someone? The old man suddenly asked, catching him off guard. Lu Qinfeng turned back in surprise. The old man still had his back to him, but Lu knew those words were meant for him. That's right, the dragon pearl. Dwarfy exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Qinzi, we still need to save old man Scorpio's running out of time. Are you alright? Ingzi asked with concern, seeing that Lu Qinfeng's face was pale. Lu Qinfeng just gave her a brief look, then turned his gaze to the old man's back. After a moment's silence, he sighed and said, It seems you still have something on your mind, senior. Don't worry, if there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best. Something on my mind? The old man spun around, his eyes sharp as he looked at Lu Qinfeng, but his expression was calm and relaxed. What could I possibly have on my mind? Heh, are you overthinking things, boy? Is that so? Lu Qinfeng gave a calm smile and sighed. If you were willing to give us the dragon pill without any conditions, you wouldn't have bothered to ask that unnecessary question just now. Since you know how determined we are to obtain the dragon pill, yet you still asked, it's obvious you want something in return. Since you saved my life, whatever you desire must be related to me. The old man's lips curled into a meaningful smile at this reasoning, but he didn't reply. Lu Qinfeng continued, most people want my innate qi, but you didn't try to take it while I was unconscious. That means you're after something else. He glanced down at himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If I had to guess, it must be my clothes that caught your eye. As soon as he finished, a cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. You're half right. What I want is indeed on your upper body, but it's not your clothes, it's your heart. Before he finished speaking, the old man shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lu Qinfeng was caught off guard, unable to react in time. A powerful force, sharp as countless silver needles, pierced his entire body. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him, nearly suffocating him and leaving him completely paralyzed. With a dull thud, a burst of energy struck Lu Qinfeng and sent him sprawling to the ground. Fortunately, the old man pulled back at the last moment, or the consequences would have been dire. Even so, the pain left Lu Qinfeng seeing stars, and his body felt like it was falling apart. The old man shook his head in disappointment. You've let me down. With skills like that, you'd only be throwing your life away. Forget it. They'll look for someone else. Wait. Lu Qinfeng forced himself to his feet, gritting his teeth against the pain. You said you had a wish to fulfill? There's no need to look elsewhere. If even I can't do it, no one else stands a chance. Seeing the determination in Lu Qinfeng's eyes, the old man's expression softened, and he thought to himself that had chosen the right person. Lu Qinfeng clenched his fists, then released them, speaking solemnly. As I said before, since both Xiao Yozi and I owe you our lives, as long as it doesn't go against my conscience or sense of justice, I'll help you with everything I have. Don't worry, the old man replied, smiling. This request goes against neither conscience nor morality. In fact, if you succeed, you'll become a hero praised by all. Watching the stubborn young man finally agree to help, the old man felt a quiet satisfaction in his heart. Lu Qinfeng cleared his throat and asked in a low voice, so, what exactly is it? Before he could finish, a startled cry erupted behind him. Fengji, don't agree to anything so lightly. Yingzi's voice was full of urgency. Right after, the short, stout companion echoed loudly. Yeah, Xiao Qinzi, be careful, might be trying to trick you. The old man remained squinting, a faint, ambiguous smile on his face as he spoke with a hint of amusement. Well, your friends seem afraid you'll fall into my trap. So, will you accept or not? Remember, I never repeat myself. Lu Qinfeng's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at the old man. Tell me what your wish is. Fengji, Xiao Qinzi. The two behind him nearly shouted out in unison, voices hoarse with worry. Lu Qinfeng turned to them, his expression resolute. Don't worry. Take good care of old Six, and wait for my word. Once I fulfill his wish, he'll settle what I owe old Six as well. When that's done, he'll come back to see you both. Suddenly, the old man's tone grew more serious. No, you can't separate just yet. With your current skills, you can't even get within 30 feet of that person, let alone kill him. I want the two of them to train with you. When you've gained enough strength, He'll tell you exactly who your target is. You want me to kill someone? Lu Qinfeng asked in surprise. The old man explained, don't worry. This person is no innocent in fact. He's your sworn enemy, a leader of the divine realm. He'll reveal his identity once you're strong enough. Lu Qinfeng let out a quiet sigh of relief. So, it was a divine beast he was supposed to kill. He remembered the brutal massacre of humans by such creatures had witnessed before. Even without this request, he knew he'd seek vengeance one day. Well, will you accept my request? For the first time, a hint of anticipation crept into the old man's voice. Lu Qinfeng hesitated only briefly. He knew making an enemy of a leader from the divine realm would be no small feat, and his path ahead would be filled with danger. But since he had agreed, there was no turning back. Divine beasts deserve to be brought down. But I have a small request. The old man's expression shifted slightly, but only for a moment. Go on. If it's reasonable, I'll agree. Please allow my second brother and Ingzi to take the dragon pill back to save our friend, while I go alone to train elsewhere. Lu Qinfeng turned to his two closest friends, nodding firmly. The old man thought for a moment. With the patient's condition so critical, I doubt they'd make it back in time even with the dragon pill. Hey Race, what'll let me handle the treatment myself. As he spoke, he pulled out an embroidered handkerchief and handed it to Lu Qinfeng. This is a map to the sacred land of the elves, the pure blood pool. Set out for there at once. If your timing is right, you might even catch the annual ascension ceremony. That place was a gathering ground for extraordinary people from all corners of the world, mystics, spirits, monsters, and demons. It was truly an ideal place to hone one's skills and cultivate oneself. Just as Lu Qinfeng was about to negotiate for a few favorable terms, the old man impatiently waved his sleeve and snapped. What more is there to discuss? A real man shouldn't be so indecisive and fussy. Show some backbone. Helpless, Lu Qinfeng could only shrug and turn to his companions with a wry smile. Brothers and sisters, the days of comfort are over. It's time for us to embark on a difficult journey. Let's go. With that, he stepped forward. Wait, the old man suddenly called out. He reached toward the gaping maw of the dragon hanging above, and with a swift motion, a dazzling beam of light shot into his palm. Looking closer, it was a staff shaped like a serpent. My dragon staff? My dragon staff. The ghost king, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly lit up with excitement. He leapt to his feet and cried, my precious, so this is where you've been. I've searched everywhere for you. He lunged for the staff in the old man's hand. Don't move, the old man barked, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. His voice was icy. If this staff is really yours, why did you fail to notice it on that evil dragon for so long? Humph. I say this treasure rightfully belongs to this young man, Lu. If you don't believe me, just watch. Before he finished speaking, the old man pointed at the demonic dragon behind him. Suddenly, with a series of muffled thuds, the massive dragon's body came crashing down like a mountain, threatening to crush everyone beneath it. The group barely had time to react before the pressure of the dragon's bulk bore down on them, making it almost impossible to breathe. Follow me. At the critical moment, Lu Qinfeng heard the old man's voice by his ear. In an instant, he felt himself being swept aside, whisked away from danger. Ingzi, second brother, 6. Even in the face of danger, Lu Qinfeng didn't forget about his friends. He shouted anxiously, go save them. They'll be fine. Brother Feng, we're all here. Came two excited voices from beside him. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted beneath their feet, and the group landed together atop a cliff, the very same precipice that had once brought Lu Qinfeng so much misfortune. The howling wind was fierce and biting, yet it couldn't drown out the chilling, blood-curdling scream that echoed beneath everyone's feet. The once feared king of the ghost realm had now met such a tragic end. Ingzi stood at the edge of the cliff, her clear eyes shimmering with pity. It seemed she had let go of all past grievances with the ghost king, leaving only pure sympathy in her heart. Even though he meant us harm, in the end, he couldn't hurt us. If you think about it, isn't he rather pitiful? Lu Qinfeng stood silently beside her, his gaze piercing through the swirling mist as he stared into the bottomless abyss below. Lost in his own thoughts, he seemed not to hear Ingzi at all. Humph! The short, stout man snorted, kicking at the broken edge of the cliff with disdain. He was nothing more than a sneaky, backstabbing leader of the ghost world. He doesn't deserve any sympathy from us humans. Ingzi, save your sorrow for those who truly sacrificed and accomplished something. Just then, the elderly man who had been silent finally spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ignorant humans. The so-called heroes you revere are nothing but products of flattery and lies. In truth, you're just dressing up incompetence in fancy robes. Why deceive yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to catch himself, quickly stepping aside and pressing his palms together. Amitba, forgive me. I let worldly thoughts get the better of me. Amitba, worldly thoughts. The short man burst out laughing, pointing at the old man as he turned to Ingzi. Didn't he always refer to himself as the old man? Why is he suddenly calling himself a monk? Ingzi studied the old man's monk robes, whispering, maybe he was originally from the Buddhist world. After being cast out, He wandered the martial world for so long that he picked up some bad habits. But the teachings of Buddhism are ingrained in him, so sometimes he slips up without realizing. I don't buy it, not at all. The short man shook his round head. If it was just a slip, he wouldn't have acted so devout. I bet he couldn't stand the hardships of a monk's life. So he sneaked out to indulge himself. Now, remembering the rules, he's praying for forgiveness because he's afraid of being punished if he goes back. You mean he broke the Buddhist dietary rules? Ingzi couldn't help but laugh. What? You don't believe me? The short man flashed a sly grin. Go ask him yourself. But I guarantee he won't admit it. If it were me, I wouldn't tell a stranger about something so embarrassing either, especially not to a pretty girl like you. Ugh, Ingzi spat in mock disgust. Not everyone is as lazy and gluttonous as you, or cares so much about saving face. Oh, my dear Ingzi, the short man exclaimed dramatically. Everyone is different. Just like your brother Feng is one of a kind. If everyone were like him, how would you ever choose? A faint blush crept onto Yingzi's cheeks. She hadn't expected him to suddenly bring up Lu Qinfeng. Glancing sideways at Lu Qinfeng, who seemed lost in thought, she recalled the elusive look in his eyes and felt a wave of irritation. Shooting a cold glare at the short man, she snapped, if you like him so much, why don't you marry him yourself? Just don't drag me into anything with him. With that, she spun around and refused to look back. The short man ignored Yingzi's growing indifference, instead teasing her with a grin. What's wrong, Yingzi? Didn't you talk about him every day when he wasn't around? Now that he's here, why are you acting so cold? Yingzi only gave a dismissive snort, not even bothering to look his way. Are you really mad? The short man quickly tried to smooth things over. Come on. Yingzi, second brother was just joking. Say something, will you? Still mad at me? If it helps, I'll get down on my knees and apologize. With that, he made as if to kneel. Suddenly, a surge of force swept over his knees, forcing him to stand up straight. Following the source, he saw Lu Qinfeng glancing at him, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. What's your problem, Lu Qinfeng? The short man complained. If you weren't so fickle, Yingzi wouldn't be so heartbroken. If she wasn't upset, she wouldn't ignore me when I was just joking. See, it's all your fault. Lu Qinfeng held that ambiguous smile, waiting for the short man to finish before shaking his head in resignation. He then turned to the elderly man sitting cross-legged nearby, eyes closed in meditation, and asked in a low voice, Are you ready? The old man slowly opened his eyes, shot Lu Qinfeng a brief glance, and closed them again. What do you want to know? Where did you send fairy Zhuoding? Lu Qinfeng's gaze was sharp as he stared at the old man's closed eyes. The last time I saw her, she was still with you. The old man opened his eyes again, their brilliance clashing with Lu Qinfeng's intense stare. Is that why you've changed your mind and want help me fulfill my wish? Isn't that reason enough? Lu Qinfeng's eyes burned red with anger. You promised to save her from the clutches of the celestial fox immortals, so why did you send her back to that hellish divine realm? The old man's tone softened as he saw the fury in Lu Qinfeng's eyes. The divine realm may seem like hell to you, but it's still her home. Even if I hadn't sent her back, the divine realm would have sent cultivators to capture her. Besides, you should be thanking me. Thank you? Lu Qinfeng scoffed. You sent my friend back to torment, and you want my gratitude? The old man could only sigh. Young man, your ambition burns too fiercely. That's a grave mistake for anyone seeking enlightenment, the old man said, his eyes narrowing and his tone heavy. If a master from the divine realm comes to capture her in person, she will surely fight back with all her might. When that happens, the consequences will be far more serious than simply being taken back. Lu Qinfeng frowned deeply as he listened. He knew the old man spoke the truth. After a long silence, he finally murmured, I just want to see her one last time before I leave. I'm afraid you may not get that chance. The old man sighed suddenly. This time, she's being summoned back for. For what? Lu Qinfeng's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. To fulfill the marriage arranged for her as a child, with the son of a noble from the divine realm. A trace of pity flickered in the old man's eyes. What? Lu Qinfeng shot to his feet, his hands trembling. Who is it? Who is that man? You already know the answer in your heart, the old man replied softly. It's him? Lu Qinfeng staggered back, his face turning pale. I should have known in the divine realm. Only he is worthy of Zhuoding Xianzi. By now, Lu Qinfeng had backed to the edge of the cliff. Yingzi, seeing this, cried out in panic, Brother Feng, come back. Let's go find Zhuoding Xianzi together. That's right, Xianzi, said the short, stout man anxiously. There are countless beauties in the world, why fixate on just one? There's Yingzi, Miss Ruer, and maybe you'll meet someone even better in the future. Don't forget our promise as brothers to travel the world together, searching for beauty everywhere. Lu Qinfeng gazed blankly at his two old friends standing several yards away. After a long pause, he finally asked, Can you tell me when their wedding is set? The 18th day of the 12th lunar month next year, the old man replied calmly. If you can return from the purifying blood pool before then, you'll have the power to stand against him and win your wife back. So it really is him? Lu Qinfeng stared at the old man. The master from the divine realm you want me to face, is it truly him? It is, the old man said, stepping forward and handing over his snakehead staff. In the divine realm, only he leaves me at a loss. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have let you train for so long. This dragon staff was once the prized treasure of the king of the Ghost Marsh. Now that he's gone, it needs a new master. Just let a drop of your blood fall on the dragon's eye and silently recite, I alone reign supreme. Then, it will obey your command. Lu Qinfeng casually took the dragon's staff, his fingertips gently brushing over its surface. He glanced up at the old man, whose unwavering gaze steeled his resolve. With determination, Lu bit into the middle finger of his left hand. As blood welled up, he quickly let a drop fall into the dragon eye at the staff's end, closing his eyes and silently chanting an incantation. Suddenly, the dragon staff let out a piercing, low hum. It spun violently in his palm, the friction sending searing heat through his hand until he was forced to let go. In the next instant, a blazing flame shot through the air, and the staff vanished without a trace. Wretched beast! The old man roared, his figure flickering out of sight and then reappearing. By the time Lu Qinfeng could react, the staff had already returned, now resting securely in the old man's grip. The scene left Lu utterly shocked. The blazing streak had clearly been the fleeing staff, yet the old man had retrieved it in the blink of an eye. Such speed was beyond anything a living creature could achieve, defying description. A wave of despair crashed over Lu Qinfeng. He realized how slim his chances were of rescuing Fairy Zhuoting. If he could never reach the old man's speed, how could he hope to defeat the mysterious master from the divine realm whom even the old man feared? It refuses to accept your blood. How strange, the old man muttered, examining the dragon staff closely, his brows furrowed. Could it be the wrong method? Ingzi, who had been watching for a while, couldn't help but ask. No, absolutely not. The old man shook his head firmly. Of the 3 ancient divine artifacts, I've seen 2 with my own eyes. Though the 7-star Godslayer is feared as a weapon of calamity, its true power lies in healing and cultivation, working wonders for those who wield it. Most astonishing of all, its greatest strength only reveals itself when it is swallowed whole. Swallowed, the 3 of them exclaimed in unison. The old man's gaze grew distant, as if lost in memory. After a long silence, he gave a wry laugh. That's a painful story from my past. I'd rather not speak of it. As for the second artifact, the dragon staff, the blood recognition ritual is no legend. I've witnessed it myself. He paused before continuing. It was many years ago, when I was young and arrogant, proud of my talents despite my Buddhist heritage. My master tried to humble me, but when his words failed, he confined me to a meditation chamber. Unable to calm my restless mind, I eventually escaped. The first thing I did was seek out Jin Zhaozhong, the renowned warlord of the mortal realm, to challenge him. That battle taught me there is always someone stronger, and I suffered a crushing defeat. Unable to return to the monastery to recover, I hid in a remote mountain cave, and it was there that I encountered the strangest experience of my life. Judging by your tone, have you encountered the legendary dragon staff that chooses its master through blood? The short man straightened his back, nodding sagely as he spoke. Strange and wondrous things often happen where few people tread. Deep forests and hidden caves are breeding grounds for the mysterious. The old man listened, a look of helplessness crossing his face. When did I ever say I came across the bloodbound dragon staff? Young people always think they're so clever. The short man's face flushed red, his small eyes rolling as he prepared to retort. Before he could, Lu Qinfeng coughed lightly, cutting in at just the right moment. Second brother, let him finish. Time is short. We still need to help Elder Tianxia. Ingzi quickly chimed in. That's right, Elder Tianxia is suffering. We need to hurry. A story? The old man suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Do you really think I'm just telling you a made-up tale? Lu Qinfeng coughed again, trying to smooth things over. Well, whether it's true or not depends on what you believe. If even you treat it as just a story, then that's all it will ever be. Arrogant. The old man snapped, whipping around to glare at Lu Qinfeng. You're not qualified to spar with me in Zen riddles. The rest can wait until I'm in the mood. With that, his figure vanished into thin air before anyone could react. Please wait, sir. How can we find you again? Lu Qinfeng called out urgently. A strong, resonant voice echoed from above. If I wish to see you, I will appear. The road ahead is dangerous. Take care of yourselves. The dragon staff stays with you. Whether you can master it depends on fate. As his words faded, a sharp beam of light shot toward them. Lu Qinfeng reacted instantly, using the Hanhai Qin Dragon technique to intercept it. Yet, when he caught the beam, he found that what should have been a powerful attack felt as light as a feather in his hand. Sir, Lu Qinfeng suddenly remembered something. You don't even know where we live. How will you come to heal Elder Tianxia? From the distant horizon came the fading, cheerful laughter of the old man. Though his voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, everyone could hear it clearly. How could I not know about the Mingdang Peak in the Yashan Mountains? Lu Qinfeng stood frozen, both hands still gripping the dragon staff tightly, his brow deeply furrowed. How could he know? I never told him. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Ingzi noticed his unease and asked softly, her delicate face filled with worry. Lu Qinfeng's gaze dropped to the dragon staff in his hands, his voice low and troubled. I'm just wondering why the dragon staff didn't absorb my blood. Could it be that I really am the reincarnation of the Xingyu Wanderer, and even my blood is different from everyone else's? What do you mean, Xingyu Wanderer? Ingzi immediately retorted. Brother Feng, don't overthink it. You're just as human as the rest of us. Could you possibly be someone else's reincarnation? I thought the same thing until yesterday, but now Lu Qinfeng looked up at the sky and slowly shook his head. At that moment, Aitongwa strode forward and gave Lu Qinfeng a hearty slap on the shoulder. Hey, stop getting stuck in your own head. Xingyu Wanderer, human, god, spirit, those are just names. All living things are either good or evil, nothing else really matters. Lu Qinfeng looked at Aitongwa in surprise, then threw a playful punch at his shoulder. Alright, that doesn't sound like something you'd come up with. Tell me, did you run into some wise master or something? Aitongwa grinned mysteriously. Of course I did. Wanna know who? Lu Qinfeng aimed another punch at him. If you don't tell me right now, I'll take your arm off. Help. Ingzi, save me. Your sweetheart is out for blood. Aitongwa yelped dramatically, dodging behind Ingzi with a nimble spin. The move caught Lu Qinfeng completely off guard. By the time he realized what had happened, his fist was already on its way and accidentally brushed against Yingzi's chest. In an instant, a wave of heat surged through his body from his left arm. He quickly pulled back, forcing himself to stop the motion. Both of them froze. Lu Qinfeng was too embarrassed to speak, while Ingzi glared at him angrily, her eyes practically blazing. Aitongwa's laughter broke the awkward silence. The two were suddenly jolted back to their senses by a strange cry from the short, chubby man. They turned in unison and saw that this portly second brother had somehow leapt onto a large rock, nearly 20 feet away. To their astonishment, he was now holding a staff shaped like a dragon entwined with a serpent. Lu Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced down and realized his own dragon staff had vanished. In that instant, he understood the fat man must have stolen it while he was distracted. Come on, second brother, what do you want with it? You don't even know how to use it. Why don't you just give it back? Lu Qinfeng forced a smile and reached out toward the chubby man perched atop the rock. The short man burst into a sinister laugh, his face contorted in a menacing grin. Who says it can only have you as its master? Today, I'm going to make it recognize me. With this ancient artifact as my weapon and my nimble moves, nobody will dare stand in my way. Second brother, have you lost your mind? Ingzi stared at his twisted expression, her shame and anger instantly replaced by fear. Her voice trembled despite herself. Who knows when he was ever sane? Have you ever seen a normal person do something so crazy? Lu Qinfeng sighed deeply, shook his head with a wry smile, and began walking toward him. Seeing Lu Qinfeng approach, the chubby man shouted a warning. Don't come any closer. If you do, they'll bite my finger and drip blood into the dragons. I swear you'll regret it. Lu Qinfeng kept walking, his smile unfazed. Go ahead, bite if you want. With all that blood in your fat body, you could use a little letting. But don't forget, biting your finger hurts. Haven't you always been afraid of pain? The chubby man's fingers trembled in the air, his lips pressed tight, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. But his words only grew more frenzied. Take another step and it'll destroy it. Then neither of us will get it. Fine, go ahead and destroy it. Lu Qinfeng replied easily, still moving forward. If you've got the guts, do it. Frustrated and desperate, the chubby man gripped the dragon's staff and suddenly slammed his knee toward it. Just as he was about to strike, he froze. A dark figure shot up from below the cliff like an arrow, heading straight for him. Huh, let's see how you handle this. The chubby man sneered, convinced he would hit his mark first. But in that instant, another figure darted forward, moving even faster than the shadow, and was suddenly right beside him. Damn, came a muttered curse from within the shadow, shocked to collide with Lu Qinfeng at this crucial moment. I'm badly injured and in no shape for a fight. I need to grab it and get out of here fast. But the chubby man was already about to strike the dragon staff, and with Lu Qinfeng less than half a foot away, he was sure victory was his. Both hands had just touched the dragon staff when the shadow suddenly noticed a strange smile flash across the dwarf's face. Before he could react, the staff shot into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow. Damn it! The shadow cursed, about to leap after it, but was caught completely off guard as the dwarf's thick arms locked tightly around his legs. He struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from this unexpected restraint. Panicking, the shadow tried to swing his arms to break the hold, but the moment he moved, a powerful force clamped down on his arms. No matter how he twisted and thrashed, the grip was as unyielding as cast iron. Just when despair was about to overwhelm him, a mocking laugh sounded in his ear. King of the Netherworld, long time no see. Pretty clever, right? Our lure the snake out of its hole trick worked like a charm. Huh, lure the snake out of its hole. The shadow's heart sank as he suddenly understood. Damn it. So they were putting on an act just to trap me, and I walked right into it. Lu Qinfeng, you cunning little thief, I never thought I'd fall for your tricks again. Despite his regret, the shadow forced himself to stay calm. So, You knew I was hiding underground all along and set up this little scheme to draw me out. Humph. Your second brother's performance was flawless, could take the stage as a leading lady. He, not quite. We only sensed you after the monk left, so it wasn't that early, the other replied with a laugh. But my second brother really did put on a perfect show. He's not cut out for the supporting roles, Thuff's main character material. Haha. You managed to make two grammatical mistakes in one sentence. Truly, you're an illiterate fool and an idiot combined. The barbed remark could only have come from Lu Qinfeng after all. He was the only one who would take a jab even when someone was down. Sigh. I've lived for hundreds of years, yet I keep falling into the hands of a young upstart like you. So be it. From now on, he'll no longer meddle in the chaos of this world. The shadowy figure lowered his head, his voice filled with bitterness and resignation. Suddenly, he turned his twisted face towards Lu Qinfeng, a desperate glimmer in his eyes as he spoke with a trembling voice. But there are a few questions that still trouble me. I hope you'll have the kindness to answer them for me. In the sky above, the sun was already sinking towards the west. The remnants of the sunset hung alone in the lifeless sky, scattered and gathered again by a chilly wind, drifting like lost duckweed, an image that filled the heart with sorrow. Bathed in the pale red light of dusk, the shadow's true appearance was fully revealed. Only then did Lu Qinfeng realize the man before him was the Ghost King, the one with the lanky, bamboo-like frame. The human skin mask had worn so tightly before had somehow fallen away, exposing his real face. One side, which had once been smooth, was now smeared with blood, making him look terrifying. The other, already little more than skin over bone, had several broken bones protruding, a sight that sent chills even through the bravest like Lu Qinfeng. Ingzi, who was even more timid, let out a startled cry, whipped her head away, and dared not look again. Lu Qinfeng took a deep breath, giving the other man a polite but helpless look. He forced down the urge to turn away and spoke in a steady tone. I may not be the kindest person, but am no villain who bullies the weak. Rest assured, if it's within my power, I'll answer your questions. The Ghost King watched Lu Qinfeng with hopeful eyes, a thirst for understanding burning within them. What I want to know is this. You were clearly poisoned by my deadly serpent venom earlier, so why do you now show no sign of it at all? His voice was urgent, eager for any hint of an answer. Lu Qinfeng gave a wry smile and shook his head. So this is what you wanted to ask? Exactly, the Ghost King replied quickly, nodding. It's been haunting me ever since. I haven't been able to eat or sleep, my mind full of doubts about how you survived my poison. His remaining eye stared intently at Lu Qinfeng, excitement creeping into his voice. I keep wondering what other secrets you're hiding, how much you inherited from Xian Gongzi, what kind of potential you have, what you could achieve in the future, and… Ahem, Lu Qinfeng interrupted with a dry cough, lifting the Ghost King above his head, and then gently setting him down, letting him sit upright on the ground. Only then did Lu Qinfeng straighten up, shaking the numbness from his arms before explaining. It was really just a stroke of luck. A few days ago, I swallowed the gallbladder of a venomous snake called the Chilean fumong. Its skin and fangs aren't poisonous, but its blood and bile are deadly. Strangely enough, instead of dying from the poison, my own blood absorbed its toxicity and became poisonous itself. Now, not only do venomous creatures avoid me, but my blood actually counteracts poison. So, even though your soul-stealing venom is potent, it was easily neutralized by the poison in my veins. I see. The Ghost King replied in astonishment, a flash of realization in his eyes. In all my years, I've never heard of anyone turning poison into their own strength. It seems Xingyu Langzi's reincarnation truly is extraordinary. He paused, then widened his single eye in confusion. But I clearly remember putting you in that stone box after you passed out from the poison. So, if you didn't pass out from poison, what was it then? Damn it, unbelievable. Are you really clueless, or just pretending to be stupid? Lu Qinfeng was seething inside, almost cursing under his breath. But when he saw the look of genuine anticipation in the other's eyes, not the slightest hint of pretense, he could only sigh, raise an eyebrow helplessly, and force a bitter smile. Do you have any idea how much that medicine of yours burned when you put it on my wound? It was so hot it felt like it was roasting my scalp. The pain was unbearable. I blacked out from it. You mean? The Ghost King's eyes flickered, his lips parted as if in disbelief. You fainted from the pain because my medicine burned your scalp? What do you think? At the mention of it, Lu Qinfeng's anger flared again. He snorted, pointed at the top of his head, and showed off what was once a smooth scalp, now a charred, ugly patch. Look at this. It used to be at least decent, but your medicine ruined it. It's numb, stiff, and I've lost a ton of hair. Disgusting. Just looking at it makes me mad. The last rays of the setting sun glinted off the blackened scar on Lu Qinfeng's scalp, making the scene all the more ridiculous. Haha, Xiaoqin, I never thought I'd see you in such a sorry state. Shorty immediately seized the chance to tease him mercilessly. Look at you. Your head is even funnier than my body. You'd better be careful from now on, or you'll be the one getting laughed at. Lu Qinfeng's lips curled in a reluctant smile. Though annoyed, he couldn't help but retort with a laugh. Get lost, Shorty. No matter how high you jump, you'll never reach my head. As he spoke, he shot Shorty a challenging look. Humph. You little punk, you just can't keep your mouth shut. Shorty's face flushed red with anger as he fired back. You exposed my flaws today. Just wait one of these days. They'll make sure you get a taste of your own medicine. Lu Qinfeng saw this and gave a rueful grin, then started to apologize. All right, I was wrong, second brother. Let's not take it so seriously. We're the perfect team, aren't we? Shorty was still fuming and snorted coldly. Team? You, the handsome and charming one, teaming up with someone like me? Huh, you're the real performer here. Lu Qinfeng's smile deepened, tinged with mockery. Haha, you flatter me, second brother. Maybe I'm not that handsome, but you're right, we've always worked best when you bring the muscle and I bring the brains. His words sounded humble, but there was a hint of provocation in them. Oomph, all you do is make fun of me. Shorty was on the verge of exploding and turned away in a huff. Brother Foam, second brother, can't you two just cool it? Ingzi, seeing the tension escalate, quickly stepped in to mediate. She glanced at Lu Qinfeng, feeling a little annoyed by his mischievous smile. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "What are you standing there for? Go apologize to second brother already." "No way, Ingzi." Lu Qinfeng's lips curled into a faint smile, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. "So you've secretly liked him all along. He may look ordinary, but he's definitely someone you can rely on." At his words, Yingzi's face changed instantly. She turned away in anger, refusing to say another word. Sigh. Lu Qinfeng exaggeratedly sighed as he watched her walk away. They say heroes are always destined for loneliness. Looks like I'm finally all alone. The king of the ghoul realm frowned, staring at Lu Qinfeng in confusion. Why are you doing this? Why offend both of your good friends? Lu Qinfeng's gaze suddenly turned cold, his eyes sharp as a hawk's as he swept them over the king. Enough with the questions. If you don't have anything else to ask, they'll be on my way. Wait. The ghoul king quickly struggled to sit up. Just one last question, just one more. Lu Qinfeng shot him a cold sideways glance, then sighed. I know what you want to ask, but that's a secret between me and a close friend, and I promise never to reveal it. A secret? The ghoul king's strange eyes widened. So you're saying the person who freed you from the stone box was that close friend of yours, and the one who drained all my inner energy was him too? I already told you it's a secret. I have nothing more to say. Lu Qinfeng gave him a frosty look, then suddenly turned and strode into the dense forest beneath the cliff. Where are you going? Although Ingzi had turned her head away, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. Seeing how had nearly driven the ghoul king to madness earlier, she had felt secretly pleased. But now, watching him leave, she couldn't stop herself from calling out. What? Haven't I annoyed you enough? Lu Qinfeng didn't look back, his voice icy. Night's coming, so naturally I need to get out of here. He'll leave the two of you some private space to enjoy the moon together. Yingzi's face turned bright red with anger, and she was left speechless. Humph. Li's second brother said coldly, don't forget the old master gave you that map, so the four of us could train together at the purifying blood pool. Are you really planning to ditch us and go off on your own? Lu Qinfeng gave a cold laugh, pulled the embroidered handkerchief from his pocket, and tossed it to them. Hey, erase the map. If you want to train at the purifying blood pool, go ahead by yourselves. I won't be joining you. With that, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. On a late autumn evening, deep within a withered forest, a biting cold wind howled through the trees. Lu Qinfeng was nearly running through the dense woods, dry leaves crunching loudly beneath his feet. In his mind, a hazy face kept appearing, growing sharper and more distinct as he neared the forest's edge. At last, he could finally make out the features of the person who had suddenly invaded his thoughts. It's him. It's actually him. I should have realized it sooner. Lu Qinfeng slapped his forehead and muttered to himself. Canry, you were right, there are powerful enemies lurking nearby. And this formidable foe isn't a stranger, but my old acquaintance, Tianhu Xiandao. Huh. Seems you've become much more obedient since that Buddhist monk put you in your place. Suddenly, a lonely, somber voice echoed from above. You're here. Startled, Lu Qinfeng looked up to see a tall, imposing old man standing on the thick branch of an ancient banyan tree. The fading sunlight cast a golden glow on the man's face, making his features appear even more striking. Lu Qinfeng recognized him at one seat, was Tianhu Xiandao. With his eyes closed and face expressionless, Tianhu Xiandao spoke in a tone full of desolation. Why are you silent? Where are the other three? A chill shot through Lu Qinfeng's heart. So he's already figured everything out. He's been hiding here, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and catch us off guard. Why don't you speak, Lu? Tianhu Xiandao continued. Have you forgotten that I can read minds? What is that thing lurking in your thoughts? Why won't it show itself to me? As he spoke, Tianhu Xiandao suddenly opened his eyes, and two piercing beams shot straight at Lu Qinfeng. Lu felt a sharp, burning pain on his face and quickly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. What are you hiding from? We're all men here. Tianhu Xiandao sneered. Why didn't your three friends come with you two men and a woman, right? Oh, I see now. Clever boy. You deliberately hurt them with your words, made them angry enough to leave, so you could come here alone and keep them safe from me. A smart plan, and it almost worked, except. He paused. Except what? Lu Qinfeng cursed himself inwardly for forgetting Tianhu Xiando's mind-reading skills, but he couldn't help but ask aloud. A faint smile appeared on Tianhu Xiando's lips as he pointed behind Lu Qinfeng. Except your bond is too strong. See, they couldn't leave you behind, so here they are. Lu Qinfeng turned around in surprise and saw Yingzi, her face streaked with tears, and his second brother, holding the unconscious Lao Lu in his arms. Both were looking at him with wet eyes. Fifth brother, that was a pretty lousy move. Second brother fought back tears and glared at him. Yingzi's voice was hoarse with emotion. Feng, we've been friends since we were kids. How could you leave us and face danger on your own? Lu Qinfeng smiled wryly. So you figured it out. I really thought I could fool you. The short, stout second brother recalled. At first, Yingzi and I were furious after hearing what you said. We almost wanted nothing to do with you. But once we calmed down and thought it over, we realized there was something off. I could believe Xiaoqinzi might say something boastful or hurtful, but if you claimed you wouldn't risk the blood-cleansing pool, I'd never buy it not for a second. Lu Qinfeng chuckled. So, second brother, you really do know me well. There was a mischievous gleam in his eyes. You know I can't sit still. With such an adventure right in front of me, how could I possibly pass it up? Unless. Yingzi interrupted with a soft laugh. Unless what? What? You actually think there's an unless? Lu Qinfeng shook his head, smiling. Come on. Yingzi, you know me better than that. Since I love adventure so much, what could possibly make me back down? If I did, wouldn't that make me a hypocrite? Someone who gives up halfway? He looked at Yingzi, his gaze playful, as if challenging her thoughts. Yingzi was caught off guard by his response, and was left momentarily speechless. Just then, Tianhu Xiandao suddenly raised his voice. Hey, youngsters, can't you see this terrifying old man standing right here? He tried to look fierce, but his exaggerated expression only made the others burst out laughing. Lu Qinfeng's eyes turned cold as he stared at Tianhu Xiandao. You're right, old man, you do look menacing. You may seem friendly on the outside, but deep down, you're ruthless and cruel. It's a person's true nature that's the most frightening. If someone is vicious at heart, that's what makes them truly dangerous. Tianhu Xiandao was taken aback, then shouted, You brat. I just wanted to take you as my apprentice and teach you some real skills. How did I suddenly become a villain in your eyes? He sounded angry, but couldn't quite hide his unease. Lu Qinfeng sneered. I'm not interested in your so-called superior skills. You just want to use me to absorb the innate energy inside me, isn't that right? Tianhu Xiandao flinched, his voice trembling slightly. Nonsense. My only intention was to share my true abilities with you. How could I have such ulterior motives? The shadows on his face deepened. You think I'm a hypocrite? Is that really what you believe? Lu Qinfeng gave a cold laugh. You keep trying to get me to accept you as my master, but I have to be cautious around those so-called experts who might have hidden agendas. If I let myself fall into your hands, who knows what could happen? Tianhu Xiandao was silent for a moment, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. He sighed quietly. Is that really how you see me? You're truly ungrateful. I only have goodwill toward you. If you hadn't misunderstood me, would I even be here? He turned away slowly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Since you don't trust me, I suppose I should leave. Wait, elder. Seeing the disappointment in Tianhu Xiando's expression, Lu Qinfeng felt a pang of guilt and quickly called out. Tianhu Xiandao paused, then gave a cold laugh. Are you worried I've deceived you and want to see me pay for it? Lu Qinfeng gave a helpless, bitter smile. That's not it, elder. Maybe I spoke too harshly and hurt your feelings, but I just want to remind myself not to rashly become the disciple of anyone who might have bad intentions. Tianhu Xiandao lowered his head in thought. After a while, he looked up. So this expert you mentioned, did they really warn you about this? He told me that if I put my trust in those so-called masters, I might lose all my choices in the future. Lu Qinfeng replied with a deep sigh. He said I should always be wary of cultivators who seem kind, but are actually scheming underneath. That elder must have made quite the impression on you, Tianhu Xiandao said, shaking his head in disappointment. What a pity. It would be a comfort just to meet such a person once. Lu Qinfeng smiled softly. You're right, elder. Fate is unpredictable. Tianhu Xiandao let out a long sigh, then suddenly turned back to face them. Since that's how it is, I won't keep anything from you anymore. Since you're all so persistent, I'll tell you a secret you definitely don't know. Lu Qinfeng's expression grew serious. What secret? Tianhu Xiandao paused for a moment, looking toward the darkening horizon. It's better if you don't know, because it would only bring you pain. Lu Qinfeng tensed up, his voice urgent. Elder, please don't keep us in suspense. What is it? Lu Qinfeng's second brother was anxious as well. Stop dragging it out. Just tell us. Tianhu Xiandao stroked his white beard, his gaze sweeping over the three of them before settling on Lu Qinfeng, his expression grave. He took a deep breath. Fine. Since you insist, I'll tell you. Listen carefully, Lu. Yours what Ting Xianzi has already been taken back to the celestial realm's sanctuary by the spirit beast envoy. The reason she was captured is he suddenly stopped, realizing that none of the three in front of him showed any sign of surprise. I used to think you, Lu Qinfeng, were a man of loyalty and passion, but now it seems you're utterly cold-blooded and heartless. Humph. Zhuting's sincere feelings for you were all for nothing. Tianhu Xiando's words were sharp, and his gaze was full of contempt as he looked at Lu Qinfeng. Standing nearby, Yingzi and Brotherly both lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame. Lu Qinfeng's tense expression softened slightly. With a sigh, he said, "You're right, senior. I owe her more than I can say." He turned to his two close friends, his eyes apologetic. "But unless I know she's safe, I can't just leave with you. This time, I have to go to the Celestial Sanctuary and find out what happened. Once I have news of her, I'll return and meet up with you both." "You're risking the sanctuary for her." Yingzi's voice trembled. "Who is this Zhuting anyway? Why would you go so far for her? She's a friend from the divine realm. She saved my life more than once. Now that she's in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing," Lu Qinfeng answered firmly. Brotherly suddenly gave a cold snort. "Qin, don't blame me for being blunt. We're at odds with the divine realm, and you and her could never work." "Humph. You'd ignore someone as good as Yingzi just to chase after someone from the divine realm? Are you out of your mind?" Brotherly, Yingzi's cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment at his words. "Yingzi, let me handle this. I'm going to set him straight." Brotherly cut her off with a wave. "Ever since this kid left Mingtang Mountain, he's been getting worse. Today, I'm going to make sure your years of longing haven't been wasted." "Well, looks like you're quite the popular guy," Tianhu Xiandao said with a mocking glance at Lu Qinfeng, his expression playful. Lu Qinfeng could only force a bitter smile as he looked around. Brotherly was straightening his robe and clearing his throat, ready for a long lecture. Yingzi's eyes were filled with sorrow, on the verge of tears. Tianhu Xiandao kept casting him strange looks, never missing an opportunity for a sarcastic remark. "A man like me can't put up with this." Finally, Lu Qinfeng couldn't hold it in any longer. He threw back his head and let out a long, defiant yell, swinging his left arm. All at once, the sealed energy in his Chai's acupoint burst out, surging through his veins like a flood and causing a wave of intense pain. His mind went blank as he shouted uncontrollably, "Tianhu, do you dare to fight me 300 rounds? Good. I like your spirit." Tianhu Xiandao, unaware of the turmoil inside Lu Qinfeng, saw the flush on his face and thought he was challenging him. Furious, he replied, "You think a master like me would be afraid of a youngster like you?" With that, he flicked his sleeve, and a beam of purple light shot straight for Lu Qinfeng's left arm, hitting the Chai's acupoint. Ah! Almost the instant the purple light struck the acupoint, Lu Qinfeng sprang up with a sudden leap, darting out of the dense forest like a startled beast. In that moment, his figure vanished into the night like lightning. The heavenly fox immortal's eyes sparkled with delight as he shouted excitedly, "Well done, boy, your power has grown." Without hesitation, he raced after Lu Qinfeng, his steps quick and urgent. "Brother Feng, Xiao Qinzi." Yingzi's anxious calls echoed through the woods, but the two figures had already disappeared without a trace. Second Brotherly hesitated for a split second, but thanks to his martial training, he reacted instantly, stretching out his body and dashing after them. "Second brother, wait." Yingzi cried out in panic, but her gaze quickly shifted as she remembered the unconscious old sixth beside her. She hurriedly stopped Second Brotherly, her voice urgent. "What about sixth brother?" Second Brotherly paused, turned to look at her, and said gravely, "Yingzi, stay here and watch over old sixth. They'll come right back after I catch up with fifth brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around and disappeared once more into the forest. Second brother. Yingzi's call was quickly swallowed by the night. She watched as Second Brother Li's figure receded into darkness, her heart tightening with worry. The forest around her fell silent, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. Looking up, she saw that night had fully descended, and not a single star was visible. She silently prayed, "Fifth brother, second brother, please come back soon." Yingzi is afraid of the dark. Anxious and uneasy, she realized there was no escaping the fate of spending the night in this forest. While there was still a hint of twilight, she quickly found an ancient birch tree. Its branches twisted and interwove, forming a natural shelter. Using several sturdy branches and a thick layer of fallen leaves, she made a comfortable, makeshift resting place beneath the tree. She carefully dragged the still unconscious old sixth onto the tree, adjusting his position so he could lie comfortably. After checking the thickness of the leaves to make sure they wouldn't be easily noticed, she nimbly climbed up and sat beside him, keeping a vigilant watch on her surroundings. Her movements were quick and precise, clearly the result of long experience. Years of wandering with Lu Qinfeng and the others had made Yingzi well accustomed to life on the road. Sleeping under the stars and braving the elements had become second nature to her. Her actions were fluid and practiced, as if everything was under her control. But sitting alone on the tree with only the unconscious old sixth for company, she couldn't help but feel a shift inside. Even with him there, his presence provided no comfort. If danger struck, she would have to protect him, leaving her with no way out and danger lurking all around. These thoughts weighed heavily on her heart, making it impossible to relax. For the entire first half of the night, she kept her eyes wide open, watching her surroundings with alertness, ready to flee with old sixth at the slightest sign of danger. Even though the darkness was impenetrable and she could see nothing, she remained on edge, prepared to make a quick escape if needed. There was no moonlight tonight, and it seemed even the stars had turned their backs on her, not leaving a single glimmer of hope. The darkness felt like an invisible cage, pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. She couldn't help but whisper in her heart, "Fifth brother, second brother, please come back soon. Ingzi is afraid of the night." Suddenly, a chilling beast's howl echoed from afar, making her whole body jolt. With fear she nearly screamed out loud. Terror clenched her heart as she hurriedly covered her mouth, terrified that any sound might draw the attention of a lurking predator in the woods. The late autumn night wind picked up sharply, its icy edge slicing across her cheeks like a blade, sending stray strands of hair whipping uncontrollably around her face. The cold didn't just brush her skin, it seemed to seep straight into her bones, freezing her heart from the inside out. She clasped her hands tightly together, but could feel the warmth draining rapidly from her fingertips until they were numb with cold. In the darkness, she sensed danger creeping, closer, a primal instinct warning her that something fierce was lurking nearby, ready to spring from the shadows at any moment. She pressed her back tightly against the thick trunk of an ancient banyan tree, hardly daring to breathe, afraid that even the slightest noise might invite disaster. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in her fear, with each second of waiting feeling longer than all her years combined. The forest remained eerily silent, broken only by occasional insect chirps and distant, sporadic howls that sent faint ripples through the stillness of the night. Exhausted from fleeing and constant anxiety, her strength was nearly gone, and weariness washed over her in relentless waves, battering her fragile spirit. Her mind began to blur, her eyelids grew heavy, and before she realized it, she slipped into sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed before a series of strange, harsh cries beneath her jolted her awake. She opened her eyes in shock, only to find that everything around her had changed. The night sky was no longer pitch black. A bright, full moon now hung high overhead, its pale light filtering through wispy clouds, creating a scene that should have been tranquil and beautiful. But when she glanced down at the base of the tree, any sense of wonder vanished instantly. Through the gaps in the fallen leaves, she saw two piercing red beams glaring up at her from about half her own height above the ground. Beneath that crimson glow was a massive creature, its body towering above a person, long and broad with a whip-like tail bristling with coarse furo, rare and ferocious beast. Those glowing red eyes were fixed unblinkingly on her, as if it had already sensed her presence. The entire dense forest suddenly fell silent. The distant sound of soft hooves striking the ground drifted in on the wind, and Ingzi instinctively looked up toward the source. The sight nearly made her cry out, but she managed to clamp a hand over her mouth just in time. From all directions, dozens of giant beasts each as massive as the one beneath her were closing in. These strange creatures were towering and fierce, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Suddenly, the beast she was riding let out a piercing, ear-splitting howl. The others on the outskirts immediately responded, unleashing a deafening chorus of roars that echoed through the forest. It was as if these beasts had been meticulously trained. As soon as the noise faded, they began advancing on the old banyan tree in perfect formation. Yingzi's heart nearly stopped. She had seen beast formations before, but back then, her second brother and others had always been there to protect her. Now, faced with these terrifying creatures alone, her hands dug unconsciously into her arms, nails biting deep into her flesh. With a sudden crash, a dark shadow shot up from the ground like an arrow, lunging straight toward her hiding spot among the branches. With a tremendous crack, several limbs snapped off. Before Ingzi could react, the branch beneath her shook violently. As she reached for the nearby trunk to steady herself, Lugu slipped through the gap, left by the broken branches. In a split second, Ingzi instinctively grabbed the collar of Lu Guest's shirt. She managed to catch him in time, but the momentum pulled her downward as well. In that critical moment, her other hand darted out like lightning, catching hold of a low-hanging branch. So she hung there, one hand gripping the branch, the other clutching tightly to Lu Ge for what felt like half a cup of tea's time. Her arms ached unbearably, while the beasts below showed no hurry to attack, simply gazing upward with interest at their soon-to prey. Yingzi's arms were almost numb, and the urge to let go surged through her again and again. "Brother Foam, second brother, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? I'm so tired." Just then, there was a tearing sound. The fabric of Lu Guest's shirt ripped, leaving only a thin strip of cloth connecting him to her. "Lu Gu!" Ingzi gasped in fright. Summoning strength she didn't know she had, she stretched her arm downward and just managed to grab another part of his shirt. Suddenly, a muffled roar erupted beneath her, and a massive, gaping maw lunged straight for Luge's neck. In that critical moment, Yingzi's heart leapt. She grabbed Luge's arm with her free hand and threw herself backward, barely managing to yank him away from the beast's snapping jaws. But the force of her pull left her with nothing to hold on to. Her slender body plummeted like a falling star. As the wind rushed past her, she silently prayed, "Farewell, brother foam. I hope you find your fairies witting." Below, more than a dozen blood-red maws gaped wide, waiting for her, thick drool dripping from their corners. Ingzi knew she was about to become a feast for these wild beasts. Regret flooded her heart. She had failed her second brother's trust and had not managed to protect Lyoga. "Goodbye," she whispered in her heart, bidding the world her final farewell. Life was so fragile, gone in an instant. Some lived timidly only to die suddenly at their peak. Others seemed blessed all their lives, but death still claimed them in the end. There were countless ways to die in this world, more than anyone could ever describe. Suddenly, a sharp, tearing sound ripped through the air, yet she felt no pain. Instead, several agonized beastly howls echoed beside her, not the wails of lost souls in hell, but the death cries of wild creatures. Ingzi opened her eyes and gasped at the sight before her. Under the silver crescent moon, the corpses of a dozen giant beasts lay strewn across the blood-soaked, leaf-covered ground. She was sitting there unharmed, and Lyoga was safe as well. It all felt like a dream. "She's awake, master," a clear, youthful voice sounded behind her. Turning around, Ingzi saw two women dressed in white. The elder looked to be in her 30s or 40s, wearing palace robes and exuding an ethereal grace. The younger, about 18 or 19, was strikingly beautiful, with a gentle presence that invited closeness. Scanning the field of beast corpses, Ingzi asked in surprise, "Did you save us? You killed all these beasts?" "That's right," the young woman replied cheerfully. "Any animal gods that prey on the weak deserve to die. One day, we'll wipe them all out." She smiled and asked, "Are you all right, little sister? And who is this with you? Is he someone special to you?" Hearing such fierce words from someone so pure and lovely, Ingzi frowned slightly and explained, "He's my sixth brother. We've grown up together. Our second and fifth brothers were with us, but after Lyoga lost consciousness, they had to leave for urgent matters and asked me to look after him. It was getting late, so we rested in the forest. I never expected." Remembering the danger just now, her voice trembled. The woman in palace robes finally spoke, her voice as melodious as music. "What a lovely young lady. What's your name?" Caught up in the warmth of that voice, Ingzi answered without thinking, "My name is Su Inglan, but everyone calls me Ingzi." "Su Inglan. Ying's is such a beautiful name for a beautiful girl," the woman said warmly, her gaze full of affection. "Brave and elegant, just like your name. Ingzi, let me ask you, would you like to come with me and learn martial arts? Once you master them, you'll never have to fear these wild beasts again. Learn kung fu from you." Ingzi was taken aback by the suggestion, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. "But I can't just leave Lyoga here alone. There are wild beasts everywhere. If I go, he could be in danger at any moment." The lady in palace dress glanced back and forth between Ingzi and Lianer, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Her tone was laced with meaning. "What a kind-hearted girl you are. Lianer, you should learn from her. Stop thinking only about fighting all the time. You need to put others first, especially in dangerous situations." "Tch," Lianer scoffed, her almond-shaped eyes full of disdain. "Isn't that just foolish? Always putting others ahead of yourself. Who knows if they'll even remember you once they're safe? For all you know, they'll just toss you aside the moment you become a burden." Her words struck Ingzi like a needle to the heart. Her face paled as countless thoughts swirled through her mind. Does he really see me as a burden? Am I so annoying to him that he can't stand to look at me, just eager to get away? Was his anger and shouting just an act, a cover for escaping? Has he already grown tired of me? Seeing the change in Yingzi's expression, Lianer quickly tried to comfort her. "Come on, I was only joking. Maybe he's not like that. Maybe he'll truly cherish you for a lifetime." "No, he won't." Yingzi's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes downcast. "He's never coming back. His heart belongs to her. There's no room for anyone else." Lianer leaned over, gently stroking Yingzi's pale cheek, a sly glint in her eyes. "Hey, but Lyoga is still here with you, right? As long as you keep him away from that vixen, he'll come around eventually." "You've got it wrong." Ingzi shook her head, pointing at the sleeping Lyoga. "I'm not talking about him. I mean," she paused, letting out a soft sigh. "Besides, that girl isn't a vixen at all. She must be an extraordinary woman, beautiful, kind, and gentle. After all, the woman he loves could never be ordinary." "If you think so highly of that vixen," Lianer frowned, then broke into a smile. "Doesn't that make your beloved a shallow man, chasing after beauty and quick to forget old feelings? He doesn't deserve you." "No." Ingzi looked up, her eyes shining with conviction. "He's not like that at all. He may act carefree, even a little roguish at times, but deep down he's a man of loyalty and honor, a true hero with a generous heart." The young girl was eager to praise the man she adored, completely disregarding any sense of principle. The woman in palace attire sighed inwardly, helpless, and then spoke up. "Girl, haven't you suffered enough at the hands of that man? Can you really stand his cold looks, his harsh words, or even watching him flirt openly with other women right in front of you?" Her tone carried a hint of anger, and her eyes revealed a trace of resignation. Ingzi paused, silently refuting. He would never do that. He's deeply devoted and would never betray me. Her voice was full of conviction, bordering on overconfidence. The woman in palace dress let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disdain. You're still too naive. 9 out of 10 men are unfaithful, especially those who lose their heads the moment they see a beautiful woman. Do you really think they'll still care about you? She glared into the distance, her expression growing colder. Humph, there isn't a single good man in this world. Ingzi frowned as she listened, a trace of doubt flickering in her heart. 9 out of 10? Then what about the last one? She asked cautiously. Lianer, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but giggle. Sensing Yingzi's confusion, she leaned over and whispered, you don't get it, do you? Hey, race the thing. 9 out of 10 men are unfaithful, and the last one, well, he's useless. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke, a little embarrassed. Useless? Ingzi was puzzled, raising her eyebrows. What do you mean? Lianer hesitated for a while before finally mumbling shyly. It means he's just not capable, not much of a man. Her face grew even redder. After hearing this, a look of understanding flashed in Yingzi's eyes. She thought to herself, if you really have to divide all men into those two types, then I'm sure the man I love doesn't fit into either. She smiled softly, her voice resolute. He's definitely not unfaithful, and he's certainly not useless. Lianer was taken aback by the determination in Yingzi's eyes. She couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration, though she also had to suppress a laugh. You really haven't seen what men are truly like, she said with a wry smile, shaking her head. My teacher's theory never fails. Men are either unfaithful or useless. Can you really deny that? Ingzi smiled calmly, her gaze unwavering. Maybe you just don't understand him, or maybe you only see the side of him that shines. You haven't seen the darkness he hides. She spoke as if it didn't bother her at all. At this, the woman in palace dress fell silent, lowering her head as if lost in thought. She was at a loss for words, because what the other woman said made perfect sense. Since their parting years ago, she and Brother Feng had barely seen each other. Years were more than enough to change a person completely. The man standing before her now no longer had that innocent, mischievous spark in his eyes. Instead, there was a depth and alertness she had never seen before. The memories of chasing bugs across the hills and playing together felt distant and faded. She could sense he had changed, though she couldn't quite say how. Just then, the woman in palace robes spoke in a melodious voice. You have great potential as a martial artist, but it seems you still hold on to some fantasies about the one you love and aren't willing to follow me just yet. Hey, race, what will do? Come with me for a while and see the world. If he truly cares for you, he'll be desperate to find you. When that time comes, you can go to him without regret, and it will be a good test to see if his feelings are as deep and loyal as you believe. Her words struck Ingzi like a hammer. She thought quickly this really was a perfect way to test whether Brother Feng loved her. But he liked Xian and had never even spared her a second glance. Why would he be in a hurry to find her? Yet a sliver of hope lingered in her heart. Maybe he was just too busy fighting powerful enemies to pay her any attention at the time. After all, they had lived together for 10 years. She couldn't truly be that cold and heartless, could he? The woman's plan made sense, but if she disappeared without a trace, how would he even know? The palace Arabed woman brushed her hair and laughed lightly. Don't worry about that, my dear. We can spread a rumor, say you've been kidnapped by the cold-blooded consort, and if he wants to save you, he must come himself. Now tell me, who is he? His name is Lu Qinfeng, Ingzi replied, her face glowing with pride. He may be unknown now, but in a few years, the name Lu Qinfeng will be famous across all 4 continents. The woman sighed and shook her head, then said, very well, we'll spread the word like this. Su Yinglan, a remarkable young woman, went searching for her beloved Lu Qinfeng and accidentally entered the cold-blooded consort's domain, where she was captured. Moved by her sincerity, the cold-blooded consort declares she will stand up for all lovesick and unfortunate women, and promises that if Lu Qinfeng dares to come alone, Su Yinglan will be returned safe and sound. No. Yingzi's expression changed at once. You can't say that. He hates being pressured by public opinion, never does anything just because he's forced. So he doesn't care about fame or fortune? The woman asked in surprise. Yingzi answered proudly. He treats fame and fortune like dirt, and has always looked down on worldly conventions. Sometimes he acts cynical and even calls himself old man in front of elders. He can infuriate people and still kick them when they're down, until they're afraid of the very skills they once took pride in. But he's also fiercely loyal. He repays any kindness 100-fold. He's compassionate toward those who suffer, never puts on airs, and even feels guilty for having things too easy himself. The woman in palace attire rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She had never heard anyone described in such an unusual way, and now she studied Ingzi with great interest. So you know his character so well. Someone who cares nothing for fame or fortune, who's indifferent to the world, ignores public opinion, and lives with such wild abandon. He truly is fascinating. Hearing this, Ingzi immediately straightened up, her cheeks flushed. He never tries to deceive me with sweet words, and he's definitely not some troublemaker. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. He's a real man, passionate and genuine. He may be a little reckless, but he always puts my mind at ease. A real man? Leander couldn't help but laugh, covering her lips with slender fingers. Little sister, do you know what it means to call someone a real man? Not just anyone can live up to those words. The coolness of the autumn night did nothing to dampen Yingzi's enthusiasm. She had prepared countless flowery phrases to describe Feng Go, but seeing the skeptical looks on their faces, she simply sighed. You haven't met him, so of course you don't understand. Once you see him for yourself, you'll know everything I've said is true. A hint of approval flashed in the eyes of the woman in palace attire. Well said. To truly know someone, you have to meet them in person. Just for your insight, I'll have to see for myself if this man you admire is really as remarkable as you say. Leander's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled. Then let's start with a rumor. How should we spread the news so he'll be desperate to come save you? Ingzi answered without hesitation. He values loyalty above all else. As long as the rumor sounds believable and he thinks I'm in trouble, he'll definitely come for me. Leander frowned in thought for a moment before suggesting. Then let's say someone broke into the cold-hearted consort's sanctuary at night, accidentally entered the tomb of corpses, and was injured by hidden traps. We can reveal that the person is Su Yinglan, who got lost while searching for Lu Qinfeng. She paused. But how should we end the story to make his arrival seem natural and urgent? The woman in palace attire sighed softly. Leander, sometimes using your wits is harder than using your hands. But solving problems with strategy is often much more satisfying than relying on force. Do you understand that now? Master's words were far too profound for Leander to understand. She frowned, her eyes clouded with confusion. All she really knew was what her master had taught her since childhood. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. This world is kill or be killed. Only by becoming stronger than your opponent could you hope to win, and once you defeated them, you had to leave them with no chance of recovery. Leander lifted her head and looked straight into the woman's eyes, her voice tinged with doubt. But master, didn't you always say that if I wanted to become stronger than my enemies, I had to train harder and act faster than I think? Only by striking first could I avoid being bullied or slaughtered. She paused, confusion deepening on her face. So why are you telling me now to think more and fight less? The woman in palace robes let out a gentle sigh, her eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and affection. She reached out to softly stroke Leander's hair, her tone gentle. Oh, Leander, you still don't understand my intentions. When you were a child, you were weak and frail. So I pushed you to train hard for your own good. She paused, her voice growing even softer. But now you've grown up and have a mind of your own. That's why you must learn to use your intelligence. Physical strength has its limits, but the mind is boundless. Physical strength is limited, but the mind is limitless? Leander repeated, frowning even more. She looked at the woman with a puzzled expression, her fingers twisting together unconsciously. If intelligence is so boundless, then why have I only ever seen people using their power to kill, never their wits? The woman's gaze grew distant and deep. Slowly, she replied, a person's mind is like their true master, and every other part of the body is merely its puppet. But she shook her head, a faint, helpless smile on her lips. There's so much depth to this that I could talk for days and still not explain it all. Let's do this. Once we've finished what we need to do here, we'll return to Jiong Mountain, and then I'll explain everything in detail. She looked at her disciple with motherly affection, her voice warm and gentle. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows across her face. You're right, Master, Leander nodded, her confusion easing a little. Right now, our top priority is to come up with a perfect rumor to lure Lu Qinfeng here. No, that's not what's most urgent for me right now, the woman said, shaking her head, her voice suddenly distant. What I need to do is at the Hall of Longevity, tens of thousands of miles from here. Her eyes grew unfocused, as if she were peering through time and space to some faraway place. In that moment, her expression became complicated, a hint of confusion clouding her previously resolute face. The Hall of Longevity? Leander blurted out, her eyes wide in surprise. What do you need to do there, Master? What kind of place is it? Have you been there before? Are you going to see an old acquaintance? Can't you stop asking so many questions? The woman suddenly snapped, her voice slicing through the air like a blade. There was a sharpness in her eyes that Leander had never seen before, making it clear that she had no intention of discussing anything related to the Hall of Longevity. The room fell silent. Leander lowered her head and didn't dare say another word. After a long moment, the woman's expression softened. She sighed, her voice gentle again. Did I frighten you, Leander? If only you were as obedient as Ingzi, I'd never have the heart to raise my voice at you. She straightened her sleeves, her tone firm. All right, get ready. We're leaving at once. With that, she turned to look at Ingzi, who had been quietly standing nearby. The woman's gaze lingered on her for a moment before she spoke softly. Ingzi, do you want to know if the man you care about truly feels the same for you? If you do, then come with me. Ingzi had initially felt some resentment toward Lu Qinfeng and the others for leaving her behind. She had considered finding a way to get back at Lu Qinfeng, hoping to make him worry for a few days as payback for his indifference. However, when she heard the strategy proposed by the palace mistress, a new idea took root in her heart. If she disappeared as the palace mistress suggested, surely Lu Qinfeng would be thrown into a panic searching for her. But then she glanced at Lu Gu lying beside her, and her anger faded away, replaced by helplessness. She lowered her voice and said, "I'm afraid I can't agree to this, senior. I can't just leave Lu Gu behind and go off on my own." The palace mistress had initially thought Ingzi didn't trust her, but upon realizing Ingzi's hesitation was because of Lu Gu, she relaxed and smiled gently. "Don't worry," she said softly. "Your Lu Gu is only unconscious for a short while. Once he wakes up, we can leave together." As soon as she finished speaking, the palace mistress reached out and gently tapped Lu Ji's Yuzhen acupoint. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and said calmly, "He'll wake up soon. As for you, just write a farewell letter, and then we can slip away quietly. Once he wakes, we'll set out again." Ingzi hesitated. "Can I say goodbye to him in person?" The palace mistress shot her an impatient look. "Say goodbye? If you tell him you're leaving, do you really think he'll let you go? Even if he agrees, what if he tells Brother Feng later? Wouldn't that ruin all our plans?" Her tone was cold, clearly annoyed by what she saw as unnecessary sentimentality. Lianer sighed and said, "Enough, it's settled. Time is short. Ingzi, hurry and write the letter." With that, she took a delicate handkerchief and a quill from her sleeve and turned to walk into the dense woods nearby. The handkerchief was finely embroidered, and the quill seemed to glide like flowing water. Moonlight spilled through the trees, bathing the quiet night in silver. Ingzi stood there, glancing uneasily at the unconscious Lu Gu, then picked up the pen and began to write her farewell. Before long, Lu Gu slowly regained consciousness. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, and the scent of fresh grass filled the air. He opened his eyes, blinking in confusion for a moment before clarity returned. By then, the three women had already set off on their own paths, quietly leaving the peaceful woods behind and preparing to face new challenges ahead. After a long night of reflection, I realized that while the beginning of this book is intriguing, it gradually loses its structure as the story progresses. To help readers better understand the background, let me first give you a detailed introduction to the geography of Tongzhou. In ancient times, Luzhou was a single, unified land. At its southernmost edge, near the coast, the sun blazed down relentlessly. The people there had dark skin and bright white teeth, and they dressed simply. Traveling several hundred miles north, you would reach Nanzhou, which marked the southern border of the Central Lands. Another 1,000 miles north brought you to the very heart of the region, the cradle of human civilization, where roads crisscrossed, cities thrived, and cultures and politics intertwined. A few hundred miles further north stood the renowned Songlong Mountains, home to the heroic warriors who defended the borders. Heading west for several hundred miles, you would find Kunlun Dianxi, the great lake that marked the boundary between the mortal realm and the divine. Continuing thousands of miles north led to the heart of the divine realm, the Changxing Hall, a complex of dozens of grand palaces. To the east of Changsheng Hall stretched a vast desert, its palaces linked together, forming a unique landscape found only in the divine realm. Thousands of miles further north lay the dreaded frozen wilderness. To the southwest of this wasteland was an endless desert, while to the southeast stood the snowy mountains, blanketed in snow all year round. South of the desert, 100 miles away, was the realm of the elves, and at the southern foot of the snowy mountains lay the sacred land where Buddhist cultivators sought enlightenment. The rest of the region belonged to Kanglin and the underworld, domains ruled by sea, beasts, and spirits. At this moment, the noblewoman in palace attire and her two companions did not head straight for Changxing Hall. Instead, they chose a curved path. Riding on fantastical beasts, the three of them reached the main sanctuary of the divine realm, the sacred South Lake Palace, within just a few hours. By then, the sun was high in the sky, and the autumn wind blew with a biting chill. After their long journey, the three were utterly exhausted, cold, and hungry. Just then, Ingzi suddenly pointed excitedly at a towering golden structure in the distance and exclaimed, "Look, there's an incredibly tall tower over there. That is the famous Golden Rain Tower of the divine realm." The noblewoman replied, looking kindly at the bright, lively girl. In a gentle voice, she asked, "Would you like to know why it is so renowned?" Yingzi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Would you really tell me? That's wonderful. I love hearing stories." "This is not just a story," the noblewoman said gravely. "This is a piece of true history. The reason the divine realm is so sharply separated from the mortal world isn't because the gods are truly aloof and untouched by earthly matters. In reality, the gods and humans share the same origins. Over time, however, their paths in cultivation and ways of life gradually diverged. The most striking difference lies in their lifespans. Gods typically live for over 1,000 years, while even the most accomplished humans rarely exceed a few centuries. This vast difference in longevity isn't solely due to cultivation. Legend has it that atop the Golden Rain Tower in the god's sacred temple hangs a mysterious artifact. Before acquiring this artifact, the gods' lifespans were no different from mortals. It's said that their ancestors once stole this relic from somewhere and placed it atop the 100-Futhi Golden Rain Tower. From that moment on, the gods gained their long life. The tower became revered as the Divine Tower, and the artifact at its peak has been worshipped by generations as a savior. Ingzi had always heard tales of the gods' longevity, but this hidden piece of history was new to her. Curious, she asked, this story really isn't widely known. Do you know which ancestor first obtained the artifact? The woman in palace robes sighed. Ingzi, why are you still calling me senior at a time like this? Does that rascal really mean so much to you? Ingzi glanced around at the bustling market, her face flushing red. Brother Feng, he's a good person. Enough, there's no point in saying more. The woman's voice turned cold. If he truly cares for you, I won't stand in your way. But if he ever deceives you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just then, a familiar voice called out from several yards behind them. Ingzi jumped, quickly leaning in to whisper, it's them. We need to hide. Led by the woman in palace robes, the three of them slipped to the side. Sure enough, they soon saw a distinguished-looking old man leading a young man out from a side street. Though plainly dressed, the young man was strikingly handsome and full of energy was Lu Qinfeng. The three followed them through winding streets until they reached a grand hall, over 30 feet wide and several meters tall. The grand palace doors were coated in thick lacquer, with a plaque hanging several meters high above, its broad surface edged in gold and bearing the bold, gilded characters Shun Songdian. Under the sunlight, the words gleamed brilliantly. Though the doors beneath the steep eaves were tightly shut, they posed no obstacle for the celestial fox immortal, whose profound powers allowed him to slip inside with Lu Qinfeng in the blink of an eye. Ingzi was about to follow the woman in palace attire when a thunderous crash echoed from within, an unmistakable clash of powerful energies. Her heart tightened as she thought, Brother Feng must be in trouble. Without hesitation, she shook off the woman's grasp and shot up the high wall like an arrow. As the woman gazed at the Shun Songdian plaque, memories slowly surfaced. The hall seemed strangely familiar, though she couldn't recall exactly why. While she pondered, Ingzi had already broken free. Looking up, she saw the girl's agile figure perched atop the smooth, mirror-like wall, while the old locust tree's branches swayed gently in the breeze below. Shun Songdian. Shun Songdian. Suddenly, memories from decades past surged through her mind. Returning to this place, everything was changed. Realizing the danger that lurked here, she leapt behind Ingzi in a flash, grabbing the girl's shoulders with lightning speed. You can't go in, the woman said urgently. This hall is home to ancient beings of the divine realm. Even at the height of my powers, I wouldn't have dared to enter recklessly. But Brother Feng is inside. He might be in danger. Ingzi struggled, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, please, let me go in. If anything happens to him, I couldn't go on living alone. The girl's heartfelt devotion stirred memories the woman had long buried. Once, she too had made vows with her beloved, sharing moonlit nights and quiet tea by the window, inseparable and content. In the end, all she received was betrayal. The memory was sharp as a blade, etched deep in her heart. You can't see him, the woman said coldly. He doesn't look like someone you can trust. Sooner or later, he'll break your heart. For some reason, the moment she laid eyes on that boy with the surname Lu, she immediately felt he had the look of someone who treated life as a gamey scoundrel who cared for nothing and no one. To her, he was clearly the kind of heartless man who would never be faithful, someone destined to break a woman's heart. Determined not to let her make the same mistake again, she spoke harshly and decisively. No, Yingzi's voice trembled, her eyes filled with both reluctance and confusion. Even now, she had no idea whether the brother Feng, who had been away from home for years, had someone he loved, nor could she imagine why he would be accused of betraying her. She could only stammer out a few words, unable to refute the woman in the palace dress. Humph, there aren't many good men in this world, the woman said, misinterpreting Yingzi's silence as agreement. She tightened her grip on Yingzi's wrist, her knuckles turning white, and prepared to pull her down from the wall. Wait. Yingzi suddenly struggled, the veins on her arm standing out as a hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. I want to see for myself. I want to know who it is that Brother Feng truly loves. The woman frowned, but then her expression softened. That makes sense. If a good girl like you could be hurt by that rascal, he must have found someone even better. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes tinged with disdain. Well, I'd like to see what kind of woman could possibly be more charming, beautiful, gentle, and pure than our Ingzi. She nodded, then turned her head toward Lianer outside the wall. Lianer, stay here. After I take Ingzi to see that faithless man, we'll come back to find you. But be careful, you must stay safe. We'll be back soon. With a swift motion, she swept her arm, and in a flash, she and Ingzi leapt gracefully into the night, vanishing from sight. Lianer stood outside the wall, biting her lower lip. She was just as curious about Lu Qinfeng as anyone, but she couldn't disobey her master's orders. Frustrated and helpless, she had no choice but to wait. She crossed her arms and leaned against an old locust tree, occasionally kicking at the pebbles by her feet. Waiting always felt endless. It seemed barely half the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed, but to Leander, it felt like half a year. She straightened up, pacing back and forth, glancing repeatedly at the courtyard wall. At times, she even had the illusion that time had stopped, that life itself had paused in this very moment. She had always been impatient, and now, being left alone to wait like this was almost unbearable. She looked around, her eyes searching the darkness. All was quiet except for the occasional chirping of autumn insects and the soft rustle of falling leaves from the old locust tree, sounds poets once called the music of nature, but to her, they felt more like ominous whispers. She could barely stand it any longer. Suddenly, bang, a loud crash erupted from inside the wall. Leander jolted in shock. Without thinking, she sprang into action, flipping over the wall like a hawk in flight. Though impulsive by nature, she had spent more than a decade training under her master, and she was exceptionally quick-witted. The moment she landed in the courtyard, she moved with light, careful steps, her body twisting and gliding smoothly, not making a sound. The garden along the wall was spacious and lush. Though it was already autumn and most flowers had faded, here the blooms were still abundant, vibrant as spring. Leander had traveled the land with her master, and although she wasn't extremely knowledgeable, she had seen her share of flowers in all seasons. In this garden, she recognized a few rare varieties, striking chrysanthemums, canna lilies, and cotton roses, while the rest, with their shades of purple and white, were unfamiliar to her. But right now, she had no time to admire the flowers. She darted forward, reaching a fork in the path. 3 routes lay ahead, one narrow and winding, one straight and broad, and the last leading to a wide stream that flowed through the courtyard. Which path would they choose? Leander stood at the crossroads, her gaze drifting back and forth between the wide avenue and the winding trail. Her master's teachings echoed in her ears. The narrow path may be difficult and twisting, but it often leads to light. The broad road seems smooth, yet it may hide traps or lead to a dead end. But her master had also said that sometimes appearances are true, and the clear road really is the right way. Leander's fingers twisted together unconsciously. Making a choice was even more agonizing than waiting. Waiting simply wasted time, but a choice could mean life or death. She closed her eyes, silently praying for her master's blessing, then resolutely turned toward the rugged trail. After walking for half a mile, a sudden flash caught her attention. She hurried over and saw a twisted slash carved into the trunk of a birch tree. Leander's heart skipped a beat. This was her master's secret mark. The unique curve of the blade was unmistakable, impossible for anyone else to imitate. Master knew I would come looking for them, she murmured, quickening her pace. What she didn't know was that an identical mark had been carved on the parallel avenue as well. Was her master truly waiting ahead, or was it a deadly trap? After running for some time, she finally saw a strangely shaped house ahead. Leander felt uneasy. The building appeared only a few dozen yards wide, yet it seemed she had walked for miles to reach it. Stranger still, the house had more than 10 windows, far more than the usual 6 that ordinary homes had for light. She crept beneath one of the windows and held her breath, listening intently. Inside, she heard 2 people talking. This was the Empress Mother's final command. Do you mean to defy her will? A deep male voice demanded. I wouldn't dare go against her last wishes, a clear female voice replied. But you were the only one by her side at the time. Who can say for sure you're telling the truth? So, you suspect me? The man's voice grew cold. Even if you ignore the Empress Mother's order, you cannot break the promise we made to each other as children. The wind seemed to sense the underlying threat in the words and quickly quieted down, brushing gently across everyone's cheeks without making any further disturbance. Yet the people inside the room appeared even more fragile than the wind itself. Only the voice remained, more resilient than the breeze though tinged with hoarseness. It rang out clearly. That's right. If it hadn't been for the goddess queen taking me in, I'd probably have starved to death on the streets long ago. The goddess queen treated Zhuting like her own child. How could she not heed her mother's words? However, the man's voice responded with a cold laugh, filled with disdain. The way you say that, it sounds as if you never wanted to marry me. Are you still hung up on that good for nothing? Let me tell you, the weakling you pine for night and day has probably already met his end. The woman's voice suddenly grew tense and sharp. What do you mean by that? The man replied nonchalantly. We had some distinguished guests at the manor today, 2 men and 2 women, 2 elders and 2 young people. Both men were impressive, and the women were strikingly beautiful. They were all heroes with great reputations, but he chuckled darkly. They had terrible luck and ended up stumbling into Chejin's Denver. Chejin's Den? The woman's voice tightened with anxiety. What kind of place is that? You should know, shouldn't you? The man sneered. Are you telling me you don't? I don't. Before she could finish, the woman let out a sudden, sharp cry. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room, and in the blink of an eye, she darted out the door, racing down the narrow path like the wind. Watching from behind the window, Leander listened intently to their conversation, a growing sense of unease settling in her heart. Although she didn't know what kind of place Chejin's Den was, The urgency in the woman's eyes made her wary. She quickly got up, ready to follow. But just as she was about to move, the sound of fabric tearing suddenly reached her ears. She spun around and, to her shock, found a blond man standing right behind her, a faintly wicked smile playing on his handsome face. In his hand, he held a strip of cloth, purple and white, torn from the hem of her own robe. Her expression changed instantly as she tensed and demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The man's eyes glinted as he stared at her, chuckling softly. "Not only are you beautiful, but your voice is enchanting, too. Truly captivating." He tossed his blonde hair, leaned in, and took a deep breath. "You smell wonderful, fresh and alluring. Your beauty is extraordinary, and with this subtle fragrance, you're simply irresistible." Leanner's cheeks flushed despite herself, but she retorted coldly, "Enough with the sweet talk. I don't even know you, why bother with all the flattery?" The man grinned and kept up his playful tone. "Well, isn't this the perfect time for us to get acquainted? After all, going from strangers to friends is just a matter of trying. How would you know you wouldn't like me if you don't give it a chance? I sincerely hope to befriend someone as stunning and remarkable as you. Please, be generous and give me a chance to get to know you. If, during our conversation, you feel that I'm unworthy of even knowing you, then even if it pains me deeply, even if my heart shatters, I would never dare disturb you again. I have no interest in getting to know you. Leave," Leanner said calmly, her voice tinged with coldness, her eyes frosty as she spoke. "Heh, there's no need to be so quick to judge," the man replied, a polite smile playing at his lips, though his words carried a hint of boastfulness. "You and I haven't really talked yet. What you see now is just my rough exterior. You haven't experienced the gentleness beneath it." He clasped his hands in a courteous gesture, eyes bright with amusement. "Once you truly get to know me, who knows? Maybe you'll even fall for me." "Humph." Leanner turned her face away abruptly, shooting him a look full of contempt. "I have no desire to get to know you, and I will never fall for you. Every moment I spend in your presence disgusts me." With that, she spun around and strode off in the direction the other woman had fled. But she hadn't gone far before someone seized her arm. She whipped around, glare sharp as a knife, fixing her eyes on the well-dressed man. "Let go of me. Don't make me use force." "Humph. Master was right, there's not a single decent man in the world." Leanner spat, gritting her teeth. She tried to wrench her arm free, but his grip was like an iron shackle. He wasn't using much strength, but she couldn't break away. The pressure on her arm only fueled her frustration. She had always been quick-tempered and impulsive. How could she tolerate such rudeness? Without thinking, she raised her free hand and slapped him hard across the face. A sharp crack resounded as her palm landed squarely on his cheek. The blow was swift and forceful, leaving his so-called handsome face marked with a stark, purple bruise and a vivid handprint. "You filthy bitch," the man snarled, his eyes suddenly bloodshot and twisted with rage. "No one has ever dared touch my face, not even my own parents." Furious, he grabbed her other arm and, in one swift motion, lifted her off her feet and carried her to the door. He kicked it open and stormed inside. "What do you think you're doing?" Leanner cried out in shock, completely unprepared for how fast and forceful he was. Her arms were pinned, her body limp and powerless, as if all her strength had been drained away. Seeing the cold, sinister look on his face, a chill ran through her, and for the first time, fear took hold. "You dare slap me?" "Humph. Not even my parents have ever dared touch my face," he growled, jaw clenched, voice low and threatening. "Now I'll show you what happens when someone crosses me." Before she could react, he carried her into the room and threw her onto the soft bed. The impact left her dizzy, and before she could struggle, she saw him looming over her, reaching to untie her sash. Only then did Leanner realize how dire the situation was. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. She tried to push him away, but her limbs felt weak and useless, as if all her strength had vanished. His fingers had already loosened the long silk ribbon at her waist. The coldness of his presence pressed in on her, making her tremble uncontrollably. "What do you think you're doing?" she screamed, her voice raw and desperate, shouting with all the hope she had left, praying her words would snap him back to his senses. The man paused for a moment, then let out a low, chilling laugh. "What do you think? It's just the two of us alone in this room. What else could I possibly want?" He moved swiftly, and in just a few quick motions, he tore off her outer garment along with the inner layer, leaving her only in her undergarments that barely clung to her body. The woman trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears. "You, please, I beg you, don't. I know I was wrong. Lena knows she was wrong. Please, let me go, please." At this moment, she was completely overwhelmed by fear. All the strength she usually showed melted away into desperate pleading. She rarely revealed her vulnerable side, but now, faced with real danger, her weakness was laid bare. Her expression was heart-wrenching, her brows furrowed, and tears streamed down her cheeks, stirring anyone's sympathy. Anyone with a heart would feel compassion upon seeing her like this. But the man's actions didn't stop. He wouldn't even look at her tear-stained face, and in what he believed was a gentle manner but was in fact rough, stripped away her final layer of protection, leaving her completely exposed before him. Where have you brought me? In front of a tightly shut iron door, two odd figures stood, one old, one young. The old man stroked his graying beard, eyeing the eager young man beside him with a strange expression. Huh, the old man spat. Let me make it official. From now on, Lu Feng, you are a disciple of Tianhu sect. From this day forward, when you see me, you're to call me master. If you don't, fine, but you can't keep referring to yourself as old man in front of me. The young man cocked his head, giving him a sideways glance and a crooked grin. When did I ever agree to be your disciple? But since you've begged me so many times, I suppose my stone heart has softened a bit. How about this? You said I don't have to call you master if I become your disciple, right? Then from now on, they'll call you good disciple, and you'll call me master. How about that? What? The old man trembled with rage, forcing out his words through clenched teeth. Lu Feng, don't push your luck. Be careful, or you'll get what's coming to you. Hey, are you cursing me now? Lu Feng feigned indignation. You said you couldn't think of a better title, so I came up with a perfect solution, and now you're cursing me? Think about it. If you keep calling me master and make me happy, maybe you'll be more willing to learn your skills. And if I enjoy calling you disciple, I won't feel so lonely or want to run away after being stuck with you for so long. The old man stared at him expressionlessly. How considerate of you. On one hand, I'm humbling myself, begging you to learn my skills. On the other, you don't want to, but because I keep calling you master, you feel obliged to stick around and train. Exactly. You've got it, the young man replied, grinning from ear to ear. Besides, wouldn't it be funny for others to see an old man calling a young guy master? He deliberately played the fool, hoping the old man would give up dealing with someone so unreasonable. Inwardly, he thought helplessly, don't blame me for being heartless. I just can't stand being stuck in a dark cave with you for years on end, especially when all I want is to learn a single skill. Are you really saying that you'll only agree to become my student if I accept your conditions? The old man's face remained calm and unmoved as he spoke in a flat tone. If you miss out on a teacher like me, won't you regret it? The boy was secretly delighted, but he kept a serious expression and said, huh, so you really just can't stand being called my disciple in front of others, is that it? You're backing down because of your pride? He paused, then shrugged helplessly. Honestly, I've never stayed in one place for more than half a month, so I'm really not cut out for martial arts. I hope you can understand my situation. The old man frowned slightly, and then his tone suddenly changed. Are you sure you won't take back a single word of what you just said? His expression grew a little strained. The boy thought to himself, when did he become so fussy? He replied, a bit impatiently, I may not be a gentleman, but I always keep my word. Fine, I'll agree to your terms, the old man said suddenly, as if making a difficult decision. What did you say? The boy was stunned. Didn't you hear me? The old man gave a cold smile. I've accepted your conditions. From now on, I'll call you master, and you'll call me your disciple. But you're never allowed to refer to yourself as lousy in front of me again. What? The boy jumped up in disbelief. You're not joking, are you? Did I hear that right? What? Are you going back on your word? The old man stared at him coldly. No, I'm not. It's just before the boy could finish, he suddenly leapt up and crashed into the iron door. With a sharp sound, the door cracked open, and he tumbled inside, leaving only his voice floating back, half laughing, half crying. I'm just so happy. I can't help myself. Heh, are you that happy? The old man sneered inwardly. Narrowing his cloudy eyes, a mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You probably never imagined I'd agree to your request, did you? Humph. The more unlikely you think something is, the more determined I am to do it. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched the other's expression, finding it oddly gratifying. I just love seeing you lose your mind in surprise. It makes up for all the times you've annoyed me, calling me old man day in and day out. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from behind the broken iron door, followed by a muffled human groan. What's wrong, brat? Are you in trouble? The old man's voice tightened instantly. Though he often found the boy irritating, now that they had established a master-disciple relationship, he couldn't let anything truly dangerous happen to him. With that thought, the old man cautiously stepped inside. The room was pitch black, like stepping into the realm of wandering spirits, or an endless underworld. Cold winds howled, chilling him to the bone as he groped his way forward in the darkness. He didn't dare rush ahead, afraid of a sudden attack from the shadows. The boy's cry just now sounded all too real, and he wasn't about to fall victim to the same fate. The floor beneath his feet felt solid, and the hidden traps seemed to be lying dormant for now, which eased his nerves a little. But as he moved deeper, questions crowded his mind. How far had he walked? How much farther was there to go? Which direction had the boy's voice come from? Where exactly was he now? The uncertainty of the darkness made his heart pound, as if a wild beast might leap out at any second to tear out his throat. He had to watch his step and stay alert for any lurking dangers. Suddenly, there was a metallic clang as his foot struck something on the ground. Though he couldn't see, he instinctively looked around before crouching down to feel along the floor. His fingers soon found a long, heavy iron object, over a foot in length. One end was sharply pointed and triangular, the blade keen-edged with grooves along the sides. The shaft was cold and solid, ending in a cluster of soft feathers. It was clearly an iron arrow. Could there be a crossbow ambush set up here? The old man tensed, standing tall, but no longer daring to move forward recklessly. Hey, brat Lu Qinfeng, are you still alive? If you are, say something. He called loudly into the darkness. You little brat, Lu Qinfeng, are you still alive or what? The old man's angry shout echoed through the empty space, the sound waves bouncing off some tall, unknown object and returning as a series of continuous echoes. The reverberations were loud but not harsh, obviously softened by whatever was blocking them. Everything around was eerily silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping would have been painfully clear. After waiting for a long while without any response, the old man finally lost his patience and cursed, "Are you dead or not? At least say something." Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled past him. The old man shuddered, instantly on alert. Who's there? Who? Hee hee, why don't you guess who I am? A strange voice flitted from place to place, first to the east, then the laughter drifted to the west, and finally, the words came from the north, as if the speaker could appear anywhere in an instant. Oddly enough, the old man felt half relieved. At least it was someone who could talk, not some ferocious beast from ancient times like Head feared. Dealing with someone you could communicate with was far better than guarding against an unknown predator in the dark. Realizing this, the old man's demeanor shifted abruptly. His eyebrows, once pitch black, flashed a crimson red as he raised them, and a wicked grin curled at the corners of his mouth. Why should I say your name? Are you superstitious about it? Or he paused. Or are you just a lunatic who's forgotten your own name? As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man was taken aback. That crude way of speaking was exactly like the troublemaker's style he knew so well. Before he could dwell on it, the voice in the darkness mocked. Do you know what you sound like right now? Like a shrew yelling in the street. Instead of getting angry, the old man was secretly pleased, guessing the other was probably irritated but trying hard not to show it. Pretending to be sympathetic, he said, I used to think you were mysterious, but it turns out you're just a show-off. What's sadder is, you actually want to outwit me. The other only snorted coldly, saying nothing. The old man sneered. Do you know why people talk about shrews cursing in the street? What's that supposed to mean? The voice from the darkness suddenly grew tense. Nothing, the old man said with a strange laugh. I just find you interesting, that's all. So you're saying I'm an expert at cursing, like a shrew yelling in the street? The voice in the darkness grew sharp and angry. The old man cleared his throat and shrugged, putting on an expression of utter helplessness. Though shrouded in darkness, he feigned innocence and said, I didn't say a word. You're just judging yourself, don't pin everything on me. No sooner had he finished speaking than the air grew thick with tension, sharp as gunpowder. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the darkness, just a few meters away. Are you looking for death? Startled, the old man instantly shifted into a combat stance, gathering his inner energy in both hands, ready to strike at a moment's notice. He thought, if that person comes even a step closer, I'll attack with all my strength. It's a pity. I was considering letting you live, the voice continued, but now it was drifting farther away, quickly fading into the distance until only a faint echo remained. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through as the old man flicked his sleeve, sending a fierce blast of energy roaring through the air with a thunderous boom. Immediately, a sharp metallic clang rang out. Not good, the old man thought, alarmed. He instinctively tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Countless razor-sharp gusts of wind surged toward him like a flood, and in that instant, he realized he was facing a barrage of hundreds, perhaps thousands soft iron-tipped arrows. With no time to dodge, the old man activated his internal energy to shield himself, channeling his power through every meridian in his body, bracing for a direct clash with the invisible but very real arrows. It wasn't that he didn't want to evade, but by the time he sensed the attack, it was already upon him. With a deafening crash, his protective energy collided with the arrows, unleashing an explosion of blinding light that illuminated the darkness for a split second. In that brief flash, the old man caught a clear glimpse. A towering stone sculpture of an eagle stood before him, several meters high. One wing stretched upward, the other curved downward, as if the eagle was about to take flight at any moment. The lifelike sculpture left the old man in awe, but the light vanished just as quickly as it appeared, plunging everything back into darkness. Still, he remembered clearly a round, hidden opening was concealed between two stone pillars. Since there was no sign of Lu Qinfeng, the young man had likely already gone deeper inside. The absence of any cries for help suggested that the passage beyond was actually safer than where he was now. The old man reasoned that, to escape the crazed and foolish figure lurking in the shadows, his best option was to leave this place. Having made up his mind, he carefully felt his way toward the hidden opening between the two pillars, relying on his memory to guide him. How deep does this dark cave go? The old man struggled through the shadowy underground passage, his steps unsteady. Rough rock walls flanked him on either side, and now and then, loose stones trickled down from above. He had long lost track of how far had walked, how many turns had taken, or how many archways had passed through. All around him, oppressive darkness pressed in, accompanied only by a deathly silence. Lu Qinfeng, he shouted, his voice echoing off the stone walls. But there was no answer, only his own call bouncing back at him. The young man seemed to have vanished without a trace in these pitch-black depths. A chilling wind would occasionally howl through the tunnel, whipping his white hair and robe. From time to time, thin shafts of light pierced through cracks in the rock, cutting brilliant lines through the gloom. On any other day, exploring such an underground marvel might have seemed fascinating, but now, consumed by anxiety, he had no mind to appreciate it. What troubled him most was the silence. Ever since he entered the cave, he hadn't heard a single sound from the boy. Such unnatural quiet could only mean something terrible had happened. The thought twisted his heart with pain. It's all my fault, he muttered regretfully. If I hadn't told you that Fairy Zhuoting lived here, you would never have risked coming into this cursed place. He had always treated the like-minded young man as a favored disciple, but his good intentions might have ended up putting the boy's life in danger. Overwhelmed by guilt, the old man threw back his head and let out a wailing cry. The sound reverberated through the cave, shaking the walls and sending a shower of stones to the ground. Driven nearly mad, he pounded the rock faces with both fists, each blow dislodging chunks of stone and filling the silence with echoing crashes. Then, from deep within the darkness, he heard a faint sigh. Who's there? The old man instantly stopped, his eyes flashing with sharp alertness. He tried to use his mind-reading technique to locate the source, but the voice drifted like a leaf on the wind. Now here, now there, impossible to pin down. Stranger still, he sensed something like a skeleton without flesh, unable to identify where its heart should be. Aren't you looking for a young man in black? Why don't you come in? Another voice spoke up, different from the first, carrying a strange note of desolation. You know where he is? The old man began to ask, but the other interrupted. You mean to probe my thoughts? Ah, how ignorant you humans are. What was the result? That deep, sighing voice sounded almost like a wraith from the underworld, sending the old man's heart pounding uncontrollably. Who are you? The old man grew even more alert. You don't need to know who I am. It's enough that I know you are Tianhu Xiandao, and I also know you came to my domain looking for that young man in black. That's all that matters. After all, who has ever truly cared about who I am over all these years? The voice now sounded tinged with a quiet sorrow. Such an obvious weakness. The other party must have been reminded of something from the past. The old man's ability to read minds had reached new heights. Even the slightest shift in the other's emotions became a chance to find an opening. You seem to be recalling something. What kind of memory is it? I can't guess, but I do know it's left a painful mark in your heart, one that will never fade. The old man chuckled and continued. Maybe you don't want to talk about it, but have you thought about this? Instead of letting old wounds suffocate you, why not speak of them and let others share some of your burden? It might just do you good. What are you saying? The voice suddenly grew tense. Did you know? The old man went on, as if consoling him. I recently met someone who not only dared to express his frustrations, but could even turn a cheerful person thoroughly miserable with his words. That kind of person truly lives without pressure, and that's probably why he'll live a long life. Oh, huh. The voice let out a laugh, squeezed through clenched teeth. So you're talking about him? Yes, he really is an annoying fellow. Yet somehow he manages to live freely, without a trace of shame. People like that. The voice paused, then continued. But really, why cling to a long life? To drift through 100 empty years, build a name, win respect, and leave a mark in history, that's enough to rest in peace. So even a legendary elder of the divine realm like Zuyin can feel so weary. The old man sighed, shaking his head. What did you say? You know my name. The voice suddenly tightened again. Of course. As the second guardian of the divine treasure hall, even if Tianhis' eyes are failing, he couldn't possibly not recognize you. The old man replied with a dry laugh. Besides, I am here as a guest at your hall today. How could I possibly overlook my host? Humph. So you finally admit you're Tianhu Xiandao, the voice retorted coldly. And that means you also admit you're facing Zuyin. Huh, brother Zuyin, you're exaggerating. When have I ever tried to hide my identity from you? Tianhu Xiandao protested. Besides, as soon as I arrived, you and your brothers started playing hide and seek with me. You never even gave your honored guest a chance to announce himself. Honored guest? Zuyin scoffed, half amused. You really are an old fox, Tianhu. Whoever called you an honored guest? Besides, this hall doesn't belong to might, belongs to the divine realm. And I'm not even the host anymore. Tianhu Xiandao suddenly raised his hand, cutting off Zuyin mid-sentence. A relaxed smile played on his lips, as if he didn't care whether the other man could see his gestures in the darkness, nor was he worried that Zuyin would reveal any secrets. He chuckled softly and said, Zuyin, did you get yourself into serious trouble? And not just any trouble, enough for the goddess king to abandon 1,000 years of friendship, strip you of your status, and banish you to live as a commoner, never to be reinstated. That's a big deal. Zuyin burst out laughing and fired back without missing a beat. Do you think the goddess king is anything like your mortal emperors? We, the ancient elders who have cultivated for 1,000 years, are nothing like those old ministers in the imperial court. We are guardian deities with distinguished battle records. Tianhu Xiandao paused, his tone lowering. Then what happened? Zuyan's voice suddenly grew heavy with sorrow. There have been tremendous changes in the divine realm lately, events that could alter the fate of all living beings across the universe. Wei Yi let out a sigh, sounding helpless. Forget it. It's better left unsaid. Tianhu Xiandao clearly didn't buy it. His smile widened as he suddenly moved closer, grabbing both of Zuyan's arms. He let out a sly chuckle. Well, Lu Qinfeng, still trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Although it was too dark to see Zuyan's expression, his voice had changed dramatically. The once weak and pale tone was now teasing and unrestrained. You crafty old fox, you really are something. Do you really think you can keep anything from me? After all, who else in the world would dare call you that? Tianhu Xiandao looked resigned, letting out a long sigh. You're a real piece of work. Of all my bad luck, meeting you tops the list. But what else can I do? You're my last disciple. Oh, come on, old man. Lu Qinfeng rolled his eyes, his tone mischievous. Last disciple? I'm the only disciple you ever had. Why make it sound so grand? And don't forget, you technically ought to call me master. Tianhu Xiandao couldn't help but retort, you want me to call you master? Well, you'd better keep your promises first, my dear student. Or are you just itching to have me call you disciple instead? Lu Qinfeng laughed, but deep down he was a little irritated. He wanted nothing more than to send the old fox flying with a single blow, but he didn't dare act rashly after all. This troublesome guy was still his only student, and finding someone willing to learn from him wasn't easy. So he fell silent, choosing not to say more. Seeing this, Tianhu Xiandao changed the subject. So, what made you decide to impersonate Zuyan, you rascal? Lu Qinfeng let out a soft laugh. How was my performance? Performance, my foot. Tianhu Xiandao snapped, his temper flaring. You're a scoundrel through and through. No matter who you pretend to be, it never works. You're much better off just being yourself. That's the only way I can stand you. Seriously? Lu Qinfeng raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Lu Qinfeng jumped 3 feet in the air in an exaggerated fashion, his face full of frustration. Come on, my acting can't be that bad, can it? Your acting? Tianhu Xiandao let out a cold laugh. Please, you really have the nerve to call that acting? Sure, your voice sounds a bit similar, but your sloppy attitude is just laughable. And you haven't even grasped the most important part of playing a person. You're saying there's not a single redeeming quality. Lu Qinfeng's expression grew even worse. Do you want to know what it is? Tianhu Xiandao deliberately raised his voice, looking like he couldn't be bothered to even glance at Lu Qinfeng, criticizing him without the slightest concern. You don't even have the most basic understanding of acting, so what are you talking about? Don't you realize my relationship with Zuyan? Everyone knows we're close friends despite the age gap. Your nonsense already gave you away. So you and he are actually that close? Lu Qinfeng suddenly shouted with delight. That's great. Why didn't you say so earlier, old man? He's been so secretive and wouldn't say a word before, but if you two are friends, that makes things much easier. Come on, follow me. With that, he grabbed Tianhu Xiandao by the sleeve and pulled him along. What are you doing? Tianhu Xiandao, though being pulled along, sensed that Lu Qinfeng's reaction this time wasn't an act, so he didn't resist and let himself be led several meters forward in an instant. In the dark passage, Lu Qinfeng seemed to know the way by heart. He led Tianhu Xiandao through a series of turns and, in the blink of an eye, brought him to the entrance of a dimly lit side chamber. A faint light spilled from within, illuminating the stone doorway a few meters away. Lu Qinfeng let go of Tianhu Xiandao and was about to step into the chamber. Is there someone inside? Tianhu Xiandao couldn't help but follow. Lu Qinfeng glanced back at him with a mysterious smile. If you want to know, just come in and see. With that, he slipped into the chamber. Tianhu Xiandao thought to himself, what tricks could this kid possibly have up his sleeve? Fine, he'll go, let's see what happens. He squeezed through the narrow opening after him. Suddenly, a startled cry came from inside. Ah, what's wrong? What happened, you brat? Tianhu Xiandao's heart skipped a beat. Even in the most dangerous situations, had never heard Lu Qinfeng cry out like that. But now he sounded truly shaken. Was there really something so terrifying in the chamber that it could make someone as tough as him scream in fear? Several delicate beams of light filtered through the cracks at the top of the cave, weaving a web of gentle illumination that reached into every hidden corner of the rocky chamber. Under this glow, the jagged outlines of the cave walls stood out sharply, while spots of pale light fell across the protruding surfaces of the rocks. The celestial fox immortal examined the scene intently. Aside from the crisscrossing layers of stone, the cave was completely empty, but he was certain the young man before him would not be disappointed by what he saw. What do you see? The celestial fox immortal asked. Lu Qinfeng didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned against a smooth section of the wall and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. With an exhausted look, he said, You, with your discerning eyes, surely don't need me to explain what's right in front of us, do you? Didn't we agree you'd stop calling yourself old man? The celestial fox immortal suddenly snapped, slapping the rock wall and glaring at Lu Qinfeng. I'd rather you call me your disciple than hear you refer to yourself as old man. Now seated fully on the ground, Lu Qinfeng shook his head with a wry smile. He wants me to call him my disciple, and also wants to call me his master, but never said what I'm supposed to call myself. I can't exactly call myself master in front of someone well over 70, can I? How is a decent, well-mannered young man supposed to feel comfortable with that? Though these words seemed like muttering, it was clear he meant for the celestial fox immortal to hear them. This roundabout way of speaking had the intended effect. The celestial fox immortal snorted. Don't worry. If you ever call yourself master in front of me, I promise I won't even bat an eye. Why are you so determined to teach me your martial arts and techniques? Lu Qinfeng ran his hand over a bump on the rock wall, sounding weary. Don't you realize that if your scheme succeeds, it'll have even more weight on my shoulders? What scheme? What burden? The celestial fox immortal's tone darkened. Yes, I did originally want to take you as my disciple because of the innate energy within you. But now, all I want is to pass on the art of mind reading. It's the last wish of a dying man. Such sincerity should have softened Lu Qinfeng's heart, but his eyes still betrayed deep concern. He paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Honestly, I don't feel as resistant toward you as I once did. It's just he hesitated again. I hate being tied down restrained, you know? Do you understand? Once I learn your martial arts, you'll have to spend the rest of your life by your side. And if you ever fall victim to a plot or face mortal danger, you'll be bound to avenge you. Only then would I have fulfilled my filial duty. Tianhu Xiando's sharp gaze bore into Lu Qinfeng, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Are you scared? Are you afraid of dying? Lu Qinfeng gave a helpless, bitter smile and shook his head. No. Like I said, I hate being tied down. The obligation that comes with your gift makes me feel trapped, and I can't accept that. Tianhu Xiandao abruptly let out a cold laugh, his voice as sharp as a blade. You're afraid of death. You're terrified of dying off, getting killed while protecting me, or seeking revenge for me. His voice rose, laced with disappointment and anger. I was wrong about you. I thought you were a man of loyalty and passion, a true hero. I thought you, Lu Qinfeng, would achieve great things in the future. Suddenly, his voice dropped, weighted with deep disappointment. It seems I was wrong. Completely, utterly wrong. Just go. Leave. I don't ever want to see you again. As he spoke, his frail body trembled violently from agitation, and he had to lean against the stone wall behind him just to keep from collapsing. Lu Qinfeng didn't move. Instead, he pointed to the rock wall beside him, his voice steady. Do you know who was lying here just a moment ago? The aged Tianhu Xiandao, his body trembling uncontrollably with anger, shot him a glare. What nonsense are you trying to argue with me now? I've had enough of your ridiculous logic. Lu Qinfeng ignored the old man's sarcasm and continued, his voice somber. When I arrived just now, there was an old man lying here, so badly injured he couldn't move. His body and face were burned by intense flames, the smell of charred flesh thick in the air. His clothes had been burned away, fused to his skin and impossible to remove. His voice grew even lower, as if describing a nightmare. There was pure terror in his eyes, the kind you see when someone has faced unimaginable horror, and a deep despair for life itself. For the first time, I saw the breath of death in a living person's eyes, absolute, hopeless despair. He repeated himself, stressing the impact it had left on him. And what does that prove? Tianhu Xiandao snorted. What does that have to do with your refusal to become my disciple or learn my skills? Lu Qinfeng tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling of the cave. Tears were already slipping from the corners of his eyes, but he hid them, not wanting the old man to see. He let out a heavy sigh, so deep it could be heard from half a mile away. Standing so close, Tianhu Xiandao noticed the change in him and couldn't help but ask, why do you look so strange today? And why won't you answer my question? I'm a bringer of misfortune now, Lu Qinfeng suddenly said, his voice heavier than ever, thick with self-pity. And I don't want anything bad to happen to anyone around me. Tianhu Xiandao thought to himself, what's gotten into this kid? No wonder his words sounded so off just now. With his usual troublemaking nature, he should be stirring up chaos for everyone nearby. Now he's actually talking about caring for others. Did he eat something strange? Or is he running a fever? You don't have to look at me like that. Lu Qinfeng forced a small smile, but a flicker of worry flashed in his eyes. Now everyone, whether in the mortal world or the divine realm, knows that I possess the innate gang qi that can overturn the heavens and earth. I've become the target of all sides. That doesn't bother me, but I can't drag you down with me. I really don't want to see that look of utter despair in your eyes, that shadow of death. The celestial fox immortal slapped Lu Qinfeng's shoulder with a hearty laugh. So you're worried about my safety? Don't worry. As long as we find some remote, uninhabited world and focus on our cultivation, with your talent, it won't take long for you to reach the peak. Then you can return to the Jianghu in glory. That's impossible. Lu Qinfeng shook his head, his expression grave. Our enemies are too many and too powerful. No matter where we hide, we won't escape their reach. You're scared? The celestial fox immortal sneered, his eyes full of disdain. What happened to the fearless, unyielding Lu Qinfeng I knew? When did you become so timid? Lu Qinfeng could only shake his head with a bitter smile. You know what I'm really afraid of? You're afraid it'll become a burden, afraid you'll have to avenge me if I die, afraid of wasting time on cultivation, afraid of seeing death, even afraid of women. The celestial fox immortal said angrily. Maybe you're right. Lu Qinfeng slowly stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, stretched, and started walking toward the mouth of the cave. Our meeting was fate, and I owe you for saving me more than once. But all good things must end. If we meet again, it will be fate once more. Wait. The celestial fox immortal hurried after him and grabbed his arm. You haven't even told me why you brought me here. How can you just leave like this? Leaving is leaving. Maybe I'm going on my own. Maybe someone else will take me. Either way, our conversation ends here. It's time for me to go, Lu Qinfeng said calmly. Where are you going? The celestial fox immortal pressed, confused. What are you talking about? What do you mean, someone will take you? Are you even Lu Qinfeng anymore? The last question erupted in a roar, his true energy shaking the walls of the cave. But Lu Qinfeng seemed unfazed by his anger. He just kept waving his hand. Does it really matter if I am or not? Just think of me as someone else. Honestly, I can't stand being here another moment. Let go, I'm leaving. At that, what more could the celestial fox immortal say? He could only release his grip and watch as Lu Qinfeng's figure faded into the distance. Watching helplessly as the young man he both loved and hated drifted further away, Tianhu Xiandao felt an overwhelming emptiness slowly take hold of his heart. As the boy's figure faded into the distance, he suddenly realized that something in his life seemed to be quietly slipping away. His chest tightened, and with a sudden roar, he shot forward like a flash of lightning, darting behind Lu Qinfeng in a whirlwind. But at that moment, Lu Qinfeng's body suddenly went limp, collapsing straight toward the ground. Tianhu Xiandao reacted instantly, catching him before he hit the earth, and without hesitation, reached out to check his pulse. What was that? Focusing his powerful spiritual sense, Tianhu Xiandao probed deep into Lu Qinfeng's mind and immediately sensed a strange presence, swelling wildly in the depths of his consciousness. Despite his extraordinary perception, honed through years of mind-reading techniques, he still couldn't discern the true nature of this foreign entity. Only the violent fluctuations in Lu Qinfeng's brainwaves sent a surge of alarm through him. Suddenly, the entity seemed to sense his intrusion and let out a burst of maniacal laughter, replying, "Stop your pointless struggle, foolish mortal. He's mine, he was always meant to be mine." Ha! Furious, Tianhu Xiandao's thoughts stabbed into Lu Qinfeng's mind like a blade as he demanded, "Who are you? How did you get inside his mind?" The entity seemed delighted by the confrontation, its tone mocking as it replied, "Oh, you can actually talk to me? I didn't expect that. To finally find a nest so perfectly suited to me, how wonderful. You have no idea how lonely and bored I've been, trapped in this dark corner for days. If you're willing to chat a bit longer, maybe he'll tell you something you want to know. Who are you?" Tianhu Xiandao pressed. "How did you get in? What have you done to him?" So many questions at once. I only have one mouth, you know. How am I supposed to answer all that?" The entity replied theatrically, its tone dripping with mockery. Tianhu Xiandao merely snorted coldly and fell silent. The entity grew even more excited. All right. Since you asked, I'll tell you. But let me be clear, I can only tell you what I know. If there's something I don't know, you can't blame me for that." Tianhu Xiandao had no patience for its games. His will pressed down forcefully as he demanded, "Speak. Who are you? What exactly are you?" The entity's laughter was like a raging fire, its voice reverberating through the space. I was once the servant of Xian Gongzi, a legendary figure who shook the world centuries ago. My master was famous far and wide. But when he suddenly died one day, I intended to follow him. Fate had other plans. I tried countless ways to end my own life, but was always saved at the last moment. In the end, I decided to jump off a cliff, hoping that would be the end. But, as it turned out, I survived. Tianhu Xiandao's brows furrowed, unease creeping into his heart. I thought I'd be smashed to pieces, but days later, I woke to the searing heat of a volcano. I found myself wedged in the mouth of the crater, unable to move, my body burned to a skeleton before I finally fell to the bottom of the volcanic pit. The entity's voice was cold and raspy. From then on, I was trapped in endless darkness, tormented by loneliness and pain. Tianhu Xiandao's eyes grew colder, and then, a note of satisfaction crept into the entity's tone. Eventually, I came up with a plan and began sending my servants to the surface to find suitable vessels. Years went by, but none of them met my requirements until Lu Qinfeng appeared. A storm of shock surged through Tianhu Xiandao's heart. This entity was far more deeply entwined with Lu Qinfeng's fate than he had ever imagined. The strange being responded with overwhelming excitement. When it heard that they had finally found the reincarnation of my former master, words could hardly express its joy. In that moment, I almost couldn't help but leap right off the altar. I nearly lost control. Luckily, I managed to hold myself back. Otherwise, what you'd see before you now wouldn't be a skeleton with proper features, but a scattered pile of bones. Despite my inevitable physical shortcomings, I still reveled in an intense spiritual ecstasy. That day, I drank an entire case of milk, devoured 2 boxes of pastries, and even finished off a box of fruit preserves. Normally, I only eat fruit after meals, but that day I made an exception. With every bite, I mixed the preserves with the pastries and enjoyed every morsel to the fullest. You might say that everything I'm telling you is true. At that moment, the celestial fox immortal was at a loss for how to deal with the strange spirit that had taken over his disciple's mind. Should he sternly rebuke it, or gently comfort this tormented, battered spirit? With no good answer, he sighed inwardly and sent a thought. Ah, I understand only you spirits would call drinks milk and food pastries, and insist on such odd habits as eating fruit after meals. The past is but a fleeting memory, and those customs of the spirits are gone like the morning dew. Now, what I long for is a better future. Just wait, the elmwood skull that once supported my body will eventually lose its will. From now on, only I will remain in control. Imagine it. As the skeleton spoke, it must have tilted its head, closed its eyes, and taken a deep breath, a look of utter satisfaction on its face. That expression was the picture of bliss. Hearing these words, how could the celestial fox immortal not be furious? Just as he was about to unleash his anger, he suddenly felt a soft, boneless wave of illusionary energy, like a snake, quickly spreading from his heart, trying to burrow into his mind. Demon, how dare you try to trick me? The celestial fox immortal roared. In an instant, his core expanded, and a surge of fierce, chilling energy rushed through his meridians, sweeping through his entire body. A cold force shot into his mind, and, just before the illusionary energy could reach it, wiped it out completely. So, this really is the legendary ghost diviner? The skeleton thought to itself. He had once heard from his servants about a master mind reader who appeared in the mortal world decades ago, a man with unfathomable powers and a mind-reading technique so mysterious that even the gods took notice. This person wandered without a fixed home, and stories about him abounded. Some said he had a compassionate heart despite his fearsome appearance. Others claimed he always wore a veil, and some even whispered that he was, in fact, a stunning beauty. But seeing him now, the skeleton realized he was actually a handsome, strong, and heroic man. The skeleton's words, though seemingly flattering, were never excessive. Each one was perfectly measured. Even the most dignified elder would feel a quiet sense of pleasure upon hearing such words. Though the spirit's soul had been sealed inside the skeleton for centuries and long lost touch with the world, in this moment, its eloquence was even more polished and graceful than the most seasoned merchant. The celestial fox immortal gazed at the seemingly ordinary scene before him, quietly calculating in his mind. He prided himself on understanding the psychology of successful people at this age, yet he had overlooked a crucial detail. What was happening now might defy all logic. Is this how you managed to sneak your sinister energy into Lu Xiao's mind by exploiting these intangible illusions? The celestial fox's thoughts were laced with a biting chill. The skeletal spirit sensed the subtle shift in the situation. Realizing that a single wrong word could provoke his opponent, he forced himself to reply, "Yes, I took advantage of his momentary distraction, using a strand of soul mist to invade his mind. It cost me 60 years of cultivation." The celestial fox snorted inwardly, sending a silent message. "Don't forget, he is your master. I've seen many servants betray their masters, but someone like you trying to seize your master's body is truly infuriating. I could strip you to the bone right now." The skeleton let out a sinister laugh, unfazed. "You wouldn't dare. You know very well that if you rip me out of his mind, he'll be left mute, unable to speak for the rest of his life. Are you threatening me?" The celestial fox's nerves tightened. The skeleton continued in a chilling tone. "With your cultivation, you must know of a technique in the cultivation world called puppet art." A tremor ran through the celestial fox's heart. "You mean you've used the kind that binds the puppet's soul and the master's spirit together, making them inseparable?" "Exactly." The skeleton's answer made the celestial fox want to fight him then and there. Yet, strangely, after such a prolonged mental struggle, the skeleton seemed to grow stronger rather than weaker. But suddenly, the celestial fox sensed something unusual and felt a surge of joy. This boy's will is growing stronger. He's showing signs of turning the tables on his puppet master. There's always something miraculous about him. Maybe this time, he'll break free from that wretched skeleton's control. Although he couldn't see the skeleton's true form, the celestial fox had already pictured its hideous appearance in his mind. He even imagined spitting on its bare skull. Perhaps this was what people called residual will. "Stop deluding yourself." The skeleton's words cut straight to the heart of Tianhu Xiando's deepest ambitions. "He'll never escape my grasp," the skeleton sneered. "That boy still can't access the blazing true essence his past life left behind, but I can. His mind is trapped by my desires, but I can control it at will. He's still wary of me, but that vigilance will crumble soon enough. He foolishly sees me as the docile canary he once knew, unaware that I now regard him as nothing more than a vessel for my resurrection." A hint of smugness crept into the skeleton's tone. Centuries ago, his previous incarnation was indeed my master. But now, this reincarnation isn't even worth a single finger bone of mine. He's utterly unworthy of the blazing true essence left by his former self. Being my slave is the best fortune his past life earned him. Only I can unleash the true power of that essence. Only I deserve to be the master's heir. Tianhu Xiandao gave a cold snort and slowly raised his right hand, ready to press it against Lu Qinfeng's head. Don't you dare. The skeleton's voice suddenly turned sharp. If you destroy me, this boy will be mute forever. Last time, it took just a minor trick to steal his voice. If you anger me now, he'll use the most vicious curse in puppet magic to make sure he never utters a word again. At the mention of puppet magic, Tianhu Xiando's heart skipped a beat. He knew this spell could completely bind its victim to the caster's will. If the mute curse were cast, Lu Qinfeng might truly lose his voice forever. His palm hovered above Lu Qinfeng's tangled hair, unable to move a fraction closer. Huh. The skeleton seemed to read Tianhu Xiando's thoughts. Don't even think about suppressing me with your true power. Someone tried that before you, but didn't realize ID already drained his core energy. That's how I control this boy's mind and keep up my strength. Honestly, I should thank that so-called savior. If he hadn't burned through half my protective essence, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. These words should have been terrifying, but the skeleton had chosen the worst possible audience. Tianhu Xiandao, known for his eccentric ways, he wouldn't have earned the name Tianhu if he weren't so unpredictable. And if his mind didn't work differently from others, why would he be so set on taking a troublemaker like Lu Qinfeng as his disciple? Before the skeleton could say another word, Tianhu Xiandao moved in a flash, hoisting Lu Qinfeng up. In a single swift motion, he darted through the half-open stone door, vanishing into the shadowy chamber bathed in natural light. The two of them sat cross-legged facing each other, just as they had a moment ago. The celestial fox gently raised both hands, one pressing on Lu Qinfeng's Tianhui acupoint, the other resting against his forehead. In an instant, a wisp of pure white mist rose from the tops of their heads, swirling and twisting in the air above them. At this moment, the celestial fox immortal was seething with rage. Renowned for his skill in reading minds, he found it utterly humiliating to be repeatedly seen through by a mere skeleton. He was no longer concerned about whether Lu Qinfeng would be rendered mute. His only thought was to eradicate the hateful skeleton hiding in Lu Qinfeng's mind once and for all. He furiously summoned all the true essence from his inner core, channeling it into Lu Qinfeng's mind like a raging flood. Under this powerful surge, the skeleton let out shrill, agonized screams. Though these cries could only be sensed mentally, they only fueled the celestial fox's determination, driving him to pour in even more energy. Just then, a woman in palace robes and Yingzi passed by the half-open stone door outside. Yingzi's sweet voice floated in. "Elder, there's a hidden tunnel here. Should we go inside and take a look?" Her voice was like music, melodious and pure, with a quality that seemed to cleanse the soul. Even though the celestial fox had heard it before, hearing it again felt utterly refreshing. The woman in palace attire replied in a smooth, pleasant tone, "Although this passage seems inviting with its gentle light, it's most likely a deadly trap. Those who set such mechanisms know that after a long time in darkness, people yearn for light. So they place poison needles and arrows where the light is brightest, luring their victims in. So what should we do?" Yingzi's sweet voice sounded again. "Let's go." They moved quickly. They're probably already several miles ahead. "We need to catch up before anything else happens up ahead." With that melodious voice, the sound of their hurried footsteps faded into the distance. The celestial fox grew anxious. He was just a moment away from eradicating that damned skeleton. If only they wouldn't rush off so quickly. Suddenly, he realized he had subconsciously referred to himself with a crude term, and became irritated, cursing inwardly. Lu Qinfeng, that lowlife, has dragged a noble immortal like me down to such a vulgar state. The sky may be high, but clouds can still cover it. The earth may be thick, but water can still seep through. Fragrant flowers often hide thorns, and even a pile of dog droppings can block your path. In this world, things that appear beautiful may conceal hidden dangers, while those that seem ugly and worthless might unexpectedly become your guiding light toward a brighter future. The skull's wretched wailing gradually faded from Lu Qinfeng's mind, shifting from a piercing shriek to a faint whimper before vanishing completely. Tianhu Xiandao held his breath, focusing intently to confirm that the eerie presence of that strange skull deep in Lu Qinfeng's consciousness had truly disappeared. A surge of excitement flashed through Tianhu Xiandao as he sent a thought directly into the depths of Lu Qinfeng's mind. "Ignorant, foolish skull. Did you really think hiding inside this kid's head would save you from being utterly destroyed? You're clueless. You didn't even bother to find out who I, Tianhu Xiandao, am." Silence. Not a single response. It seemed the skull had been entirely banished. Suddenly, Tianhu Xiandao realized how reckless had been injecting such a powerful force into Lu Qinfeng's mind, without permission, and waging a furious battle inside his head. He softened his tone, his thoughts now cautious and gentle. Hey kid, are you still alive? He was careful not to disturb Lu Qinfeng's now peaceful state. Yet Lu Qinfeng didn't react at all, still drifting in a deep, hazy sleep. His face was calm and serene, completely unmoved by Tianhu Xiando's exhausted, worried calls. It was as if nothing could disturb his peace. You sure know how to sleep. Tianhu Xiandao couldn't help but grumble. You little rascal, did I owe you too much in a past life, and now the heavens are forcing me to pay you back? What's so bad about being my apprentice, huh? Why do you keep making excuses and forcing me to humble myself just to get you to agree? You even want me to call you master? Star Wanderer? You're nothing but a troublemaker. But as he complained, his tone softened unconsciously. Still, I have to admit, I actually like your strange and stubborn character, he sighed, muttering to himself. I don't know why, but if I can't take you as my disciple and teach you my skills, I feel like you'll never be at peace. Maybe this is what they call destiny? Seeing Lu Qinfeng still unresponsive, Tianhu Xiandao continued to prod him. Hey, I've said all this, are you even listening? Just give me a grunt or something, so I know you're not making me worry for nothing. Come on, say something. I know you're just pretending. That skull's been wiped out, and now you're finally free. Aren't you even a little grateful? Don't play dumb, I know you can still talk. That skull was destroyed before it could silence you, so don't pretend you've lost your voice. After saying all this, even Tianhu Xiandao was surprised at himself. He never would have believed he'd speak so crudely. But whenever he remembered the way Lu Qinfeng used to talk back to him, calling him old man or geezer, he couldn't help but feel oddly reassured. A gentle beam of sunlight slipped through a crack in the cave ceiling, falling softly across Lu Qinfeng's peaceful, handsome face, perfectly highlighting the faint, blissful smile at the corner of his lips. With his eyes tightly shut and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, it was obvious this guy was daydreaming. The more I looked at him, the stronger my urge grew to punch him in the face. The anger in my eyes intensified, as if all my fury had gathered there, burning so fiercely it could scorch everything in its path. My jaw clenched tighter and tighter until it started to go numb. Suddenly, a sharp, clear sound of impact shattered the silence, like something had slammed into the wall. I jolted awake, my mind clearing in an instant as a sharp pain radiated from the back of my head, like a cold needle stabbing through me. Instinctively, I shook my head, trying to dispel the pain. Was that noise just now my own head hitting the rock wall? Tianhu Xiandao felt a wave of confusion and tried to reach back to touch his head, only to realize his arm was completely limp, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Even the slightest movement felt impossibly heavy, and bending his elbow or lifting his shoulder was out of the question. Had he been cursed? An inexplicable fear welled up inside him, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. He quickly focused his mind, recalling the inner elixir within him. He tried to gather his energy and channel his strength to recover, but the flow of his internal power was sluggish. What should have taken a split second now dragged on for the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. At last, he could sense the condition of his inner elixir. Nothing else seemed to matter now. The power within the elixir was his only hope. All he could think about was releasing that energy as quickly as possible, clearing his meridians, and regaining his strength. He knew that in his current state, even a 3-year-old child could easily take his life. He had to move faster, do whatever it took to unleash the power of his inner elixir. True energy from the elixir began to flow slowly through his meridians, starting from the center of his abdomen and passing through key points before reaching his fingers. All the energy gathered in his arms, rushing through his limbs. Just as the energy was about to reach his fingertips, a sudden surge of searing heat flooded into his little finger, making it swell painfully, the sensation overwhelming him like a crashing wave. The explosive force felt like a rope pulled so tight it was about to snap, the pain so intense he nearly lost consciousness. His body convulsed, his head shaking violently without his control. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and for a moment, they shone with an unusual light. That's when he saw his palm pressed firmly against Lu Qinfeng's forehead. His mind instantly cleared. So this was the source of his suffering, the cunning skull in front of him. Tianhu Xiandao sneered inwardly, gathering the last of his strength in his palm, ready to pull his hand away. But at that moment, it was as if some invisible force had glued his palm to Lu Qinfeng's forehead. A torrent of energy burst from his finger, surging into Lu Qinfeng's temple like a flood breaking through a dam. The energy poured in, and Lu Qinfeng's mind underwent a violent upheaval. At the same time, the power of Tianhu Xiando's inner elixir was draining rapidly, leaving him completely exhausted. He felt his strength leave him, his vision went black, and he collapsed backward, his head slamming into the rock wall. First there was a muffled thud as the energy leaked from his fingers, echoing in his mind, followed by the unmistakable sound of his head hitting the stone. There was no doubt about what had just happened. Huh, even a sly fox gets tricked sometimes. The skull's voice rang out in Lu Qinfeng's mind, the sharp pain stabbing deep into Tianhu Xiando's consciousness, shaking him to the brink of collapse. What's happening to me? This question echoed endlessly in Tianhu Xiando's mind. Known for his caution and meticulousness, he had actually been outwitted by a spirit that everyone considered foolish, a spirit that was nothing more than a pile of bare, chilling bones. The mental anguish from this humiliation was far worse than any physical torment. The skeleton was greedily absorbing the last trace of vital energy from the Xiaocheng point on his little finger. Its bones trembled violently with excitement as it rasped. There is a will of heaven behind all things. Even fate takes pity on us suffering skeletons. It knows I've been enduring the cruel slaughter of a madman. So it sent a god of justice to destroy you and grant me rebirth. A god of justice? By now, Tianhu Xiandao was so weak he could barely muster the strength to send a mental message. All he could do was grimace in pain and sigh. So even the heavens are unfair, letting the good die unjustly while the wicked roam free. I can't accept this. Damn you. Heavens, I can't accept this at all. Elder, brat, are you both all right? At that moment, a soft, melodious female voice suddenly drifted in from outside the cave. Tianhu Xiandao clung to this final hope like a drowning man grasping a lifeline and shouted with all his remaining strength, I'm right here, and that brat Lu Qinfeng is inside the cave too. Hurry in, we've been ambushed and can barely move. He deliberately kept the skeleton's presence a secret, afraid of scaring away this potential savior. You're both inside. The voice trembled with worry, then paused before asking, that brat is in there too? He's not in danger, is he? As the last sliver of energy was drained from his fingertip, Tianhu Xiandao cursed silently. Foolish girl, if you're worried about him, just come in and see for yourself. Why stand outside and fret? Seeing Zhuo Ting hesitate at the entrance, he finally lost his patience and shouted, Lu's unconscious right now. If you don't wake him up soon, he'll never speak again. What are you waiting for, girl? Do you really want to end up sleeping next to a mute husband? No. With a sharp scream, the cave door exploded open and a figure stormed in like a whirlwind. Before Tianhu Xiandao could even catch a glimpse of her face, he felt himself being swept up and carried at lightning speed out of the cave. A loud crash sounded behind them, and when he looked back, he saw the stone door shattered and toppled. Though darkness closed in once more, he could clearly hear the girl's ragged breathing at his side. Miss Shuating, what's wrong? He asked urgently. Though his spirit remained weak after being drained of all true energy, he still sensed, thanks to his sharp perception, that it was Fairy Zhuoting who had rescued both him and Lu Qinfeng from the cave. In fact, he had already witnessed her abilities back in the undying forest of Mount Wanshou. At the time, had found her mystical arts rather unremarkable and her cultivation average, hardly the mark of a true master. Yet, seeing her soar effortlessly through the sky with Lu Qinfeng in tow, he couldn't help but admire her lightness skill. In that moment, he thought to himself, for someone so young and delicate, to move through the air as nimbly as a leaf and step as gracefully as drifting cloud, she is destined for greatness. Now, however, they had barely traveled a few yards from the cave when she was already gasping for breath, her chest heaving. This scene filled him with doubt. Could her condition really be so unusual? Was she seriously injured? Just then, the eerie laughter of the skull echoed suddenly in his mind, as if right by his ear, cold and mocking. You still don't understand, do you? That light streaming down from the cave ceiling isn't sunlight at all. It's the deadly beam from an ancient artifact sealed at the summit of the divine realm's golden rain tower. Destructive light? The celestial fox, immortal, weak and weary, whispered in shock. But legend has it that the artifact's light could extend the lives of immortals. How could it have become a force of destruction? The skull's voice was tinged with indifference. That so-called ghost immortal, revered by gods and spirits alike, is just an old man. Don't you know? Every divine artifact carries both blessings and curses, protection and destruction. That's always been the way, whether it's the seven-star Godslayer, the Dragonhead Iron Crutch, or this very artifact. Its radiant light can wipe out all life for dozens of miles around, but it's usually filtered by a thin layer of foreign metal. That's what blocks the deadly radiation, letting only the life-extending rays through. A tremor ran through the celestial fox immortal. Though her body was weak and her heartbeat faint, she refused to back down and replied with a cold laugh. It's a pity, really. When you were a spirit, you were nothing more than Xingyu Langzi's servant. You never had the chance to bathe in the artifact's light yourself. And now, after all this, you are just a skull doomed to spend eternity in this hideous form. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. The skull merely snorted in reply, no longer bothering to respond. For a moment, the celestial fox immortal felt she had gained the upper hand and was secretly pleased. But then she heard Fairy Zhuoting's breathing grow even more labored, and worry surged in her heart. She called out urgently, Miss Zhuoting, what's wrong? You mustn't collapse. Lu still needs you to save his life. She reached out to pat Zhuoting's shoulder, but suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled her hand back. Fairy Zhuoting managed to speak a few words through obvious pain, biting out each syllable. I am fine, brother Lu. She was clearly gritting her teeth, forcing herself to continue. How can I save him? The celestial fox immortal, anxious and tense, replied in a low voice. First, you have to wake him up. Whatever it takes, you must get him to regain consciousness. Because there's a creature hiding in his mind, trying to take over. He's about to become a puppet. You need to reach him before it's too late, before it takes full control. There's a monster in Brother Lu's mind. Zhuting was stunned, momentarily forgetting her pain. She grabbed Lu Qinfeng by the arms and shook him desperately, calling out, "Brother Lu, wake up! Please, wake up!" The celestial fox immortal was overjoyed, thinking to herself, the power of love really is remarkable. If Lu is awakened by the girl he loves, all of the skull's plans will fall apart. But just then, she heard the skull's near maniacal laughter again. "Foolish fox, don't kid yourself. That light pouring down from the cave ceiling is deadly radiation, leaking through a crack in the artifact's metal shell. It destroys all living things, especially those from the divine realm. Its effect on them is dozens of times more potent than on others. This girl's organs have already been pierced through. She's only holding on thanks to the true energy protecting her body." The skull's laughter echoed in her ears. "And besides, my puppet's heart may not belong to that foolish girl at all. Whether she can wake him remains to be seen. You may never truly understand the power of love." The celestial fox immortal's heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Everything before her seemed even more complicated and fraught with danger. "Lu Qinfeng, you bastard, why won't you wake up?" Fairy Zhuting knelt by the bedside, her slender fingers clutching the sheet tightly as tears shimmered in her eyes. She gazed at Lu Qinfeng's pale face, memories flooding back like a rising tide. She remembered their first meeting on Songlong Mountain, when his burning gaze had secretly delighted her. She thought of the days they fled from the Holy Lord, wandering the world side by side. On that bloody night, they fought back to back against thousands of vicious wolves. And when she was poisoned and on the brink of death, it was he who, without hesitation, cut his own wrist to save her with his blood. "Do you know?" Her voice trembled. "From the very first moment I saw you, I knew you were destined for greatness. When you looked at me with such passion, I pretended to be angry, but inside I was overjoyed. Later, when you ignored me, it felt as if my whole world had collapsed, and all I wanted was to disappear." She leaned in, her lips almost brushing his ear. "That night among the wolves, I lost all hope. You were the one who brought me back from despair. When I found out you used your own blood to save me, I was overwhelmed, not because I survived, but because your blood now flows in my veins. From that moment, our souls have been bound together." Fairy Zhuting slowly raised her hand and gently caressed Lu Qinfeng's face. "Actually, I cast a love spell on you, so I could always sense where you were. I just wanted to keep you by my side forever. After returning to the temple, I missed your infuriating yet lovable face every day. For you, I broke my promises and deceived the woman who raised me as her own. And now she's gone from this world forever." Her voice grew weaker with every word. "Maybe I'm bewitched, blinded by love. This is all your fault. How could you just leave me like this? Lu Qinfeng, you stubborn fool, you have to wake up." Her last words were barely audible as her voice faded away. Even Celestial Fox Immortal, standing nearby, was moved by her heartfelt confession. He couldn't help but sigh. How many lifetimes of good fortune must this boy have had to win the love of such a beautiful and gentle fairy? Do women these days really fall for these shameless rogues who never say what they truly mean? Sigh. Looking back, I regret that I was so determined to be a Byth book hero when I was young. What a waste of my life. In the darkness, the other person's voice gradually faded, eventually disappearing along with the faint sounds of breathing into the endless silence. Suddenly, Tianhu Xiandao felt a wave of unease. With Miss Zhuting's profound cultivation, she should still be audible in an environment like Tis. At the very least, he should be able to hear her breathing. All around, there was a deathly silence. The darkness felt like stagnant water, broken only by a strange gust of wind that sliced through the stillness, producing an eerie hissing sound. "Miss Zhuting, are you all right?" Tianhu Xiandao's voice tightened with concern. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The skeleton had warned them that she had already suffered severe internal injuries from the artifact's intense radiation, and that heartfelt confession just now must have drained the last of her strength. Now, she was likely like a withered autumn chrysanthemum, her energy spent, her life force all but gone. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from Lu Qinfeng. "Ruer." The sound was so raw and agonized it seemed to make the earth itself tremble. Startled by the sudden outburst, Tianhu Xiandao stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. When silence settled once more, he slowly regained his composure, patting his trembling body in an attempt to calm himself. Carefully, he crouched down and placed his right hand gently on Lu Qinfeng's arm. Though he couldn't see Lu Qinfeng's face, he could feel the arm twitching violently, as if enduring unbearable pain. Could this kid already be under the skeleton's control? Tianhu Xiandao thought in alarm. He remembered tales of the phenomenon known as returning soul before death, supposedly a person's final burst of consciousness before departing the world forever. Was Lu Qinfeng now experiencing his last struggle before his mind was completely overtaken? "Hey, are you awake?" he asked, cautiously shaking Lu Qinfeng's arm. The only response was a guttural growl, more beast than human. Were it not for their close proximity, Tianhu Xiandao would never have believed that sound came from Lu Qinfeng. Suddenly, he felt the arm beneath his hand swelling, rapidly growing from the thickness of a human leg to the size of a barrel in an instant. Before he could react, an explosive roar erupted beneath him, and a powerful whirlwind swept him off his feet. At that moment, Tianhu Xiandao's inner energy was depleted, and his body Wiko was no match for such a forceful blast. He was tossed about like a leaf in a storm, flung far into the distance. As he was thrown through the air, he heard Lu Qinfeng cry out again, his voice shredded with pain. Ruer, don't go. The call faded rapidly, growing more distant until it finally vanished altogether. Who is Ruer? Just who could she be? With that question lingering in his mind, Tianhu Xiando's body collided with something soft yet resilient. There wasn't the slightest sound of impact. Most of the force from his rapid backward flight had been absorbed by something soft. Just as Tianhu Xiandao was about to steady himself and soften his landing, he felt a pair of arms suddenly wrap tightly around his waist. Tianhu Xiandao, you really do prove that age hasn't dulled your spirit. To fly dozens of yards without using a bit of magic, there's probably no one else in the world who could pull that off. A teasing, melodious voice called out from behind. You. Tianhu Xiandao shouted, his voice suddenly fierce. So it was you. You're the mysterious person who made their voice echo in all directions inside the cave, playing tricks with illusions, aren't you? You know who I am. The person sounded genuinely surprised. With his strength drained and his arms limp, Tianhu Xiandao knew escape was impossible. He could only snort coldly and reply, most of you in the divine realm are just hypocrites, skulking in the shadows, playing dirty tricks. If I weren't so weak right now, humph. Weak are you? The person's tone suddenly shifted to a playful, almost seductive lilt, soft and inviting like a woman's. Or is it that you just didn't want to leave such a cozy embrace? Only then did Tianhu Xiandao sense something strange behind him. The person holding him seemed to have an unusual softness at their chest. What are you implying? He asked, incredulous. You old rascal, you really are lucky. The voice grew even more alluring. Being held by a woman like Mado, you know how many lifetimes it would take to earn such a blessing? Don't try to scare me. How could you be a woman? Tianhu Xiandao tried to struggle, but found his body utterly unresponsive. My dear old man, why would I lie to you? She laughed softly, guiding his hand to her chest. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. His hand met undeniable softness and warmth, making Tianhu Xiando's heart race until he could barely breathe. After all these years, he had never been this close to a woman. Let me go, this is highly improper. Release me at once. He stammered, switching to a more formal address in hopes that the age gap would intimidate her. Don't worry, I'll let you go soon enough, the woman replied, her words laced with flirtation, but only after I get what I want. As she spoke, she continued to guide his hand across her body, occasionally whispering softly in his ear. For Tianhu Xiandao, this forced intimacy was more unbearable than death. You don't seem very happy, she teased, brushing her lips against his ear, her tone coy and playful. Am I not beautiful? Is my skin not smooth? Why do you look so miserable? Because you're nothing but a wretched, shameless woman. How could anyone find even a trace of beauty in you? Suddenly, from more than 10 feet away, a soft hum echoed through the air. The voice was gentle, yet carried a haunting, ethereal quality that was impossible to forget. It sounded like music from the heavens, clear and pure, as if drifting down from the sky. Tianhu Xiandao froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning, instantly realizing that this was the very same voice he had heard earlier in the dark cave, the one Gongzi had called senior. Madam, please save me. I can't bear this madwoman's torment any longer. The words were forced out of Tianhu Xiando's throat, almost swallowed back as soon as they escaped. In his moment of panic, he suddenly remembered his current status. Once a renowned grandmaster, now reduced to pleading for help from a woman. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay silent. Humph, you can't even protect yourself, yet you meddle in other people's business, the other woman scoffed, her voice filled with disdain. I've long grown tired of your self-righteous act. If not for the Lord's orders, her words dripped with provocation and resentment, making it clear she harbored deep hostility toward Tianhu Xiandao. Still, there was a hint of wariness in her tone. As she spoke, she slowed her movements, her eyes glinting with caution toward the newcomer. I had no intention of getting involved. The ethereal voice rang out again, low but unwavering. But if you drain all the inner energy from his core, you'll leave him crippled. You know as well as I do that a cultivator's power lies in their core. Without it, they can never gather their true strength again. The suffering from that is worse than death. Her tone was calm, yet so chilling that the threat beneath her words was unmistakable. Tianhu Xiandao felt his mind go blank at her words, a wave of dizziness crashing over him. What? He gasped, the world spinning around him. Suddenly, everything became clear. How did I not notice what she was doing? What has she done to me? Panic surged as he realized he couldn't move, his body locked in place as if by some invisible force. The pain grew sharper, almost unbearable. Instinctively, he knew the woman was behind this, but what method had she used? His chest heaved with agony, and finally, pushed past his limits, he shouted in fury, "You wretch, what are you trying to do to me? Honestly, I don't really want to do anything to you, I just need to borrow your inner core for a while." The woman smiled lightly as she spoke, her words laced with both teasing and disdain, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I've always heard that Tianhu Xiandao is broad-minded, a rare hero among men. And since I'm willing to go to such lengths, sacrificing my appearance for this, I suppose you want mine, will you?" Tianhu Xiandao nearly lost his temper at her words. Anger surged in his chest as he thought coldly. She probably has no intention of returning it, just wants to keep it for herself. Just then, the woman's breath, sweet and provocative, brushed past his ear, so close that it made his nose itch and nearly brought on a sneeze. He fought to hold his breath, refusing to inhale the overwhelming fragrance, barely managing to keep his anger in check. In the distance, the immortal lady snorted coldly, her eyes full of contempt. There may be plenty of shameless women in this world willing to throw themselves at men, but if not for those despicable men encouraging them, how could they get anywhere? Her voice dripped with scorn, and she continued sharply, "Come, Ingzi, let's go. Didn't you say you never wanted to see that unfaithful, fickle man again? From now on, you'll stay with me. The three of us will live quietly in the peach grove and leave the affairs of the world behind." Her tone was stern, carrying a chill and a sense of resignation, as if her decision was final. She turned to leave, but called softly over her shoulder, "Ingzi." But there was only silence, the wind in the darkness blowing weakly, carrying a hint of sorrow as it gently stirred the air. It was as if even the wind feared to anger that mysterious woman. The woman ignored the immortal lattice call. Instead, she let out a low, amused laugh, as if she had found something entertaining. Her words dripped with schadenfreude. "Oh, how pitiful, such a lovesick fool. So lost in her feelings, she's blinded herself, saying one thing and feeling another, completely beside herself. She claims she'll never see him again, but the moment she sees the one she loves in pain, she can't help but ache for him, ready to risk everything to save him." Her words cut like a blade, striking straight at the immortal lattice heart, laced with mockery. The immortal lattice face tightened, and her voice turned ice cold. "Have you seen where Ingzi went?" The woman raised her eyebrows, her smile full of hidden meaning. "Are you talking to me, old hag?" Her tone shifted, eyes glinting with amusement. "Maybe if you sound a little more pitiful, look a bit more heartbroken, I might just give you what you want. Who knows?" The immortal lady trembled with rage, her eyes sharp as blades as she stared into the empty darkness, as if she could see the taunting woman there. She said nothing, but the fury within her only grew. The woman, unsatisfied, let out a cold laugh, her words sharp as needles. "Why so quiet, madam? Oh, I see you must be worried about your precious disciple, aren't you?" Her tone was full of provocation, as if she were toying with her prey. The immortal lady shook with anger, but still refused to respond. Determination flickered in her eyes, mixed with bitter frustration, but she held her silence. The woman's indifferent attitude left the other woman feeling a bit bored. She let out a soft sigh, her voice melodious and enchanting, as if it could steal one's soul. "You truly are a responsible master. With your help, both your disciples have found good matches. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves right now." Before she finished speaking, the woman in palace attire suddenly stiffened and darted forward. "Stop." The other woman was clearly caught off guard by how quickly her opponent reacted in the darkness. She instinctively took half a step back, her voice tense. "It doesn't matter if you know. Yuringzi has already followed Lu Qinfeng into the deepest part of the secret passage." As for Lianer, before she could finish, the palace-dressed woman trembled and shot toward the depths of the dark cave. Her anxious shout echoed from afar. "There are countless traps and Sithir in danger." Realizing things were going badly, Tian Hu Xiandao quickly called out, "Madam, don't leave me behind. I have a deep connection with young Lu, and he's close to your disciple Ingzi. That means we're all fated to meet, how could you?" Darkness once again enveloped the surroundings. With a helpless sigh, Tian Hu Xiandao lowered his head, giving up on calling out. Behind him, the woman set him down with a light, silvery laugh. "Good, you know it's pointless to resist. I keep my promises here, I'll let you go." She paused and added, "But let me warn you. If the person who comes isn't your disciple, don't do anything reckless to draw attention. Oddly enough, maybe because I absorbed your inner core, I actually don't want to see you die." "Damn it." Tian Hu Xiandao cursed angrily. "Meeting a venomous woman like you must be karma from a past life. You might as well just kill me. That's the point of this torture?" The woman laughed mockingly. "How could a woman like me dare claim to be a hero? Don't worry, I won't let you get lonely. They'll find some old friends to keep you company." With that, she walked away. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, 3 heavy objects landed nearby. "Who's there?" Tian Hu Xiando's voice tightened. A playful laugh rang out. "What? You don't even recognize your old friends anymore? Well, it's been 10 years. I suppose it's only natural to feel a bit distant." Skeptical, Tian Hu Xiandao slowly reached out to touch the head of the nearest person lying on the ground. A flat face, deeply etched with wrinkles like ravines, a slightly upturned nose, and a beard curled like tobacco leaves. All of it felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of an old friend you've known for years. Do you recognize him? The woman behind him still hadn't left. Can you see anything in the darkness? Just moments ago, Tianhu Xiandao thought the woman's words about seeing Ingzi chasing after Lu Qinfeng were meant to provoke the lady in palace attire. But the strong fragrance from the woman behind him had masked his mouth and nose, so he hadn't managed to warn her in time. Now, as he heard the woman seemingly able to see his every move in the darkness, doubt and suspicion surged within him. She let out a soft laugh, still refusing to answer directly, and instead asked, "Don't you think he looks just like that old friend you had in the divine realm decades ago? Are you sure you haven't recognized him?" Tianhu Xiandao was startled. A sudden flash of insight lit up his mind, as if he finally understood Lu Qinfeng's strange behavior and cryptic words in the half-open stone chamber, and all those feelings of despair and helpless sorrow came flooding back. He felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he could finally grasp the fragility and resignation that Lu Qinfeng had felt at the time. Are they all dead? The woman behind him kept probing, her laughter rippling as she toyed with his resolve, her voice still soft and alluring. Yes, they're dead, all of them, and in the most absolute sense. That's the fate of those who betray the Holy Lord. It was as if the air was thick with a burnt, acrid smell. Suddenly, Tianhu Xiandao was struck by a realization. He spun around, glaring furiously. How did they die? Was it that beast who burned them to death? The woman knew he couldn't see her expression in the darkness, so she deliberately paused. Her gaze was cold and venomous, as if it could pierce through any pretense. At last, she resumed her teasing, careless tone. You guessed wrong. It wasn't fire. Tianhu Xiandao froze, his anger nearly boiling over, and he almost lunged at her. But exhaustion held him back, tamping down his rage. Then, how did they die? It was something fiercer than fire. The woman suddenly lowered her head, leaning close to his ear, her voice heavy and deliberate, each word falling like a weight. You'll never guess. A cold, biting wind swept through the darkness, stirring the still fog and making it impossible for its frozen form to frighten the cowardly souls who had already lost their courage. In the midst of a battlefield strewn with corpses, Tianhu Xiandao stood alone, his gaze passing over the bodies of friends who once fought at his side. An overwhelming sense of loss and desolation filled his heart. The wind, sensing this vulnerability, crept up his legs and pressed coldly against his chest, as if it knew every one of his weaknesses like an old companion. Shangshu. Suddenly, a woman's respectful yet trembling voice called out from behind him. Tianhu Xiandao knew that only one person could inspire such fear and caution in this woman, who was usually bold and unrestrained, a certain troublesome being from the divine realm. He tried several times to turn his head, eager to catch a glimpse of this so-called Shengzhu who had slain several of his divine friends, but his neck seemed to betray him, making even the slightest movement painfully difficult. A low, cold snort from a man sounded at his side. In the next instant, a whirlwind spun past, howling as it twisted away. The fierce wind scraped across Tianhu Xiandao's face, sending a sharp pain through his scalp, but in the blink of an eye, it had vanished into the distance. Gone? Could it be that he's afraid of me? Tianhu Xiandao wondered, but after a brief moment of frustration, he comforted himself. Though his inner core had been taken and his energy scattered, he was still a renowned master of divination, respected by both mortals and spirits. It was only natural that even the Shengzhu of the divine realm would feel a hint of fear in his presence. Though his core was gone, his skills in divination remained. Tianhu Xiandao pushed his mind-reading technique to its limit, but all he sensed was a vast, empty void, no trace of a living soul, as if the world itself was nothing but illusion and all living things were merely fleeting shadows. Have they truly left, sacrificing themselves? Or, a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Did my reputation really scare them off? Relieved, he tried to gather what little energy he had left, hoping some vital essence remained hidden in the depths of his meridians. After 2 attempts, he found nothing but a thin stream of protective energy, the last remnants of his power. His core was indeed completely drained, and he knew he would never again stand among the ranks of true cultivators, doomed now to a life of mediocrity. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Tianhu Xiandao thought bitterly. It was a cruel fate for one so skilled in divination, for Tianhu Xiandao himself, to have never found a worthy disciple to pass on his legacy. Now, at the end of his life, he was left utterly defeated, his core stolen by some mysterious figure whose identity he would never know. Hao Sheng had promised to bring Lu Qinfeng, that troublesome boy, to see his beloved one last time. Afterwards, he planned to find a hidden place to teach him discipline, pass on his martial arts, and guide him toward greatness. But now, the celestial fox immortal furrowed his brows, his mind churning with worry. That brat had vanished without a trace, and just before disappearing, He had inexplicably shouted Rebirth's name still echoed in his ears, but the boy was gone. What was even harder to believe was that his old friends from the divine realm, each unmatched in their cultivation, had been burned alive by some bizarre weapon of fire. Their bodies were still warm, yet already unrecognizable. His gaze shifted slightly as he pondered the mysterious figure lurking behind him, sometimes male, sometimes female. This person was truly enigmatic. Their movements were ghostly, coming and going without a sound. Even that alluring technique was enough to trouble him, and someone of his level had almost fallen for it. The woman with the ethereal voice seemed especially concerned about that girl, Gongzi. After hearing a single ambiguous sentence from him, she had rushed headlong into the bottomless cave, heedless of anything else. The celestial fox immortal's eyes narrowed as the strangest figure of all came to mind, the lord of the divine realm. Though the man had remained silent, the immortal could feel his overwhelming presence, like waves crashing against the shore. It was a force that seemed to transcend the laws of nature, yet at the same time, it felt perfectly attuned to them. Or perhaps, what are you thinking about? The celestial fox immortal snapped back to reality, realizing he had been lost in thought for some time. Just then, a gentle sigh sounded behind him, so pleasant to the ear that it seemed to soothe his very soul. The unexpected voice was especially clear in the silence, but instead of startling him, it brought a strange sense of comfort. For some reason, the celestial fox immortal suddenly felt a strong urge to bare his heart completely. Only one thought remained. If he didn't speak what was on his mind, he would never find peace, not even in death. I was wondering if you are, in fact, the lord of the divine realm, Xian Gongzi, he blurted out without thinking. And what kind of weapon could possibly burn my old friends to death? Why are you dwelling on these things? The sigh behind him grew deeper. Don't you want to know where your precious disciple is? What happened to Gongzi, and that woman whose voice could make you fall for her? The celestial fox immortal's eyes gradually lost their brightness. Almost mechanically, he echoed the question, where did they go? Good, very good. The sigh behind him faded into emptiness. Picture yourself now, adrift on a vast ocean. The waves are raging, towering around you, and you're alone on a small boat, gliding through the storm. All you can see are wild waves, spiraling winds, the endless blue sky, and sweeping white clouds. Then you shout at the top of your lungs, calling for help. No. The celestial fox immortal's eyes, which had been closing, suddenly snapped open, a flash of anger crossing his face. I would never cry for help, not even if I were dying. The person behind him was clearly surprised by his stubbornness, and even more so that, just as his consciousness was about to be captured, he could still resist so fiercely. It showed just how unyielding his will was, far beyond the ordinary. The mysterious figure let out a soft laugh. Indeed, how could someone like you ever call for help? Never. Absolutely never. The celestial fox immortal growled through clenched teeth. Then, alone on that endless sea, you look up at the sky. Your mind empties, entering a state of pure clarity. And then the voice flowed like water. A cloud drifts by, another splits apart. What do you see? What do I see? By now, the celestial fox immortal's eyes were closed, his mind turning solely in response to the other's words. Yes, what do you see? The voice was gentle but unwavering. The person behind him clearly sensed the other's weakening resolve, and a hint of smugness flickered across his face. He was gradually gaining control over Tianhu Xiando's consciousness, which made his tone all the more urgent. Suddenly, Tianhu Xiando's neck twisted sharply, his gaze locking onto a spot in the air as if he had caught sight of something crucial. Seeing this, the man behind him immediately leaned in, gripping Tianhu Xiando's shoulders tightly and asking anxiously, what do you see? He shook Tianhu Xiandao repeatedly, but the latter was limp and unresisting, like a puppet. With each shake, he spoke in a broken, halting voice. What I see is a drifting cloud. What? The unexpected answer left the man behind him momentarily speechless. This was not what he anticipated. Anyone under the soul-capturing spell should have seen his face. He thought to himself, is my technique still lacking? Look again. He nearly shouted. You must see clearly. Tianhu Xiandao shook his head hard, but his voice remained calm. I see it clearly. It's still a drifting cloud, but this one is a bit larger than before. The answer nearly drove the man behind him to curse in frustration. Just then, the treasure he carried in his arms gave a faint tremble. He brushed his sleeve irritably and muttered, consider yourself lucky today. Then, he lowered his head and whispered to the treasure, Zhuting, all your injuries were caused by that brat Lu Qinfeng. Don't worry, once I've healed you, I'll make sure he pays twice over. Suddenly, he looked up and shouted into the darkness, right general, keep an eye on this old man. Take him to Dongwei Jintu and meet up with the left general. Make sure you keep Lu Qinfeng and that old witch under control. Once I've healed her, they'll come and join you right away. Sui Luoying at your command. A strange voice echoed from the darkness, shifting between a cold male tone and a seductive female onite was the mysterious visitor who had nearly drugged Tianhu Xiandao with perfumed powder earlier. What an adorable old fox you are. Come on, let me show you the world. Her words were laced with endless flattery and ambiguity, her gentle tone almost intoxicating. Even the wind seemed captivated by her charm, trembling softly as if it dared not breathe. The celestial fox immortal was utterly mesmerized by her allure, his heart pounding and a light, soaring sensation washing over him. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally emerged from his daze. For a moment, he couldn't move, staring at his surroundings as if stunned by what he saw. The sight before him was almost unbelievable. Light flickered everywhere, golden dust swirling through the air, and the silver-white walls of the palace glimmered with a purpler sheen. Every glazed golden tile sparkled brilliantly, radiating a dazzling light so intense it could be felt even by the blind. At the end of the glazed roof tiles was a staircase made of jade, stretching up into the clouds all the way to the tip of the tower. From where he stood, the celestial fox immortal could barely make out a tiny black dot at the top, no bigger than a fingertip, unable to discern what the summit looked like. Though he had lived for decades and witnessed countless wonders, he had never seen anything like this: silver stone walls, golden glazed tiles, jade stairs. He couldn't help but marvel. Either the person who built this was mad, or they were so wealthy they couldn't spend their riches fast enough. How else could such extravagance exist? Just then, a voice rang out beside him, its tone neither male nor female, tinged with mockery and a barely detectable hint of delight. So, this goddess actually used gold, stone, and jade to build these palaces and stairs. No wonder she really is crazy. The celestial fox immortal couldn't help but curse under his breath. At that moment, the woman before him revealed her true self. Her flamboyant attire blazed like fire, her face was icy cold, and her voice carried a chill that couldn't be concealed. She stood before the only path leading to the top of the tower, clearly prepared for a final showdown. With a soft laugh and a piercing gaze, she said, "Do they really think hiding at the top of the tower will save them? Humph, how naive. They're just trapped like fish in a barrel." The celestial fox immortal felt a jolt in his heart. "Lu and the others are still up there?" he asked urgently, a surge of joy rising within him. "So they're still safe for now?" The woman rose slightly on her toes, looking toward the end of the staircase. She let out a cold laugh and replied, "They're fine for now, but it won't last much longer." "What do you mean?" The celestial fox immortal struggled to stand, but his whole body felt numb and powerless, as if every bone had been drained of strength. Even lifting a hand or moving a foot was impossibly difficult. The woman didn't spare him another glance. She shrugged her shoulders, and a web of purplured energy began to form in her palm. This net seemed to draw in the very air around her, compressing it into a formidable force. With a gentle flick, she cast the energy net out like a thin plastic film, spreading it over the glazed eaves and sealing the entrance to the staircase. A spirit incantation. The celestial fox immortal suddenly thought, a flash of recognition in his mind. He remembered seeing this technique 10 years ago during a sparring match with his friend Xian. Back then, he was powerless against it, and Xian had told him it was a spirit spell, a divine technique. Now he understood, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the purplured net rapidly spread across the staircase, sealing off the only way out. Memories drifted in like mist, flooding his mind in relentless waves. The laughter and joy of nights spent admiring flowers under the moon with old friends, sharing wine and stories, had faded into the cold reality of their bodies lying lifeless in dark caves. Friends who once climbed to great heights to discuss philosophy and literature were now forever separated by life and death. These memories were etched deeply in his mind, yet they could never be relived. Just then, a flash of surprise and delight appeared in the eyes of the seductive woman. Suddenly, she threw her arms around him, her voice trembling with excitement. "You actually recognized my special technique. I like you even more now." "Special technique?" Overwhelmed by the heavy scent of her powder, Tianhu Xiandao struggled to free himself, scoffing. "I saw this kind of move 10 years ago. What's so special about it?" 10 years ago? The woman instantly stopped, her expression darkening. Who? Who are you talking about?" Tianhu Xiandao pointed at her hands, still gripping him tightly, his brow furrowed. "Let go first, or how am I supposed to answer?" "Humph," the woman snorted. "Do you know how many people would kill for my attention? And here you are acting all high and mighty." Though clearly annoyed, she released him, her voice turning cold. "Now will you tell me?" He glanced at her, noting the cold, ruthless glint in her eyes, and sighed. "Fine, I don't mind telling you. That person was Zuoyan, the one you people killed." "Zuoyan?" The woman froze, then suddenly burst out laughing, her entire body pressing close to him as she shook with mirth. "Oh, you're too funny. Zuoyan is dead, and you still want to compare him to me?" Tianhu Xiandao was about to retort when both of them suddenly froze. "Did you hear that?" The woman immediately straightened up. "There's fighting on the tower." Tianhu Xiandao listened intently for a moment, then leapt up. "Lu might be in danger. Take me up there now." Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept past his head, stinging his skin and forcing him to duck. But the fierce sounds of battle above quickly caught his attention. Looking up, he saw two figures locked in combat on the narrow eaves of the tower. The setting sun cast a purple glow over the scene, making the fighters appear almost otherworldly. One wore elegant palace robes, moving with grace. The other was strikingly flamboyant, dazzling to behold. Unable to resist, Tianhu Xiandao glanced at the alluring woman beside him and cleared his throat. You two, are you siblings by any chance? What? The woman, absorbed in the fight, turned to him in surprise. Come on, admit it has to be your brother. Tianhu Xiandao exclaimed, as if had uncovered a great secret. She only shot him a glare before turning her attention back to the battle above, completely ignoring him from then on. As the sun slanted toward the west, a lone wild duck glided across the fading clouds, trailing the setting sun. In a blink, it shrank to the size of a fingertip, then vanished beyond the horizon, leaving behind only a faint white streak that seemed etched into the hearts of all who watched. Atop the rain tower, two figures stood poised on the narrow eaves. Their fierce battle had just ended, and now they faced each other in tense silence, separated by several levels of the tower. From below, Tianhu Xiandao and the woman in bright clothing could barely make out the shapes of their garments. Their faces were already lost in shadow. How about a wager? Tianhu Xiandao shot a sly glance at the woman beside him, letting out a mischievous chuckle. Let's bet on who wins up there. Do you dare? The woman's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if she were connected to the two figures atop the tower by an invisible thread. She ignored Tianhu Xiandao's provocation. Afraid? He pressed, feeling a surge of confidence as he sneered. I thought you were supposed to be the fearsome demon star that terrifies gods and ghosts alike. Turns out you're all talk. Oomph. Suddenly, the woman turned, her eyes flashing coldly. Tianhu Xiandao shivered involuntarily. He hadn't expected that the woman who had seemed so carefree a moment ago could instantly transform into such an icy beauty. The abrupt change left him at a loss for words. After a long pause, Tianhu Xiandao sighed. Why bother? Keeping such a stern face all day will only make you look older. Honestly, I was planning to bet on your side, the divine realm. Didn't you know? What? The woman was clearly caught off guard. You were going to bet on us? Why? Tianhu Xiandao had anticipated the question and replied with an air of mystery. Because I know that's what you want. What do you mean? Some of the chill faded from her voice. Why would you bet that way just because you think I want it? Are you hoping to lose? Oh, Tianhu Xiandao suddenly looked up and countered. Or is it that you have no faith in your own companion, and you actually want him to lose? Only then did the woman realize she had fallen into his trap again. She snorted coldly and turned away. Tianhu Xiandao was secretly delighted. Who said he was just a useless old fox? His reputation for cunning wasn't undeserved. She was still a long way from matching wits with him. What are you so pleased about? A gentle sigh sounded behind him, making Tianhu Xiandao spin around in alarm. He saw the woman already kneeling respectfully. Blessings upon you, Holy Lord, she said. Bathed in the evening glow, the Holy Lord stood with golden hair flowing and strikingly handsome features, a confident smile on his lips. His presence commanded respect, impossible to resist. At this moment, the celestial fox immortal pushed his mind-reading technique to its limits, only to find that the other person's consciousness was vast and boundless, like an endless sea. His own awareness felt like a lone boat drifting amid surging waves and rolling clouds in this immense mental ocean. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept through him. The celestial fox immortal jolted awake, cold sweat pouring down his face. It was then he realized he had nearly fallen into a trap set by the Holy Lord while he was using his mind-reading art. The Holy Lord had quietly launched a soul-capturing spell, intending to seize his very soul. These two techniques shared the same origin, both seeking control by invading the opponent's mind. But now, with his inner core taken by the flamboyantly dressed woman, the celestial fox immortal was weak and depleted, his mental strength a shadow of its former self. Recklessly probing the god realm's Holy Lord, Xian Gongzi, whose cultivation was unmatched, he had almost been overwhelmed by the sheer force of Xian Gongzi's will. It was you. The celestial fox immortal glared fiercely at Xian Gongzi, fury burning in his eyes. You tried to steal my soul while I was unconscious. Scoundrel. The brightly dressed woman spun around and slapped the celestial fox immortal hard across the face, leaving 4 distinct pale and bruised marks on his wrinkled cheek. The celestial fox immortal was about to explode in anger, but caught sight of Xian Gongzi's meaningful smile behind him. He could only sigh in resignation. Just kill me already. Bullying an old man, what kind of skill is that? We never claimed to be saints. The woman retorted, raising her hand to strike again. Enough. Xian Gongzi stopped her just in time, patting the celestial fox immortal's shoulder lightly. This old man is still useful. Don't push him into desperation. Reluctantly, the woman let go, roughly hauling the celestial fox immortal to his feet. Xian Gongzi glanced casually down at the two figures confronting each other at the tower's middle level, then turned his attention back to the celestial fox immortal, eyes gleaming with interest. Just now, you said you'd bet on my god realm's victory. I'm curious in what grounds? The celestial fox immortal snorted and turned away, refusing to answer. How dare you ignore the Holy Lord? The woman shouted, about to strike again. Yuan Yingzi waved her off with a graceful gesture and smiled. Let it go. If the old gentleman doesn't wish to speak, I won't force him. But tell me this. He paused for a moment. Knowing this place is a deadly trap, why would you come here? You really want to know? The celestial fox immortal suddenly smiled mysteriously, glancing at him sideways. Because my disciple's future wife is here. We came to find a bride for him. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Yuan Yingzi's eyes, but it vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual elegant smile. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known, I would have played the gracious host, then none of this would have happened. The celestial fox immortal surveyed the scene before him, a cold sneer flickering across his heart. Since there was no way to escape, he decided to raise the stakes. Feigning surprise, he plastered a fawning smile on his face. So this is the temple of the Holy Lord? My old eyes must be failing. May didn't recognize it at all. He cleared his throat and continued. But, you see, my disciple is quite the odd one. He insists on marrying a girl from your divine realm. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Ordinarily, there's nothing wrong with mortals and immortals marrying. But the trouble is, he drew out the words. The one he's fallen for is none other than Fairy Zhuiding, who's already betrothed to the Holy Lord and set to wed next year. Noticing Yuan Yingzi's expression darken, the celestial fox immortal pressed on, embellishing the story. The two young ones are deeply in love and have already pledged themselves to each other. True, their secret romance and elopement go against propriety, but they've already. Enough! Yuan Yingzi's furious shout cut him off. At that moment, the flamboyantly dressed figure suspended in midair let out a shrill scream and plummeted like a severed kite. In a split second, the woman in the bright clothes swiftly pulled a fist-sized cloth pouch from behind her back. With a flick of her wrist, the pouch expanded instantly, streaking across the sky like a meteor and catching the falling figure securely. Useless, Yuan Yingzi spat coldly, then instructed the woman in bright clothes. Take him back for treatment. She obeyed at once, dragging the now bundle-wrapped figure away and disappearing down the corridor. Yuan Yingzi gazed up at the darkening sky, his golden hair billowing in the wind. He turned to the woman in palace robes, who stood tall and imposing above the tower, and forced a deliberate smile. It's been a while, cold-blooded consort. It certainly has, came the melodious, yet obviously disdainful voice from above. But every time I see a schemer like you, I feel sick to my core. The celestial fox immortal was secretly delighted. At last, he had met the legendary cold-blooded consort. No wonder her voice was so hauntingly beautiful. Heh. Yuan Yingzi gave a light cough. But I'm afraid I have some unfortunate news for you, consort. Where is Liana? What have you done to her? The woman's voice began to tremble. Nothing much, Yuan Yingzi replied with a smile. But I'm afraid she'll never be able to master your sex pure technique. You destroyed her purity? The cold-blooded consort roared, murderous intent radiating from her in an instant. Monster, if I don't kill you today, I'm unworthy of being human. With those words, she lunged at Yuan Yingzi in a frenzy. Is there really any need for such rage? Yuan Yingzi's voice remained calm. Yuan Yingzi calmly took a few steps back, a sly smile on his face. Actually, it wasn't me who broke hers, it was she who broke mine. No. Wait. I suppose we broke each other's. He hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly shouted, Oh no, this is bad. Brother Eagle, hurry and save your master. No sooner had he spoken than a violent gale swept through, surging with such force that it stopped the woman in palace robes midair just as she was about to lunge forward. Though the celestial fox immortal was already pressed to the ground, he could still feel the terrifying power of the wind. He had to press his head tightly against the earth just to avoid being swept away. A chilling, piercing screech split the sky. Instinctively, the celestial fox immortal looked up, and the sight before him took his breath away. Dozens of yards away, a colossal beast hovered in the air, radiating a blinding white light. The sun had already set, but in the fading glow of dusk, he could see the creature's monstrous form clearly. A curved, razor-sharp beak gleamed coldly. Its eyes shone with a white light tinged with blood red. Its outstretched wings spanned tens of yards. Most terrifying of all were its massive talons, shaped like the character for 8, each higher than a man, clutching a huge, bone-white boulder with a distinctly oval bottom. This familiar form instantly reminded the celestial fox immortal of the stone eagle statue had seen earlier, especially the oval-shaped hollow between its legs. An unbelievable thought exploded in his mind. The stone statue had come to life. In that moment, he forgot his exhaustion, bolting up the jade steps as if possessed, shouting, It's the stone eagle. The eagle has come to life. My precious, trample them with your iron feet. Unfurl your steel wings and fan the air. Let the storm rage and the stones fly. Sweep every enemy to the heavens and leave not a trace behind. Yuan Yingzi now stood atop the eagle's crown, chanting in a strange, spine-chilling tongue to command the giant beast. At his summons, the stone eagle advanced toward the celestial fox immortal and the others, each step landing heavily on the stone roof before the tower's entrance. The solid rock couldn't withstand such force and began to collapse, opening a path for the eagle. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of the eagle hit like a sledgehammer, shaking the ground violently. The dreadful sound echoed like a death knell, filling everyone on the tower with terror and making their bodies tremble uncontrollably. My friends, Yuan Yingzi said helplessly, waving a hand at Tianhu and the others, a faint, bitter smile on his face. This eagle was sealed by the essence of rock for a full 13,000 years, and only today did I help it break free. If its behavior seems disrespectful, I hope you won't judge it too harshly when you reach the Hall of Yama. A sense of utter despair welled up in Tianhu Xiando's heart. Was he still a lord among the immortals? The figure before him was no living being, but a cold-blooded demon. Worse yet, this demon wielded unfathomable magic. Perhaps no one in the world could subdue him now. The world will never know peace again. Tianhu Xiandao lamented in his heart. The human realm, the spirits, the Buddhists, the underworld, every place would eventually fall, enslaved and exploited by this fiend. How did he become so powerful? It was said that only 2 pieces of the rock essence remained in the world, both impossibly hard. Even golden axes and silver halberds could not break them. The ancients had used it to seal away the evil eagle, which spoke to its strength and rarity. Yet Yuan Yingzi had dismissed all that with a casual helped it break free, as if shattering such a treasure was nothing. It was clear. Yuan Yingzi had personally broken the seal and unleashed the beast upon the world. A beast sealed for 13,000 years, released by a Godrealm youth who had cultivated less than 2 centuries. The thought was absurd, almost laughable. Tianhu Xiandao could barely hold back a bitter laugh. Suddenly, the eagle unfurled its wings and, with a mighty sweep, brought them crashing down toward the stone steps where Tianhu Xiandao stood. He let out a wild, shrill cry and bolted up the tower, scrambling desperately for the top. Why struggle in vain? Yuan Yingzi sighed as he watched Tianhu Xiando's retreating figure. You know there's nothing atop this tower but bare stone pillars. What good will reaching the top do you? Ah, poor soul, even the shrewdest minds lose all sense when fleeing for their lives. Perhaps Yuan Yingzi had just pointed out the fatal flaw in everyone's instinct to escape, but this time, he had misjudged Tianhu Xiando's intentions. Tianhu Xiandao was racing for the tower's summit, heedless of his advanced age and frail body, pushing past his exhaustion and weakness. Only one thought drove him. He had to find Lu Qinfeng. While there was still breath in his body, he had to pass on his prized art of deduction, hoping Lu Qinfeng would carry it forward. Yet, for all his cunning, he overlooked one crucial fact. Would Yuan Yingzi, so ruthless and merciless, really spare a single soul in this place? The wind howled louder, more fiercely, and now and then the eagle's shrill, triumphant cries pierced the air, sending chills running down Tianhu Xiando's back. Sweat streamed down his spine, soaking his waist, legs, and finally his shoes, turning them into sodden, slippery cloth that made running all the more difficult. Still, he forced himself onward, feet flying, not daring to slow for a moment, terrified that the eagle's wings would sweep him away if he faltered. As the saying goes, few live to see 70 years. No matter how strong-willed Tianhu Xiandao was, in the vast universe, he was still just a tiny being. At this moment, the exhaustion of old age pierced every inch of his skin like countless silver needles. His consciousness began to blur. First, his arms went numb, then his upper body felt as heavy as lead, and finally, his legs could no longer support him. He collapsed heavily onto the stone steps, like a puppet with its strings cut. His body sprawled across 4 steps, arms flung wide, legs splayed behind him, lying face down in an ungainly heap. The sound of wind behind him grew louder. The pursuing eagle vulture was closing in. But now, Tianhu Xiandao didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He no longer thought about escape. Only one thought remained. Let it come. If I can die comfortably like this, it's worth it. All that fortune-telling, all that reputation, it's all nonsense. I don't care anymore. Having come to this realization, he lay there motionless, like a monk who had achieved enlightenment, quietly awaiting death. A sharp gust of wind swept over his back. The eagle vulture was nearly upon him. He took a deep breath, looked up at the towering emerald stairs, and said calmly, "Farewell, Jinyu Tower. I never thought my end would come at the hands of something lifeless like you." Just then, at this critical moment, a melodious female voice suddenly sounded behind him, as beautiful as music from the heavens. Instinctively, Tianhu Xiandao tried to turn his head, but a cold shout rang in his ear, "Don't move." His body tensed. Before he could react, someone grabbed his right arm and dragged him up toward the top of the tower. His thin arm bore the weight of his entire body, jerking painfully as the woman in palace attire sped through the air. It felt as if it would be torn from his shoulder. When they finally reached the top of the tower, she flung him toward the base of a pillar like tossing out the trash. He crashed heavily against it, a searing pain tearing through his back. It was a long while before Tianhu Xiandao dared to rub his aching spine, glaring fiercely at the woman in palace dress. He grumbled through clenched teeth, "You old witch." But before he could finish, he met her icy gaze and quickly changed his tune, muttering under his breath, "You nearly killed me." She sighed. "Old man, you think you're worse off than dead, but you don't know though I'm still alive. It's as good as being dead." That familiar tone, who else could it be but Lu Qinfeng, the sharp-tongued rascal? The celestial fox immortal's eyes lit up with delight. Though he knew the other was only joking, he still couldn't help but retort when this brat shamelessly referred to himself as the boss. "You little rascal, so you finally died? Huh, that's truly a blessing for the world." As he spoke, he followed the voice and looked up. But the moment he glanced up, the celestial fox immortal was so startled his soul nearly flew out of his body. "Heavens above!" he cried out in alarm. "Lu, what kind of stunt are you pulling now?" What stood before him was the Golden Rain Tower, which was actually made up of golden pillars and a domed roof of rainstone. 8 ancient, slightly yellowed golden columns gleamed brilliantly, supporting a smooth, lustrous rainstone dome. Together, they formed the classic 8-sided tower structure seen in ancient times. Each pillar stood at an even distance from the others, sharing the weight of the roof above, and together they hinted at the ancient symbolism of 8 dragons holding up the heavens. Such a typical octagonal tower ordinarily wouldn't have shocked the celestial fox immortal. What truly made his hair stand on end was the sight of a living person stuck to the very top of the tower, clinging to the underside of the stone dome. The scene was strange and unnerving, enough to leave anyone at a loss for words. After a careful look, he realized the brat wasn't nailed to the tower, just somehow stuck to it, and his heart finally settled at least a little. Unable to resist teasing him, he called up, "Well, kid, how did you end up like this? Honestly, you look just like a turtle carrying a 1,000-year-old shell on its back." "Shut up, old man." Even though Lu Qinfeng was pressed tightly against the underside of the dome by a glowing, egg-shaped artifact, unable to move, he refused to back down verbally. "Don't get too cocky, old man. Who was it just now who got tossed to the ground like a pile of trash? You thought you were about to pick a fresh flower, but in the end, you were treated like a heap of old, stinky, dried-out muck. Is that any way to talk?" The celestial fox immortal nearly jumped in anger, but after a moment's thought, he swallowed his irritation. If he lost his temper first, he'd just be letting the brat get the upper hand, only fueling his arrogance further. He shot Lu Qinfeng a sidelong glance. From below, he could see the boy's arms and legs bent awkwardly behind him, plastered against the inner wall of the dome, his belly jutting forward so much he looked like a pregnant woman, a truly ridiculous sight. The celestial fox immortal couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, always spouting nonsense. When have you ever seen dried up, runny muck? Honestly, with that belly of yours, I have to wonder just how many months along is that baby in there." He burst out laughing at his own joke. From above, Lu Qinfeng shot him a sidelong glare. He waited for the laughter to die down, then cleared his throat and replied in all seriousness, "Shows what you know, old man. When I said runny, I meant that after you got tossed down, you splattered everywhere, skin and flesh all mashed up, like a puddle of mush. As for dried up, well, that's just your shriveled old bones, nothing left inside but hot air, all the marrow and essence long gone. You're like a deflated ball, all puffed up, but with nothing inside. And as for my stomach, have you ever seen a pregnant belly this big? What I have here is a universe in my belly, holding the world itself. There's nothing else like it." "Utter nonsense," the celestial fox immortal huffed, knowing full well the boy's words were nothing but crude jokes and twisted logic, yet still unable to resist asking, "Then tell me, brat, what exactly are you carrying in that pregnant belly of yours?" "My pregnant belly like Laozi's?" Lu Qinfeng's expression instantly became exaggerated. He stared wide-eyed at the heavenly fox immortal, a mocking smile playing on his lips. After a brief pause, he shook his head and sighed. "An illiterate is always an illiterate. You may dress yourself in the robes of a scholar, but you can't hide your true nature. I suppose you've never even heard the saying, a prime minister's heart is broad enough to sail a boat." Every time he called him old man, it sounded deliberately provocative. The heavenly fox immortal finally lost his patience. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he glared at Lu Qinfeng. "Stop calling me old man all the time. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Have you no respect for your elders? Is this how you were raised?" "Oh," that Lu Qinfeng deliberately drew out his words, flashing a mischievous grin at the old man. "I get it now. Get it? You know nothing." The heavenly fox immortal exploded, his voice rising sharply. "You brat, you've never been disciplined. Lousy isn't something you can just say on a whim. No manners at all. No wonder you'll never amount to anything but a street punk." The sudden outburst startled Lu Qinfeng, who instinctively glanced at Ingzi and her companion for help. The two women had been watching the verbal sparring with great amusement, finding the unpredictable banter surprisingly entertaining. But now, caught off guard by the heavenly fox immortal's rage, both were momentarily at a loss. Just as the atmosphere reached its most awkward point, the woman in palace attire known as the cold-blooded consort spoke up to break the tension. "The enemy is almost here. Let's set these quarrels aside for now. Our priority is to find a way to save everyone and get out of here as quickly as possible." Before she finished speaking, a chilling laugh echoed from beyond the rain tower, dozens of yards away. Yuan Yingzi's sinister voice rang out. "No need to look for a way out. I've already prepared a path for you, the Yellow Springs Road to the underworld." An ear-splitting eagle's cry suddenly tore through the sky. The giant eagle, as if taking pride in its dreadful screech, beat its massive wings, determined to carry the terrified group atop the tower to some unknown fatabe at hell or heaven, completely ignoring the fear and despair written across their faces. The hurricane was nearly as powerful as the most ferocious storm ever recorded in nature. Tianhu Xiando's strength was failing. He was the first to feel overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed a thick stone pillar, but the raging wind wrenched his fingers free, tearing him away as if separating a pair of devoted lovers forced to part with longing glances in their final moments. His fingers scraped down the side of the pillar, leaving 5 deep grooves before the storm swept him up, lifting his entire body violently into the sky. Ingzi and the woman in palace robes were both channeling their energy, struggling to withstand the hurricane's force. Although Ingzi was less than 2 zhang from Tianhu Xiandao, her limited skills left her barely able to keep her balance. The woman in palace attire, harboring some resentment toward the other two, had initially kept her distance and only just now stepped in to help. She did her best to steady herself, wary of being swept away by the storm, but also hesitated to act rashly, fearing that if she got too close, she might be caught in the wind herself, and once that happened, regaining her footing would be nearly impossible. As she hesitated, Tianhu Xiandao was already being tossed through the air like a leaf in a storm, flying upward without control and nearly brushing past Lu Qinfeng at the top of the tower. Strangely, no matter how fiercely the wind raged, Lu Qinfeng felt as if the round object pressed against his back was firmly set into the peak of the rain tower, holding him in place. As Tianhu Xiandao sped past in front of him, Lu Qinfeng reacted instantly, reached out and grabbed Tianhu Xiando's ankles, holding on tightly and not daring to relax his grip for a second. Tianhu Xiandao had thought there was no escape from the wind's grasp and was prepared to face the end, eyes closed in bitter resignation. Suddenly, his ankles were seized in an iron grip. He couldn't help but glance back at Lu Qinfeng, a wry smile appearing on his lips. "Good kid. I knew my disciple wouldn't let me suffer without trying to help." Lu Qinfeng was nearly spent, using all his strength to hold onto Tianhu Xiando's ankles, yet still feeling his grip slipping. Hearing Tianhu Xiando's words, he couldn't help but snap irritably. "Shut up, old man. Cross me, and you'll regret it." He didn't even bother to address him respectfully, dispensing with any formalities. Tianhu Xiandao, hot-tempered as ever, turned pale with anger at this. He twisted violently and shouted, "You little brat, let go. I'd rather die than accept your help." As he spoke, he struggled fiercely, almost breaking free from Lu Qinfeng's grasp. Both men were stubborn and proud, never willing to ask for help. If Lu Qinfeng had simply held on to him in silence, Tianhu Xiandao might have taken it as a sign of filial respect from his disciple. Instead, Lu Qinfeng's open frustration only fueled his own anger, and neither was willing to back down. Lu Qinfeng almost lost his grip on the pair of withered, elderly ankles in his hands. Frustration surged within him, and he nearly shouted in anger, "You old thief! Are you tired of living? I've never shown you any respect. If you want to teach me a lesson, you'd better make sure you survive first." His words struck Tianhu Xiandao like a spell, instantly freezing him in place. With a cold glance at the still suspended Tianhu Xiandao in front of him, Lu Qinfeng knew full well that his words had snapped the old man back to his senses. He could practically see the schemes brewing behind those ancient eyes, plotting revenge for survival. Amused by this, Lu Qinfeng was caught off guard as a sudden blur flashed past him. It was Ingzi. Her figure was as light as a feather, slender and supple, like a cloud in the sky, pure and untouched. Lu Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. Without time to think, his right hand instinctively let go of Tianhu Xiandao's ankle and shot out like an arrow to catch the slender foot sweeping past him. Yingzi's ankle was smooth as water, delicate and weightless in his grasp. In that moment, Lu Qinfeng felt a silent tremor in his heart, impossible to describe. He thought to himself, "This little girl, she's really grown up." Holding one ankle in each hand, he was suddenly aware of just how much weaker he was compared to them. The situation was dire, but what truly alarmed him was his left arm, where his Chai's acupoint, usually sealed with the blazing yang energy, could no longer summon its protective force. Instead, it felt completely empty. Sensing something was wrong, Yingzi's voice trembled on the verge of tears. "Brother Feng, let go, or we'll both die. You're a good person, you should live." Yingzi, the moment she softly spoke his name, a wave of unease swept over Lu Qinfeng. But as she added, "Go," a sudden gust of wind slashed at his arm like a blade, sending a sharp pain shooting through him and forcing him to release her ankle. Boom! A wild tempest erupted, the wind so fierce it forced his eyes shut. When he finally opened them again, All he could see was Yingzi's flowing hair and her beautiful eyes swept away by the storm. Yingzi, he called out in a low, anguished voice. Thunder roared across the sky, and a bolt of lightning split the darkness like a giant blade. At that moment, Lu Qinfeng finally realized with chilling clarity that the blazing yang energy in his left arm had vanished at the crucial moment. He tried desperately to summon his inner power, but the faint energy inside him seemed utterly drained, flowing through his meridians without resistance. Especially at his Chai's acupoint, there was no trace of the strength had relied on before. Everything felt unreal, like a dream he couldn't understand. What's going on? Tian Huxian Dao's voice suddenly echoed from above, tinged with a barely concealed note of shock and confusion. What just happened? Lu Qinfeng glanced at him helplessly, but conflicting emotions churned in his heart. Reason told him miracles were impossible, yet emotionally, he couldn't help but hope for one. His face was etched with deep disappointment and despair, as if his soul had left his body. He stared blankly in the direction where Yingzi had vanished. God! He could barely restrain himself from crying out in anguish. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in mid-Yingzi. The woman he thought he'd never see again was now suspended above the ground, her right arm gripped by a woman dressed in palace robes, her figure swaying gently in the wind. Good lady, you must be a goddess from the heavens, a living bodhisattva on earth. My respect for you is as endless as the flowing river. Overcome with surprise and delight, Lu Qinfeng blurted out a string of heartfelt, if somewhat sycophantic, praise. His eyes were already shining with joy. Yet the woman in palace attire showed no appreciation at all. She frowned at his blatant flattery, snorted coldly, and said, "You little rascal, spouting nonsense. Do you really think pearls of wisdom can come from a dog's mouth?" Lu Qinfeng was about to reply with his usual playful banter and twisted logic when, suddenly, he felt a violent jolt. The perfectly round object behind him finally gave way under the force of the giant eagle's wings, which had stirred up a raging storm. With a thunderous crash, the object shot up from the top of the tower. Because his back was still stuck to it, Lu Qinfeng was yanked along, smashing through the glazed roof, and before he could utter a sound, he shot into the sky like a meteor. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Outside the tower, Yuan Yingzi, who was astride the eagle's back, hadn't even had time to call out before a blazing streak shot from the tower's peak, piercing the clouds and illuminating the gloomy sky as it soared toward the heavens. This is bad. A shock ran through him, and his face changed instantly. He recognized the blazing light at one seat was Shenku, the divine artifact that had lain dormant atop the rain tower for tens of thousands of years. Bei Huan gasped in horror and was about to order a halt to the attack when the supposedly indestructible tower top exploded, sending shards of jade flying. Amidst the dazzling radiance emitted by the perfectly round artifact, four figures burst through the sky, moving as swiftly as lightning. Wherever these figures passed, even the oppressive storm clouds seemed disturbed, sagging downward like a collapsing sky. The heavy, damp air pressed on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. The glowing artifact was piloted by the legendary Shunbei Phoenix Mother, who had blessed the divine realm for thousands of years. Now, she was the heart of that radiant beam, leading four shadows as they tore through the sky, her presence as overwhelming as a god descending to the mortal world. Even the atmosphere itself seemed to tremble in her wake, and faint ripples spread through the air. Just as Shunku shot skyward, the giant eagle suddenly swung its wings, unleashing a hurricane. Before Bei Huan could react, he was nearly toppled by the fierce wind. The powerful energy he had gathered had only just begun to build when the eagle's wings sent a blast of wind his way, stalling his ascent and slamming him into an invisible wall of air. Damn, he thought in alarm. He was now only a few yards from the eagle, right in the path of its returning wing and the heart of the deadly gale. Sensing something was wrong, he saw the eagle's wings suddenly turn, and a violent gust nearly knocked him from the sky. The wind howled past, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Only now did he truly understand the terrifying power of this giant eagle. He pushed the power of the devouring 7 stars to its limit, channeling every ounce of skill he had, blending, redirecting, pulling, and crushing forces just to withstand each wave of wind that crashed over him like a tsunami, barely keeping himself aloft. At that moment, his heart tightened as he sensed a weak but sharp force slicing through the air toward him. Already struggling to deal with the eagle's attacks, he dared not take this blow heed. In a split second, he spun his body as the eagle's wings swept by again, dodging several blasts of wind, letting 2 powerful currents collide behind him. With a muffled thud, the incoming weak force was successfully blocked. Seizing the brief respite, he glanced back and saw Fairy Zhuting standing there. Her internal injuries were far from healed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she gazed at him with a sorrowful expression. "You killed him. You finally killed him," she said, her voice filled with despair. "So what's the point of me living now?" Before she finished, another mouthful of blood spilled out. "Don't lose control of your emotions," Yuan Yingzi warned urgently. seeing that her grief over Lu Qinfeng and the others had worsened her injuries. Calm yourself, Ilcom, stabilize your energy flow. As he spoke, he summoned all his strength, carefully making his way toward her through the raging winds. Every step was fraught with danger, a single misstep, and he'd be swept away. It's too late. Far too late. Zhuoting coughed up more blood, her eyes drifting to the sky now shrouded in dark clouds. I'm going to see my beloved. No one can ever separate us again. Her body began to collapse. No. Yuan Yingzi, only a dozen yards away, suddenly felt an insurmountable distance between them. Struggling through the gale, he shouted, "You have to hold on. That scoundrel is nothing compared to us. We were meant for each other. No one can keep us apart. Is that so?" Zhuoting's eyes grew dim, a heartbreaking smile on her lips. Her thin gown whipped in the wind, her frail body trembling from the pain. Yet she stubbornly declared, "I've always seen you as an older brother. The only one I love is Lu Qinfeng. I'll love him for this life and every life after, for all eternity." Her unwavering words brought Yuan Yingzi to a sudden halt, his eyes flashing with bitter jealousy. Do you like me too?" With this final, hopeful question, one that would never be answered, Fairy Zhuoting passed away, her life as fleeting as a wisp of fragrance. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its light shimmering through a lingering mist that clung to the bare, twisted branches, remnants of a recent autumn rain. This was a dense broadleaf forest. On this late autumn night, the withered branches could do little to block the moon's glow, which filtered through the thinning canopy and illuminated the forest floor, making every inch of earth clearly visible. Yang Yelong walked alone through the silent woods, his footsteps alternating between light and heavy. Through gaps in the leaves, he could see a towering mountain bathed in moonlight 10 miles away in peak. The mountain bore an intimidating name, Wanshou Mountain. The vast broadleaf forest stretching for dozens of miles at its base was known as the Undying Forest, a northern branch of the Naya region. The entire mountain range was imposing, its peaks rising and falling in succession. The main peak soared over 100 meters, its rugged rocks and deep ravines marked by the ruins of ancient walls. From the red flame stone at its summit, one could see a silvery ribbon of water winding dozens of miles away, Chishui, also called Kikia River, connecting Dian Lake with the borders of the elves. The main peak also featured a flat, knife-edged slab of blue rock, behind which lay a steep cliff. This was the very place Yang Yelong remembered, where the celestial fox envoy, Lu Qinfeng, had raced back and forth, only to be ambushed by skeletons. In the forest below, wild beasts leapt and birds darted overhead. Even at the tail end of autumn, life here was abundant. As Yang Yelong walked, he replayed the events of the previous night. He had awakened among the remains of a wolf pack, only to find that his second brother, Yingzhou, had come with him to hunt dragons, and Lu Qinfeng, whom had met later in a dark cave, had all vanished without a trace. What puzzled him even more was that he clearly remembered losing consciousness deep underground, yet woke to find himself lying in the familiar undying forest at the foot of Wanshou Mountain. He had spent most of the day searching the woods for any sign of his companions, but found nothing except animal tracks and a carpet of dead leaves. Before nightfall, a sudden downpour had drenched him to the bone, and even sheltering under a thick tree had offered little relief. Now, with the storm past, the bright moon was his only guide, lighting the lonely path ahead. Although he had wandered through this dense forest many times and knew every fork and winding path by heart, at this moment, he felt like a lost traveler, stepping alone into a hidden woodland he had never set foot in before. Every step was filled with uncertainty and desolation. The world before him was nothing like what he remembered. The brambles and mud everywhere left him so bewildered he could barely find his bearings. He didn't bother to think about where the path would end. Instead, he moved forward mechanically, a single thought echoing in his mind: she still remembered him. She had followed him here. To him, she was like the blooming peony atop the mountain. Though he, like her other admirers, was merely one of the boys protecting the flower, she was different in his eyes. She was sacred and pure, untouched by even a speck of dust. Others might see her as a little sister, but to him, she was the proud, radiant lotus on the mountaintop, unique, untouchable. Yet today, that lotus had been picked by his closest brother. Yang Yelong tilted his head back, staring up at a sturdy poplar tree and letting the cold droplets from its branches fall onto his face. Only that icy touch could dull the storm of emotions in his mind and bring a hint of comfort to his angry, hollow heart. At this moment, he felt like a wandering spirit without a home, drifting aimlessly through unfamiliar land, until he unknowingly found himself at the door of a rundown shed. The doorway was blocked by a dozen thick branches, tied tightly together with a coarse black rope. The leather had been darkened by time, and under the moonlight, it shimmered with an eerie blue glow, casting a sense of foreboding over the silent woods. With a helpless glance at the branches barring the entrance, Yang Yelong sighed, leaned back against them, and sat down heavily, unconcerned by the damp ground beneath him. If he had been more alert, he might have heard the heavy breathing from inside the shed, followed by an abrupt silence. But he noticed none of this. All he wanted was a moment of peace for his troubled heart. Suddenly, a tremendous crash erupted behind him, as if the wall of the shed had been smashed through. Yang Yelong sprang to his feet, startled, and shouted, "Who's there?" Before he finished speaking, he threw his weight against the door and burst inside. He didn't hesitate for a second. The sudden appearance of this old shed had already put him on edge, but the explosive noise drove away any fear. An ordinary person would have run in terror at the sound, but Yang Yelong, a true wild wolf, would never back down so easily, especially not in the depths of these untamed mountains. Where had this shed come from? And what could have made such a terrifying sound inside? Breaking through the door was no simple feat. Yang Yelong didn't kick or push it open. Instead, he slammed into it with his whole body. It was a risky move, since if he used too much force, he could collide head-on with any enemy waiting inside, leaving him little room to react. But Yang Yelong wasn't afraid. He knew that, as a wild wolf, only cunning and quick thinking would see him through. The moment the door broke, Yang Yelong spun his body with a swift twist, instantly channeling his forward momentum into a spiraling force. This was a secret technique passed down in the Yang family. Although he had only learned a fraction of its power from his father, it was enough to leave even stronger opponents at a loss in situations like this. The shed was pitch black, with only a faint sliver of moonlight streaming through a large hole in the wall, the source of which was unknown. Yang Yelong executed the spiraling movement over a dozen times, yet sensed no sign of any attack. Just as he was about to chase someone out through the hole, something suddenly caught his foot. His spiral lost balance, and he tumbled sideways, collapsing onto a warm, soft body lying on the ground. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from outside the shed, growing fainter as it drifted away. The Lord of the Elves is indeed extraordinary. I, Long, have witnessed it firsthand. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your granddaughter is beyond saving. The voice faded, dissolving into a barely audible hum. It was then that Yang Yelong finally understood what his father had meant by, "The spiral must remain undisturbed, or it falls apart." Just a single obstacle on the ground had left him in utter disarray, and the humiliation made his head spin. As he tried to push himself up, his hands accidentally pressed against two soft mounts. Before he could react, a pair of supple hands forced his head down. His face landed against a smooth neck, and a dreamy, intoxicated voice whispered in his ear, "Qinfeng, my love, don't leave Ruer." The words sounded like a plea from a dream. "Qinfeng, Ruer. So it's you." Yang Yelong was about to bolt upright in shock, but was pressed down even harder. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Fifth brother, don't blame me. This is all because of you." Though his limbs were weak from exhaustion, the thrill of revenge kept him fiercely alert. Under the midnight moon, with autumn winds carrying a sense of sorrow, Yang Yelong was jolted awake from a nightmare. Startled, he sat up abruptly. After a moment, he saw the waning moon sinking in the west, signaling dawn's approach. In the faint moonlight, he gazed at the woman beside him. She breathed steadily, a gentle smile on her lips, lost in sweet dreams, completely unaware that the most precious thing she possessed had just been cruelly taken by the beast lying next to her. It was the first time he realized he had done something wrong. Bathed in moonlight, she lay there peacefully, her fair face radiating innocence, like a pure spirit untouched by the world. Her softly curled hair drifted gently in the breeze, shimmering with a gentle luster under the moon's glow. Her slender figure was wrapped in the silvery light, as if cloaked in a veil of moonbeams, exuding an aura of untouchable sanctity. The sight before him struck a deep chord of pain in his heart. Regret and self-reproach weighed on him like a 1,000-pound hammer, relentlessly pounding at his conscience. At last, his better judgment overcame his jealousy. Like a startled bird struck by thunder, he leapt up and fled through the broken wall. Though the Hall of Eternal Life was not as grand as the Hall of Divine Treasures, it had a unique charm. Pavilions and towers were arranged in harmony. Streams flowed under little bridges, flower beds and bamboo groves complemented each other, and artificial hills dotted the landscape. The main hall spanned over 10 acres, built in the suspended tile style, with glazed tiles hanging low along the eaves, and the edges gently curved inward. From the side, rows of large tiles hung from the wooden eaves, creating an imposing sight. At the center of the hall's roof was a platform about a meter wide, covered with a mat just large enough to fit. Originally, this was where the master of the hall would come to cool off and gaze into the distance. But now, a graceful girl of about 16 or 17 lay there. On either side of her sat a woman in palace attire and a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. The woman, stunningly beautiful but with a trace of sorrow between her brows, was the same cold-blooded consort who had earlier been knocked aside by the eagle. The man in blue, though weary and touched with gray at the temples, carried an air of scholarly elegance. Watching the rising sun, he sighed softly. "Baiken knows well the extent of his ambition, but I chose long ago to withdraw from worldly affairs and will not be drawn back into mortal strife." The woman in palace dress let out a cold laugh. Baiken, you certainly chose a fitting name for yourself." "Umph. as if you could really leave everything behind. I don't believe for a moment you've truly forgotten the humiliation you suffered 10 years ago. Baiken shook his head helplessly, casting her a brief glance. 10 years have passed, and you're still as sharp as ever. Yes, the shame of being trampled underfoot is hard to forget, but what does it matter? Over these 10 years, I've come to see human grievances from a different perspective. In this vast world, you may have a feud with one person, yet be a stranger to countless others. In some eyes, you may be famous. In others, you are insignificant. Rather than be trapped by old grudges, why not seek new friendships? As long as there is even one person who denies your fame, that reputation is nothing but an illusion. The cold-blooded consort was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that in just 10 years, this once proud and unyielding warrior could be transformed into someone who looked at the world with such indifference, as if nothing could touch him anymore. Gazing at the former General Futai standing before her, she found herself unable to summon any hatred toward him. On the contrary, the stark contrast between his past and present self stirred a faint sense of pity within her. She stared at him in silence, unable to suppress the softness that welled up inside her, and finally asked in a gentle voice, "Did you do all this for me?" As soon as the words left her lips, she was taken aback, her heart tightening with sudden regret. Why had she let her guard down? Instantly, her expression hardened, her eyes turning sharp and cold, as if the vulnerability she had just shown was her greatest weakness, something she could never allow anyone to see. Baiken, the middle-aged man in blue, caught the rare tenderness in her voice, and his eyes lit up involuntarily as he looked at her. But in the next moment, he saw that her face had become frosty and devoid of any warmth. The emotions that had surfaced just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. His heart sank, but after a brief pause, he replied quietly, "It's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it." Though his words were calm, they silently admitted that his transformation had indeed been because of her. The cold-blooded consort looked at the man she had once pushed into the abyss with her own hands, her feelings mixed and complicated, and finally, she just sighed softly. She realized that, in front of him, no matter how hard she tried, she could never truly harden her heart. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to completely shut him out. "Take care of yourself," she said quietly, then slowly stood up and gently helped the still unconscious Ingzi to her feet. The sun was already high, and beams of golden light streamed down, casting a soft halo around her white palace robes, giving her an ethereal and gentle beauty. Baiken stared at her, momentarily lost in thought. When he saw her turn to leave, he snapped out of his daze and quickly stood up, calling out anxiously, "Where are you going?" "Your two friends were caught in that powerful storm from the eastern desert. Not even their fate is certain. And she's still injured. If you leave like this, I'm afraid." But before he could finish, the cold-blooded consort interrupted him calmly. "Thank you for your help. If not for your intervention, my disciple and I would have been swept away by that storm." She paused and glanced in the direction where Lu Qinfeng and Lin Ying had disappeared, a fleeting sadness in her eyes betraying her reluctance. After a moment, as if recalling something, she sighed lightly. "If they're lucky enough to survive, I would ask you, General Futai, to look after them." Her gaze suddenly sharpened, her tone turning cold. "I came here for one reason: to go to Changshu Mountain and settle a 10-year-old personal vendetta. After that, they'll have nothing left to hold me back. They'll seek out Yuan Yingzi, the demon lord, and fight him to the death." As she spoke, her eyes grew even colder, hatred burning within them like fire. In that instant, she was as sharp as a blade, her murderous intent almost tangible. All of this was for her beloved discipleto settle the blood debt in kind. General Futai, known as Shuelong, had once been a famed war hero in the celestial realm, handsome, spirited, and extraordinary. Despite his moniker cold-blooded, his passion and youthful vigor had never truly faded. In his younger days, had attracted the admiration of countless noble maidens. Yet 10 years ago, he had fallen deeply for the notorious cold-blooded consort, drawing scorn and ridicule from his peers, especially from Yuan Yingzi, the lord of the celestial realm, who saw her as a thorn in his side, and, seeking to conquer the mortal world, was enraged to learn of Shuelong's feelings for her. In front of a crowd, Yuan Yingzi forced Shuelong into public humiliation, stripping him of his dignity and reputation in a single day. Afterward, Shuelong withdrew from the world, adopting the name Baiken, and faded into obscurity, living a life of solitude that belied his broken spirit. Most believe that it was this humiliation that changed him, but in his heart, he knew the truth. What truly crushed him was the cold-blooded consort's cold and resolute departure after the storm had passed. She had left too decisively, too mercilessly. Now, she was leaving him once again. Watching her retreating figure, he felt a bitterness he could not voice. He knew that once this woman made up her mind, nothing could make her turn back, not even utter ruin. He also knew exactly whom her 10-year vendetta was aimed at, one now residing in Changshu Mountain, a person of extraordinary skill and charisma, far from ordinary. Yang Yelong ran across the patch of loose earth, his feet sinking half a foot deep with every step. He paid no mind, as each stride sent hundreds of clumps of muddy soil splattering outward from him in a trumpet-shaped spray. The mud that didn't scatter clung stubbornly to his pant legs like leeches, refusing to let go. His whole body felt weighed down, as if filled with heavy lead. Hunger and exhaustion gnawed at his once steely resolve like relentless specters, until at last he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. He buried his head in a roadside ditch, letting the icy water soak his face as he struggled to steady his thoughts. But instead, painful memories of his earlier brutality came flooding back. "My God, what have I done?" he gasped, lifting his drenched face to the eastern sky, where the first traces of dawn were breaking. His heart ached as if sliced open. She was such an innocent, sweet soul. And just because she loved someone I envied, I made her the target of my revenge. How undeserving she was of any of this. Yang Yalong's heart bled with guilt, the feeling so real it nearly suffocated him. "No, I have to make it right. I must find a way to atone." He suddenly roared, leaping to his feet and dashing back the way he had come like an arrow loosed from a bow. The sky grew lighter, the morning glow like a veiled goddess lifting a corner of her shroud, revealing a dazzling radiance that captivated all who awaited the sunrise. But Yang Yalong was the exception. As he ran, he cast a distracted glance at the sun about to break through the clouds, and a heavy dread gripped his heart. Day is breaking. I just hope she hasn't left yet. At last, the dilapidated shack came into view. The door had a gap just large enough for a person to slip through, its edges marked by a few dead branches bent inward, clear evidence of having been forced open. Images from the previous night flashed through Yang Yalong's mind. The moment he had burst through the door, filled with swirling energy and unstoppable force, only to be tripped by Ruer lying on the ground. He remembered falling on top of her, and how her body had felt feverish and burning, her mind dazed, her limbs trembling with a strange, intoxicating heat. Could it be the thought stabbed at him like a knife? He surged forward, squeezing through the broken door. Inside, the shack was empty. Ruer was gone. A wave of regret and self-reproach crashed over him, leaving his exhausted body limp. He sank to the ground with a heavy thud. Ow! No sooner had he sat down than he hit something hard, making him jump up in pain. Rubbing his aching hip, he glanced down at the offending object and saw it was a small porcelain bottle with a slender neck and a rounded body. The bottle was no longer than a finger, divided into 5 sections, each wider than the last, with narrow bands between them and a bulging middle like 5 tiny gourds strung together. Unlike the usual yellow-orange gourds, this one was pure white and trimmed with intricate edging. Looking closer, he realized the delicate patterns were actually carved strokes, forming the shapes of characters. 5 decorative patterns were evenly spaced around the bottle, each one forming a single character. Together, they spelled out Hawan Yu Yen San. These 5 words struck Yang Yelong like a hammer, instantly shattering all the doubts in his heart. He sprang up from the ground like a wounded beast, ignoring his pain as he leapt through the broken wall once again. Ruer, please be safe. The thought echoed wildly in his mind. If anything had happened to her, 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his guilt. He frantically searched around the shed, his steps hurried, and his gaze sharp and intense. Only after confirming that his target had already left did he finally collapse, exhausted, in a corner against the shed wall. His heavy breathing was laced with pained growls, and he repeatedly slammed the back of his head against the wall, as if punishing himself for his own stupidity. Memories surged over him like a tide. In his ears, he could hear Lu Qinfeng's urgent shouts from their childhood hunts in the Yamain branch. "Shao Liuzi, it's dangerous, come over to me. Let your 5th brother protect you." The voice was so vivid, it felt like it happened just yesterday. Then came the teasing banter from inside the dragon cave, with Lu Qinfeng's smile. "Shao Liuzi, come help your 5th brother. Hey, you brat, always siding with outsiders. Our rankings are right next to each other, aren't they?" Every detail of those memories cut into his heart like a blade. 5th brother's genuine care, never tainted by pretense. His fierce protection, never allowing anyone to bully him. His fatherly generosity and selflessness, but Yang Yalong's heart ached, as if it were being torn apart. Suddenly, he threw his head back and let out a mournful cry. It said real men don't cry easily unless their hearts are truly broken. He wiped his tears away in a flash, his eyes now flashing with a wolf-like ferocity. "For Brother Lu's sake, I must find Miss Ruer and apologize to her face, blade in hand." Before he finished speaking, he was already racing off, following a faint and elegant scent that hung in the air. The pure fragrance, untouched by any cosmetic powders, guided him through winding paths. He soon left the dense forest behind and entered a birch grove on the outskirts. The birch trees towered into the sky, their branches stretching outward only several meters above the ground, forming umbrella-like canopies. Occasionally, a squirrel, sloth, or lark flitted among the branches, but Yang Yalong was in no mood to take in the scenery. His anxiety burned, and even when monkey beasts blocked his way, he simply dodged past them in haste. This tracking skill was a unique technique he and his brothers, including Lu Qinfeng, had mastered during their youthful hunts. Now, it served him well as he searched for Ruhr. However, when he finally reached a small town several dozen miles from the undying forest of Wanshou Mountain, the elegant scent that should have lingered from Ruhr vanished without a trace. After going an entire day and night without a single grain of rice, Yang Yilong was so hungry that his head was spinning and his legs felt weak. Standing on an unfamiliar town road, his eyes darted around anxiously, torn between continuing his search for the missing clue to Ruhr and giving in to the gnawing hunger that tempted him to duck into a nearby inn for a hearty meal. As he hesitated, a crowd of hundreds of men and women, young and old, dressed in all manner of clothing suddenly surged around the corner. Their faces were filled with fear as they rushed toward him, shouting in panic, "A monster is coming! Run for your lives!" Yang Yilong squinted and saw the flood of people sweeping down the street, their terrified faces swirling in the rising dust. If he didn't get out of the way, he'd surely be trampled underfoot. Acting quickly, he slipped to the side, bumped open a rickety wooden door, and darted into a dilapidated house by the road. Sorry about this, he thought, just about to apologize to the owner. But before he could, the crowd outside thundered past the door like an unstoppable torrent. The chaos was filled with the cries of children, the shouts of adults, and wave after wave of panicked screams. A few people leading the escape passed right by the house he was hiding in. Yang Yilong caught the gaze of a man who brushed past him, first frightened, then surprised. Several more people rushed by, including a woman clutching a 3- or 4-year-old child, the little one's face flushed bright red with fear. Realizing these were townsfolk fleeing for their lives, Yang Yilong was about to step outside and ask someone what was happening when the light suddenly dimmed. A slightly overweight middle-aged man with an oilcloth wrapped around his head turned and blocked the doorway, staring at him in alarm. "Why are you still here? The monster's coming. Hurry and escape with us to Dongshan Mountain." Yang Yilong paused, reluctant to brush off the man's kindness. He forced a bitter smile and replied, "I want to run too, but I have to find a frail young woman right now. So what kind of monster is it? Why is everyone so terrified? If you all work together, can't you fight it off? You must be from out of town," the man replied, glancing back at his companions and seeing that most had already passed the house. He quickly turned to leave, but looked back anxiously. "That monster has been eating hundreds of women from our town over the past year, always young, beautiful girls. We've sought out more than 100 exorcists, but all of them ended up killed and gutted by it. So," his voice trembled with fear, and he added, "if you can't find her within half an incense stick's time, head straight up this road to Dongshan Mountain. When you reach a fork, go left first, then right. You'll come to a temple. Once you're inside, the monster can't touch you." With that, he ran after the others, disappearing into the swirling dust. A monster? One that preys on young women? Yang Yilong let out a bitter laugh, his brow furrowed. "What are the odds? Just when I get here and lose her trail, this happens." Leaning against the battered doorframe, he muttered to himself, "Do monsters like that really exist in this world?" But suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes flew wide open. With Ruhr's extraordinary beauty, and at such a tender age, if she's really run into a demon like that? A sense of dread settled heavily on his chest, like a stone pressing down. Why did her scent trail end here? Why did that monster appear at this exact time, targeting young women? Could it be? Did it find Ruhr? Is anyone here? He suddenly called into the dim house, his voice echoing through the empty room. Only silence answered him, thick and unsettling. He gave a wry laugh, his gaze falling on the rotting wooden door head just smashed open. With a helpless sigh, he said, "With the door in this state, how could anyone still be living here?" Shaking his head in disappointment, he stepped out through the broken door and rubbed his empty, growling stomach. "Hang in there, Baodu," he murmured, patting his belly. "Let me deal with the demons first, then he'll come back and take care of you. Just don't hold me back, all right?" No sooner had he finished comforting himself than Yang Yilong strode into the town entrance where the crowd had just fled in a panic. The layout of the town was simple. A main road, about 4 or 5 meters wide, ran straight through the center, stretching for half a mile before turning sharply to the right. 3 narrow side streets connected the houses on both sides of the main road, all leading out to the town's protective canal. Along these lanes, a few winding footpaths like earthworms branched off, clearly meant for the townsfolk's daily use. As he walked down the empty street, Yang Yilong stumbled upon an unexpected stroke of luck. The townspeople had left in such a hurry that, although the doors and windows were locked, plenty of food remained on the street stalls. Starving, he didn't hesitate to help himself, quickly filling his stomach. Before leaving, he grabbed 2 pears, one in each hand, and headed towards the bend in the main road. But after a couple of steps, his conscience pricked him. He turned back, took out a tinsel silver ingot from his pocket, and placed it on the fruit stand. This simple act of returning saved his life without him realizing it, for on the rooftop at the corner, a pair of needle-sharp, monstrous fingers lay in wait, ready to strike the moment he rounded the bend. His unexpected return, however, disrupted the ambusher's plan. Hearing voices from the town entrance, the would-be attacker panicked and fled. Completely unaware of what had just avoided, Yang Yelong cheerfully rounded the corner. But as he saw what lay ahead, he froze in shock. A canal, half a meter high, stretched across the way about half a mile ahead. At the end of the main road was a wide stone staircase, made from the rare and precious Xian stone, its surface shimmering with blue and white hues in the slanting afternoon sun. What truly made his heart skip a beat, though, was the faint, unique fragrance he had only ever noticed on Ruhr. It drifted unmistakably to his nose. Could Ruhr have gone up that canal? Yang Yelong was startled, but also relieved to finally have a clue. Yet anxiety gnawed at him as he wondered where she might have gone. Did she realize she had lost her innocence and want to throw herself into the river? The terrifying thought made his heart clench tight. The desperate thought that he had to stop her spun wildly in Yang Yelong's mind as he raced up the steps leading to the canal. Standing atop the high embankment, he looked through the withered branches of the autumn willow and immediately spotted the figure in white on the water-level measuring platform within the inner canal. The platform was a full 2 meters below the canal surface, invisible from the street, but perfectly clear from where he stood. In the autumn wind, her white sleeves fluttered behind her, her dark hair loose, her slender frame alone on the platform, swaying like a reed in the water. The sight made Yang Yelong's heart nearly stop. At that moment, he saw her delicate hands slowly lift behind her. In an instant, he realized the tragedy about to unfold, and a raw, anguished cry tore from his throat. No. He shot forward like an arrow, his voice filled with heartrending pain. Ruhr, this is all my fault. I've wronged you. If anyone deserves to die, it's me. He threw every ounce of strength into his dash, desperate to reach her before she could jump. With only about 10 feet left between them, Yang Yelong saw her feet leave the ground, her body beginning to lean forward, with the deep, unpredictable waters of the Chi Canal below. No, he shouted again, pushing himself even faster, closing the gap to just a few feet in an instant. But when he was only a yard away, she suddenly turned her head and gave him a strange, chilling smile. You. Yang Yelong barely had time to cry out before the figure twisted aside with lightning speed, causing him to lunge into empty air and plunge straight into the river. As he fell into the water, the last thing burned into his mind was that horrifying face, not human at all, but a grotesque, wrinkled visage with a mouth jutting out several inches like a wild ape. Only those eyes, set deep in coarse, bull-like sockets, glowed with an uncanny red light. It really was a monster. The instant the icy water touched his skin, Yang Yelong had only one thought left. He'd rather drown in the river than be caught and eaten alive by that creature. Having spent his childhood trekking mountains and crossing streams with Lu Qinfeng and the others, Yang Yelong had been forced to master swimming by his companions. He could stay underwater for an hour or two, an extraordinary skill that even the notoriously proud Lu Qinfeng and the rest of the wild kids admired. Now, he finally had a chance to put that life-saving talent to the test against the monster. As soon as he hit the water, he unleashed all his abilities, using every swimming trick he knew: frogging, diving, spiraling up and down, cutting through the current toward the opposite bank at a speed few could match. He was less than 6 meters from shore when a sudden sense of danger struck him. Just as he was about to dive deep, his scalp tightened as if someone had grabbed him by the hair, and a powerful force from above dragged him down like a stone, pulling him swiftly toward the riverbed. The deeper he went, the heavier the water pressed on him, until it felt as if his organs were about to be crushed. Worse, the current battered his mouth and nose, making it almost impossible to resist the urge to gasp for air. Just as he thought, "This is the end," his body abruptly stopped sinking. The pressure above his head vanished without a trace. The shift from frantic motion to utter stillness was simple, yet Yang Yelong felt the stark line between life and death. He realized that had truly been balancing on the edge. If had given in and opened his mouth, he would have choked on river water and lost that last precious breath, suffocating for sure. As his mind cleared and his senses returned, Yang Yelong couldn't understand why this terrifying monster had suddenly let him go. Then, a chilling, guttural voice somewhat clearer than a beast's howl whispered in his ear, "Don't you dare shout or scream. If you're lucky enough to survive, keep your mouth shut, or both you and that woman will die, no matter which side you're on. Don't shout or scream. If you're lucky enough to survive?" Yang Yelong almost burst out laughing, thinking, this thing can't even get its words straight, yet it's trying to sound menacing? And both you and that woman, no matter which side? What's the point of all that? Just as he was struggling to hold his breath, he suddenly felt 2 sharp glares hitting his face like burning arrows. Instinctively, he glanced at the grotesque, ape-like monster and saw it glaring back at him with a fierce intensity, making his hair stand on end and his body tremble. Was it really a monster? It had clearly meant to kill him, so why stop now? While Yang Yelong was still confused, he suddenly heard a voice from above the water, one that was all too familiar. "Damn it! I've followed you all the way from the Forest of the Undying to Siyuan, from Siyuan to Dianchi Lake, and you're always right behind me. Now that I'm heading back from Dianchi to Siyuan and from Siyuan to here, you're still haunting me. You dog-cursed ghost clan ancestor. What the hell do you want?" Despite the way the water muffled the sound, the familiar note of sarcasm and frustration was unmistakable. Even if you were half asleep, Yang Yelong would recognize that voice anywhere. It was none other than the chubby Li Urge. After several days apart, when Yang Yelong heard that familiar voice, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. If he hadn't been restrained by the monster behind him, he would have rushed forward to embrace his second brother. For now, he could only suppress his joy and remain perfectly still, afraid to reveal even the slightest sign that he knew Li Urge, lest the monster use it against him. A harsh, eerie sound came from the surface of the water, like a ghostly sigh from the depths of hell. Young hero Li, that dragon staff belongs to me. I just want it back. If any townsfolk who hadn't yet taken refuge in the Dongshan temple heard this voice, they would surely have been scared out of their wits. But to Yang Yelong, compared to the terrifying, gorilla-like growl of the monster behind him, this ghostly voice was almost heavenly. He was a little confused, though. He could vaguely tell that his second brother seemed to have taken some kind of dragon staff from the other party, which had led to this relentless pursuit, north from Jianxi and back south again. What kind of treasure could possibly inspire such obsession? Just then, his second brother shouted angrily, "You damned wild ghost. That lousy cane was given to me by Xiao Qinzi, and he got it from that old weirdo. Aren't you supposed to be the so-called king of turtles and fish? If you've got the guts, find that old man and have him say the word. I'll throw it away right then and there." He went on, cursing, "Damn it. This stupid thing used to look clean and nice, but now it's all dark and ugly. Just looking at it pisses me off. That rotten Qinzi made me chase him for ages, and you and that old fox slipped away too. Next time I see you, they'll beat you so bad you'll be picking your teeth off the ground." At the end, he seemed to be talking to the ghostly figure as if making a deal. "Me? Your second brother doest that sound a bit ridiculous?" Yang Yelong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He thought to himself that his second brother was just like Lu Wujboth of them spoke without a filter. As he was thinking this, he suddenly remembered how Lu Qinfeng had cared for him when they were young, and comparing it to his current state, he felt even more ashamed of himself. Heart aching, he glanced around and was startled to see, in the water behind the monster, a stunning woman in white with long hair. It was Ruer. Just as his heart leaped with joy, that ghostly voice sounded again, this time tinged with pleading. "I don't know anything else. I just want my precious dragon staff. Do you understand? I've depended on it for most of my life. Without it, I can't go on." The man's voice was hauntingly beautiful. Anyone else would have softened and returned the dragon staff to him. Unfortunately, he had the misfortune of running into second brother, whose heart was as hard as stone. As Yang Yelong was sighing inwardly, he suddenly heard second brother's rare, poetic recitation from above. A strand of fine silk brushes the ground, slender tips tinged with rouge. The willow catkins scatter in the breeze. Before he could finish, second brother abruptly realized his mistake and exploded in anger. "You old ghost, you're going to make me cough up a lung. You can't even tell spring from autumn. What am I supposed to do with you?" It turned out the poem was from Shi Shu's Willows by the Western River of the Song dynasty. The last line should have been, "The willow catkins are gone, and the branches grow longe lament that the spring wind never knows." It paints a picture of willows shedding their catkins in late spring. But now, with withered willows in deep autumn, quoting spring verses would only invite ridicule. Luckily, he caught himself in time and cleverly shifted the blame onto the ghost that had been chasing him breathless. Yang Yelong had grown up with second brother, but he had never heard him show off his literary side in this way. Hearing him recite such an out-of-place poem now, Yang struggled to hold back his laughter, but in the end, he couldn't help himself and almost burst out laughing. "Who's there?" second brother shouted suddenly. As Yang marveled at his keen hearing, that monster's sinister, chilling threat echoed in his ear. "Swim up, show your head, lure him into the water. Don't try any tricks, or neither of you will make it out alive. Understand?" Whoa. Yang had no time to worry about the creature's odd phrasing. As soon as he opened his mouth, he gulped down a mouthful of river water. His breath-holding skill failed him, and water flooded his nose, making him feel a pain worse than death. Hearing he could surface for air was a relief, and without caring that Ruer was still in the creature's grasp, he swam upward with all his might and broke through the water's surface. As he gasped for his first breath, he was struck by how fresh and sweet the air above the river was, filling him with a sense of freedom and exhilaration. "Lao Lu," second brother called out. Yang spun around to see Li Hui standing atop the high canal bank, looking shocked. Second brother was still the same lovable, short, chubby figure as ever, round-bodied, his clothes hugging his flesh like a barrel, as if showing off an extra half-foot of fat compared to ordinary people. His lips were red, his teeth white, his face square, and his small eyes narrowed into slits. Nothing had changed. The only difference was the thin, black stick, shaped like a snake's head, protruding from the back of his neck, tucked into his collar and dangling almost to his knees, making him look rather comical. A few meters behind Li Hui, a tall figure draped in a rat-skin cloak was hunched over. The man stood nearly 7 feet tall, his body bent like a bamboo stalk. his back level with Li Hu's head. Though his face was hidden by the cloak, his neck stretched straight forward, only half a meter from Li Hu's rotund body. The two men each had their own striking features, but when they stood together, their differences complemented each other, highlighting both their strengths and weaknesses. Although Yang Yalong was long accustomed to Li Hu's presence, he was still momentarily taken aback by the stark contrast between Li Hui and the tall, bamboo-like figure beside him. In that brief moment of distraction, Yang suddenly felt a sharp grip around his ankle. Several claws, razor-sharp like knives, clamped down on his tendon. The monster's sinister voice echoed in his ear, "Lure him into the water to save you. Don't even think about escaping, or you and the girl will both die." Through the shimmering water, Yang could clearly see the ape lurking just a meter behind him. One claw gripped his ankle tightly, while the other was wrapped around Ruer's pale neck. It was obvious the creature intended to use them as hostages. The monster had chosen its position well. No matter where Li Hui stood on the bank, he would never notice what was happening beneath the surface. Worse still, if Li Hui tried to rescue them, he would fall right into the monster's trap. As Yang racked his brain for a way to warn Li Hui, he saw him pull out the snake-shaped cane from his back and joke, "Hey, didn't you always brag about being the best swimmer around? Now you need your big brother to save you." I was about to toss away this useless stick, but it looks like it's coming in handy today. Yang cursed himself for forgetting about the cane. As he reached for it, he tried to drop a hint. "Brother, did you hear my cries for help from the water? Is that why you showed up so quickly?" He deliberately framed his earlier laughter as a call for help, hoping to alert Li Hui to the danger. Just as he was about to grasp the cane, the ape's shrill screech exploded in his ear. "Pull him into the water. Drag him down, or the girl dies." The voice was so loud it nearly burst his eardrums. Looking up at Li Hui on the bank, Yang saw only a playful smirk. Li Hui seemed completely unaware of the commotion, squinting as he said, "This canal took the townspeople 8 years to build. It's over 30 feet deep. Don't bathe here alone again. It's far too dangerous." Yang could no longer hide his disappointment and reluctantly grabbed the rotten cane. Li Hui, however, mistook Yang's expression for annoyance at being lectured. In that moment, the two brothers each held one end of the cane, their lives hanging in the balance, leaving everything up to fate. The cane straightened as both men exerted their strength. In that split second, two figures shot out like arrows, one from beneath the water, the other from the top of the canal. From below, a grotesque, ferocious ape-like face burst through the surface, sending a fierce jet of water directly at Li Hu's chest, where his hands gripped the cane. At the same time, the figure on the canal, thin and hunched like a bamboo pole, suddenly straightened, his body springing forward with explosive force, aiming a deadly blow at Yang Yalong's heart in the water. The sudden, coordinated assault caught both Yang and Li off guard, but because their attackers chose to strike from a distance, the men found a slim chance to react. In that critical moment, Yang Yalong and Li Hui exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. Yang Yalong pushed off with his left foot, darting to the right, while Li Hui twisted his rounded body to the left. Using the cane as a pivot, they spun in perfect unison, each sliding away from danger. The attacks from the ape and the bamboo-like figure missed them by a hair's breadth, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. This synchronized maneuver, using the cane as an axis, was nearly impossible to pull off. Yang was light and agile, while Li Hui was heavy-set and awkward. Yet the buoyancy of the water balanced out their differences in speed, allowing the move to succeed flawlessly. Just as they thought they'd gained the upper hand, the cane snapped under the strain with a sharp crack. Li Hui lost his support and plunged into the icy water, the broken cane flying from his grasp. Unable to control the powerful centrifugal force, Yang Yalong was flung straight toward the canal's edge. He tossed aside the broken cane, shielded his head with both arms, and crashed awkwardly into the embankment. Seeing this, the ape and the bamboo-like figure let out eerie cries. Sensing their opportunity, they lunged at the two men once more, their movements filled with lethal intent. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a strange layer of blood-red water quietly spreading across the river's surface. Moving faster than the current, it crept toward the floating piece of broken cane, finally seeping into the two hollow eye sockets at the end of the cane. The slow-moving waters of the Chi-Chi River suddenly spun into a whirlpool the size of a winnowing basket. Li Hui found himself at its center, helplessly swept along by the spiraling current. After just a few turns, he was already dizzy and disoriented. The ape, too, was caught off guard by this sudden change. Its long legs landed right on the edge of the swirling vortex, and its light frame was nearly tipped over by the force. Startled, the creature quickly slid away from the danger. Just as the ape's ugly face brushed past the heart of the whirlpool, a staff emitting bands of yellow and white light shot out of the water, soaring straight into the sky. The staff was pale all over, except for the head, which was shaped like a snake. From the two hollow eye sockets of the snake's head, pure yellow flames blazed out. The interwoven yellow and white light pierced the eyes of everyone present, making their faces sting as if burned. The four of them were stunned by this sudden, dazzling display and stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the unexpected newcomer. The man nicknamed Zhugan was the first to recover. He looked closely, recognizing the shaped snake head on the staff and the familiar, low, mournful hum it made. The sound brought back memories of decades ago, when he had first tamed this very dragon staff. The staff had made the same submissive sound back then. Zhugan was filled with confusion. Hadn't the staff lost its ability to recognize a master? Yet the scene unfolding before him was exactly as it had been all those years ago, a clear sign the dragon staff was about to choose a new owner. No, you're mine, and no one's taking you, he cried. As the staff hovered several yards above the river, he could no longer restrain himself. With a desperate howl, he lunged toward it. There was a loud thud as everyone watched Zhugan get flung back by a powerful force just as he neared the staff. He flew a dozen yards like a broken puppet, crashing heavily onto a pile of rocks by the canal, completely dazed. Whoa, this is wild. Li Hui, still standing in the middle of the whirlpool, pointed at the staff suspended in the air. Those two broken black sticks actually rejoined themselves and now they're glowing. If I'd known, I'd have treated it better. Maybe it wouldn't have given me the cold shoulder all this time. It turned out this was the very staff that had accompanied him on his journey for the past day and night, though had always assumed it was just a carved, rotten crutch. Yang Yilong was completely baffled. Had never seen the dragon staff's magic before and couldn't believe two pieces of decayed wood could fuse into a gleaming new staff. He looked at Li Hui in confusion, then suddenly noticed that Li Hui was standing right in the center of the raging whirlpool. Alarmed, he pointed and shouted, "Hey, second brother, you!" But Li Hui was so mesmerized by the magnificent dragon staff that had completely forgotten about the swirling waters beneath his feet. At that moment, he completely forgot the danger around him. Standing tall, he exuded a natural, unshakable steadiness, like a rock. However, when Yang Yilong's shrill warning reached his ears, he couldn't help but look down. In an instant, he fully realized his predicament. Fear surged back into his heart like a tide, and the composure had just felt vanished. His bulky body lost its balance and was knocked over by the rushing current, spinning helplessly as he flailed his limbs. Instinctively, he cried out to Yang Yilong for help. "Xiao Lu, save me." Yang Yilong watched the scene, torn between laughter and exasperation. He thought, has there ever been a more pathetic drowning man than you? Just as he was about to throw caution aside and swim over, a flash of white darted across his vision. In a blink, a long, half-foot-wide sleeve shot out of the water like an arrow, wrapping precisely around Li Hui, who was being tossed about by the whirlpool. With a swift motion, it yanked him out of the water and flung him toward the bank as if he were riding the clouds. Ah! As Li Hui screamed, a woman in white leapt from the river, poised gracefully on the surface like a lotus bloom emerging from water. Her wet hair clung to her forehead, and her otherworldly beauty seemed almost ethereal under the sunlight. Yang Yilong stared in awe for a moment before realizing she was none other than Ruer, the woman had been searching for so desperately. As soon as Ruer's exquisite face appeared above the water, her gaze locked on the ugly, expressionless ape standing just over a yard away from Yang Yilong. She parted her lips, and a few melodious yet cryptic words drifted out. "Thanks to you, Ruer is deeply grateful." Though her words spoke of gratitude, her tone betrayed nothing but coldness. The ape clearly sensed the anger beneath her words. With a sly chuckle, it suddenly darted behind Yang Yilong. Catching him off guard, it clamped its claws onto Yang Yilong's shoulders and hurled him toward Ruer, who stood motionless on the water. Then, with a burst of speed, it dashed up the bank, grabbed the still-aching Li Hui by the collar, and barked, "Let's go." With that, it dove into the river, dragging Li Hui along, and disappeared downstream in an instant. Everything happened in a flash, leaving Li Hui as the sole witness to the entire scene. Before he even had time to recover from the chaos, both the ape and Yang Yilong had vanished against the current, leaving only a faint ripple trailing down the river, which quickly faded from sight. Smack! As Li Hui was still marveling at the ape's astonishing agility, a sharp slap echoed from below the riverbank. Startled, he looked down to see Yang Yilong clutching his cheek, looking both aggrieved and afraid to meet Ruer's gaze. Ruer, gripping a yellow wand-white dragon staff, glared at her pitiful sixth brother with a look sharp as a blade and snapped, "What were you thinking?" Catching sight of Yang Yilong's cowering demeanor, Li Hui thought, is this really how you chase after a girl? Giving up after just one setback? Both frustrated and amused, he struggled to his feet and called out to Ruer with a playful grin, "Please don't take it to heart, Miss Ruer. My sixth brother was born to protect women, just can't stand to see a beautiful girl being bullied, so I wasn't talking to you." Ruer cut him off coldly before he could finish. Li Hui couldn't help but stick out his tongue in secret, thinking to himself that this girl really hadn't changed much since he last saw her a year ago. She was still as cold and indifferent to all men except for Lu, to whom she showed nothing but warmth and affection. But perhaps that was for the best. It at least proved her feelings for Lu were genuine. If Lu felt the same way about her, then as his friends, they would just have to quietly accept it. With this thought, Li Hui couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Yang, and he sighed. He was about to warn him not to shamelessly pursue a hopeless cause when he suddenly saw Yang drop to his knees in the water, bow deeply to Ruer, and say with a voice full of sorrow, "Miss Ruer, I've wronged Brother Lu, and I've wronged you even more. If you wish, take my life now." Ruer remained calm in the water, but Li Hui was taken aback. He knew exactly what Yang was doing. This was the kneeling floating technique he had only mastered 6 months ago. Back then, Yang could barely last 10 breaths on the surface of Lake Fan in their hometown, and that was when he was in peak condition. Now, his strength was nearly depleted, and with the river churning around them, he probably couldn't hold out for 5 breaths. Li Hui was about to shout for them to get out of the water when Ruer's icy voice suddenly rang out. "If you have anything to say, say it underwater. Once we're on shore, you'll go your way, and he'll go mine. From now on, we're strangers." Her voice was cold and resolute, leaving Li Hui stunned. When did she become so ruthless? Even if she never liked him much in the past, she would at least give him a polite smile whenever he and Lu visited. Now, Li Hui was full of questions, but before he could think further, he heard Yang's muffled voice from beneath the water. "If Ruer can say such harsh words to me, then I suppose I have no choice but to accept it," because that night before he could finish, Yang's strength gave out, and he fell back into the water with a splash. Changshu Mountain, despite its name meaning longevity, was not as idyllic as one might imagine. Though the range stretched for dozens of miles with rolling, verdant peaks, the main summit was only about 100 meters tall. The most striking feature was a massive gorge to the west of the main peak, its sheer cliffs smooth as if cut by a blade, with a huge boulder embedded deep in the rock face. On either side, the cliffs soared high, and mountain springs from both banks converged and poured down the stone walls, forming a spectacular waterfall that roared as it crashed down onto the plain below. The water surged and twisted, carving a winding path through the land. On both sides of the waterfall stood a dozen or so tiled houses, their roofs made of glazed tiles, gleaming with gold and silver accents. The sight was dazzling, a true display of luxury. Each house was unique, some square, some long and flat, some round, some triangular, and every window and door was designed with its own special flair, reflecting the owner's individual taste and style. No matter where you looked from front to back, right to left, there was a constant sense of novelty and beauty, a scene so captivating that one could never tire of admiring it. The design on the other side is the exact opposite of this one, mirroring it from head to toe, corresponding perfectly with the other side from end to beginning. The entire structure is arranged in a way that is both varied and harmonious, captivating the eye and giving the impression of a masterpiece crafted by nature itself, truly awe-inspiring. The designers skillfully avoided the rigid rules of symmetry, creating a layout that is dynamic and full of life. This unconventional, transcendent style perfectly reflects his unrestrained and irreverent character. The estate, named Changshu, is composed of more than 20 houses. Isolated from the noise of the outside world, it is inhabited by only one person, King Chang'e. There are many rumors about him. Some say he is a reclusive sage living on Mount Changshu, while others claim he is a holy general abandoned by the divine realm. But all agree on one thing: King Chang'e has lived for at least 1,000 years. For 1,000 years ago, people had already seen this estate, and only King Chang'e could have been its builder. This was the second visit for Lungxu Efizi. She stood at the entrance of the estate, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the roaring waterfall that resembled a soaring dragon. Even after 10 years, she was as awestruck by its grandeur as she had been the first time she saw it. After a long while, a soft cough sounded from within the estate, pulling her back from her thoughts. A clear, magnetic male voice broke through the waterfall's roar, gradually reaching her. "An old guest comes to visit. What an honor for me. Today, the sound of the falls is pure, the ripples gentle. I knew the visitor must be a graceful and ethereal beauty. Now, as I watch the clear spring flow over jade stones and listen to the resonant notes of my zither, I welcome you with all my heart." As he finished speaking, the sound of a zither began to echo, spreading gently through the air. At first, the melody was as soft as a breeze through willow branches, painting the beauty of the valley, the clarity of the stream, and the majesty of the waterfall soothing and refreshing. Then, the music swelled, powerful and grand like towering mountains, as though a mighty spirit was comforting the listener's soul. Next, it flowed like a gentle brook, carrying the scent of spring grass and fresh earth, delicate and refined. The melody grew brighter and more cheerful, the crisp notes seeming to heal sorrow and sadness, smoothing away all hatred and strife, and drawing the listener into a realm beyond the ordinary. Finally, the music settled into tranquility, like a calm lake, the lingering notes expressing gratitude for the listener's patient attention from beginning to end. Lungxu Efizi was clearly still lost in the profound music when a figure appeared on a river rock not far away. It was a middle-aged man in purple robes, dignified and imposing, holding a guqin. He smiled slightly, his blue eyes first locking with Lungxu Efizi's deep, beautiful gaze. then shifting to the unconscious girl in white she carried in her arms. The man's body stiffened, his eyes froze, and he barely noticed as the guqin slipped from his hands and fell into the water. Lungshu Efizi let out a cold laugh, as if she had anticipated his reaction. She deliberately turned the girl in her arms so her back faced the man, then spoke with a mocking tone. Humph, all men are the same, always captivated by beauty. Even you, King Changel, who claims to have seen every beauty under heaven, are no exception. The man was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile and shook his head. Perhaps you're right. I've seen countless beauties over the centuries, yet I still can't help but be struck by her. He sighed, his gaze returning to the girl in white, and asked softly, may I ask, who is this young lady? Which divine immortal does she belong to? Saintly immortal? The cold-blooded consort lowered her gaze to the pure, flawless face of the young girl in her arms, then slowly lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes were as deep as twin pools, as if they could swallow the man whole. After a long silence, she finally sighed, her tone tinged with sorrow. 10 years. It's been 10 whole years. Time has passed, and all the glamour of the past is gone. The once revered immortal now, in your eyes, am probably just an old, faded woman. Ah. The handsome man clearly hadn't expected such a response to his simple compliment. He coughed awkwardly and forced a wry smile. You know, I didn't mean it that way. Honestly, your beauty hasn't faded, you still have that ethereal grace. Time has only left a few marks on your face. Compared to you, this young lady simply has the advantage of youth. The cold-blooded consort was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression grew distant. Old is old. I didn't expect that after 10 years apart. You'd have become even better at flattery. Still, since I brought her here, I'm not afraid for you to see her beauty. She shrugged slightly, her tone turning cold. Is this really how you treat your guests? The man laughed easily. With such distinguished guests, of course there will be fine wine and good food. Please, Lady Fei, come in. He gestured warmly to invite them. Longevity Manor was stunningly ornate in its exterior design and architecture, yet its interior was surprisingly simple, almost unimaginably so. On either side of the main hall were more than 20 rooms, each furnished with just a single piece of furniture. Starting from the direction the cold-blooded consort had entered, the first round room contained only a long, elegant zither by the window, crafted from the finest sandalwood. Its legs were set in a diamond pattern, staggered front to back and symmetrically aligned left to right, a unique, artistic design that immediately drew the eye. The second room featured a wide bookcase in the corner, filled with every kind of book imaginable: astronomy, geography, ancient studies, miscellaneous treatises, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, and more. The third room was slightly more furnished, with a table, chairs, bowls, and cutlery, all neatly arranged. The fourth room was a semi-elliptical alcove, with a pavilion-style corridor extending out toward a clear stream. By the water's edge was a row of stone tables and chairs, perfect for relaxing, listening to the flowing water. At this moment, the cold-blooded consort and the unconscious, stunningly beautiful girl sat across from the handsome man on the stone chairs, enjoying the tranquil sound of the stream. Between them stood a stone table, set with a pot of wine, 3 cups, and a plate of fruit. With practiced ease, the man filled 3 jade-green glass cups with fragrant wine, then glanced affectionately at the sleeping girl in the consort's arms before looking up. Lady Fei, you don't need to be so guarded. If you don't wake her, how can she taste the wine I've spent years perfecting? The cold-blooded consort shot him a cold look, picked up a glass between 2 fingers, and took a small sip. Her face remained expressionless as she replied, did she ever say she wanted to drink your wine? Besides, this wine is nothing like what you served 10 years ago. It's not even worth my time to taste it. As she spoke, her slender fingers loosened slightly, and the exquisite jade cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor with a clear, ringing sound. The handsome man let out a soft sigh, a touch of helplessness in his eyes. Why put yourself through this? He said. A broken cup can always be mended, but if you were to cut your delicate hand, that would truly not be worth it. She shot him a cold glare and rose abruptly, her beautiful face frosted with anger. I once thought you were different from other men, but it turns out you're just the same, eyes lighting up at the sight of a pretty face. Clearly, I was mistaken about you. I'm leaving. With that, she swept her sleeve and turned to walk down the corridor. For a moment, the man was stunned. Then, as if something dawned on him, a bitter smile touched his lips. A beauty is meant to be admired, he said quietly. If one only enjoys their own charms in solitude, even the loveliest flower will wither away in loneliness. In truth, you came here today planning to introduce her to me, didn't you? The cold-hearted consort had already taken several steps with the young girl when she suddenly turned, her gaze sharp as a blade. So you figured it out? Everyone calls me the Prince of Changel, he replied with a rueful shake of his head, assuming I must live a life of ease and pleasure. They have no idea that most of my days are spent with a forced smile. Enough, tell me, what do you want from me? A flicker of complexity crossed her eyes, as if she were weighing his words. After a moment, she seemed to reach a decision. I want you to take her as your disciple. I have a dangerous matter to attend to soon, and bringing her along would only make things more difficult. Only then did the Prince of Changle fully understand her intentions. He stiffened, then slumped back against the stone chair in defeat. So, after all these 10 years, your hatred for me is still as strong as ever. With her back to him, her eyes blazed with bitter resentment. In her heart, she thought, this is the price you pay for betraying me back then. Out loud, her tone was icy. Well, will you agree or not? He gazed at her tall, graceful silhouette, feeling the chill radiating from her. Another bitter smile tugged at his lips. The cold-hearted consort truly lives up to her name. You just want me to face such beauty every day, unable to touch her, as a form of punishment. Aren't you afraid I might cross the line? She let out a cold laugh. The Prince of Changle has always been a man of principle. I doubt you'd ever do anything to disgrace your family's name. The cold-blooded consort's eyes sharpened. Before the other could finish speaking, she cut him off firmly. She could never fall in love with you. In this lifetime, she will only ever love that brat. Give up now. If you want to keep her by your side, you can only treat her as a teacher would treat a disciple. She paused briefly, a glint of warning flashing in her icy gaze. Let me remind you, if you harbor any other intentions toward her or say the wrong thing, you'll only make her despise you even more. She looked intently at the handsome, elegant man before her, listening to his familiar, bitter laugh. For a moment, it felt as if she had been transported back 10 years. In that instant, her resolve for revenge nearly wavered. But she quickly suppressed that trace of weakness and sneered. This is what happens when you love a beauty but can't stay faithful. She gently laid the sleeping girl down on the stone bench and explained. She fainted because she saw someone she cares about get struck by the eagle summoned by Xian Gongzi. The shock was too much for her. I was afraid she'd wake up and go looking for that brat in a frenzy, so I tapped her sleep acupoint. Her expression grew serious. If you're not absolutely certain you can keep her here, don't undo the acupoint lightly. Finally, the cold-blooded consort cast a lingering, affectionate look at the sleeping girl and let out a quiet sigh. As she walked away, her voice drifted back. Her name is Su Yinglan. As for that brat's name, you'll hear it in her dreams. With that, her figure gradually disappeared into the dense forest. Just then, the girl on the stone bench stirred. Slowly, she opened her dark, clear eyes, as deep as a tranquil pool, and let out a soft moan. Su Yinglan had awakened. You're awake. A gentle, kindly male voice came from about half a meter away. Su Yinglan jolted, ignoring the aching weakness in her body, and sat up abruptly, clutching the blanket around her. She turned warily toward the source of the voice and asked guardedly, who are you? Why are you here? Her voice was indeed as sweet and melodious as an oriole emerging from the valley, gentle and pleasant to the ear. The man closed his eyes to savor the clarity of her tone, his eyelids trembling slightly, as if he were enjoying a heavenly melody. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, looking at her with warmth and kindness. Don't worry, young lady. This is Changsho Manor, and I am the Prince of Changle, he said gently. You can rest here in peace. No one will disturb you. While he spoke, Su Yinglan studied him from head to toe. His hair drifted freely in the breeze, and a gentle smile always lingered on his handsome face. Dressed in purple, his tall, well-built figure gave him the air of an immortal. Yet, compared to the carefree and wild image of Brother Feng in her mind, this man seemed to pale by comparison. Suddenly, the memory of Lu Qinfeng being swept away by the violent wind flashed in her mind, causing a sharp pain in her heart. She abruptly threw off the covers and got out of bed, forcing her weak body to stand as she bowed deeply to him. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I have nothing to repay your kindness. I must take my leave now. With that, she staggered toward the door. Wait. The Prince of Changle moved in a blur and blocked her path. He frowned slightly, a wry smile on his lips. Even if you must leave, at least tell your rescuer where you're going. Besides, you're still badly injured. It really isn't safe for you to be wandering around. Su Yinglan steadied herself against the wall, barely keeping upright, but her voice was firm. I have to go. Please, don't try to stop me. Sir. The Prince of Changle gave a bitter laugh. Indeed, I am old enough for you to call me that. Then, tentatively, he asked, are you looking for your brother Feng, the one swept away by the wind? Su Yinglan looked at him in surprise. How do you know? Before he could answer, a sudden thought struck her, and hope lit up her face. You must be very powerful. Did you save him too? Did he tell you? Can you tell me where he is? Is he all right? Was he hurt? Seeing the hope in her eyes, the Prince of Changle felt a pang in his heart. How could he tell her that all he knew came from the cold-hearted consort and her murmurs in her sleep? He hesitated for a moment, then seemed to steel himself, letting his expression grow mournful. No, I wasn't able to save your brother Feng. He was swept away by that fierce wind to the frozen wastelands. There was nothing left of him. Su Yinglan visibly swayed, her face turning pale in an instant. She was now certain that what the other person said was true when the giant eagle's wings stirred up a hurricane and swept the four of them toward the Hall of Eternal Life, the The force of the wind had indeed diminished by more than half. At that moment, they were able to steady themselves using their inner energy, and just when they thought they had escaped danger, a scorching, fierce wind suddenly surged from the far western desert, mercilessly sweeping them up again. Under this relentless onslaught, their last hope for survival was completely dashed, leaving only despair wherever the wind carried them. That was where they would end up. She had never imagined she would be rescued from the heart of the storm, much less that her savior would be the renowned Prince Changle. Legend had it that Prince Changle, Yi Yin, was eccentric and unorthodox, yet possessed a chivalrous heart and had saved many in the martial world from peril. Now, this legendary figure stood before her, his gaze filled with a touch of compassion and concern. Senior Prince Changle, do you know where Brother Feng is? Su Yinglan asked anxiously, her slender fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her robe. Prince Changle sighed softly, a complicated look flickering in his eyes. Your master is safe. There's no need to worry. My master? That glimmer of hope was like a tiny light in the midst of endless bad news. Su Yinglan's complexion improved slightly, and she managed to lift her head. So my master is unharmed as well? Where is she? I want to see her. As she spoke, she struggled to sit up straight. Prince Changle shook his head, his voice low. I'm afraid your young master Feng has met with misfortune. The winds were too fierce at the time. I was only able to save you and your master. The others? I'm afraid. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. Su Yinglan closed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened them again, determination shining within. She nodded slightly to Prince Changle. Thank you for your kindness, senior. But even if I have to cross the frozen wastelands of Donggu alone in this lifetime, I will find Brother Feng. So forgive me. With that, she bowed deeply and began to make her way toward the threshold. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Prince Changle's eyes showed a trace of admiration mixed with worry. He knew how dangerous the frozen wilds of Donggu were. Not only was the weather harsh, but countless deadly beasts and poisonous insects lurked there. For a young woman to go alone was nothing short of courting death. He quickly stepped forward and gently blocked Su Yinglan's path. Miss, please wait. The Donggu wilderness is extremely dangerous, and you are still weak. Rushing in recklessly would only be throwing your life away. Why not recover first? I can send people to help you search for young Master Feng, Prince Changle advised earnestly. But Su Yinglan shook her head resolutely, tears shimmering in her eyes but refusing to fall. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but my mind is made up. Brother Feng has shown me great kindness. I cannot give up searching for him. Prince Changle looked at the stubborn young woman before him and sighed inwardly. How could he bear to tell such an innocent girl that her beloved was likely lost forever? He could only hope that his earlier words wouldn't become reality. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, that fortunate young man known only as Feng in Su Yinglan's sleep-talking would be waiting for this devoted beauty at the edge of the frozen Donggu wilderness, just as she wished. Would Lu Qinfeng really be waiting for Su Yinglan at the exit of the frozen ancient wilderness? At this moment, he was lying under a warm ray of sunlight, half of his body sunken into an icy pit. The cold had seeped deep into the meridians along his back, yet his expression remained remarkably calm, as if he were peacefully awaiting the arrival of death. About 20 feet behind him, a round snowball about a foot in diameter stood out abruptly in the snow. Suddenly, the snowball wobbled, and a hole the size of a bowl opened at its base. A voice came from within. Lu, do you remember which side of the glacier we broke through to get in here? This was indeed the infamous frozen ancient wilderness, a place that struck fear into the hearts of many. Last night's heavy snow had buried everything in a thick white blanket, leaving nothing but endless whiteness in sight. If not for the sunrise breaking through the clouds at this moment, pouring golden light over the silent ice field, it would be even harder to steady the mind against the biting cold. Lu Qinfeng had his arms tucked behind his head, his entire body tightly encased in ice, unable to move. He couldn't remember how long he had been trapped like this. At first, his arms had gone numb, then completely stiff. Half of his body, from his waist to his back, was embedded in the frozen pit. The sharp pain from his initial fall had long faded, replaced by a complete numbness. Fortunately, at the moment he landed, he had followed the instructions of the celestial fox Immortal and gathered the last trace of his true energy into his heart's meridians, narrowly avoiding the fatal consequence of having his core frozen. However, his internal reserves were nearly depleted, and the fiery energy that had been sealed in his left arm had vanished without a trace. As his mind grew hazy, he heard the celestial fox Immortal speak up, sounding almost bored. Lu replied weakly, "Can't you open your own eyes and take a look? I'm not an immortal, you know." The snowball suddenly shook violently, sending 2 chunks of snow tumbling from the top, revealing 2 thumb-sized holes. Within, shimmering colors flickered, and 2 dark shadows could be seen spinning. A stern and angry shout echoed from the opening. "If I weren't stuck in this icy pit myself, would I need to ask you? Get up and check it out, you brat. Just for calling yourself old man so many times, I could end your life right now." Lu Qinfeng summoned what little strength he had left and retorted, his words faltering. If that's the case, then why don't you crawl out of your fox den yourself? If you weren't stuck, you wouldn't need to ask me anyway, would you? I don't believe you can just kill me by getting annoyed at how many times I call myself old man. So, tell me, what kind of move is that? I've never heard of anyone killing someone just because of how they refer to themselves. Or are you just a stutterer? The hole let out another furious roar and snapped. Not only are you a fool and a stutterer, but you can't even understand plain speech. He knew full well that the other was only pretending to be clueless, and suspected that the boy was deliberately stuttering just to get under his skin. Because of this, he hadn't noticed that the boy was already running out of breath, his breathing growing rapid and shallow. If you spoke like a normal person, how could I not understand you? Lu Qinfeng replied, his voice weak and his breathing barely there, yet he forced himself to retort. He was afraid the heavenly fox immortal's curses would actually come true, so he mustered what little strength he had to snap back, his words broken and disjointed. Even if I were a mute, I'd still be 1,000 times better than you, a smelly old fox, in human skin who can't speak like a man, reeking a fox stench and making people sick. You little rascal. You can't string a sentence together, but when it comes to insults, you never miss the mark. With a shudder, the snowball suddenly shook itself, shedding chunks of snow in all directions. In the blink of an eye, an old man's true form appeared, hair tied up in a graying topknot, a broad face with imposing features, exuding an air of command. His sharp eyes flashed as he glared at Lu Qinfeng, who was lying flat 2 yards away, and bared his teeth. You dare speak to me so rudely? Humph. Am already fuming from your antics, might as well let you spout a few more insults. But listen, if I get out of this ice pit before you're done, I swear, I'll make sure you regret ever opening that foul mouth of yours. He suddenly fell silent. It hit him that he had just called himself Heavenly Fox Immortal and Ghost Calculator, both nicknames others had used for years. Had grown so used to them that had actually forgotten his real name. Was his family name really Tian or Gui? There were people with those surnames, but he was sure neither of them belonged to him. He couldn't just make one up. What would his ancestors think? As he hesitated, he expected Lu Qinfeng to seize the chance to mock him, but instead, the boy was peculiarly quiet, as if he had suddenly turned into a proper gentleman who wouldn't dare to crack a joke. Seriously? The Heavenly Fox Immortal stared at the unmoving Lu Qinfeng, as if had discovered some rare specimen, and said, half annoyed, half amused, "Don't tell me you've finally grown a conscience and decided to start showing me some respect." Silence was his only answer. Hey, the Heavenly Fox Immortal called out, thinking the boy was using silence as a weapon to get under his skin. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "What's the matter, kid? Lost your tongue? Did your insults get so sharp that the heavens couldn't stand it and sealed your foul mouth?" He deliberately switched from calling himself old man to calling Lu Qinfeng kid, hoping to provoke him, to get a rise out of him. After all, it was boring to talk to himself all the time. But still, there was only silence. You're not dead, are you? The Heavenly Fox Immortal finally snapped, shouting, "Say something. Where's that sharp tongue of yours now? Why have you turned into a silent gourd? Hey Lu, you're not actually frozen stiff, are you? I've already taught you the techniques for centering your energy and invigorating your blood, so why can't you use them now?" The silence ahead has turned into a deathly stillness, as bleak as a barren wasteland. Tianhu Xiandao, ever suspicious by nature, had thought earlier that Lu Qinfeng was just playing tricks on him. But now, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his energy, summoning the protective force had been building up for an entire day and night. With a focused thought, his true energy formed into a sharp thread of sound, and his words shot into Lu Qinfeng's ears like arrows. Draw your breath into your dantian. Guide it through the Shanzhong, Juk, Guanyuan, Shinsong, Yufu, Xiaokuksu, and Shunmai points. Hurry. If Lu Qinfeng had even a sliver of consciousness left, that piercing command would jolt him awake, instantly seizing his attention. The true energy would follow the pathways of his meridians, flowing through his blood to clear the blockages. In this life-or-death moment, not even a mighty Deluo golden immortal could hope to escape unscathed. Tianhu Xiandao was a master of circulating energy through the blood. The route he taught was the fruit of years of experience. The path of energy ran from the lower back and abdomen down to the legs and feet, a method common among martial artists. But what set his teaching apart was the focus on the Shunmai point, a closely guarded secret of his sect. Most practitioners, after channeling energy to the abdominal dantian, would try to loop it through the Kunlun meridian. Yet, the flow often stalled briefly at the Pusan point between Kunlun and Shunmai, leading to failed breakthroughs and even endangering their lives. That's why Tianhu Xiandao made it a point to remind Lu Qinfeng not to linger at the usual stops, but to direct his energy straight to the Shunmai point. This ensured a smooth flow and avoided dangerous stagnation. Though he often appeared cold or sarcastic toward Lu Qinfeng, in truth, his heart was full of quiet pride and care. After all, if Lu Qinfeng weren't such a remarkably gifted martial artist, why would he bother to teach him so meticulously? Looking at Lu Qinfeng, Tianhu Xiandao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The boy simply refused to become his disciple. If only he would, his progress would be so much smoother. Yet, as he surveyed the current predicament, his frustration shifted to another person, Sui Luoying. If Sui Luoying hadn't stolen his inner elixir, would this celestial dragon be trapped in this wretched ice cave, unable to move a muscle? Anger flared inside him, and he silently cursed Sui Luoying, the resentment building into a heavy, invisible pressure. But when his gaze returned to Lu Qinfeng, all that anger and frustration faded away, replaced by a complex mix of hope and helplessness that he couldn't quite put into words. At the very least, I can still use the lion's roar technique to snap that boy out of it, giving him the boost he needs to circulate his energy using the blood flow method I taught him. Fortunately, his inner core was absorbed by Sui Luoying. Otherwise, if I tried to wake Lu Qinfeng with the lion's roar now, it might have overwhelmed him completely, leaving him beyond all hope of recovery. No one really knows what state Lu Qinfeng's body is in right now. Even if an immortal descended from the heavens, they'd probably be baffled by the strange condition inside him. To be honest, Lu Qinfeng's consciousness vanished the moment he finished his last words. He could even feel his soul drifting away from his body, slipping into endless darkness. This could only be described as death was completely cut off from the outside world, his body growing cold, his mind gone, heartbeat and pulse ceased, and even his skin had turned a ghastly pale. He had lost everything that marks the living and was showing nearly every sign of death. He was, for all intents and purposes, a dead man. The only thing that defied explanation was the spiral flow of true energy at his back, about the size of a small bowl, spinning endlessly and slowly gaining strength. This stream of energy existed within him, but it didn't travel through his meridians as normal. Instead, it spiraled through the gaps between his channels and acupoints, almost as if it was naturally at odds with his own energy pathways. If it so much as brushed a meridian or acupoint, it would rebound violently, darting away with lightning speed, only to grow a little stronger each time, as if it feared being knocked senseless by another collision. No one would mistake this for normal energy cultivation. Usually, when someone is cultivating, their true essence gathers in the dantian or sea of energy in the abdomen, then flows through the meridians to various acupoints. Advanced practitioners might form an inner core, condensing energy there before distributing it through the body. Beginners can usually gather energy in the dantian after a year or two of practice, while only those who can draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can hope to form an inner Korea process that takes varying amounts of time, depending on a person's talent and aptitude. Martial prodigies might achieve this in 20 or 30 years, while ordinary people may need 50 or even 100 years, and some never succeed despite a lifetime of effort. In this regard, Tianhu Xiandao was truly gifted. He began cultivating at 15, and by the age of 32, he was already able to form a core of energy. Apart from Ouyangyu, who ranked just below Yuan Yi in the divine realm and achieved this feat in only 15 years tens of thousands of years ago, Tianhu Xiandao could be considered the second greatest cultivator in the history of the mortal world. Even though his inner core was absorbed by Sui Luoying from the divine realm, thanks to nearly a century of cultivation, Tianhu Xiandao could still draw upon the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his depleted energy and eventually form a new core. Whether a practitioner is condensing qi into a core or gathering it at specific acupoints, the true essence within their body always travels through countless lines formed by meridians and collateral vessels, delivering energy to wherever it is needed. This holds true even in the divine realm, where cultivation differs greatly from that of humans. At this moment, however, an unusual surge of true essence had appeared within Lu Qinfeng. It was like a fish refusing to go with the current, always swimming outside the established pathways of his meridians and vessels. Not only did this strange energy refuse to blend with the rest, it seemed to avoid his meridians as if encountering a deadly enemy. This unprecedented phenomenon was enough to raise serious doubts. The celestial fox immortal stared at Lu Qinfeng, who now lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless corpse. His chest no longer rose and fell, and not even the faintest sound of breathing could be heard. Seeing Lu Qinfeng in such a state, the celestial fox immortal was almost certain the young man had truly frozen to death. A wave of uncontrollable grief washed over him, and he let out a mournful, anguished cry. Just then, a mysterious strength suddenly surged through his legs. With a powerful kick, his upper body shot up like a radish being yanked from the earth, breaking through the ice so that everything above his waist was exposed. However, just as he thought he had finally escaped, his legs went limp, as if all strength had drained away, and he found himself unable to move even an inch further. Now, the celestial fox immortal hung halfway out of the ice, his 10 fingers barely gripping the edge of the icy pit, unable even to rest his body. Helpless, he slowly withdrew his upper body back into the ice, waiting patiently for his strength to return. No one knew how much time passed before he once again felt a surge of boundless energy in his legs. He closed his eyes, gathering his focus, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his aged but resolute face radiated an overwhelming sense of authority. He knew this was the peak of his momentum, could not afford to hesitate. With a sharp crack, the celestial fox immortal shot upward like a fully drawn arrow. As a piercing blast echoed out, the surrounding ice shattered with several cracks, and his upper body burst out of the frozen surface like a cannonball. Just as it seemed he would finally break free, his waist became wedged tightly in the ice. At this critical moment, the celestial fox immortal refused to give in. Summoning every ounce of strength, he inched his body forward bit by bit. But just as he found himself caught between retreat and advance, a strange howl suddenly echoed from behind, followed by a powerful gust of wind as if some massive creature was about to trample across his back. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.